Robb Stark knew something was wrong the moment the doors were sealed. He could still taste the bitter tang of salt and bread on his tongue. Guessed right, but already a sense of wrongness seemed to press in on him from every side. The great hall of the twins was too quiet. The sounds of drunken laughter had died far too quickly. He could almost feel the tension like a drawn bowstring. All around him, Frey men eyed him and his retinue with guarded suspicion, and though Lord Walder Frey's watery eyes crinkled with something akin to merriment, Robb caught the cunning glint behind the facade. Perhaps it was Grey Wind's restlessness outside that made him uneasy, or the ghost of a memory from his father's stern lessons. Always keep your wolf close. He had not, and now he felt naked without his dire wolf at his side. But there had been no choice. Walder Frey had insisted on the wolf remaining elsewhere for the wedding feast. Common courtesy, the old man had said, the room too cramped for a beast of that size. Common courtesy from Walder Frey was already suspect, but Robb had not wanted to provoke him. Not when he needed crossing and, by the gods, a chance to mend bridges after his broken betrothal. It was late in the celebration when the music changed and the men reached for crossbows. A thunder of noise tore through the hall, and the Stark bannermen began to topple like wheat before a scythe. Robb spun in horror as arrows whistled from every direction. He saw Catelyn's eyes go wide. She lunged forward to warn him or protect him, but he caught only a blur of her auburn hair as men closed on him. Around him, the hideous jingle of the band, playing the Rains of Castamere. He realized with a stomach-twisting terror, mocked him with each note. Time spun into confusion. Soldiers lunged. The bride and groom scattered. Men pinned him to the ground. He heard Catelyn's screams. He saw the blood glisten on the stones, spilled wine mixing with it. He tried to fight his way free. An arrow slashed past his shoulder, but someone had seized his arm, forcing it behind him, nearly wrenching it from its socket. He felt a blade tear open his side, hot pain blossoming, and then the world went black. When Robb woke hours later, he was certain he must be dead. He was half floating, half chilled by the touch of cold water. Agony lanced through him as he attempted to move. Only when he forced his eyes open did he see that he was in a barge, drifting down the Trident. Night had fallen, and his body was wrapped in cloaks that reeked of blood and damp wool. He expected to see enemies around him, to see Frey men's triumphant sneers in the lamplight. But instead, there were only two people. A gaunt-faced old retainer from House Manderley, he thought her name was Marna, and a young man, pale beneath the moonlit sky. The youth, wearing tattered Stark livery, knelt at his side and pressed fresh rags to the wound in Robb's abdomen. "Your Grace," the youth whispered, voice trembling in relief. "You're alive." Robb tried to speak, but his throat was raw. All he could manage was a faint rasp. He tried to say, "My mother," but the words wouldn't shape. He remembered Catelyn's desperate scream. He remembered the shock on her face as the bolts flew. Then the memory turned to a haze of panic. He forced a deeper breath, though it hurt. "Mother," he croaked at last. The silence that followed was deafening, the youth's gaze dropping to the floor of the barge. "She's lost, my lord," the older retainer said softly. We could not save her. She tried, but her eyes glistened with tears in the moonlight. "We were all scattered, but we managed to find you on the hall floor before they could finish you. They thought you dead, I suppose. Or perhaps the gods themselves intervened." Robb turned his head skyward, wrestling with the pounding in his chest that felt like half fury, half heartbreak. He had never felt so helpless, not even when his father was executed. The pain of that memory threatened to swallow him again. This loss stung deeper because it was also his own damned mistake. He had trusted Walder Frey's show of hospitality, had believed, or at least hoped, they could mend the rift. Yet House Frey had worked with the Lannisters to orchestrate a slaughter. When he found the strength to speak again, he asked, "How many survived?" "Lord Bolton turned on us," the retainer said, voice quavering. "Some of the men fled, others were cut down. We know not how many got away. But if any did, they'll likely ride for the north or join with the Blackfish. By the gods, may he have found some means of escape." Robb's heart twisted at the mention of his great-uncle. Brynden Tully might have escaped, but that small hope did little to overshadow the devastation. Still, if even a few loyal men survived, there was a sliver of a chance. He placed one blood-crusted hand atop the youth's trembling fingers. "Thank you," he said, meaning it as deeply as anything he had ever uttered. Wincing, he tried to prop himself. Even this minimal motion sent white-hot pain lancing through him. He pressed his lips together to stifle a groan. The retainer guided him to lie down again, tears in her eyes. "We must keep you still, my lord. We'll get you to Riverrun," the youth offered. "If we can, if it still stands." Robb wasn't sure where was safe anymore. The phrase would expect any survivors to rally at Riverrun, but that fortress was besieged already by the Iron Throne's forces. The north was under Bolton's partial control, and with the Karstarks gone from his cause, hope was near extinction. Yet what else could they do? Lying around waiting for the phrase to finish their betrayal was not an option. He had to cling to his breath, to the ounce of life that remained. He closed his eyes, and for a moment he allowed himself to wonder if the gods had spared him for a reason. Then the wave of grief overcame him again. He felt tears building behind his eyelids, but he forced them down. There would be time to mourn his mother. There would be time to mourn all the loyal men and women who had died for him. For now, survival was everything. He drifted in and out of consciousness for the next few days. The barge carried them downriver, moving mostly at night to avoid detection. In the haze of pain, he heard snatches of conversation, felt the press of cool water soaked into rags to ease his fever, and was vaguely aware of small, furtive landings where his followers procured medicine and meager provisions. They had no maester, it was pure grit and luck that kept him alive. Each time Robb opened his eyes, he expected to see a Fry or Bolton man standing over him, a dagger in hand. But for days it was only the battered Stark livery or a worried expression on Marna's face. Eventually, the barge drifted onto a narrow tributary to avoid the main crossing near Harrenhal. The nights grew longer, colder, and Robb regained some of his strength, though his wound remained a fierce agony when he moved. Slowly, he forced himself to sit, to eat the watery stew they offered, to gulp the bitter medicinal brews they gleaned from hedge witches near the river. Each day the shock of the Red Wedding receded enough that he could piece together strategies for the future. He refused to think of it as an inevitable end. He was the king in the north, even if his kingdom was reduced to a handful of loyal survivors. As long as he drew breath, the cause lived. After nearly 2 weeks of stealthy travel, the barge reached a secluded pool surrounded by dense willow trees. The retainer and the young man guided Robb ashore under the shadow of midnight. Shivering in the chill air, he leaned on a makeshift crutch. Over those days, they had heard rumors that the Lannisters had boasted of the Stark downfall in King's Landing, that Walder Frey had been named the new keeper of the Riverlands, that Bolton men prowled for any sign of leftover wolves. But they also heard other rumors, stranger ones, concerning the Wall. That there was a Targaryen in the world again, Daenerys Stormborn was said to be in Essos gathering armies, and, more shockingly, that Jon Snow, Ned Stark's bastard, had become king in the north behind the Wall, or at least something akin to that. Some tales said he was the new Lord Commander of the Night's Watch, but the Night's Watch took no kings, so that made no sense. Then other rumors placed him at Winterfell. Some said he had married a wildling princess and taken the castle with them. The stories contradicted themselves, as rumors always did. Robb listened more keenly, especially at the mention of Jon. He remembered Jon's earnest face when they parted at Winterfell, the sorrow in Jon's eyes. He had always wanted to do right by his half-brother. Perhaps there was a chance. If Jon was truly stepping forward in some leadership role, perhaps the Stark name was not lost. Yet the idea of his bastard brother wearing a crown was strange indeed, and the notion that he bore a Targaryen claim was outlandish. Still, Robb allowed himself a flicker of hope as he pictured an alliance with his half-brother, if that was possible. If they lived long enough to see it. It was on the 20th day that Brynden Blackfish Tully found them. He slipped through the willows at dawn, emerging like a wraith. One moment the clearing was empty, and the next, there he stood, stoic and grim, his cloak spattered with mud, a half-healed cut across his brow. The youth who tended Robb nearly leapt out of his skin in surprise, but Robb recognized his uncle's stance instantly. "Uncle," Robb breathed. Brynden Tully regarded him with a look that encompassed both immense relief and sorrow. He rushed forward and knelt beside his nephew. "By the gods, you live. I had prayed for this, but I scarcely dared believe it." Robb reached a trembling hand for his uncle's shoulder. He squeezed once, tears pricking his eyes, not trusting his voice at first. At length he managed, "Mother." Brynden bowed his head. "I know. I'm sorry, lad. I couldn't save her." His voice was gravel. "I only learned you might be alive 2 days ago. The rumors are fragmentary, but I had to see for myself." They clasped hands. Something in Robb's chest loosened, and for the first time since he'd lain on that barge, a warmth stirred. He had a sense that maybe, with the Blackfish by his side, they might yet strike back. They might find a way to avenge their dead to secure a future for the North. For the first time since the Red Wedding, Robb allowed himself a moment of genuine hope. Hope, though, is never simple in Westeros. Within hours, the Blackfish had told them the precarious state of the Riverlands. Riverrun was under siege by Frey forces and might well fall soon. The loyal Tully men were scattered, and those who had not bent the knee to the Iron Throne were hunted. Allies were scarce, the North was compromised, and the Ironborn still occupied segments of the coastline. Meanwhile, King's Landing exulted in the defeat of the Young Wolf, sending out riders to proclaim the annihilation of House Stark's rebellion. Yet I never declared fealty, Blackfish said quietly. I held Riverrun as long as I could, though it appears they might starve out my men. Still, I would die before yielding to the phrase. But even that defiance can't hold forever. We need allies, Robb said, his voice stronger than it had been in days. He winced as he shifted his weight. We need the North. But the Boltons, how many of the other houses have turned coat? Bryndon's jaw tightened. Many stand uncertain, and the Karstarks are in disarray. As for the Umbers, the Glovers, the Mormonts, some still resist. Word is that the Mormonts refuse to bend the knee to the Boltons. They speak of a new power emerging at Winterfell. The rumors speak of your bastard brother, and something about him being a Targaryen? I can't make sense of it. The small folks' tongues wag with tall tales. Robb's brow furrowed. I need to see for myself. If Jon is holding Winterfell, if we can still rally the North. Bryndon studied him a moment. You're too weak to ride, lad. I'll get strong again. There was a beat of silence as the wind whispered among the willows. Then the Blackfish nodded. We'll find you a safe place to rest, regain your strength. The Freys will be hunting, but they're not the best trackers beyond their own domain. We'll keep moving northward, away from the Red Fork, then slip across the neck if possible. If we can avoid Moat Cailin, since the Ironborn no longer hold it, it may be lightly manned. Another silence hung between them, heavy with the memory of the devastation they'd endured. They were not marching with trumpets or banners anymore. They were a small band of wounded men, guided by a vow of vengeance or loyalty. Robb stared at the dirt under his boots, trying to reconcile the image of the proud king in the North he had once been with this new, haggard figure who could barely stand without a crutch. But every journey begins with a single step. He nodded, mustering all the courage left in him. Then let us begin. It was a painstaking journey through the Riverlands, weaving along muddy back roads and abandoned farm tracks. They traveled in groups of 2s and 3s, occasionally splitting and rejoining to confuse any pursuers. The retainer, Marna, turned out to be adept at foraging and gathering wild herbs, which she used to make poultices for Robb's wound. The young man, who introduced himself as Tom Reed, a distant cousin of the Crannogmen Reeds, or so he claimed, proved invaluable at navigating through marshy terrain. Over the weeks, Robb's strength slowly returned. He no longer needed the crutch, though he still walked with a limp, and the slash in his side became a scar that ached in the cold. At night, he dreamed of Grey Wind, of his mother's screams, of the betrayal. He would wake in a cold sweat, heart pounding, half ready to draw a sword. More than once, the Blackfish had to soothe him back to reason, placing a calming hand on his shoulder. We'll set it right, Bryndon promised. We'll avenge them. At times, Robb believed him. At other times, despair stole his breath. But they pressed on, for there was no alternative. As they neared the neck, they began to hear new rumors. The Freys had indeed declared that Robb Stark was dead and that his forces had been broken. Lord Roose Bolton was named Warden of the North by Tommen Baratheon, or rather by Cersei Lannister, who controlled the Boy King. In the Vale, Peter Baelish seemed to be playing some cunning game, though his exact designs were unclear. At King's Landing, the Lannisters grew in arrogance, with Tywin Lannister continuing as Hand of the King, not suspecting that death would soon come for him in a chamber pot, or so rumor insisted. Robb paid the capital's petty intrigues little heed. He had more pressing matters. But chief among these rumors was something extraordinary. Jon Snow had indeed seized Winterfell, or had taken it from the Boltons, who were weakened. The reports varied, but some claimed that Jon Snow was not Ned Stark's bastard after all, but a secret Targaryen child, the son of Prince Rhaegar and Lyanna Stark. These outlandish stories spoke of letters uncovered by Samwell Tarly at the Citadel, or a highborn confession by Howland Reed, or even Bran Stark revealing secrets through green-seeing. The details shifted from speaker to speaker, but the central theme remained. Jon Snow was the heir to the Iron Throne, and some northern houses had rallied to him. Robb listened to each retelling with a mixture of skepticism and wonder. If this was true, then Ned Stark had taken on a burden of secrecy that would shake the realm. It also meant that Robb had a living brother with a legitimate claim that could rival any Lannister or Baratheon pretender. But how would it change the cause of the North? Jon might be king in the north, or he might now be a Targaryen princeling. Such an alliance, if it could be forged, might bring dragons from across the narrow sea. They also heard that Daenerys Targaryen had indeed hatched 3 dragons in Essos. The realm's tensions simmered near a boil. It was in the thick of these swirling rumors that Robb and his small retinue finally reached the edges of the neck. The journey had taken more than a month, given all their precautions. At the swamps near Moat Cailin, they spotted towers with Bolton banners. Not many men, fortunately, but enough to deter a direct assault from such a small group. They needed subtlety. Tom Reed excelled at leading them through hidden crannog paths that avoided the main roads. They sloshed through knee-deep bogs and waded among bulrushes, often in darkness, to circumvent the watchful eyes of Bolton men. Robb felt a strange sense of reassurance in these wetlands. Howland Reed had been his father's loyal friend, and the little people of the swamps had always shown a quiet devotion to House Stark. They never bent easily to outsiders, even if they seldom fielded large armies. The neck was as good a place as any to vanish from an enemy's reach. One dawn, they emerged from a thick mist to find a small band of Crannog men waiting for them. Robb tensed, but Tom Reed greeted them in hushed tones, exchanging watery smiles and quick gestures. Within minutes, they were being led to a hidden encampment among the reeds. An older woman, her hair threaded with gray, approached Robb. She bowed her head respectfully. "Your Grace," she said almost shyly. "Lord Howland would have come himself, but circumstances keep him from traveling. He bade me and I can guide you north. He has heard word of your survival. You have our loyalty." Robb swallowed, both touched and burdened by the weight of that loyalty. He recalled that if House Reed believed in him, they would protect him to the end. "My thanks to Lord Howland. We will never forget this." The Crannog woman smiled faintly. "There's been talk that your brother Jon is at Winterfell. The Boltons fled after strange events and heavy losses. Some claim there was a battle with the wildlings or a deeper magic at play. The stories vary, but it is said that the Stark banners once again fly over the castle walls." Robb felt a strange sense of longing. The idea of returning to Winterfell had become more of a fantasy than a plan. But if it truly was in Stark hands again... "It must be true," the Blackfish said. "We've heard it from so many sources, there has to be some kernel of truth. The question is, does Jon truly hold it, or have the northern clans simply refused to yield to Bolton rule? Either way, we go to find out," Robb replied. He looked around at his battered companions, at the handful of loyal Crannog men who had rescued them from the bleakness of the bog. "We head for Winterfell." They rested with the Crannog men for 2 nights to gather supplies and news. Then, under the cover of swirling mist, Robb Stark's small company pressed forward. An undercurrent of urgency beat in Robb's heart. If Jon truly held Winterfell, Robb had to see him. They might yet unify the North and maybe the Riverlands. Walder Frey had wanted Robb's cause extinguished, but a flame still flickered. With luck, it might become a blaze. Crossing the neck took time, but at last they emerged on the northern side, stumbling onto solid ground near an abandoned watchtower. The air seemed colder here, the smell of pine and damp stone replacing the reek of the marsh. Many of the southern refugees who had survived with Robb's side in relief, for the north held a harsh but familiar welcome. The road to Winterfell stretched out before them, haunted by memories of families parted or lost. They passed empty villages, saw the charred remains of homesteads once torched by Ironborn or Bolton forces, and witnessed frightened small folk who peered out from behind shuttered windows. Yet every so often, they glimpsed a rough-hewn banner pinned to a post. A gray direwolf on a field of white. That alone made them press on. At last, one evening as the sun settled on the horizon, painting the sky in dusky orange, they crested a hill, and Robb's breath caught in his throat. There stood Winterfell, broken in places from the damage the Ironborn had inflicted, but undeniably standing, with the Stark banner rippling atop its highest tower. He could see scaffolding along part of the curtain wall, repairs, presumably. Smoke curled from a handful of chimneys. It was still alive, still inhabited. Robb and the Blackfish exchanged a long-waited look. Then Robb set his jaw. "We go as we are. We have so few men left. We pose no threat to anyone loyal." As they approached, the castle guards sighted them. Horn blasts sounded. Archers appeared along the repaired walls. Each arrow knocked, watchers wary. Robb stepped to the front, ignoring the ache in his side. He raised a hand in greeting, voice trembling with emotion. "I am Robb Stark, son of Eddard Stark, rightful lord of Winterfell and king in the north. I come home." Silence. Then came a stirring, A rush of murmurs. Someone was running along the battlements, shouting for a gate to be opened. The huge doors groaned, swinging wide, and a handful of guards in stark livery stepped out onto the drawbridge. They were led by a tall man with a lined face and a surcoat displaying the direwolf. Robb didn't recognize him immediately, but the man halted a short distance away and peered at him with wide eyes. "Gods be good," the man muttered. "It truly is. It is the young wolf. We have heard that my brother Jon holds Winterfell," Robb said in a tight voice. "If that is so, I would speak with him." At that, the man blinked, then nodded. "He does, your grace. He and the Lady Sansa. By the gods, they will be overjoyed to see you alive." Sansa. The name squeezed Robb's heart. He had feared her lost in King's Landing, or worse. "Come inside," the man said, motioning. "Our maester will tend your wounds. We had no idea you were still alive. Please, come." Robb's retinue followed, crossing the worn drawbridge into Winterfell's courtyard. Memories assailed him. Of climbing these walls as a boy, of training in the yard with Jon, Theon, and the younger siblings watching. It seemed an age ago. Some corners were still rubble, some walls newly erected. He saw repairs to the great hall's roof, which had been badly burned. There were fewer people around then in the days of Ned Stark's rule, but still enough to greet them with wide-eyed astonishment or tearful smiles. The guard led them through to the great keep, past corridors that stirred recollections of simpler times. And then, turning a final corner, Robb nearly stumbled. At the far end of the hall stood Sansa. Taller than he remembered, her auburn hair drawn back, her posture regal despite the lines of sorrow etched on her face. Beside her stood Jon Snow, clad in dark leather and wolfskin, a sword at his hip. Jon's hair was longer than Robb recalled, and he bore a certain gravity that seemed very unlike the boy Robb once sparred with in the yard. They froze the moment they saw him. Robb let out a ragged breath. Then Sansa broke into a run, tears streaming down her cheeks, and flung herself into his arms. Robb nearly buckled under the pain of his wound, but he held her tight, burying his face in her hair. She sobbed against him, words tumbling out in a flood of relief and heartbreak about believing he was gone, about all she had been through. He could only squeeze her close. Then he looked up at Jon, who approached more slowly, wonder and disbelief on his face. Jon Snow. Robb could see something in his half-brother's eyes that spoke of burdens carried, battles fought, and truths uncovered. "Robb," Jon said, voice thick, and in a moment the two men embraced. Robb felt that same warmth he remembered from childhood, that sense of belonging, but also a new gravity. Jon seemed different now, as if a quiet fire burned in him. For a time, no one spoke anything else. The moment was too raw. At last, Robb looked from Jon to Sansa, his own eyes brimming with unshed tears. "You're both alive. I thought I'd lost everything. Mother. Grey Wind, all our men." Sansa nodded, face drawn. "We know. Jon rescued me from, well, I'd rather not speak of it all just now. But he led an army, took Winterfell back from the Boltons. Ramsay," she swallowed. "He's gone, Robb." Jon added quietly, "We've reclaimed much of the north. The houses that remain loyal to the Starks have rallied here." Robb let out a slow breath. "Then the stories are true. The Boltons lost control?" "Yes," Jon said. He glanced at Sansa, then at Robb, as though weighing how to approach the subject. We have discovered things about my parentage, Robb. Some of it is unbelievable, but it has been confirmed by the word of the three-eyed raven, Bran, and others. I am not truly father's son. At least, not by blood. My mother was your Aunt Lyanna. My father was Rhaegar Targaryen." Robb heard the words he had half expected from rumors, but hearing them from Jon himself struck him silent. It felt as if the wind had been knocked from his lungs. Sansa placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder, her gaze flicking between them. When he found his voice again, Robb croaked, "How Kenth? Are you certain?" Jon nodded solemnly. Bran confirmed it with his visions. Sam found corroborating records. And Howland Reed, who was there at the Tower of Joy, has said the same. Father lied all these years to protect me. He gave me his name. He claimed me as his bastard to keep me safe from Robert's wrath and the Lannisters. He died, holding to that secret. Robb closed his eyes, thinking of Ned Stark's quiet dignity, the heartbreak his father must have endured to hide the truth. It pained Robb that he had once doubted father's honor, if only for a moment, after learning of Jon's parentage. And yet here was the truth. Ned had carried it to his grave. Jon's voice was subdued. "I never wanted any kind of throne. I only wanted to do what was right. I joined the Night's Watch. I tried to defend the realm. But circumstances changed. I was betrayed by my own men, resurrected by the power of the Lord of Light. Yes, it's a long story, and I walked away from the Watch, fulfilling my vows as best I could. I came home. I fought Ramsay Bolton for Winterfell with Sansa's help. The northern houses proclaimed me king in the north afterward, though they had no idea about my Targaryen claim. Robb blinked. The story was so extraordinary it felt like a waking dream. Resurrected, he repeated faintly. But he had no breath to delve into that now. So, you are king in the north? Sansa interjected gently. We recognized him because he was the one who saved us, who brought us home, who ended House Bolton. She swallowed. I was married to Ramsay. It was a nightmare. Jon freed me from that. The people love him. They say he is the White Wolf. Jon's cheeks flushed faintly. This is your seat, Robb, he said quietly. If you live, the rightful heir of Ned Stark is you. I only accepted the kingship because we believed you were gone, and Rickon too. We lost him in the battle. His voice cracked there, and Sansa squeezed his arm, eyes glittering with tears. Robb felt new sorrow at the mention of Rickon. His siblings were scattered or dead. Bran was said to have become something called the Three-Eyed Raven far beyond the wall, Arya's fate unknown, and Rickon gone. He looked into Jon's eyes, saw the burden he carried, and placed a hand on his half-brother's shoulder. We are both Ned Stark's sons, in our hearts, if not in blood. You saved Winterfell. You saved Sansa. The North is right to love you, Jon. But I am here now, and we must stand together. The realm is in chaos. We have the Lannisters, the Freys, the Boltons, you say they're finished. But also there's news of Daenerys Targaryen across the sea with dragons. And rumor has it you might have some claim to that too. Jon grimaced. That's the complicated part. Daenerys is my aunt, though we are very close in age. She fights to claim the Iron Throne for House Targaryen. She has an army of Unsullied, Dothraki, and 3 living dragons. Word is she's landed on Dragonstone and means to march on King's Landing. Meanwhile, Cersei Lannister sits the Iron Throne now that her children have died. He exhaled. It is all a tangled mess, Robb. Sansa gave a faint laugh devoid of humor. We have many enemies, but we might have powerful allies too. The Blackfish, standing nearby, cleared his throat. Your Grace, both your Graces, if that's the proper address, pardon. We should speak of how to unify your forces. The Riverlands remain under Frey control, albeit tenuous. If Robb is alive and well, the Tully banners might rally again. If we can gain support from Daenerys Targaryen, and if Jon's claim has any bearing, we might challenge the Iron Throne together. Jon's face was thoughtful. I have already sent ravens to Dragonstone. I proposed a truce to face the threat beyond the wall, the White Walkers. That's another issue we must deal with. The dead are coming. The Night King has an army of whites. I've seen them. Robb frowned. He had heard half-ludicrous stories about the dead rising in the north, but now, hearing Jon speak of them with sober conviction, he felt a chill. If that is so, then the entire realm is in danger. Exactly, Jon said. I wanted Daenerys Targaryen to join us in the fight against the White Walkers. I bent the knee to her for the sake of her armies and dragons. I planned to do so in exchange for her help defending the realm. But before we could finalize anything, Cersei caused chaos in King's Landing, Euron Greyjoy threatened the seas, and so the war is still in flux. Sansa added, we have been waiting to hear from Daenerys. Communication has been slow. But if you are here, Robb, and we present a united Stark front, plus your claim as king in the north, then we might have more leverage to negotiate. She might see the strength of an alliance. Robb let the information settle in his mind. Once he had declared himself king in the north, a symbol of northern independence from the Iron Throne. But if the White Walkers were real, perhaps independence was less crucial than survival. Still, the idea of bending to a Targaryen was complicated. Then again, if Jon truly was a Targaryen, that changed the entire dynamic. I never wanted the Iron Throne, Jon repeated quietly. I only want to protect the people from the threat of the dead. If Daenerys helps us do that, I would stand with her, provided she sees reason. We can't let petty squabbles overshadow the war for the living. Robb nodded slowly. I see your point, but I also see another possibility. If you truly are the son of Rhaegar Targaryen, you might have the strongest claim to the throne. That could prove a wedge between you and Daenerys. Jon's jaw tightened. Then let it be. I have no desire to usurp her claim. A weighty silence stretched. Sansa's gaze shifted between them. Perhaps it's best to speak of these matters in council. For now, let us be thankful we are together again. We have a new chance to reclaim what was taken from us. And the North will rejoice to know you're alive, Robb. At that, the thick tension eased. Robb allowed himself a small, grateful smile. Yes. Yes, we should. Council. Then, can I see the godwood? I want to kneel under the heart tree. I need to thank the old gods that I'm alive at all. Jon and Sansa nodded, tears welling in their eyes. Together, the three Stark children, two by birth, one by adoption, moved deeper into Winterfell, flanked by loyal retainers. They had a future to plan, a war to fight, and an ancient enemy creeping from the icy north. But for this brief moment, they could cling to the comfort of home and the bond they shared, all that remained of House Stark. That evening, after a reunion meal shared in subdued joy, they assembled in the repaired Great Hall. Robb sat at the high table beside Jon and Sansa while the Blackfish and a handful of northern lords, including Lady Lyanna Mormont, Ser Davos Seaworth, who had apparently joined Jon after Stannis' downfall, and various others, filled out the hall. The flicker of torchlight revealed battered walls bearing fresh plaster. The proud Stark banners hung overhead. One by one, the lords stood to pledge fealty to Robb again, tears in their eyes at the miracle of his survival. Lyanna Mormont in particular wore an expression equal parts admiration and stubborn pride. "You left as a king, your grace. You return as a king. That's good enough for me," she declared. Then she fixed Jon with a fierce glance. "We chose you as well, Snow, for you saved us from the Boltons." Her gaze flicked to Robb. "But if you both stand together, the North shall follow. Enough of this talk of bending knees. The North does not forget." Robb sensed Jon stiffen slightly, though he also sensed the warmth of that fierce loyalty. "We must put aside old divisions," Robb said, "because we face dire threats. If the White Walkers are truly real, if an endless winter is coming, what matters the petty titles? We must unite all of Westeros against the dead." A murmur of agreement spread through the hall. Then Lady Mormont said, "But let us not forget the Freys and the Lannisters. The Red Wedding cannot go unanswered. If the North unites, and if there are Targaryen dragons coming, perhaps we can have both vengeance and safety." The Blackfish growled. "It's time." Walder Frey felt the wolves at his door. "They think the king in the north is dead." He pounded a fist on the table. "Let us show them otherwise." Jon folded his hands on the table, looking grim. "Walder Frey's forces hold the twins. The Lannisters won't rush to defend him if they're preoccupied with Daenerys' invasion. If we strike swiftly, we might reclaim the Riverlands. But we must also guard the north. The real war is up here." "Perhaps a pincer approach," Ser Davos offered, scratching his beard. "Some forces to the south for retribution and to free the river lords, while the rest prepare for the war against the dead." Robb considered carefully. "We have a minimal force here, though." "Jon, how many men do we have?" "We have more than we did when we fought Ramsay," Jon answered, "but it's still not enough to face the full might of the Iron Throne if they choose to focus on us." The Blackfish snorted. "The Iron Throne will have their hands full with Daenerys Targaryen. That might be all the advantage we need." Robb nodded slowly. "Let's see if we can coordinate with her forces. If Daenerys draws the Lannisters out, the Freys will be left vulnerable. We can liberate the Riverlands, restore House Tully, and cut off King's Landing from the north. It might also encourage other disaffected lords to rise up once more." Ser Davos turned to Jon. "The only danger is whether the dead come sooner than we expect." Jon's lips pressed into a thin line. "We should send men to the wall, gather dragonglass, do all in our power to bolster our defenses in the north. I must lead that effort. I've seen the army of the dead. I know how urgent it is. If we lose up here, the south won't matter." Robb gazed around the hall at all the grim, resolute faces. He felt the pounding of his heart. This was what remained of House Stark's leadership. A new chance. Hard choices with no easy path. The weight of kingship pressed upon him, but he realized with a start that he did not bear it alone. His mother had died, but Sansa was here. Jon, a Targaryen by blood but a Stark in heart, was here. The North still had fire in its veins. They might yet accomplish miracles. "All right," Robb said, voice carrying. "Then we begin by sending envoys to Daenerys Targaryen, reaffirming what Jon has already begun. We propose an alliance. Her dragons and armies help us reclaim the Riverlands and defend the North against the dead. In return, we pledge the strength of the North to her if she wishes to take the Iron Throne from the Lannisters. But we will hold the North's right to self-determination. We cannot kneel blindly again." Jon flicked his eyes toward Robb. "She might object. She wants all 7 kingdoms back under Targaryen rule. But we can negotiate." Sansa let out a breath. "We can try. At least it's a start." They spoke late into the night, hammering out details, drawing up letters. Robb couldn't help noticing that some lords, Lady Mormont especially, showed more deference to Jon now, for it was he who had led them to victory against Ramsay. Others, like the Blackfish, still saw Robb as the rightful king in the north. A delicate power balance existed between them, but neither Robb nor Jon seemed inclined to quarrel. They had lost too much already. They had one another now that mattered more than a crown. Finally, the meeting dispersed, and Robb found himself standing with Jon before a flickering hearth in a side chamber. Sansa had gone to rest, worn from the day's emotional strain. The great hall behind them was emptying as lords left. Robb felt exhaustion creeping into his bones, but he also felt the old bond between him and Jon, as if they were boys again about to wrestle in the yard or race ponies through the winter snows. Yet a chasm of time and suffering lay between them now. Jon stared into the flames. "I'm glad you're alive," he said softly. "I blamed myself for what happened at the Red Wedding. I thought if I had been there." "You were at the wall, Jon," Robb said gently. "You had sworn oaths, and I was the fool who trusted Walder Frey. The blame is mine and Roose Bolton's and the Freys and the Lannisters, but never yours. Let us not dwell on blame. Let us look forward, brother." "My brother." Jon turned, meeting Robb's gaze. His dark eyes shone. "Brother." They embraced again, simpler than before. Robb felt a surge of relief, a sense of belonging he feared he'd lost. Whatever might come, they would face it side by side. News traveled more swiftly than armies in Westeros. Within a fortnight, all the North knew that Robb Stark lived and had returned to Winterfell. Ravens carried the tidings beyond, to White Harbor, to Bear Island, to Deepwood Motte. Morale soared among the small folk who had always revered House Stark. Meanwhile, riders under the Blackfish's command slipped south to contact loyal Tully men in the Riverlands, fanning the spark of resistance against the Freys. Soon, Walder Frey's hold on the region began to waver as word spread that the king in the north survived, that the Starks had reclaimed Winterfell, and that they had not yet exacted their vengeance for the Red Wedding. In King's Landing, Cersei Lannister dismissed the rumors as nonsense, but tension rippled through the court. Jaime Lannister, who had once faced Robb in battle, pressed for caution. Tywin Lannister was dead by then, slain on the privy, some said by Tyrion's hand, and so Cersei's hold on power was precarious. With Daenerys Targaryen threatening invasion from Dragonstone, Euron Greyjoy roaming the seas, and now the possibility that Robb Stark still lived, the realm was in chaos. But Cersei believed, perhaps naively, that her cunning and wildfire would suffice to keep the throne. She scorned any notion of uniting to face the White Walkers, though Jaime heard the rumors and felt an uneasy chill. Meanwhile, across the narrow sea, Daenerys Targaryen read the Raven from Winterfell with interest. She had landed on Dragonstone with a formidable host and had begun forging alliances with Dorne and the Reach, whose leadership had shifted after the disastrous explosion at the September of Baelor. Hearing that Robb Stark was alive, that Jon Snow was a Targaryen, that the North would ally with her if she helped them reclaim the Riverlands and defend against the undead threat, this was an intriguing proposition. Tyrion Lannister, her hand, urged caution, but also noted how valuable the North's support would be. "Your Grace," Tyrion said, "the North is vast, but lightly populated. However, combined with the Riverlands, they can hamper any Lannister efforts from the west. And if the White Walkers are truly real, as Jon Snow insists, then we cannot afford to ignore that threat. You have dragons, perhaps that is the only way to defeat an army of the dead." Daenerys frowned. She desired the Iron Throne to reclaim the birthright stolen from her family. Yet she was not deaf to these pleas about the White Walkers. Jon Snow had come to her once, seeking aid, but that meeting had gone awry. Initial distrust and differences in priorities had driven them apart. If now Jon Snow's position was bolstered by Robb Stark, perhaps negotiations would resume. Still, the matter of her own claim versus Jon's was precarious. She would not cede the throne. But perhaps there was a compromise. Hence, Daenerys and her advisors debated. She ultimately decided that she would march on King's Landing to break Cersei's hold, but would also dispatch envoys to Winterfell for a more direct discussion with Robb and Jon. She wanted them to send proof of the dead, if possible, or at least a representative. Tension simmered in her war council with the threat of Euron Greyjoy at sea and uncertain alliances, but she could not ignore the North entirely. In Winterfell, as weeks passed, Robb Stark slowly rebuilt his strength. He sparred in the courtyard, ignoring the ache in his scar, determined not to be useless. Each day he and Jon oversaw the training of new recruits for the Northern Army. Sansa managed the day-to-day governance with a grace and poise that impressed them all. The Blackfish prepared supply lines to the Riverlands for a coming campaign to retake Riverrun. And so the North readied itself. One brisk morning, as Robb was crossing the yard, Grey Wind's absence hit him like a blade between the ribs. He had grown so used to the direwolf's presence that the emptiness felt permanent. Yet a moment later, a small shape darted across his path. Ghost, Jon's albino direwolf, silent as snowfall. Ghost paused, regarding Robb with those red eyes, then bounded off in search of his master. Robb's throat clenched. He missed Grey Wind as he missed his mother, as he missed his father. But at least there were still Starks in Winterfell. There was a sense of wholeness in that. Jon joined him near the sparring ring. "The men are eager," Jon said. "The Umbers have sent word that they'll provide 200 more swords. Lady Mormont is sending as many as she can spare. The Glovers are in too." Robb nodded. "It might be enough to handle the frays, especially if the Lannisters are distracted. I only wish we had more experienced knights. Most of the Southron knights were lost at the Red Wedding or deserted after. Still, we have the Northern spirit." Jon gave a wry half-smile. "We always do. Are you sure you want to lead the march south yourself? You only just recovered." Robb turned his gaze to Jon. "I must face Walder Frey, Jon. I must avenge our family. I can't let the Blackfish carry that burden alone. Besides, you need to stay here, finish preparing for the White Walkers. This Targaryen aunt of yours might send help, but it will take time. And you're the only one who has faced the undead. You know what it takes. If I fail in the Riverlands, you must hold the North together. We can't risk both of us going." Jon inhaled. "All right, but take Davos. He's wise. He was Stannis' hand, and though Stannis made many mistakes, Davos has a keen sense of strategy. So be it. You've said Davos is a good man. I'll rely on him. And the Blackfish, of course." Robb paused, pressing his lips together. "We'll retake Riverrun, rally the Tully loyalists. Then we break the twins. No more red weddings. No more treachery at that cursed crossing." Jon nodded, placing a hand on Robb's shoulder. "Just be careful." Robb exhaled. "We'll do what we must." So it was that, in the early days of autumn, Robb Stark rode from Winterfell at the head of a newly assembled northern host. The men wore rough-spun cloaks and boiled leather, many with rusted helms or battered shields from prior battles. Leading the vanguard were survivors of the old Stark army, men who had escaped the Red Wedding or been off on other tasks when that horror occurred. They bore the memory of their fallen comrades like a raw wound. As they rode, the Stark banners whipped overhead, gray dire wolves on a field of white, a solemn sign that House Stark was not extinguished. At Robb's side rode the Blackfish, grim-faced and determined. Ser Davos took position just behind them, conferring quietly about supply routes and strategic approach. Word had reached them that Edmure Tully remained a captive at the Twins, forced to yield Riverrun at some point in the recent past, though the Blackfish had escaped. So Robb's aim was clear: free Riverrun from Frey occupation. If the castle had indeed fallen again, it might be a siege situation. Robb's men marched with a quiet intensity, determined to reverse the humiliations inflicted by House Frey. The journey south conjured echoes of the earlier campaign, back when Robb had been the young wolf riding with optimism. Now he was older, scarred in body and soul, haunted by nightmares of betrayal. Yet he felt an undercurrent of fierce resolve. The men around him whispered that the king in the north had returned from the grave to punish the Freys. Some said he had been resurrected by the old gods, others that Grey Wind's spirit guided him. Robb let them speak. He cared little for how they explained his survival as long as it fueled their determination. Each day they advanced, their scouts bringing in scattered tidings, pockets of Riverlanders eager to rise again, Frey patrols that skirmished with outriders. After 2 weeks, they approached the wide expanse of the Red Fork. The sky hung gray, leaves turning gold and crimson in the fleeting sunlight. Soon they would be at Riverrun. On the eve of the anticipated conflict, Robb's scouts returned with word that the Freys had a garrison at Riverrun, but that the Tully loyalists within were ready to revolt the moment an army arrived. The Blackfish was stirring in the deeps, they said. Some of the older Tully men had not forgotten their rightful lord. That night, Robb stood by his tent in the dim glow of the campfires, the sound of men sharpening blades and muttering prayers drifting on the breeze. The Blackfish joined him, silent at first. They looked out over the tents, row upon row of men preparing for battle. Finally, Brynden Tully spoke, his voice gruff. "Tomorrow we strike at dawn. The Freys won't expect such a swift assault. They imagine us a ragged band. But if we can break them quickly, the gates of Riverrun will open from within. I have loyal men inside." Robb nodded. "And if we fail?" The Blackfish set his jaw. "We won't." Robb almost smiled. We won't." He tried to rest that night, but sleep was elusive. His mind churned with images of the Red Wedding, of Bolton's blade, of Walder Frey's smirking face. He rose before dawn, heart pounding, feeling both dread and anticipation. If they succeeded in retaking Riverrun, it would be the first blow struck for vengeance. The gateway to the south would be open. House Tully would rise again. At the first glimmer of pale light, the horns sounded. The northern host formed ranks, cavalry on the flanks, footmen in the center, archers trailing behind. Robb rode near the front with the Blackfish. The crisp morning air tasted of iron. Fog clung to the banks of the Red Fork, a ghostly veil that might cloak their approach. Perfect for a surprise attack. They advanced through the mist, hooves muffled by damp ground. Riverrun loomed ahead, the water glistening around its triangular walls. Fry banners hung limply from the ramparts. A few outlying watchmen shouted alarms, but it was too late. The Northmen charged, horns braying, voices raised in battle cries. Robb's heart hammered as he thundered forward. The gates swung open from within as Tully loyalists, disguised among the garrison, cut down unsuspecting Fry guards. Arrows hissed from the walls. The northern cavalry surged, smashing into the disorganized Fry lines. The ring of steel on steel, the screams of men and horses, the clash of shields, it all roared through Robb's ears, but he kept his focus. He spotted a Fry officer barking commands and spurred his horse onward. Their swords met, sparks flying. Robb's side flared with pain, but he pushed it aside, driving the officer back. Another Fry swung at him from the right. The Blackfish intercepted with a deft thrust of his own blade. The swirl of melee carried them through the outer ward, across the drawbridge. Then Tully men within began rushing out, cheering, hollering that the king in the north had returned, that the Blackfish had come home. The Fry banners were torn down, replaced by the red and blue shroud of House Tully. Within an hour, the fighting was mostly done. Fry survivors threw down arms or else tried to flee. Those who surrendered were rounded up by grim-faced Tully men. Robb dismounted, nearly staggering from the rush of adrenaline and the sting in his side. He nodded at the Blackfish, who was splattered with blood but wore a savage grin. Riverrun was theirs. And so Riverrun erupted in jubilation. The gates stood wide and the northern host poured in, cheering and chanting Robb's name. The castle had been under Fry control, but never wholeheartedly. The garrison was outnumbered by the rising wave of Tully loyalists. Edmure Tully was found in a tower cell, haggard but alive. He wept when he saw Robb, holding him close, lamenting Catelyn's death, swearing renewed loyalty to the king in the north. They raised the direwolf banner alongside the Tully trout from the highest tower. The assembled men roared in unison, echoing across the waters. Robb Stark felt a fierce triumph blazing in his chest, tempered by the ghosts of what he had lost. This was the first step. House Fry would pay. House Lannister would pay. Perhaps, with Daenerys's help, they would topple the Red Keep and bring justice for Ned Stark, for Catelyn, for all those wronged. Yet even in that moment of triumph, a chill flickered down Robb's spine. It felt as though a winter wind cut through the morning sun. He remembered Jon's warning that the true war, the war for the living, lay beyond the wall. He had won a victory here, but there might be no meaning in any throne if the dead overran the realm. He steeled himself. They would have to be swift, finish the phrase, and turn north again, or stand with Daenerys to crush the Lannisters. Time was short and the undead would not wait. For now, though, the men needed heartening, so Robb lifted his sword into the air, ignoring the dull ache in his side. "For House Stark! For House Tully!" he cried. The cheers thundered back at him, echoing across the battlements. The day was theirs. Riverrun was free. Word of Riverrun's liberation spread quickly through the Riverlands. Disaffected lords who had bowed to the phrase only out of terror or necessity now stirred. Some rose in open rebellion, capturing Fry strongholds or driving off garrisons. Walder Fry, in the Twins, raged at the news that Robb Stark had reappeared like a specter from the grave. He demanded reinforcements from King's Landing, but the capital was in disarray. Cersei, now styling herself Queen of the Seven Kingdoms, was too beset by the threat of Daenerys's forces to spare many men. With the Tyrells turned against her, and Dorne likewise, her only real ally of note was Euron Greyjoy. She could ill afford to send an army north to protect the Twins. Thus, Walder Fry found himself largely alone. He mustered every man he could, summoning the scattered forces who once patrolled the Trident, recalling Fry's sons from distant holdings. He barricaded himself in the Twins, trusting in the massive fortifications and the crossing's strategic value. Even so, an undercurrent of fear ran among the Freys. The memory of the Red Wedding was now a curse upon them, and with each passing day, the stories of Robb Stark's vengeance grew. At Riverrun, Robb and the Blackfish prepared to press forward. More Riverlanders flocked to their banner. Ser Davos oversaw the forging of fresh weapons, the distribution of supplies. Edmure Tully, though weakened from captivity, lent his authority to rally old Tully vassals. Castles opened their gates to the rightful lord of Riverrun. The tides were turning. In the great hall of Riverrun, Robb convened a council. Maps lay spread upon a long table. The Blackfish pointed to the twins. We could lay siege, but Walder Frey's fortress is formidable. We might starve them out in time, but they have considerable stores. It would be a long and grinding process. Robb frowned. I have no taste for a drawn-out siege. I want the Freys crushed, but time is precious. We cannot linger indefinitely while the threat of the White Walkers looms. Ser Davos folded his arms. If we must take the twins by force, we'll lose many men. Perhaps we can contrive some trick, a Trojan horse, if you will. Let the Freys believe we come to treat. Robb's eyes darkened with anger. I'll not repeat the pretense of a wedding feast. That charade has cost us enough blood. Edmure Tully spoke softly. What if we blockade the roads, prevent them from foraging or receiving help from the outside? We don't need to starve them fully, only to weaken them. Then we can storm one side with our main force while loyal Tully or Stark men infiltrate from the other. The Blackfish nodded thoughtfully. One crossing is usually heavily defended, but the other might be more vulnerable. They'll have to spread their garrison. We might exploit that. At that moment, a scout arrived with a breathless report. The men parted to let him approach. The scout bowed. Your Grace, we've spotted outriders from the Vale. It seems that Lady Arya Stark, your sister, rides at the head of a small company. They carry the sigil of House Arryn as well. Robb's pulse skipped. Arya? He exchanged startled looks with the Blackfish and Edmure. Then he recalled that Peter Baelish was acting as Lord Protector of the Vale, or so rumor said. But could it be that Arya had returned? Show them in, he ordered at once. Less than an hour later, Arya Stark rode into Riverrun's courtyard, flanked by a handful of Knights of the Vale. She swung down from the saddle with practiced ease, scanning the stone walls with a guarded expression. She had grown taller, lean, and there was a strange hardness in her eyes, a tempered steel. But when Robb rushed to greet her, calling her name, Arya froze as though in disbelief, then ran forward and all but hurled herself into his arms. Robb, she whispered, voice trembling. You're alive. I heard rumors, but I thought, she broke off, pressing her face into his chest. Robb felt tears threatening to overwhelm him again. So much loss, so many missed years. Yet here she was, alive, a miracle like his own survival. He held her back at arm's length after a moment, surveying her face. How did you? Where were you? John said you might have gone to Bravos, or we didn't know. Arya's expression shuddered for a moment. I traveled many places. I learned to be, well, to survive. She glanced at the knights who stood behind her, uncertain. They're sworn to the Vale. They followed me after I confronted Peter Baelish. It's a complicated tale. She hesitated as if choosing her words carefully. He tried to control the Vale in Sansa's name, but Sansa outmaneuvered him. He was executed for treason. The Vale Lords realized they had a Stark among them. So they pledged themselves to me and Sansa, or at least enough of them did to break his hold. She took a breath. When we heard you had reclaimed Riverrun, I came to help. Robb's heart twisted with gratitude and sorrow. So many tragedies, yet each sibling who survived had forged their own path. And you've come in time, he said. We mean to bring justice to Walder Frey. Arya's jaw tightened. I have a list, Robb. A list of names. Walder Frey was always near the top. He exchanged a glance with the Blackfish, who looked somewhat taken aback but also proud. Then let us end him once and for all, Robb said. With the Vale Knights added to their forces, the combined host was stronger still. Robb's plan came into focus: blockade the twins, cut off reinforcements, and orchestrate a two-pronged assault. The Freys would face an army on both sides of the river. If Walder Frey refused to yield, they would storm the fortress, no matter the cost. That evening, when the war council resumed, Arya stood behind Robb, arms folded, gaze steady. The Blackfish laid out the final strategy with Edmure and Ser Davos. They would march at dawn, approach the twins from the west, while a smaller force under Lord Vance and some Tully loyalists circled to the eastern bank. The Freys would be pinned. Before he turned in for the night, Robb found Arya perched on a windowsill overlooking the moonlit courtyard. He approached softly, remembering how she used to climb wherever she pleased, a little girl who refused all ladylike constraints. Now she was nearly a woman grown, with a haunted look about her. He placed a hand on her shoulder. Are you all right? She glanced at him sidelong. Yes, or I will be when Walder Frey is dead. Robb exhaled. We all will. Arya nodded. In the silence, the moon traced silver lines across her face, and Robb found himself remembering the bright-eyed sister who once practiced with wooden swords. He wondered what she had gone through to become this calm, deadly presence. She broke the quiet. I'm glad you're alive, Robb. I used to tell myself you were. Sometimes, I'd whisper the names of those I wanted dead. Sometimes, I'd whisper the names of those I wanted to see again. Yours was at the top of that second list. I missed you. Robb swallowed a lump in his throat. I missed you too, little sister. He dared to ruffle her hair as he once had, a gesture that earned him a ghost of a smile. Then they said no more, listening to the hush of the night, bracing themselves for the battle to come. The march from Riverrun to the twins took barely 4 days. As they advanced, small folk emerged from hiding to watch the columns of troops pass. Some cheered, others simply stared, but all seemed to sense that the tide was turning against the Freys at last. Upon the final approach, Robb's scouts reported that Walder Frey had indeed bunkered down, barricading the great fortress spanning the Green Fork. Frey archers manned the walls, and crossbowmen watched from every crenel. The drawbridge was raised. The water beneath churned with hidden hazards. Walder Frey prepared for a siege. So be it, Robb thought. Let him hide behind his stone walls. This time, there would be no illusions of friendship, no guest right to shield Walder's treachery. There would only be a reckoning. They encamped on the western side of the Green Fork, building siege lines and catapults. The Tully host under Lord Vance crossed further upstream with some difficulty, but soon established a camp on the eastern side. The Freys were truly surrounded. Messengers scurried back and forth under white flags, exchanging demands. Walder Frey demanded that Robb Stark bend the knee, insisted that he would release Edmure Tully if they complied, only to learn Edmure was already free. Furious, Walder threatened to hang every Stark supporter he held captive. Robb responded by catapulting letters over the walls, promising no mercy if harm came to them. So the standoff began. Days passed, with the Freys hunkered behind their battlements. The Northern and Vale forces tightened the noose, cutting off supply lines. Archers kept constant watch. Each dawn, Robb expected Walder to either attempt a breakout or sue for terms. But the old man seemed too stubborn or perhaps too afraid to sally forth. At last, it came to a pitched confrontation. Under cover of night, a group of Freys tried to slip out along the river on rafts, hoping to find supplies or call for help. The Watchers spotted them, and a savage skirmish erupted along the banks. Torches flared, steel clashed, and the rafts were set ablaze. The screams of drowning men carried on the dark water. The rest of the Freys, seeing this fiasco, quickly retreated inside. By dawn, Robb decided the time had come. They would storm the twins. The risk was high, but the alternative was a protracted siege, time they did not have. He summoned Arya to his command tent, along with the Blackfish, Edmure, and a handful of lords. Arya, you wanted Walder Frey, but we can't let vengeance overshadow strategy. Storming the twins is no simple feat. He traced the map with a finger. We'll lead the main assault on the western tower. Lord Vance's forces will attack the eastern tower. We break in simultaneously. Once we've established a foothold, we open the gates so more men can flood in. The Blackfish grunted. We should use the catapults, batter their walls, draw their attention to the main gate. Meanwhile, a small group might slip in from the waterway below. It's risky. Frey crossbows will be lethal from above. Arya's voice was tight. I can get inside. They all turned to look at her. She met their stares with a cool, unflinching gaze. I've learned how to move unseen, she said simply. I need only a small boat at night. The fortress straddles the water. There are drainage outlets. I can find a way in. Robb frowned. The thought of Arya in danger roused every protective instinct he had. But the unwavering set of her jaw told him she was serious. What will you do once inside? I'll open the gate, or cause chaos, or kill Walder Frey myself if I find him. Her voice was calm, matter-of-fact. I've done worse. A beat of silence. Edmure exchanged a doubtful glance with the Blackfish. But Robb saw the determination in Arya's face, recognized a reflection of the wolf's ferocity. All right, he said softly. But be careful. Arya nodded once. I will. So that night, under the cloak of darkness, Arya Stark glided toward the twins on a small skiff with 2 loyal companions. They carried grappling hooks, dark cloaks, and slender blades. The Northmen launched a diversionary bombardment of the western walls, catapulting flaming projectiles to draw Frey attention. Meanwhile, Arya and her small team slipped beneath the fortress, seeking the small drainage outflow near the base. Inside the fortress, Walder Frey paced in a fury, cursing the Starks, the Tullys, and the worthless southern lords who had failed to help him. His many sons and grandsons looked on anxiously. They had posted archers to every vantage point, but the night was dark and the catapult fire lit the sky in dancing orange. Tension hung thick in the halls. Just before dawn, a thunderous shout erupted from the western tower, a cry of alarm. One of the gates was opening from the inside, letting in northern men. The Freys scrambled, yelling for reinforcements, but confusion reigned. Soldiers dashed through corridors and Walder Frey hollered for them to bar the second gate. He never saw Arya coming. She emerged from the shadows in a deserted hallway, having slipped away from her companions. She moved with eerie silence, face set in cold resolve. She knew Walder Frey's face from countless nightmares, had repeated his name in her nightly prayers for death. Now, at last, she found him alone for a moment, his retainers scurrying elsewhere in panic. He turned, startled, just in time for Arya's blade to press against his throat. His mouth twisted in terror. "Who, how?" She said nothing, only stared into his watery eyes. Then, swiftly, she sliced his throat. Walder Frey gurgled, clawing at the wound, blood spurting between his fingers. Arya stepped back to avoid the spray, her face grim and unyielding, watching him collapse to the floor. She gave him no final words, no mercy. The list was complete. Moments later, Frey soldiers burst in, only to find their liege lord in a spreading pool of blood and a young Stark woman standing over him. Some turned to run. Others tried to raise blades, but Arya was faster. She lunged, taking down one guard, then the other, her dance of steel lethal and precise. She had no illusions of winning a prolonged fight alone, but she didn't need to. The northern army was pouring in now, unstoppable. The twins fell in a matter of hours. With Walder Frey dead, many of his sons and grandsons fought desperately, but some surrendered, hearts quailing at the sight of the Stark banners in their halls. By noon, the ancient crossing belonged to the north again. The Red Wedding was avenged. Frey corpses littered the corridors, the courtyards. Those who remained alive were taken captive. When Robb Stark entered the hall where Walder Frey had once hosted that infamous wedding feast, he paused at the threshold. Memories flooded him of that terrible night. But the tables were overturned, blood pooled on the floor, and the old man's body lay crumpled where Arya had ended him. Arya stood nearby, chest heaving. Their eyes met. Robb felt a mixture of horror and grim satisfaction. He stepped forward, placing a hand on her shoulder. "It's done," he said quietly. Her face was pale. For a moment, she said nothing, then gave a slight nod. She looked down at Walder Frey's body, eyes distant. "He was the first on my list," she whispered. Robb gently steered her away. "We have them all now. We have the twins." In the days that followed, the North and Riverlands rejoiced. Word spread like wildfire. House Frey had fallen, Walder Frey slain by Arya Stark, the twins in Stark hands. Edmure Tully took satisfaction in seeing the crossing secure. The Blackfish, still alive and triumphant, said it was the old man's just deserts for betraying guest right. Some lesser Frey branches bent the knee, begging mercy. Robb allowed those who had not partaken in the Red Wedding conspiracy to swear fealty, but any direct conspirators were imprisoned or executed. At last, vengeance was done. The king in the north had not only survived, but prevailed over the treacherous Walder Frey. With Riverrun and the twins secure, the Riverlands were effectively back under Tully Stark authority. A vital blow to the Lannister-Frey alliance had been struck. But as ravens flew to Winterfell bearing news of the victory, Robb's heart turned north again. Word had come of strange movements near the wall, sightings of whites. The White Walkers were on the march. The time for southern wars was nearing an end. The living had to unite or face extinction. And so Robb Stark, battered yet unbroken, stood in the yard of the twins, the stench of death still heavy in the air, and looked to the horizon. He thought of Jon, of Sansa, of the Targaryen dragons that might be the realm's best hope. He thought of ice and fire, of loyalty and betrayal, of the legacy of House Stark and House Targaryen. His story was not finished. Neither was the war for the realm. But the boy who once rode south with hope in his heart had become a man tempered by blood and loss. The Wolf King still stood, flanked by a sister forged into a deadly blade, bound by a brother who carried the heritage of dragons. Together, they would face King's Landing if they must, and beyond that, the threat rising from the land of always winter. The North remembered. And the hour of retribution was only beginning. The hour of retribution was only beginning. In the aftermath of the battle for the twins, piles of rubble and broken weaponry littered the courtyards while the last traces of smoke curled into a subdued morning sky. The old fortress still stank of blood and fear. The rising sun revealed Stark banners draped over the parapets where once Walder Frey's blazon had hung. Men of House Tully and the North mingled in tight groups, speaking in murmurs, half stunned by the sheer swiftness of their success. Robb Stark stood on the western bridge, gloves tucked into his belt, exhaustion tugging at every muscle. His armor was dented, the surcoat spotted with grime, but a charged energy still coursed through him. Much of that, he knew, owed itself to the righteous fury that had burned in his chest ever since the Red Wedding. Vengeance might not restore the dead to life, but it lent him purpose. He gazed down at the turbulent river swirling beneath the foundations of the twins. Behind him, the battered gatehouse stood open, the heavy portcullis raised once more. Laughter, joyous and incredulous, occasionally broke out among the survivors. He heard snatches of conversation. "They say Walder Frey died choking on his own blood, courtesy of Arya Stark. I wouldn't cross that one, by the gods. And all his brood captured or fled." Not all had fled, of course. A dozen or more Frey sons and grandsons lay dead in the corridors. Others had thrown down their arms in panic, screaming for mercy. Some, mostly lesser relations, offered no resistance once they saw Walder's body. What to do with those captives was a question for the coming days. Robb sighed, turning from the water. Across the bridge, he spotted the Blackfish conferring with Edmure Tully and Ser Davos. Nearby, Arya lingered at the base of a battered stone staircase, arms crossed over her chest. She hadn't slept, or if she had, only fitfully on a bench. A caked mixture of mud and dried blood streaked her boots. Something about her posture, so still, so contained, worried him more than if she'd collapsed weeping. He crossed the bridge, boots echoing on the damp stone. As he approached Arya, she turned her head but did not speak. "Any wounds?" he asked quietly. She shook her head. "None that need tending." Robb touched her shoulder. "We'll have the maester look at you anyway if you'll let him." She hesitated a moment, as though the suggestion was almost surprising, then nodded. "All right?" A flicker of relief passed through Robb. "Where's the Blackfish?" She tilted her chin toward a group of men sorting through the last of the Frey stores in the courtyard. "He's reorganizing the guard. Some of the soldiers we captured claim a few Frey knights might still be holed up in the eastern tower. They're searching." Robb nodded. For a moment, silence spooled between them, broken only by the clank of weapons and the distant hiss of the river. He pressed his lips together. "Arya, what you did last night. I know how badly you wanted vengeance." Her gray eyes flicked to his. "He was on my list." He studied her face, a swirl of pride and sorrow contorting in his chest. "Did it help?" She didn't answer right away. At length, she exhaled, looking away. "I don't know. I spent so many nights saying his name. Now it's done. But I still remember everything that happened." "That doesn't go away." Robb slid his hand from her shoulder. "If you need time, I'll be fine," she said, though her tone lacked conviction. Then, a spark of hardness returned to her eyes. "We have too many other battles to fight to dwell on it now." He inclined his head. She was right, of course. The realm was teetering on the brink of new conflicts. He gave her a brief, solemn smile and left her to her silent watch over the battered fortress. In the main courtyard, the Blackfish was indeed reorganizing. Some men hammered barricades into place, anticipating a possible counterattack. Others carted the bodies of slain Freys to a corner of the yard, stacking them for a mass burial. The stench was overpowering. Robb wondered grimly if they should leave Walder's corpse exposed to crows, but decided that would be unnecessary cruelty and would reflect poorly on House Stark. The old man was dead. Let him feed the worms out of sight. Edmure and Ser Davos met him near the battered remains of the feast hall. Edmure's face was still hollow-eyed, as though he could not believe the reversal of their fortunes. He had spent months in a cell, listening to the Freys mock the memory of his sister, of his nephew, of the entire Tully name. Now, the banner of the trout once again fluttered in the breeze. Ser Davos touched 2 fingers to his brow, half a salute. "Your Grace, the men are in good spirits. We found ample stores of grain and salted pork in the cellars. The Freys were well provisioned, though the winter might have tested them eventually." Edmure spoke. "It's a miracle. We've regained the twins, and with it, the means to unite the entire Riverlands. The smaller lords who wavered or swore grudging fealty to the Freys will have no choice but to come back to House Tully." Robb nodded. "We'll see to it. The next step is ensuring stability. We hold the twins and Riverrun, which splits the Frey dominion in half. There are pockets of Frey loyalists. Some might try to mount a resistance, though with Walder dead, they lack a strong figurehead." He cast a glance at Davos. "We can't tarry long. The White Walkers threaten the north, and the Lannisters remain in King's Landing. Our plan was always to secure the Riverlands, then shift our focus. Or coordinate with Daenerys if she's truly landed and is pushing west. Edmure pressed a hand to his forehead. Lines of worry etched there. I'll do everything I can to rally the River Lords quickly. As for the Frey garrisons that remain, they'll fold soon enough or we'll expel them by force. Davos gestured to the rising sun. We should send a raven to Winterfell. Let Jon Snow know we've succeeded. Ask for any news on the Targaryen front. Robb's lips thinned. Yes, I want to know if Daenerys has responded to our letters. If her war with Cersei is truly underway, we may have an opportunity to strike the Lannisters from two fronts. But I won't commit the North's full strength if the dead are poised to invade. He turned to Edmure. Uncle, we'll need a portion of your forces to remain here at the Twins to hold it against any potential incursion. Then I want you to gather as many men as you can from the local lords. The Blackfish will oversee fortifications. I'll remain until the region is stable, then prepare to return north. Edmure nodded. You can count on me. They parted, each man heading to tend to his responsibilities. Robb moved through the keep's interior, stepping over debris. As he climbed a winding staircase to what had once been Walder Frey's private solar, he found more evidence of the night's violence, bloodstains on the walls, shattered furniture, shattered illusions. Some part of him felt a twisted satisfaction knowing that the seat of the Frey's treachery now lay despoiled. In the solar, daylight streamed through arrow-slit windows. A table had been overturned, a map lying crumpled on the floor. Robb picked it up, smoothing the parchment. It showed the Riverlands in broad strokes, with lines marking local roads dotted with small sigils for the local houses. He recognized many that once marched under his banner. Some had turned coat or recused themselves after the Red Wedding. Now he would give them a chance to come back, but if they had truly betrayed House Tully, there would be a reckoning. The door scraped open behind him. Robb turned to see the Blackfish standing in the doorway, arms folded. He looked more somber than triumphant, though the stern set of his mouth bespoke a certain grim satisfaction. It's no Riverrun, the Blackfish said, glancing around the solar, but it's ours for now. Robb nodded. Thanks to you and the men. And Arya? The Blackfish's expression flickered. He gave a short nod. I heard she took Walder Frey's life with her own blade. She did. Brynden Tully said nothing for a moment, stepping farther into the solar. He rested a hand on the back of an overturned chair, knuckles whitening. I can't pretend I'm sorry to hear how the old bastard died. If anyone deserved a cold steel end, it was him. Robb blew out a breath. Arya's taken it upon herself to deliver the justice. Still, she's so young. I hope it doesn't poison her. Well, none of us come out of this war unscathed. The Blackfish regarded Robb's face. What now, lad? We have the crossing. My nephew Edmure can re-establish Tully rule. Do we press on King's Landing? Robb shook his head. Not yet. We can't replicate the mistakes I made before, marching in multiple directions without ensuring we have a broad alliance or a guaranteed supply line. The winter is coming. We must see if Daenerys Targaryen stands with us and if she can truly break the Lannisters' hold. The older knight let out a low hum. You're thinking about the White Walkers too. I am. If Jon's warnings are true, the real battle is in the north. But the Lannisters and their Frey allies proved they cannot be trusted to negotiate in good faith. While we're busy with the dead, Cersei might stab us in the back. So if Daenerys means to depose Cersei, that could solve one problem. Or create a new one if she demands we kneel. Brynden Tully gave a shrug. Better a Targaryen queen who wasn't party to the Red Wedding than a Lannister who orchestrated half our woes. Agreed. Robb set the map aside. Still, there's much to settle. Let's see about our men's morale first. They left the solar, stepping back into the corridor where the hush of aftermath weighed heavily. Robb thought again of his mother, of Grey Wind, of all those who had died in this cursed place. The revenge he'd taken felt hollow in some ways, but it was a necessary step to free the Riverlands from the Frey yoke. The next steps would prove far more complicated. He found Arya in the outer ward, being coaxed by an elderly maester who had survived under Frey rule by feigning neutrality. She stood with stiff impatience while he poked at her arms, checking for bruises or injuries. When the maester saw Robb approach, he bowed as best he could with old bones. Your Grace, your sister is in good health, he said. Some exhaustion, a few minor cuts. Nothing that a bit of rest and ointment won't remedy. Arya gave Robb a narrow-eyed look. I told you I'm fine. He suppressed a rueful grin. I'm relieved to hear it. She slipped past the maester, arms folded tightly, eyes flicking around at the bustle of soldiers clearing debris. What's next? Rest, Robb said gently. We have more fights ahead. We need you strong. Arya let out a breath. I can't sit idle. There's always something more that needs doing. He put a hand on her shoulder, steering her away from the bustle. We have to hold these towers securely. There may be a handful of Frey loyalists hiding in the nearby villages. I want them dealt with, but not slaughtered without cause, only if they remain openly hostile. So if you're restless, you can work with the scouts. Round up stragglers, ensure they understand the new order. Her gaze hardened with something like grim acceptance. Yes, I see. And do that. He managed a small, sad smile. We'll talk later, Arya. She nodded and slipped away, her footsteps light, her presence almost ghost-like. Robb watched her go, feeling that same pang of mixed pride and worry. But the realm had a way of hammering children into weapons before their time. He rejoined Ser Davos and the Blackfish outside the newly claimed Great Hall. The morning sun had fully risen now, revealing battered battlements and the sprawl of the camps along both sides of the river. The sounds of forges and hammering drifted from a corner of the courtyard. Blacksmiths had already set up, mending swords and axes chipped in the fight. Davos cleared his throat. Your Grace, we can hold the twins, but we must also handle the prisoners. There are some among them who claim they never supported Walder's actions at the Red Wedding. Whether that's truth or just fear speaking, I can't say. Robb felt his jaw clench at the mention of the Red Wedding. We'll question them. Any who were directly involved in the slaughter that night must face justice. Those who can prove innocence, we may let them swear fealty to House Tully or the North if they wish. It's likely some were coerced. Still, I won't risk letting traitors slip away. Davos nodded. We'll begin with the higher-ranked Freys in custody. They'll have the clearest guilt or innocence. The lesser men, we'll see. Robb glanced at the Blackfish. Uncle, I'll leave the interrogation in your capable hands. You know their faces better than I do. Brynden Tully inclined his head. I'd be honored. Rest assured, the guilty won't escape our net. With that, they parted again, each to his own duties. Robb moved among the men, offering words of encouragement, checking on the wounded. A hush often fell when he passed, replaced by murmurs of the king in the north, in low, awed tones. Some men watched him with the sort of reverence one might show a spirit returned from the grave. Robb did his best to greet them with warmth, though a part of him recoiled at the memory of how many times his father had done the same. Ned Stark had walked among the folk with gentle dignity, never lording his status over them. Robb hoped he could be half as worthy of such respect. By midday, ravens were dispatched to Winterfell and to the surrounding river lords. Edmure Tully set out for Harrentown with a retinue, aiming to gather local support and restore Tully governance. Scouts scoured the roads. Robb oversaw the reorganization of the captured supplies, ensuring that the men wouldn't want for food. Only in the late afternoon did he finally allow himself a moment's respite, retreating to one of the less damaged chambers in the eastern tower. The room was stark, containing only a battered wooden bed, a trunk, and a single window that overlooked the wide green waters. There, he sank onto the edge of the bed, gazing at the faint sunlight on the stone walls. Exhaustion weighed him down, mind drifting. If he closed his eyes, he would see the phantom scenes of the Red Wedding all over again, or the battle for the twins. Men falling, arrows shrieking, Arya's blade at Walder Frey's throat. He thought of his mother. She would have been proud to see him avenged. But she might also have warned him to show mercy when it was wise, not to let vengeance be the only guiding star. He recalled her urging him to be careful, to show cunning, to keep the good of the realm in sight. His grief was still a raw wound, but at least he had done something tangible to honor her memory. A light knock startled him from his thoughts. He rubbed his eyes and rose, crossing to open the door. Ser Davos stood there, a slight air of uncertainty about him. Apologies for disturbing you, Your Grace, Davos said, but a rider just came in. He bears tidings from the north. Robb's heart quickened. From Winterfell? Davos nodded. He claims so. Should I bring him here? Please do. Davos vanished, returning moments later with a young courier in stark livery, mud clinging to his boots. The courier bowed hastily. "Your Grace, I've ridden hard from Winterfell. Lord Jon Snow sends you greetings. And some news." Robb motioned for the courier to speak. He noticed the young man's trembling. He was probably starstruck by seeing Robb alive. Lord Jon's message is that Daenerys Targaryen has made landfall at Dragonstone and begun forging alliances with lords from the Reach and Dorne. King's Landing is in turmoil. Cersei Lannister styles herself queen, but her hold is precarious. The courier paused for a breath. He also says the threat of the White Walkers grows. The Night King's army was last reported east of the Fist of the First Men. Wildlings and rangers have sighted them near the edges of the Frostfangs. Winterfell is sending men to fortify the wall's defenses with the Night's Watch. A man called Tormund Giantsbane is leading wildling scouts. Robb's stomach nodded. So the threat is real and near. Did Jon say anything about a pact with Daenerys? The courier nodded. "Yes, Your Grace. Lord Jon wrote that he traveled to Dragonstone personally, met with the Targaryen queen, and bent the knee in exchange for her support against the undead. But complications arose in the south. Euron Greyjoy harries her fleets, and the Lannisters are proving stubborn. Meanwhile, Lord Jon returned to Winterfell to prepare for the fight in the north. Word has it Queen Daenerys may soon confront Cersei near King's Landing." Robb exchanged a quick look with Davos. So Jon had decided to swear fealty to Daenerys. That complicated matters. But perhaps it was the right move if it secured dragons to fight the White Walkers. What about the North's independence? The courier shook his head, brow creasing. Lord Jon said that for now, the main concern is survival. After the war with the dead, they can negotiate further. Queen Daenerys asked him to join her southern campaign, but he insisted the North must be defended first. She did send some men, mostly from House Tyrell's leftover forces, to ferry Dragonglass to White Harbor. They're forging weapons at Winterfell as we speak. Robb took a slow breath, letting the ramifications settle. "Thank you," he said softly to the courier. "You've done well. Get some rest and food. We'll have need of more messengers soon." When the courier left, Robb turned to Davos. "Jon's bent the knee to her. That means if we commit the North's armies to a southern war, we'll be fighting for her crown." Davos raised a hand. "Not necessarily, Your Grace. Jon's focus is clearly on the White Walkers. But if Daenerys wins the throne, she becomes the monarch we must deal with. She might be more sympathetic to the North than the Lannisters ever were, or she might demand we remain a part of the Seven Kingdoms." Robb frowned. "I remember how the North roared for independence when I was first crowned. Would they be willing to kneel again, even for a Targaryen queen who fights the dead?" "It may depend on results," Davos said. "If Daenerys fights for the survival of the realm, if she proves just and acknowledges the role House Stark has played, well, many might set aside old grudges for the sake of unity." Robb nodded, though tension hummed in him. He'd once declared an independent North, and men had died to uphold that cause. Now everything was shifting. The White Walkers overshadowed mortal politics. Pride in an independent kingdom might mean little if the realm fell to an endless night. Still, it was an uneasy thought to consider kneeling again to a foreign-born queen whose father had once burned men alive. He stared out the narrow window. The sun was crossing toward mid-afternoon, painting the fortress's towers in gold. Well, we must see how this war plays out. If Daenerys is about to challenge Cersei, it might distract the Lannisters enough that they pose no threat to us. That means we can devote more men to the coming war with the dead. But it also means Daenerys might want us to open a second front in the west. Davos shrugged, mouth twisting. "It's possible. Right now, I'd guess she wants to break the Lannisters swiftly. Once that's settled, she can bring her dragons north. But if the White Walkers march south faster than anticipated, we'll need her sooner." Robb folded his arms, trying to quell the swirl of thoughts. "Let's finalize our hold here. Then I'll return to Winterfell with a portion of the army. I want to coordinate with Jon in person. You, Davos, you should come with me. The Blackfish and Edmure can handle pacifying the Riverlands." Davos bowed his head in assent. "As you wish, Your Grace." They parted ways. Robb lingered a moment in the chamber, letting the knowledge wash over him. Jon had bent the knee to Daenerys Targaryen. Some corner of him wondered if that might eventually lead to tensions. Both men had been hailed as kings in the north, after all. But if Jon was truly the son of Rhaegar Targaryen and Aunt Lyanna, that complicated everything. Yet none of it mattered if the White Walkers triumphed. He dropped heavily onto the edge of the bed, rubbing the bridge of his nose. The war with Walder Frey was all but concluded. The war against the Lannisters might soon pass into Daenerys's hands. The war for the Dawn was coming. For a moment, his mother's voice flickered in his head, urging him to gather his family, to stand united. That was all that truly mattered. He closed his eyes, letting exhaustion tug him into a half-doze, though images of the dead, of dragons, of the Red Wedding kept swirling behind his eyelids. When he woke, the light through the window had shifted, reddening with the approach of twilight. He rose, shaking off the clinging vestiges of sleep, and went to see how the night's watch would be organized. Outside, torches flared along the battlements. Soldiers in Stark and Tully colors patrolled with cautious eyes. The final pockets of resistance in the fortress had been cleared out. Any Frey men still cowering in hidden corners had surrendered or been put to the sword. It was at last truly theirs. He spotted Arya near the gatehouse, conversing with a group of scouts. She had changed into cleaner clothing, a plain tunic and leggings, her hair pulled back from her face. Even so, she looked like a blade forged of ice. Slim, dangerous, unyielding. As Robb joined them, the scouts saluted, though Arya merely inclined her head. "We have men riding out to the nearby hamlets," she said. "No real resistance so far. Most of the small folk are relieved the Freys are gone. Some local knights turned themselves in. They'd been sworn to the Freys, but say they never took part in the Red Wedding. The Blackfish is sorting them out." Robb nodded. "Good. We'll keep the peace. And we'll ensure no more atrocities like the one Walder orchestrated." He looked at her more closely. "Are you eating? Sleeping?" She rolled her eyes slightly. "Don't mother me, Robb. I'm managing." He gave a soft snort. "I worry. Is that not allowed?" A fleeting smile touched her lips, but only for an instant. "I appreciate it," she said more quietly. "But we have so little time. The real war—" She trailed off, and he felt the unspoken weight of that truth. He laid a hand on her shoulder briefly, letting the warmth of sibling affection pass between them. Then he turned to the scouts, gave them further instructions to keep watch for any stray Frey outriders that might approach. As the men dispersed, he lingered with Arya, the torchlight dancing across the pale stone walls. "Will you go back north?" she asked, voice subdued. "Jon's there, Sansa's there. It would be the first time we've all been together in so long." He let out a quiet breath. "Yes, once we've fully established Tully rule and posted an adequate garrison. I'll leave the Blackfish and Edmure here. They can rally the River Lords. Perhaps eventually they can help Daenerys Targaryen take King's Landing if she needs it." Arya's eyes flicked with a faint spark. "And you? Will you bend the knee too?" A complicated swirl of emotions flashed through Robb. "I don't know," he admitted. "Jon did so to protect the North, to ensure Daenerys's help against the White Walkers. If that's what's required, I might follow suit. But I recall how our bannermen once rallied for an independent North. I know how proud they are, how proud I was." He paused. "But would I cling to pride if it meant risking the realm to the dead? No. Father would never have condoned that." She regarded him with a level stare. "You're still my king, Robb. Jon is too, in his own way. The men might follow either or both. But we can't waste time fighting among ourselves. We have one war to fight, for the living." He managed a crooked smile. "My thoughts exactly." They parted then as the night's duties called, but the warmth remained with him. Despite all the suffering and losses, 3 Starks, Robb, Jon, and Arya, still lived, along with Sansa, somewhere in Winterfell. Perhaps, if the gods were kind, they would fight side by side one last time. In the days that followed, Robb and the Blackfish oversaw the thorough consolidation of House Tully's influence in the region. The news of Walder Frey's death, delivered by a Stark, no less, spread like fire in dry grass. Several small castles garrisoned by lesser Freys capitulated almost without a fight. A handful of battles erupted where stubborn Freykin refused to yield, but they were swiftly put down. Edmure's presence soothed the fears of local lords who had worried about retribution. He invited them to stand under the Tully banner again. Most complied. Meanwhile, ravens flew to and from Winterfell, updating Robb on the northern situation. Sansa was overseeing domestic matters there, dealing with resettling small folk scattered by the Bolton's rule. Jon was making journeys up and down the length of the wall, directing the placement of dragonglass shipments. A new sense of urgency glowed in each of his letters. The White Walkers grew nearer every day. Amid the swirl of responsibilities, Arya vanished from the fortress for intervals. Sometimes it was for a day, sometimes two. She always returned with reports of having helped root out Frey loyalists or scouted for any sign of Lannister assistance. Her skill in stealth was uncanny. She slipped in and out like a shadow. Robb worried but trusted her judgment. When she came back, she carried that same grim composure. Now and then, though, he glimpsed flickers of the lively girl she had been, especially when she teased him about his posture or reminded him how he'd once bested her in a spar with wooden swords. He clung to those glimpses, hoping that the final battles would not break them entirely. 3 weeks after they had taken the twins, the region stood firmly under Tully control. Though some scattered Frey remnants lingered in the outlying moors, they posed little threat. Robb judged the time ripe to leave. The Blackfish, Edmure, and their loyal knights would maintain order. The Stark banners would remain, too, as a sign of solidarity. On a crisp morning, Robb oversaw the formation of the column that would march north. He had chosen about half of the men to accompany him, those who had been most loyal to House Stark from the beginning, many from the north itself. The other half would remain with Edmure, patrolling the Riverlands, ready to join any future call from Robb or Jon. The men gathered in the courtyard, murmuring with anticipation to finally head home. Robb, astride a dark chestnut horse, wore a fur cloak over his light armor. A chill wind tugged at his hair, reminding him that winter's teeth were closing in. Beside him rode Arya on a lean gray mare, her eyes narrowed against the early sunlight. Ser Davos was mounted behind them, the Stark banner streaming from the staff he gripped. The Blackfish approached. The road ahead should be clear, though snow may hinder you the further north you go. Robb leaned over to clasp his uncle's hand. Thank you for everything. I know my mother would be proud of the way you've stood by us. Hold this crossing, and if Daenerys Targaryen calls, do what you can to help, though don't strip the garrison bare. The Lannisters could still try a desperate move. The older knight's mouth twitched. I doubt the Lannisters would be so bold as to come up the Trident now. But we'll be ready for anything. Edmure, standing behind his uncle, bowed to Robb from the waist. Give my love to Sansa. And tell Jon well. Tell him I'm at his service should he need more men for the war in the north. Robb nodded. I will. With that, the call to march went out. Hooves clopped on stone as the column moved across the courtyard and out through the battered gate. The wide river shimmered under the morning sun, an icy wind rippling its surface. As they crossed the western bridge, Robb glanced back one last time at the fortress that had been the site of his family's darkest betrayal. The Red Wedding might never leave his nightmares, but at least he could ride away knowing House Frey had paid for its crimes. He touched the hilt of his sword, forging a silent vow to carry that same resolve against any foe who threatened them now. Then, turning forward, he led the host out onto the King's Road, bound for Winterfell. The journey north was not easy. Winter's grip was tightening, leaving the roads muddy or frozen, depending on the fluctuations in temperature. The wind carried a bite sharper than any year Robb could recall growing up. Still, the men pressed on, determined, hearts buoyed by the knowledge that the Boltons had been overthrown, that the Stark banner flew once more at Winterfell, that perhaps the king in the north had truly come back from the brink. At Moat Cailin, they found only a token garrison of loyal crannogmen. Tom Reed, who had once helped save Robb from the Red Wedding, was among them. He greeted Robb with tears in his eyes, astonished and gladdened to see him well. They rested briefly, replenishing supplies with what little the marshes provided. The stony ruins of Moat Cailin loomed in quiet vigilance, battered by centuries of conflict. Robb felt a surge of gratitude for the cunning crannogmen who had sheltered him on his first desperate flight north months ago. Farther on, the terrain grew more familiar, rolling hills, scattered pine forests dusted with snow. They passed burned-out farmsteads testifying to the brutality of Ramsay Bolton's days. But here and there, new logs rose from half-rebuilt homes. Families huddled close, waving shyly as the column passed. The soldiers tossed them bits of bread or salt fish. Many recognized the Stark sigil, tears shining in their eyes as they realized it was not the Boltons come to torment them, but their rightful liege lords returning. At last, on a gray afternoon when the sky threatened fresh snow, they spotted the familiar outline of Winterfell's walls. Smoke rose from its chimneys, the high towers partially repaired. Robb felt his throat tighten at the sight. The last time he had seen those walls, he'd been in chains of betrayal, staggering with blood loss. Now he returned, older, scarred, carrying the mantle of leadership once more. The memory made him breathe in the cold air as though to steady himself. The gates opened at their approach. A small crowd of onlookers had gathered, guards in stark livery, smiths, stable hands. Robb led the host through the archway, hooves crunching on the frosty ground. The courtyard looked different from his childhood, but it still felt like home in some essential way. Overhead, the Stark banner rippled in the wind. He dismounted, leaving the horse to a stable boy who looked awed to see him. Arya slipped down from her mare beside him, scanning the Y. Ard. Men moved aside, making way. Then the castle doors opened and Sansa emerged, draped in a thick cloak of pale gray, her auburn hair braided around her shoulders. Beside her stood Jon Snow in black and gray leathers, ghost at his heel. The albino direwolf's ears pricked, muzzle twitching at the new arrivals. Tom seemed to pause. Then Sansa broke into a swift walk, almost a run, and threw her arms around Robb, burying her face in his shoulder. He held her tightly, inhaling the scent of her hair, feeling a wave of relief wash through him. She was here, alive, strong. He saw tears glint in her eyes, though she tried to blink them back. Arya stepped up behind them and Sansa pulled her into the embrace as well. For a moment, the three siblings clung together, ignoring the onlookers, ignoring the swirl of responsibilities. When Sansa finally released them, her cheeks were damp but her eyes bright. "You did it," she whispered to Robb. "You avenged them." He nodded. "We did. Frey's gone, the twins are ours, and the Riverlands are free again." Jon stepped forward then, leaning in to clasp Robb's arm. The two men regarded each other with sober relief. Jon's face showed new lines of fatigue, perhaps from the burdens of leadership or the endless scouting trips. But there was a fierce strength in his eyes as well, a reflection of the unyielding North. "You've come at a critical time," Jon said softly. "The dead draw nearer. The wildlings have joined us in reinforcing Eastwatch and Castle Black, but the numbers we face are staggering." Robb exhaled. "Then it's time to plan in earnest. We can talk inside." He turned to the men behind him, half frozen from the ride. "Welcome home, all of you," he called out, voice echoing off the courtyard stones. "See that they're fed and housed." A cheer rose from the ranks, though it was subdued by the cold and the looming threat on the horizon. Robb, Arya, and Jon traded glances. Then, with Sansa leading the way, they moved into the keep's interior. Warm air enveloped them as they stepped through the doors. Fires crackled in hearths along the hall, torches bracketed to the walls. Servants hurried to make ready for such a large influx of returning soldiers. Winterfell's great hall, while partially repaired, still bore signs of past damage from the Ironborn and the Boltons. But the high rafters looked strong, newly fitted beams in places. The smell of stew wafted through the space, and a sense of cautious hope hummed among those seated on benches at the sides. Robb paused, taking in the sight, the dais at the far end where a simple wooden chair bearing the Stark crest served as a throne. He could almost see his father there, passing judgments, or his mother instructing him in the ways of courtesy. A wave of memories flickered through him like fleeting ghosts. Sansa guided them to a narrower corridor off the main hall, leading to a private council chamber. It was a smaller room, with tapestries depicting direwolves in swirling patterns. A heavy wooden table dominated the center, chairs spaced around it. A few of Jon's key allies were already waiting. Ser Brienne of Tarth, tall and broad-shouldered in a subdued gray cloak. Tormund Giantsbane, the wildling leader, who cast a curious look at Robb with his bright blue eyes, and a couple of northern lords Robb recognized, Lady Lyanna Mormont among them, her small figure perched on a chair with unwavering poise. They rose or inclined heads as Robb and Arya entered. Tormund let out a bark of laughter. "Another bloody Stark back from the dead. Eh? Is this some sort of trick you wolves do?" Robb's lips quirked. Jon stepped in to diffuse the moment. "No trick, Tormund. Robb survived the Red Wedding by the barest thread of fortune. And now he's retaken the Riverlands." Tormund gave a rough shrug. Well, good on you, Crow's brother." Lady Mormont turned her steely gaze on Robb. "You left us as a king once, your grace. Seems you've come back as one. Is that so?" Robb cleared his throat. "I am recognized by some as king in the north, my lady. And yet Jon has also been crowned. We are not here to vie for the same seat. We share one cause now: survival." She nodded slowly, as though pleased by that answer. "Good. The North stands behind those who protect it. Sansa gestured for everyone to sit. They settled around the table, the fireplace crackling to one side. A sense of urgency filled the chamber. As soon as they were seated, Jon leaned forward, arms on the table. "We have word from scouts near the wall that the Night King's forces move steadily south. They might reach Eastwatch before the winter's end. We have begun forging as many dragonglass weapons as possible, knives, arrowheads. Daenerys Targaryen sends shipments from Dragonstone, which sits on a mountain of dragonglass. Yet it won't be enough, not quickly." Ser Brienne spoke, her voice calm but resonant. "We must gather all the men we can spare. If the Lannisters under Cersei choose not to send aid, we may face the dead alone, unless Daenerys sends her armies and her dragons north in time." Sansa folded her hands. "Ravens from our southern informants say Daenerys is on the verge of launching an attack on King's Landing. She is determined to remove Cersei Lannister from power, especially after the destruction of the September of Baelor. The city's population suffers, and many lords are fleeing. If Daenerys wins swiftly, she could turn north with her dragons. If the fight drags on, we might be forced to face the Night King without her." Arya's voice was low. "So do we wait for her, or do we prepare to stand alone?" All eyes turned to Jon. He ran a hand through his hair. "Waiting might prove fatal, but we need her dragons. The Whites can be destroyed by fire, as well as dragonglass. The problem is that the realm is vast, and the White Walkers may not give us the time to coordinate a perfect strategy. We have to make ready as if it's only us. Then, if Daenerys comes, all the better." Robb took a breath. "Agreed. As soon as we can muster the River Lords, we'll bring them north. I left the Blackfish and Edmure in command, but they'll send what men they can spare to help here, once their hold on the Trident is secure. That could add thousands to our numbers." Jon's eyes flickered with relief. "Thousands would help. We've had trouble recruiting some of the smaller northern houses. Many lost too many men in the war against the Boltons." Lady Mormont gave a curt nod. "Bear Island stands ready, though we have few soldiers left, but each of us is worth 10 from the south." Tormund grinned toothily. "I still have wildlings scattered along the Gift and beyond. We'll gather more if we can, but many are reluctant to go near the wall again. Old grudges die hard. Still, the threat of the dead unites us, or it should." Sansa turned to Robb. "We must also consider supplies. The Boltons and the wars have ravaged our stores, and winter is here in earnest. We might not have enough to feed a massive army through a prolonged siege. If the Night King breaks through the wall, we'll need to fight swiftly or risk starvation." Robb's jaw tightened. "We'll do what we must. Better to starve defending our homes than to let the dead roam freely." Jon's gaze went around the table. "This is the battle for the living. Anyone who can wield a weapon will be needed. We'll train them quickly. Men, women, doesn't matter. The Whites won't spare anyone. Then we position ourselves at strategic points near the neck, near Moat Cailin, near Winterfell. If the wall falls, we'll slow the undead's advance as best we can, giving time for Daenerys' dragons to arrive, or for us to find another solution." A hush settled. The crackle of the fire sounded ominously loud. Lady Mormont's jaw clenched. "Then let us begin. We have precious little time." Jon nodded. "We'll send ravens again to Dragonstone, urging Daenerys to come north sooner if she can. Her taking King's Landing is all well and good, but if she waits too long, there won't be a kingdom left to rule." Robb saw the weight in Jon's eyes, an amalgam of duty, fear, and fierce determination. It reminded him of the intensity his father once wore in times of crisis. He understood, perhaps better than ever, why the Northern Lords had rallied behind Jon. This was a man who bore the scars of hardship, who had died and come back, who wanted no crown but had accepted the burden anyway. Robb felt an odd mixture of pride and humility. He himself had once claimed the kingship, only to fail at the twins. Now Jon carried that same mantle, along with an even darker threat. But they were not the same men they had been as boys in Winterfell's yard. The responsibilities, the heartbreak, they had shaped them both. And if they were wise, they would face this final war as brothers, not as rivals. So the planning continued deep into the night, with the scribble of quills on parchment, the hushed exchange of ideas around the table. They hammered out how to organize the new recruits, which lords might contribute, how many archers, how to expedite the forging of dragonglass weapons. Tormund described how whites fought, how to watch for white walkers among them. Brienne cautioned that they must keep watch at the southern roads, too, in case the Lannisters or Euron Greyjoy tried a sudden move north. The swirl of worries seemed endless, but they methodically shaped it into the skeleton of a defensive plan. Eventually, Lady Mormont and the other lords departed for their quarters, intent on rising early to oversee these preparations. Brienne went to check on Sansa's security for the night. Tormund stomped off, muttering about the dryness of southern wine. Arya drifted away, silent as a ghost. That left Robb and Jon alone at the council table, the embers in the hearth burning low. For a long moment, the two men simply sat there, letting the fatigue settle in. Then Jon spoke. "How's your wound?" Robb glanced at the scar hidden beneath his tunic. "It aches in the cold, but I'll survive." Jon nodded, eyes distant. "I'm glad." They lapsed into silence again. Then Robb took a breath. "Jon, I want you to know I'm not here to contest your crown. I'm not blind to the fact that the North recognized you. And from everything I've heard, you've led them well." Jon's gaze flicked up, surprise crossing his features. "This was never something I sought. They proclaimed me king in the North after the battle for Winterfell. I was willing to remain Lord Commander of the Night's Watch or no lord at all." "I believe you," Robb said. "I wouldn't have thought you'd ever want to be called a king." A tired half-smile touched Jon's lips. "I didn't, but I will do what I must. And if that means I have to bend the knee to Daenerys Targaryen for the sake of her dragons, well, I've done that too. Whether the North will accept her after all we've been through, that remains to be seen." Robb nodded, pushing aside any lingering pang about the notion of kneeling to a Targaryen queen. It wasn't so simple as that. He studied Jon's face. "Is she everything the stories say? Fire and blood?" Jon hesitated, choosing his words carefully. "She's determined, strong. She freed slaves in Essos, birthed 3 dragons. She wants to break the wheel that has ground the small folk under the nobility's squabbles. But there's also a fierceness in her that can be alarming. If you cross her or betray her, well, she has little mercy for that. I believe she's good at heart, but she's a Targaryen. She must always guard against the madness that once plagued her father and others in her line." Robb exhaled. "I see." Jon leaned forward, elbows on his knees. "Still, I'd rather have her as an ally than an enemy. Without the dragons, we might lose to the Night King. Without unity, the realm might shatter beyond repair. I told her that after the war, we'd settle the question of the North's place in her kingdom. We had no time to argue it out then." Robb clasped his hands. "I'll support that if it's the best chance to save our people." A flicker of relief passed over Jon's face. "Then we stand together. If the Night King is to be stopped, we need every sword, every able body." Robb reached across the table, laying a hand on Jon's forearm. "You have me, brother, and Arya, and Sansa. We're all here now. The Lannisters and Freys took so much from us, but they never broke us entirely." Jon's voice lowered, thick with emotion. "We fight for the living, and for our family." He turned his free hand up to grasp Robb's wrist in return. "The North remembers." Robb nodded, his throat tight. "The North remembers." They separated, each retreating to a bed in their old home, though home bore new scars. Night covered Winterfell in a cloak of cold stars. Wolves howled in the distance, echoing across the frosty moors. The next days would see a flurry of preparations. Forging dragonglass, training fresh recruits, stockpiling food, and forging alliances. And beyond that, the arrival of winter's darkest threat. Yet for the first time in a long while, Robb Stark felt something like hope stirring in his chest. They had survived betrayal and heartbreak. They had retaken the Riverlands, destroyed Walder Frey, and reunited their family's strength. Now, if the gods were kind, they might hold off the creeping doom from beyond the wall until Daenerys could bring fire to meet the ice. Early the next morning, an unexpected visitor arrived at Winterfell's gates. The horns sounded, drawing Robb from a restless sleep. He dressed quickly and made his way down to the courtyard, where a pair of riders were dismounting. One wore the crimson and gold cloak of House Lannister, though it was muddy and tattered. The other, a tall figure in unadorned armor, helped him down from his horse. Immediately, The watchers in the yard drew swords, suspicious. A hush fell as Robb and Jon strode forward, flanked by guards. The first rider removed his helm, revealing a lined face and hair that might once have been golden, now streaked with gray. Jaime Lannister, the Kingslayer. A hush rippled among the men. Jon's eyes narrowed. Ghost stood at his side, lips curling in a silent growl. Robb recalled the day Jaime Lannister had once been his prisoner. The man had escaped. No, Catelyn had released him in a desperate bargain to free Sansa and Arya. Now, unbelievably, here he was again, unarmed and apparently seeking parley. Jaime lifted his hands in a gesture of surrender. "I come under a flag of truce," he said quietly, though his voice still carried the regal edge of one used to commanding. "I need to speak with the king in the north." Confusion and tension crackled in the courtyard. The guards shifted. Jon's face hardened. Robb took one step forward, memories swirling, the man who had faced him in open battle, who had served the Lannisters that orchestrated the Red Wedding. Yet Jaime's eyes looked grave, not haughty. "Why?" Robb demanded. Jaime bowed his head slightly. "Because everything has changed in King's Landing, and I have nowhere else to turn." Jon traded a baffled look with Robb, who felt the weight of uncertainty pressing down. Had Jaime come to betray Cersei? Or to spy for her? The Watchers stood bristling, uncertain whether to strike him down on the spot. "Lock him in chains," came Lady Mormont's voice, cold as the winter wind. Jaime did not flinch, though a flicker of irony crossed his face. "I expected no less." Robb studied him, recalling how his mother had once freed this man in hopes of retrieving her daughters. He had always been rumored to have some vestige of honor beneath the Lannister veneer. Perhaps that was what had driven him here. Or perhaps it was a trap. "Take him in," Robb said at last, to the Watchers. "We'll speak with him inside. Guards at every door. Jon, let's see what he wants." Jon nodded, tension in his posture, and turned to the guards. "Keep him disarmed." Jaime bowed his head again, allowing the soldiers to grip his arms. They led him inside, leaving the second rider, Bronn, presumably to remain under guard in the yard. The Watchers parted, curiosity mingled with anger in their faces. As Robb followed, he felt a swirl of dread and intrigue. Had Cersei sent Jaime to negotiate? Or had Jaime abandoned her? And what did that mean for the war? The future was murkier than ever. The dead were not the only threat marching toward them. The realm's politics still crackled with treachery. Yet as he glanced at Jon and saw Arya slip in behind them like a silent shadow, Robb clung to the knowledge that House Stark was together again. Together, they might unravel the Lannister schemes, face the Night King, and stand in the final hour. He squared his shoulders. This was their home. Let the world bring its storms and its horrors. The Starks had endured. They would meet fate on their own ground, with steel in their hands and the memory of all they had lost driving them onward. Their story was not done. Shadows of the past might haunt them, but new legends waited to be forged in the snows of the coming winter and in the fires that might yet sweep from the south, crowned with dragon wings. They brought Jaime Lannister into the old library tower, a place where the scent of dust and vellum lingered despite the cold drafts blowing through. Guards in Stark livery, armed with spears, stood at every entrance. Jaime's swords had been confiscated, his golden hand carefully inspected, and he now sat on a hardback chair by a table piled with ledgers and abandoned scrolls. Torchlight flickered on his features, illuminating sharp cheekbones and the creases time and turmoil had carved into his face. He looked thinner than Robb remembered, wearier, his eyes haunted in a way they hadn't been when he was the proud Kingslayer chained in a Stark camp years ago. Jon Snow and Robb Stark entered the chamber together, flanked by Arya and Lady Lyanna Mormont. Ghost padded in behind them with noiseless steps. The massive white dire wolf settled by Jon's leg, ears pricked, red eyes fixed on Jaime. Jaime rose to his feet, albeit stiffly. He inclined his head in a gesture of politeness. "Your Grace. Or should I say your Graces?" He glanced between Jon and Robb as though unsure which man commanded him to kneel, if either. Then, with a strained half-smile, he added, "I seem to recall I was once your prisoner, King Robb. It appears we've traded places." Arya's voice was cold as she stepped forward. "You should be in chains." "Perhaps," Jaime allowed, lifting his right arm so the golden hand glinted in the torchlight. "There was a time I deserved worse. But I'd not have come here if I meant harm." Robb and Jon exchanged a glance. They were tired, both of them. Exhaustion weighed on them after days of continuous planning. Still, they had mustered enough caution to greet Jaime with a heavy guard. Lady Mormont scowled from her vantage point near the door as though itching to bark an order for him to be hauled off to the dungeons. Robb gestured curtly for Jaime to sit again, then motioned to Arya. She hovered near Jaime's shoulder as though she might put a knife in his back at any moment. Once Jaime lowered himself onto the chair, Robb and Jon took positions opposite him, standing over the table. The hush in the room spoke of old grudges not easily dispelled. Robb rested a hand on the table, ignoring the painful flash of memory. The last time he had faced Jaime Lannister, it was in the midst of Robb's short-lived victories in the West. How the wheel had turned since then. "What brings you here?" Jon asked quietly. Jaime's gaze shifted to him, studying the dark hair and the solemn cast of Jon's features. "I heard rumors that the Starks were back in Winterfell. Rumors that you'd allied with the Targaryen queen. Rumors that the young wolf still lived and had destroyed Walder Frey. I believed about half of them, but it seems they were all true. The realm is upended." He paused, a flicker of bitterness in his eyes. "As for me, I've turned my back on Cersei. I left King's Landing because she means to fight this new war alone, and she will not aid in the struggle against the White Walkers." A silence stretched. Robb measured Jaime's words carefully. It was no secret that Cersei's rule in King's Landing hung by a thread. Daenerys Targaryen was rumored to be massing near the capital. But hearing that Jaime Lannister had abandoned his sister, who was also his lover, that was a startling development. Robb had always known there was tension between them, but not to this extent. Jon's eyes narrowed. "Why should we believe you?" Jaime lifted his golden hand. "You needn't. But I haven't come with an army at my back, nor with any Lannister men. I rode north with only one companion, Bronn. He waits outside under your watch. I did it because I have spent enough time on battlefields to know the difference between a fight for power and a fight for survival. The Dead March. I want to fight for the living, no matter who sits the Iron Throne afterward." His voice turned grim. "I once swore an oath to protect the realm as part of the King's Guard. Perhaps I broke that oath in many ways, but let me at least try to keep it now." There was a beat of tension. Arya hovered at Jaime's shoulder, dagger sheathed but hand ready. Lady Mormont watched with stony disapproval. She had no love for any Lannister, least of all the man who had tossed a boy out a window, though that was a rumor that spread after Bran Stark's mysterious fall. Yet none of them spoke of that openly. Robb folded his arms, feeling the old anger churning. Jaime had been a key piece of Tywin Lannister's war strategy. He had once boasted that he would kill every Stark he found if only he could get free. But that was years ago, and the realm's wars had twisted many people in new directions. "So you've abandoned Cersei. Where does that leave House Lannister? Are you still heir to Casterly Rock?" Jaime's expression tightened. "She sits on the Iron Throne in King's Landing. Qyburn stands at her side, toying with monstrous contraptions and dark alchemies. Euron Greyjoy stalks the seas under her banner, harrying any fleets that might challenge her. As for Casterly Rock, it was taken by Daenerys's armies, or so the reports say, though not without cost. My house is scattered, weakened. I doubt there's much left to inherit. My brother Tyrion is the hand of the queen, to Daenerys Targaryen, I mean. Meanwhile, I lost all taste for Cersei's schemes when I realized she'd never join this war against the dead. I parted ways with her. She likely sees me as a traitor now." Jon exchanged a look with Robb, something unspoken passing between them. If Jaime's story was true, it confirmed that Cersei had no intention of honoring any truce. Daenerys was poised to strike King's Landing soon, and the capital could be embroiled in open battle. Meanwhile, the White Walkers advanced. The realm was about to face chaos on two fronts. "And so you came north," Jon said, "to ask what? Our forgiveness? A place in our ranks? You once waged war against House Stark. That's not so easily forgotten." Jaime nodded in acknowledgement, though a subtle tension haunted his posture as if bracing for a blow. "Yes, I have done you and yours harm. I have regrets. But this is beyond the feuds of our fathers or even the Red Wedding." His gaze flicked to Robb. "I was not part of that atrocity, but I served the Lannisters who orchestrated it. I will not pretend innocence. But the dead do not care about such distinctions. If I were to remain in King's Landing, I'd either die defending Cersei's blind ambition or watch as the dead overrun us. I want to take what men I can salvage from my father's old allies, those who might still respect the name Lannister and who see the truth of this threat, and lead them north to join your cause. If you let me, you think you can rally Lannister bannermen to our side?" Robb asked, voice skeptical. Jaime inclined his head. "Some of them, perhaps. House Brax, House Crakehall, minor houses that were never fully loyal to Cersei once she began her unorthodox methods of rule. With Lord Tywin dead and Kevan Lannister murdered, many in the Westerlands feel adrift. If I can give them a new purpose, one that might save their families from the undead, I believe they'll come." Arya's voice was low. "Or you're leading them into our midst to betray us." Jaime half smiled, though there was no mirth in it. "That would be quite the gamble on my part. I'm one man, alone and unarmed in your keep. If you think I'd try some cunning infiltration, well, you overestimate my cunning. Or my appetite for more bloodshed." Robb's mind worked through the possibilities. Letting Jaime roam free risked sabotage. Locking him in a cell might squander a chance to unite more forces against the dead. Jon remained silent for a moment, measuring the tension in the room. Then he turned to Lady Mormont. "You have a keen sense of falsehood, my lady. What do you make of him?" Lyanna Mormont's stare pinned Jaime. Despite her small stature, she projected an authority that made men twice her age quail. "He is a Lannister," she said. "I do not trust him, nor do I forgive him. But I sense he believes what he says. If he wanted to harm us, he would not have ridden here alone." Jaime met her eyes and dipped his head in respect. "That's the truth." Jon inhaled quietly. "And you, Arya?" Arya's jaw tightened. She studied Jaime with open hostility. She had once recited his name among the list of those she wanted dead. Indeed, he had contributed to her father's downfall, had threatened House Stark. But the years had tempered her thirst for vengeance into something more surgical. After a long silence, she said, "We have bigger enemies now. If he's lying, I'll kill him myself." Jaime looked away, perhaps disturbed by the calm finality in Arya's tone. Robb watched him, exhaling. "Very well. You'll remain under guard while we consider your offer. For now, you're not our prisoner, but you are not free to come and go. One wrong move, one sign of betrayal, and you'll answer for it." "That's more than fair," Jaime said, expression subdued. "Thank you." With that, Robb motioned to the guards. Show Ser Jaime to a chamber, nothing too comfortable, but not a dungeon cell either. Post men outside his door. He studied Jaime one last time. "We'll speak again soon. Maybe we'll learn how best to use your help." Jaime nodded, and as he stood, Arya stepped back, letting him pass. The tension in the air felt thick enough to choke on. Jaime left, escorted by the watchers, and the door thudded shut behind them. Only then did the group exhale in near unison. "I don't like it," Lady Mormont growled. "But the dead force us into strange alliances." Jon leaned a hand on the table as though the weight of it all pressed him down. He might be telling the truth. If Cersei stands alone in the south, Daenerys will smash her soon enough. Jaime knows that. This might be his only way to salvage something of House Lannister. Arya's voice held quiet scorn. House Lannister never cared for mercy when they had the upper hand. Now we're supposed to show them some. Robb looked at his sister. "I understand, Arya, but we can't let old grudges blind us to any advantage in the war for the living. If he can rally even a few hundred knights from the Westerlands, that's more men to stand against the Night King." She gave a slight nod, though her eyes remained cold. "Just keep him on a short leash." "I will," Robb promised. Jon pressed his lips together and glanced at the others. "We'll see what tomorrow brings. For now, let's gather for council at first light. We still have too much to prepare." They dispersed, each weighed by suspicion and the knowledge that time was running short. Robb lingered a moment, remembering his father's warnings about trusting Lannisters. But Ned Stark had also believed in the possibility of men's redemption. Jaime had saved King's Landing from wildfire once, at the cost of his reputation. Perhaps there was still some sliver of that honor left in him. Yet if he was here under false pretenses, it would mean more blood spilled in Winterfell's halls. Robb followed Jon and Arya out into the corridor. Torches flickered, painting the walls in orange and gold. The great hall beyond hummed with subdued activity, men hunched over fires or sipping thin soup. Sansa stood near the dais, issuing orders to a steward. When she saw them, she hurried over, the swirl of her skirts brushing the stone floor. "Jaime Lannister?" she asked, breath slightly quickened. "I heard the alarm horns." Jon explained in brief. Sansa's eyes darted with surprise and anger. "I know Brienne once vouched for him. She said he gave her his sword to fulfill an oath. But I don't trust him. Not after all that's happened." "None of us do," Robb assured her. "But we can't afford to turn away potential allies, not with the threat we face." Sansa's mouth pressed thin. "I know. But be careful all the same." "We will," Jon promised. They took supper together in the smaller hall behind the dais, a meal of salted fish, black bread, and root vegetables grown in the hothouses. The conversation remained taut, revolving around the looming approach of winter and the White Walkers, the uncertain status of Daenerys' siege on King's Landing, the faint trickle of additional men from the Riverlands. Every so often, someone would mention the newly arrived Lannister presence, and a hush would fall. Tormund, joining them late, barked that if Jaime made any trouble, the wildlings would feed him to Ghost. The dire wolf blinked at Tormund as though unimpressed. By the time night deepened into blackness and the fires burned low, Robb excused himself to find some rest. He made for the old bedchamber he had used in boyhood, though it felt foreign now. Repairs had left some walls bare stone, the furniture mismatched from Bolton or Ironborn damage. Still, it was a sanctuary compared to the carnage of the Twins or the open fields of war. He peeled off his tunic, rubbed a hand over the scar on his side. The ache had become part of him, a reminder of how close he'd come to losing everything. He lay down on the straw mattress, shivering slightly as the wind seeped through the cracks. Memories floated around him, gray winds howls in the courtyard, his father's stern lessons, a bright-faced Jon laughing by the archery butts, young Bran perched on the walls. So many lost or scattered, yet some had returned, forging an improbable family reunion. The gods had spared them enough to stand together once more. Eventually, he drifted into uneasy slumber. He dreamed of a vast army of the dead marching across a frozen field, led by a tall, pale figure with glowing blue eyes. In the dream, no dragons came. In the dream, the walls of Winterfell crumbled beneath black ice and the swirling snow turned red with blood. He awoke with his heart hammering, sweat chilling on his skin. Only the faint glow of dawn lit the chamber. He sat up, pressing a hand to his brow, telling himself it was just a nightmare. Yet nightmares had a way of foreshadowing real horrors in these dark times. He dressed swiftly and made his way to the great hall where the new day's bustle had already begun. Jon was there, along with Sansa and several northern lords, poring over maps. The talk was of the White Walkers' last known position and how soon they might reach the wall. The conversation was clipped, urgent. They barely paused to acknowledge Robb, simply waved him over. Ser Davos arrived shortly afterward, wiping sleep from his eyes. Tormund stomped in with frosty breath. Lady Mormont appeared like a phantom, wearing a thicker cloak. Brienne trailed behind Sansa, watchful as ever. They arranged themselves around the long table scattered with parchment, half-eaten bread loaves, and cups of morning ale. Jon pointed to an outline of the wall. Castle Black is still the strongest point, but Eastwatch stands at the far east, by the sea. If the dead pass by the coast, maybe on the frozen shore they could bypass Castle Black entirely. We need to reinforce Eastwatch in case they attempt to cross at the edge of the water. Tormund and the wildlings are stationed there with part of our watch, but more men are needed. Robb frowned, glancing at the old map. How soon might they arrive? Hard to say, Jon admitted, running a hand over his mouth. Riders from the watch have seen pockets of whites near the night fort, but the main horde is still further north. They're moving slowly, maybe the storm slows them. Or maybe they're waiting for something. Sansa exchanged a worried look with Brienne. And Daenerys has not yet marched from Dragonstone? Davos stepped forward. Her forces are pinned by Euron Greyjoy's blockade and Cersei's desperation. Rumor says she's massing at the Rose Road with the Tyrell survivors, deciding whether to strike at King's Landing from the south or to attempt a landing in the Crownlands. Communication has been sparse. She might attempt a lightning strike on the capital to remove Cersei quickly, but if that fails, she'll be bogged down. We can't count on her to arrive in time. Robb exhaled. So we fortify. We gather as many men as we can from the Riverlands. The Blackfish will send them north as soon as they're ready. Meanwhile, the Vale might also help. My Aunt Lisa is dead, but Lord Robert Arryn is presumably under the regency of Lord Royce. If they've thrown in their support. Sansa nodded. We do have some Vale Knights already here, the ones that came with Peter Baelish, but more remain in the Eyrie. They might come if Lord Royce can rally them. Lady Mormont scoffed. And risk traveling in winter along the mountain passes? That's no easy trek. None of this is easy, Jon muttered. But we need them. They continued to debate the logistics. To Robb, it felt like a race against time. The realm was so vast, and the old alliances so fractured. Even with House Tully back in place and House Stark restored, they were scrambling for every advantage. There was talk of forging more dragonglass arrowheads, of how to transport them to Eastwatch, talk of how to feed the new arrivals, talk of how to manage thousands of potential refugees if the wall fell. In the midst of this tense planning, the doors to the hall swung open. A guard captain stepped through, looking slightly winded. Begging pardon, your graces, but Sir Jaime Lannister requests audience. He says he has urgent news. All eyes turned to Robb and Jon. Jon pursed his lips. "Bring him in. And keep guards at the ready." Moments later, Jaime entered, still unarmed, dressed in a plain tunic beneath a heavy cloak. His posture was subdued and he stood with a respectful distance from the table as though wary of angering the onlookers. 2 guards hovered at his elbows. "I received a raven," he began without preamble. "From one of the last Lannister men I trust, a knight named Ser Adam Marbrand. He's in the Crownlands, observing the movements of Daenerys Targaryen's forces. He says her armies are gathering outside the city as we speak. The Unsullied, the Dothraki, the remnants of the Tyrell forces, and possibly some Dornish as well. They aim to surround King's Landing within a fortnight." He paused, scanning the table. "Cersei is rumored to have stockpiled wildfire again. Qyburn's experiments are advanced, and Euron Greyjoy lurks off the Blackwater Bay trying to isolate the city from sea. Word is Daenerys might attempt to parley, or she might unleash her dragons on the walls. Either way, the city is on the brink of a brutal siege." Jon rubbed at his jaw. "If Daenerys commits to a siege, it could take weeks or months. She might lose many men in the process. That delays her from coming north to face the White Walkers." Jaime nodded. "Precisely. Cersei intends to hold out for as long as possible. She believes the Winter and Euron's fleet will bleed Daenerys' army. Meanwhile, Qyburn works on new tricks, including scorpions to kill dragons and, if rumors are correct, other, more unnatural weapons." His eyes flicked to the table. "You know how far Cersei will go once cornered. She destroyed the Great September to rid herself of her enemies. She won't hesitate to use wildfire on her own people if it means defying Daenerys." A ripple of dismay passed around the hall. Ser Davos sighed heavily. "That's not the first time King's Landing has been threatened by wildfire. Remember the Mad King's final plan?" Jaime's golden hand tensed at his side. I remember all too well." Robb frowned at the map. "So we have 2 unstoppable forces about to clash at King's Landing while the White Walkers loom in the north. Daenerys might lose half her army to the siege. Or worse, she might decimate the city. In either scenario, the living are weaker when the dead come." Jaime stepped closer. The guards bristled, but he kept his voice level. "I came here hoping you might find a way to make Daenerys see reason. Send an envoy to her, someone she trusts. Get her to realize that the real war is in the north, not in the Red Keep. If she leaves Cersei to rot or uses a smaller force to keep her pinned while the bulk marches north, that might be enough. But if she invests everything in the capital, we're all doomed." Jon looked at Jaime, brows drawn. "Daenerys does trust Tyrion, her hand, but we have had little communication with them since she landed in Westeros. My last letters to her spoke of the Night King, urging her to send dragons north as soon as possible. I received no reply. She may be too focused on her southern war." Jaime's mouth curved in a humorless smirk. "Tyrion tries to advise her, but she might be too determined to break Cersei once and for all. Your letters could have been lost or delayed. Euron prowls the narrow sea. Ravens might have been intercepted. If you can send someone in person, that might work better." Arya spoke up from the side, quiet but firm. "You think we can just stroll past Euron's fleet and Cersei's lines to have a polite chat with the Dragon Queen? It would be dangerous," Jaime admitted, "but perhaps not impossible. She's rumored to be near the Rose Road, or maybe in the fields outside the city. If you reach her before the siege fully locks in place, you might persuade her to pivot north." Jon looked troubled. "It's a huge gamble. We need every fighter here for the White Walkers." Sansa's voice slipped in. "A smaller diplomatic party might succeed where an army could not. If we can talk to Tyrion, he might arrange safe passage. Brienne once told me Tyrion is not as wicked as some think. He's cunning, yes, but he has a sense of decency. He might be our best chance to prevent a catastrophic siege. Even if Daenerys wants the throne, she must see that protecting the living matters more." Attention rippled among them all. Robb studied the map, then lifted his gaze. "I'll go," he said abruptly. Jon shot him a sharp look. You barely escaped the Red Wedding. You've risked enough. If it's truly a diplomatic mission, I should be the one to go. I've already dealt with her, and I bent the knee. Perhaps she'll hear me out." Robb's jaw tightened. "Jon, you're needed here. You're the one who understands the White Walkers best, the one who's fought them beyond the wall. The men of the North look to you for leadership and training." If you leave now, we might lose precious time while the army prepares. You said yourself there's 1,000 tasks that only you can see to, especially with the Night's Watch. The dragonglass weapons, the strategic defenses, we can't spare you. Jon's brow furrowed, but he had no immediate retort. Robb continued, voice steadier, I have commanded armies before. Daenerys will know me by reputation at least. I'm also the man who retook the Riverlands, who broke Walder Frey. She might respect that, and it could be enough to catch her ear if I come in peace. If we delay this mission while we debate, she might lay siege to King's Landing. We can't let that happen. Arya frowned. Then let me go with you. But Robb shook his head. No. We need you here. You and Sansa should stay with Jon. The North and the Vale respect you. You've become part of Winterfell's shield. If I fail or am delayed, the rest of you must hold the line. Sansa's eyes were anxious. You'd ride into the lion's den, pardon the pun, on the hope of reason? He managed a wry smile. Ironic, yes. But we risk losing everything if the realm is bled dry by a pointless siege. I'll take a small escort, approach Daenerys with no ill will, and beg her to see that the real war is here. Davos cleared his throat. I'd volunteer to accompany you, Your Grace. I've been part of more than one tense negotiation, and I might lend some diplomatic sense. Agreed. Robb shot him a grateful look. Jaime shifted, his expression guarded. I could go as well. If we can get word to Tyrion, I might help in persuading him. He knows me. I can confirm that I've abandoned Cersei. Immediately, Lady Mormont bristled. Out of the question. We can't trust you near your family's seat of power. Jaime stood firm. My family's seat is in ruin. I have nothing left to lose. My presence might show Daenerys that this is not a trick. I'd be a living token of your sincerity, and it proves I have nowhere else to go. Robb considered it, weighing the risk. Letting Jaime accompany them might indeed lend credibility, especially if Tyrion were present. But it also opened the door to betrayal. Then again, Jaime had come voluntarily to Winterfell, citing a desire to fight for the living. A small voice reminded Robb of the grudging admiration his father once had for men of hidden honor. Perhaps it was madness, but these were desperate times. He exhaled. Very well. If you betray me, I'll run you through myself. Understood. Jaime bowed his head. Understood. Jon looked troubled. This is happening too quickly. Robb nodded. Time is not our ally. The White Walkers advance, Daenerys advances, Cersei clings to her throne. If we wait, the siege begins. Thousands die and the living are weaker. Let me try to avert that. You hold Winterfell. If the worst happens, you must continue preparing for the battle to come. Jon clasped Robb's shoulder. Be careful. He nodded. I will. And so the plan formed. Robb would depart at first light the following day with Ser Davos and Jaime Lannister, plus a handful of trusted Stark and Mormont guards. They would ride south at all speed, hoping to reach the outskirts of King's Landing or the Targaryen lines before the siege fully closed. It was madness, perhaps, but no more mad than ignoring the looming apocalypse. If Daenerys could be convinced to conserve her strength and rally northward, they might have a chance. They spent the rest of the morning refining details. Tormund and Lady Mormont argued about how many men to send to Eastwatch. Brienne and Sansa conferred about the Vale Knights, deciding they would attempt to call upon more from the Eyrie. Jon hammered out the supply lines for the next wave of Riverlands reinforcements. All the while, time ticked forward, a relentless march. When midday came, they paused for a quick meal, each consumed by anxieties about the uncertain path. Robb found a moment alone with Sansa on the old training yard where the ground was half-muddied by recent foot traffic. The sky above was pale, threatening more snow. He studied his sister, remembering the bright-eyed child who once dreamed of courtly life in King's Landing. She had grown into a figure of quiet strength, bearing burdens few could imagine. Are you certain you must go? Sansa asked, voice trembling with concern. I still have nightmares about losing you in the Red Wedding, and now we've only just regained you. The next battle might be with an enemy who wields dragons. He tucked a strand of her hair behind her ear gently. I am certain. If we do nothing, Daenerys might incinerate King's Landing or get bogged down in a siege. Then the White Walkers tear through the north unstoppable. You know as well as I do we can't fight them alone, not without the dragons. She let out a shaky breath. I know. I hate to see you risk yourself again. He gave a sad smile. You've risked just as much here. After everything you endured with the Boltons, you still stood tall. You and Jon saved Winterfell. You gave our people hope. Let me shoulder some risk, too. She nodded, tears gleaming at the corners of her eyes. Then come back, Robb. Please. If you can't bring Daenerys north, at least come back to us. He touched her cheek lightly. I promise. They parted, each called away by more preparations. That evening, Arya found him in the armory, checking his sword and armor. She slipped inside, quiet as a shadow. He looked up, nodding a greeting. She stepped toward him, producing a small dagger from her belt, Valyrian steel, with a dragobone hilt. She held it out. "Take this," she said, "in case you need it." He glanced at the blade, recognizing it as the one rumored to have been used by the cutthroat who tried to kill Bran. It was a storied weapon, and in Arya's hands, it was lethal. "I can't take your dagger, Arya. You need it here." She shook her head. "I have needle and other ways to fight. If you're going to face a queen who commands dragons and possibly the Lannister Guard, you might need something special. Besides, it's Valyrian steel. If you run into any whites on the way or something else, it might save your life." He hesitated, then took the dagger carefully, feeling the lightness and the cool swirl of the steel. "Thank you." Arya studied his face. "You've changed, you know. You were always the strong one, always charging ahead. But now it's different. Ever since you survived the Red Wedding, there's a darkness in your eyes. I see it when you think nobody's looking." His throat constricted. "I've lost too many good men and too many from our family. I don't pretend to be the same boy who left Winterfell with a host of proud banners." She nodded, solemn. "Me neither. None of us are the same." He set the dagger at his belt. "We have each other, at least. That's more than I once hoped for." For a brief moment, her features softened with something like the old closeness they had shared as children. "Yes," she said quietly. "Just be sure to come back. I have more names on my list, but I don't want to add yours." A wry chuckle escaped him. "I'll do my best, little sister." She smiled faintly, then turned and left, the hush of her footsteps almost inaudible on the stone floor. Robb stood for a moment, gazing at the dagger. It felt oddly reassuring at his hip, a token of House Stark's resilience, or perhaps a symbol of how changed they all were. War left scars, shaped destinies, forced every child to become something more dangerous than they ever intended. Night fell, the final night before Robb's departure. The sky outside raged with a cold wind, and a smattering of fresh snow drifted across the courtyard. Robb took a final walk along the ramparts of Winterfell, gazing out at the dark silhouettes of the pine trees, the pale stretch of road winding south. Tomorrow he would ride that road, along with Davos, Jaime Lannister, and a small escort. If fortune favored them, they would reach Daenerys before she fully encircled King's Landing. If fortune failed, they might ride into the jaws of a war bigger and fiercer than any they had known. He took a slow breath. Down below, a few torches glimmered, lighting the courtyard. He saw the shapes of men standing watch, dwarfed by the castle walls. This was the home he'd fought so hard to protect, the home that had been taken from him once. He felt the presence of ghosts, his father, mother, Grey Wind, the men lost in battles along the Trident. They were all part of him, whispering reminders that duty and family mattered more than any crown. At dawn, he rose and donned simple mail beneath a thick cloak. He fastened a short Stark sigil on his breast, took up his sword belt, and strapped the Valyrian steel dagger to his side. Outside, the courtyard buzzed with quiet activity. Ser Davos, wearing boiled leather and an old cloak bearing a worn stag sigil from his days under Stannis, stood near a cluster of horses. He greeted Robb with a half-smile. "One last mad quest," Davos said ruefully. "I keep telling the gods I'm too old for all this, but they never listen." Robb clapped him on the shoulder. "You're the best companion I could ask for in a dangerous negotiation. I've seen your sense calm battles before they started." Davos gave a small bow, then jerked his chin toward Jaime. The Kingslayer stood a short distance away, also dressed in warm furs, his golden hand glinting. A half-dozen Stark and Mormont guards were mounting up, led by a fierce-eyed sergeant named Garth. Lady Mormont had hand-picked them for loyalty and skill. Jaime met Robb's eye with a subdued nod. He said nothing but took the reins of his horse. Tension hovered in the cold morning air. The watchers on the walls studied the Lannister man with undisguised suspicion. Jon and Sansa emerged, each dressed warmly, their breath visible in the frigid dawn. Arya came behind them, silent as a drifting shadow. The three formed a small line near the gatehouse to see the party off. Jon stepped forward first. He clasped Robb's forearm. "Good luck, brother. I'll keep sending ravens if anything changes. If the White Walkers breach the wall, we'll have no choice but to summon you back." Robb met his gaze. "I'll ride like the wind if that happens. We might have to face them without Daenerys, but I hope not." Sansa hugged him, ignoring the plate and mail. "Safe travels. I wish I could go myself, maybe I could reason with Tyrion. But I know I'm needed here. Just come back." Robb kissed her cheek. "I will." Arya did not hug him, she merely gripped his arm, an intensity burning in her eyes. "Remember your promise." He nodded. With that, there was nothing left but to mount up. Robb swung into the saddle of a dark chestnut destrier, feeling the subtle shift of the horse's muscles beneath him. Davos took the reins of a speckled courser. Jaime rode a dappled gray, managing the horse deftly despite his missing hand. The half-dozen guards formed up around them, their breath steaming in the cold. The portcullis groaned upward. Beyond, the King's Road stretched south, dusted with a thin layer of snow that sparkled in the first rays of the sun. Robb inhaled the crisp air, tension and determination warring in his chest. He glanced one last time at Jon, Sansa, Arya, his siblings, his family, each battered by the war but unbroken. He thought of the White Walkers, the nightmarish dream that had woken him, the sense that time was short for all living things. Then, with a firm nudge of his heels, he guided his horse forward. The small column passed under Winterfell's archway. The watchers on the walls saluted or stared in silence, half uncertain if this was the last they would see of the king in the north who had returned from the dead. Robb felt the gaze of countless eyes on his back, knew the hush of finality that lingered when men parted for uncertain battle. They rode out onto the open road, leaving Winterfell behind. The biting wind tousled Robb's hair, and the rhythmic clop of hooves on packed earth provided a somber cadence. Ahead lay countless leagues of winter-blighted land, then the chaos near King's Landing, where Daenerys Targaryen's armies and dragons might meet them in peace or greet them with flame. Yet if it meant preventing the realm's final doom, Robb would face that risk. House Stark had endured betrayal, heartbreak, near extinction. If forging an alliance with the Mother of Dragons could save them from the endless night, then by the old gods, he would make her see reason. They pressed southward, traveling swiftly through the day. The north was quiet, villages half empty as folk sheltered indoors from the cold. Occasional patrols of Stark men saluted them in passing, news of their purpose presumably carried by Raven. Jaime said little, perhaps sensing the precarious nature of his position in the midst of Stark soldiers, yet he rode with a steady calm. Ser Davos engaged him in occasional conversation about the roads, possible safe houses. Despite the tension, they all shared the knowledge that time was their enemy. Nightfall found them at a half-ruined holdfast. The buildings were scarred by old battles, but it offered enough shelter from the cold wind. Garth, the sergeant, posted sentries while Davos oversaw a meager dinner of salt beef and hard bread. Robb settled down by a small fire, the flicker illuminating Jaime's face across from him. "Do you truly think Tyrion will hear me out?" Robb asked, quiet but pointed. Jaime shrugged. "He will if he's there. He once told me that he tried to broker peace, tried to convince Daenerys to avoid unnecessary slaughter. He's likely searching for any glimmer of hope to avoid a full-scale burning of King's Landing. He won't want to see innocent people roasted by dragonfire, or butchered by the Lannisters in desperation." Robb nodded, picturing the cunning dwarf he had never properly met. He had once warred against Tyrion's father, had lost nearly everything to the Lannister regime. But the shape of the war had shifted so drastically. And if we fail? If Daenerys refuses to shift her focus north? Jaime's golden hand flexed, the polished fingers catching firelight. "Then I suppose we witness the city's downfall, or die in the attempt." Davos hissed softly. "Let's hope it doesn't come to that. I've seen one fanatic with a claim to the throne destroy himself. I'd rather not see another, no matter how just they think their cause." Garth poured a bit of ale into wooden cups. He handed them around. Robb sipped, wincing at the bitterness, but grateful for any warmth. The wind howled outside the collapsed walls. Snow drifted in through the cracks. A sense of foreboding pressed down upon them, as though each passing hour brought the realm closer to a dividing line between survival and oblivion. They rose early the next day and rode on, pushing the horses hard. Over the next week, they made steady progress, passing White Harbor's roads, where they heard talk of new shipments of dragonglass from Dragonstone, then crossing the neck at Moat Cailin. The Crannogmen recognized Robb and waved them through, offering cautious blessings. They encountered no real threats aside from the bitter cold and the occasional hungry wolf pack prowling the edges of the road. Jaime's presence drew stares, but none openly challenged him once they saw him riding under Stark escort. South of the neck, the land showed signs of the Riverlands' winter struggles. Small fields gone fallow, villages with boards on windows. Yet the Freys were gone, replaced by Tully men. Some recognized Robb's face or banner and cheered the king in the North's passing. Others simply gaped at the Lannister surcoat on one of his companions. The deeper they went, the fewer Tully patrols they found. Apparently, the Riverlands men were still consolidating or migrating north. Robb kept the party's pace brisk, pausing only to rest the horses each night. Midway through their journey, they heard rumor that Daenerys' forces had fully encircled King's Landing and might launch an assault any day. Dothraki screamers patrolled the Rose Road, while the Unsullied manned siege lines. Euron Greyjoy's fleet harassed the shipping lanes outside the Blackwater, but so far, a direct confrontation had not erupted. Perhaps each side was waiting for the other to make the first move. The tension was a bowstring pulled taut, ready to snap. At last, near the outskirts of what had once been the lush farmland surrounding the capital, Robb caught sight of distant plumes of smoke. The war had left patches of scorched earth where Lannister men or Cersei's hired sellswords had clashed with Tyrell loyalists under Daenerys' banner. Abandoned farmsteads smoldered on the horizon, scavengers picking through the ruins. Broken wagons littered the muddy roads. The King's Road was all but deserted, save for desperate refugees seeking any path away from the looming battlefield. Robb reined in his horse on a low hill, scanning the land. The air smelled of ash and fear. He spotted a cluster of tents flying black banners with a three-headed dragon, the sigil of House Targaryen, near a bend in the Rose Road. Hundreds of smaller encampments stretched beyond, forming a loose semicircle around the city's outer perimeter. Off in the distance, the walls of King's Landing rose, bleak and forbidding under heavy clouds. The Red Keep's towers were just visible on the highest hill. He wondered if Cersei watched from a balcony, her mind seething with defiance. Jaime edged his horse up beside Robb. That's her camp, likely the main force. You can see the Dothraki horses from here and the line of unsullied pikes. If we approach openly, they'll see us before we get close. We'd better announce ourselves or risk getting skewered. Ser Davos squinted at the far-off shapes. A single party carrying no threat might gain them, but let's pray they don't assume we come to spy or sabotage. Robb nodded, feeling his heart pound. We ride in under a white flag. Stay close. Let me do the talking. Their small party descended from the hill, picking a careful path along the churned roads. As they neared the Targaryen lines, they raised a white banner tied to a spear. Tension pressed in. Robb could hear distant war horns, the barking of orders from ranks of Unsullied. The ring of steel carried on the cold wind. Dark silhouettes moved among the tents, and he spotted an enormous black shape circling overhead. A dragon. It let out a chilling roar, the sound scraping along every nerve in Robb's body. The horses skittered, terrified by the monstrous presence. His men held tight to the reins. Jaime's horse reared, but he brought it under control with practiced skill. Davos muttered a prayer under his breath. Robb forced himself to breathe slowly. One false move could see them immolated in dragonfire. But he had come this far. They had no choice but to press on. They halted a safe distance from the nearest outpost, letting the Targaryen pickets see them. A detachment of Unsullied marched out in perfect formation, spears upright, shields gleaming. Their captain shouted for them to halt, and a translator called out in the common tongue. State your names and your purpose. Robb raised a hand calmly. I am Robb Stark of Winterfell, king in the north to some, brother to Jon Snow, who has already bent the knee to Daenerys Targaryen. I come seeking an audience with the queen that we may avert a needless siege. I bring no hostility. The Unsullied stood rigid, faces expressionless behind their helmets. One looked to the captain, who nodded curtly. The translator relayed the message in High Valyrian or some variant. After a moment of quiet consultation, the captain signaled them to D. Isarm. Robb slowly handed over his sword, then the dagger Arya had given him. Davos relinquished his short blade, as did the Stark guards, albeit reluctantly. Jaime unbuckled the belt holding his sword, an awkward gesture with his golden hand. The Unsullied stacked the weapons in a neat pile. Then the captain motioned for them to follow. Leaving two men behind with the horses, Robb and his companions proceeded on foot through the Targaryen camp. Tents stretched in rows, the banners of the three-headed dragon flapping in the cold breeze. Dothraki warriors lounged near cook fires, eyeing the newcomers like curious predators. Unsullied patrols passed at intervals, their discipline a stark contrast to the savage bravado of the Dothraki. Robb spotted some Westerosi banners, likely Tyrell exiles or Stormlanders who'd sided with Daenerys. As they advanced toward a large central tent with black and red pennants, a sudden thunderous gust of wind made them flinch. Drogon swooped overhead, massive wings beating the air. The beast soared away to circle beyond the camp, but the display drove home the fearsome power arrayed here. Robb steeled himself, remembering that these dragons might be their only hope against the undead. Terror and salvation in one form, the unsullied captain stopped them at the entrance to the great pavilion. 2 Dothraki stood guard alongside more unsullied. A moment later, the canvas flaps parted, and Tyrion Lannister emerged, flanked by Missandei of Noth. Tyrion wore a short black doublet bearing the dragon sigil, and his mismatched eyes widened upon seeing the new arrivals. His gaze flicked over Robb, Davos, and the Stark guards, then halted on Jaime. For a moment, Tyrion's features froze in disbelief. "Jaime?" he said, voice hoarse. "What in 7 hells are you doing here?" Jaime exhaled. "Good to see you, little brother." Missandei's serene face flicked to Robb. "And you are King Robb Stark." Robb offered a slight bow of his head. "Robb Stark, yes. Whether king or not, I've come in peace. We're here to speak with Daenerys about the White Walkers. If she'll hear us." Tyrion's expression remained taut, torn between a swirl of emotions. Relief, confusion, suspicion. "My queen is not fond of interruptions, nor of last-minute negotiations from men who once fought against her. But she's been worried about the cost of an assault on the city. That alone might earn you an audience." He turned to Jaime. "Cersei once told me you'd never betray her, that you were tied at the hip forever. Did she lie, or did you?" Jaime's eyes hardened. "I left because I saw no use in standing by her madness. I've come to help avert a greater disaster. I'm not here to beg forgiveness, Tyrion, but I'm done fighting for a lost cause." Tyrion studied him a long moment, then sighed. "I suppose I should be grateful. Very well. Follow me. But know that Daenerys's patience for Lannisters has worn thin, especially after what happened at Casterly Rock and Highgarden. You'd best tread carefully." He ducked back inside the pavilion, and they followed. Robb felt his pulse hammering. If Daenerys refused to listen, if she believed them spies or traitors, the consequences might be fatal. Yet the voices of the camp receded as they stepped into the tent where braziers glowed and thick carpets muffled their footsteps. The air was warmer. Pillars of polished wood held the canvas overhead. A long table stood at the center, strewn with maps and correspondence. Over it arched the subtle shapes of dragon motifs. Surrounding the table were a number of high-backed chairs. Several figures conferred there, heads bowed. As Robb's party approached, they turned. There stood Daenerys Targaryen herself, silver gold hair braided intricately behind her head, wearing a dark red coat trimmed with black. She was slight of build but carried an undeniable presence. Behind her loomed Grey Worm, the commander of the Unsullied. Varys hovered to one side, expression inscrutable. Jorah Mormont stood near the corner, his grizzled features etched with concern. 2 Dothraki blood riders lingered by the far wall, hands on their araks. At the sight of Jaime Lannister, Daenerys's eyes narrowed with immediate hostility. "So the Kingslayer dares to stroll into my camp after everything House Lannister has done," she said coldly. Her gaze then flicked to Robb, and her brow furrowed slightly. "And you? I recognize you from descriptions. The young wolf. I had heard you were dead, or that you'd been resurrected like your brother Jon Snow. Is that why you are here? Another miracle?" Robb dipped his head in a show of respect. "I survived betrayal at the Twins. My brother Jon indeed returned from beyond the wall. We Starks are stubborn, but we come not to discuss that. I'm here to plead with you to avoid a costly siege of King's Landing so you can bring your forces north to face the White Walkers." Daenerys's lips tightened. "Jon Snow has already told me of the threat in the north. I believed him, or tried to. But Cersei Lannister left me no choice but to take her throne if I am to protect the realm afterward. If I cannot remove her from power, she will remain a thorn in my side while we fight the undead. I have no illusions about her willingness to betray any truce." Robb took a breath. "I understand. But this siege could cost thousands of lives, could weaken your army. And if she uses wildfire or if Euron Greyjoy lands a telling blow, you might be delayed. Meanwhile, the Night King moves closer. Jon says we have only weeks left before the wall is breached. We need your dragons, your armies. Without them, the living have no chance. Jaime stepped in, ignoring the daggers in her glare. My sister will fight to the bitter end, and she has no moral qualms about burning half the city to repel you. She might have caches of wildfire all along the walls. Even if you can defeat her, you'll be battered and bloodied, your dragons might be wounded. What then when the dead come? A hush fell. Varys shifted uneasily. Jorah Mormont pressed his lips together as though recalling the horrors he had witnessed in the north. Tyrion studied the table. Daenerys gazed at Jaime, then Robb, her expression taut with anger and frustration. She flicked her eyes to the maps showing the city's defenses. If I leave King's Landing to fester, she said at last, Cersei will rally more men behind my back. She might even turn Euron Greyjoy's fleet into some invasion of the north while we're dealing with the White Walkers. Robb countered, she might try, but the Greyjoys can't march an army over land. At best, they might raid the coasts. Meanwhile, your armies could hold a token force to keep the city contained, enough to prevent her from sallying forth. But the bulk of your strength must come north with you, or we all risk annihilation. Daenerys pressed her lips into a thin line, looking to Tyrion. What do you think? You're the one who insisted I needed King's Landing before facing the White Walkers. You said the realm would never unite behind a foreign queen if Cersei still held the capital. Tyrion exhaled slowly, his gaze flicking between Jaime and Robb. Your Grace, times have changed. The more we learn about the army of the dead, the clearer it becomes that if the living are destroyed, no throne matters. Cersei might be a petty tyrant left in her corner. But if the entire realm is overrun by the dead, she'll have no corner to rule. I'm forced to agree with them, this siege might do more harm than good. A faint tremor passed through Daenerys' shoulders as though she warred with her own emotions. She had endured so many betrayals, so many underestimations. The vow to break the wheel burned bright in her mind. Robb could see the conflict in her eyes. Then she turned to Grey Worm. If we do not storm the city, can we still keep her contained? Grey Worm spoke in a measured tone. Unsullied can build siege lines, patrol day and night. Dothraki riders watch the roads. We can blockade King's Landing from Isarm. Robb slowly handed over his sword. Then the dagger Arya had given him. Davos relinquished his short blade, as did the Stark guards, albeit reluctantly. Jaime unbuckled the belt holding his sword, an awkward gesture with his golden hand. The Unsullied stacked the weapons in a neat pile. Then the captain motioned for them to follow. Leaving 2 men behind with the horses, Robb and his companions proceeded on foot through the Targaryen camp. Tents stretched in rows, the banners of the 3-headed dragon flapping in the cold breeze. Dothraki warriors lounged near cookfires, eyeing the newcomers like curious predators. Unsullied patrols passed at intervals, their discipline a stark contrast to the savage bravado of the Dothraki. Robb spotted some Westerosi banners, likely Tyrell exiles or Stormlanders who'd sided with Daenerys. As they advanced toward a large central tent with black and red pennants, a sudden thunderous gust of wind made them flinch. Drogon swooped overhead, massive wings beating the air. The beast soared away to circle beyond the camp, but the display drove home the fearsome power arrayed here. Robb steeled himself, remembering that these dragons might be their only hope against the undead. Terror and salvation in one form. The Unsullied captain stopped them at the entrance to the great pavilion. 2 Dothraki stood guard alongside more Unsullied. A moment later, the canvas flaps parted, and Tyrion Lannister emerged, flanked by Missandei of Noth. Tyrion wore a short black doublet bearing the dragon sigil, and his mismatched eyes widened upon seeing the new arrivals. His gaze flicked over Robb, Davos, and the Stark guards, then halted on Jaime. For a moment, Tyrion's features froze in disbelief. Jaime? He said, voice hoarse. What in 7 hells are you doing here? Jaime exhaled. Good to see you, little brother. Missandei's serene face flicked to Robb. And you are King Robb Stark. Robb offered a slight bow of his head. Robb Stark, yes. Whether king or not, I've come in peace. We're here to speak with Daenerys about the White Walkers. If she'll hear us. Tyrion's expression remained taut, torn between a swirl of emotions. Relief, confusion, suspicion. My queen is not fond of interruptions, nor of last-minute negotiations from men who once fought against her. But But she's been worried about the cost of an assault on the city. That alone might earn you an audience. He turned to Jaime. Cersei once told me you'd never betray her, that you were tied at the hip forever. Did she lie, or did you? Jaime's eyes hardened. I left because I saw no use in standing by her madness. I've come to help avert a greater disaster. I'm not here to beg forgiveness, Tyrion, but I'm done fighting for a lost cause. Tyrion studied him a long moment, then sighed. I suppose I should be grateful. Very well. Follow me. But know that Daenerys's patience for Lannisters has worn thin, especially after what happened at Casterly Rock and Highgarden. You'd best tread carefully. He ducked back inside the pavilion and they followed. Robb felt his pulse hammering. If Daenerys refused to listen, if she believed them spies or traitors, the consequences might be fatal. Yet the voices of the camp receded as they stepped into the tent where braziers glowed and thick carpets muffled their footsteps. The air was warmer. Pillars of polished wood held the canvas overhead. A long table stood at the center, strewn with maps and correspondence. Over it arched the subtle shapes of dragon motifs. Surrounding the table were a number of high-backed chairs. Several figures conferred there, heads bowed. As Robb's party approached, they turned. There stood Daenerys Targaryen herself, silver gold hair braided intricately behind her head, wearing a dark red coat trimmed with black. She was slight of build but carried an undeniable presence. Behind her loomed Grey Worm, the commander of the Unsullied. Varys hovered to one side, expression inscrutable. Jorah Mormont stood near the corner, his grizzled features etched with concern. Two Dothraki blood riders lingered by the far wall, hands on their araks. At the sight of Jaime Lannister, Daenerys's eyes narrowed with immediate hostility. So the Kingslayer dares to stroll into my camp after everything House Lannister has done, she said coldly. Her gaze then flicked to Robb and her brow furrowed slightly. And you? I recognize you from descriptions. The young wolf. I had heard you were dead or that you'd been resurrected like your brother Jon Snow. Is that why you are here? Another miracle? Robb dipped his head in a show of respect. I survived betrayal at the Twins. My brother Jon indeed returned from beyond the wall. We Starks are stubborn, but we come not to discuss that. I'm here to plead with you to avoid a costly siege of King's Landing so you can bring your forces north to face the White Walkers. Daenerys's lips tightened. Jon Snow has already told me of the threat in the north. I believed him, or tried to. But Cersei Lannister left me no choice but to take her throne if I am to protect the realm afterward. If I cannot remove her from power, she will remain a thorn in my side while we fight the undead. I have no illusions about her willingness to betray any truce. Robb took a breath. I understand. But this siege could cost thousands of lives, could weaken your army. And if she uses wildfire or if Euron Greyjoy lands a telling blow, you might be delayed. Meanwhile, the Night King moves closer. Jon says we have only weeks left before the wall is breached. We need your dragons, your armies. Without them, the living have no chance. Jaime stepped in, ignoring the daggers in her glare. My sister will fight to the bitter end, and she has no moral qualms about burning half the city to repel you. She might have caches of wildfire all along the walls. Even if you can defeat her, you'll be battered and bloodied, your dragons might be wounded. What then when the dead come? A hush fell. Varys shifted uneasily. Jorah Mormont pressed his lips together as though recalling the horrors he had witnessed in the north. Tyrion studied the table. Daenerys gazed at Jaime, then Robb, her expression taut with anger and frustration. She flicked her eyes to the maps showing the city's defenses. If I leave King's Landing to fester, she said at last, Cersei will rally more men behind my back. She might even turn Euron Greyjoy's fleet into some invasion of the north while we're dealing with the White Walkers. Robb countered, she might try, but the Greyjoys can't march an army over land. At best, they might raid the coasts. Meanwhile, your armies could hold a token force to keep the city contained, enough to prevent her from sallying forth. But the bulk of your strength must come north with you, or we all risk annihilation. Daenerys pressed her lips into a thin line, looking to Tyrion. What do you think? You're the one who insisted I needed King's Landing before facing the White Walkers. You said the realm would never unite behind a foreign queen if Cersei still held the capital. Tyrion exhaled slowly, his gaze flicking between Jaime and Robb. Your Grace, times have changed. The more we learn about the army of the dead, the clearer it becomes that if the living are destroyed, no throne matters. Cersei might be a petty tyrant left in her corner. But if the entire realm is overrun by the dead, she'll have no corner to rule. I'm forced to agree with them, this siege might do more harm than good. A faint tremor passed through Daenerys's shoulders as though she warred with her own emotions. She had endured so many betrayals, so many underestimations. The vow to break the wheel burned bright in her mind. Robb could see the conflict in her eyes. Then she turned to Grey Worm. If we do not storm the city, can we still keep her contained? Grey Worm spoke in a measured tone. Unsullied can build siege lines, patrol day and night. Dothraki riders watch the roads. We can blockade King's Landing from land, force them to remain inside. Euron Greyjoy's fleet is the larger threat. He might resupply them by sea or harass us. But if your grace takes the dragons to meet him, perhaps we can break his ships. Daenerys considered this, then looked to Varys. The Master of Whisperers adjusted his robes. I have heard rumors that Cersei has grown desperate. She hopes for a miracle from the Golden Company, mercenaries rumored to be crossing the Narrow Sea. But they may or may not arrive in time, given the war in Essos. If we hold the city under blockade, starve them a bit, it might suffice to keep Cersei pinned while you turned your attention north. A silence. Daenerys's eyes flicked again to Robb. If I do this, if I leave only enough men to maintain a siege and bring the rest north, how will I feed them in the middle of winter? How do I ensure we're not marching to an empty land with no supplies? Robb had expected that question. We Starks have been stockpiling what we can. The new harvest in the Riverlands might help, though it's meager. We'll do everything in our power to feed your armies, and Jon has begun fortifying storehouses. The Manderleys in White Harbor are fishing the shivering sea, bringing in salted fish. It won't be luxurious, but we can keep your men alive. If it means the difference between victory and the extinction of humankind, you must take that risk. Daenerys's gaze fell on Jaime, as though still disbelieving his presence here. And you, Kingslayer? Why should I trust a word from your mouth, after all House Lannister has done? You helped your father slaughter the North, and you sat idle when your sister seized the throne. Jaime dipped his head. I won't deny the harm I've caused, but it was my father, not I, who orchestrated the Red Wedding. And I parted ways with Cersei when she refused a truce to face the White Walkers. My father once said that when you tear out a man's tongue, you only prove you fear what he might say. I'm done being silent about the real threat. I'd see the living united, if possible. A bitter glint flickered in Daenerys's eyes. She seemed poised to scold him further. But Tyrion stepped closer, voice gentle. We cannot afford to keep punishing each other for old sins when the greatest sin of all is upon us. We have the chance to act together. You told me once, Your Grace, that you wanted to save the people from tyrants. The Night King is the greatest tyrant of all, death itself. She closed her eyes, inhaling. Then she opened them, turning to face Robb fully. Then what do you propose, Stark? Relief warred with anxiety in his chest. They had her ear, at least for the moment. Propose a partial siege. Take the majority of your army north. Break Euron Greyjoy's fleet if you can. He's the only real means for Cersei to roam free. Let her rot behind her walls. If she tries to sally out, your men can hold her. She's running out of resources with half the realm turned against her. Even if she finds some cunning way to hold out, the army of the dead is a bigger danger. Strike north with your dragons. Link up with the forces at Winterfell, and together we stand against the Night King. Daenerys stared at the city's outline. Came that Euron Greyjoy lurked off the coast, but storms had scattered his fleet. They might be forced to attempt a landing further north if they aimed to harass Daenerys's columns. Robb spent much of the journey near the front, conferring with Tyrion and Jorah about logistics. He outlined the terrain they would face in the Riverlands and north. Tyrell supply wagons teemed with grain and dried fruits from the southern harvest. The Dothraki complained about the cold, and the Tyrell men worried about foraging. Still, morale remained high, fueled by the presence of the dragons overhead. Every so often, Daenerys would descend on Drogon to consult with her advisors, then take flight again, scanning the horizon. She seldom spoke to Robb directly, but when their paths crossed, she offered curt acknowledgments. He sensed her simmering tension. She might have changed her plans, but that did not mean she'd forgiven the realm for forcing her to compromise. When at last they crossed the border into the Riverlands, the first flurries of snowfall caught them by surprise. Many in Daenerys's ranks had never seen snow, and they eyed it warily. The nights grew colder. Campfires were set in sprawling rings to warm the thousands of men. Daenerys began traveling more on horseback or in a covered litter, keeping the dragons overhead but saving their strength. Reports reached them that the White Walkers had indeed been sighted nearer the wall, their approach more defined. The calm before the storm was ending. They marched on, forging a path that edged near Harrenhal, its blackened towers brooding against a slate sky. No threat emerged from the ruined castle. It had been largely abandoned after the last waves of war. Finally, as the roads grew worse and the snow deeper, they reached the wide roads that would lead them through the neck and up to Moat Cailin. Scouts galloped back and forth, exchanging information with Crannogmen watchers. The unspoken tension was that each day used up supplies, each day wore on the soldiers, and the dead advanced inexorably. One evening, near a muddy clearing, Daenerys called a council of her principal advisors, Tyrion, Missandei, Varys, Yora, Grey Worm, a few Dothraki Ko, and Robb Stark with Ser Davos and Jaime. They gathered in a large command tent by torchlight, the wind howling outside. Snow drifted in, making the ground wet and cold. She spread a map of the north on a wooden table, pinning it down with rocks to keep it from flapping. "We must decide how quickly we push on to Winterfell," she said. "These roads are deteriorating. Many of my men have no experience marching in snow." Robb tapped the map. "If you press on relentlessly, you might lose half the baggage trained to the weather. Men will fall ill, horses might die. But if you move too slowly, the White Walkers may reach Winterfell first." Tyrion stared at the swirling lines on the map. "Is there any alternative?" Davos spoke, voice scratchy with worry. "We could split the force, send the faster cavalry ahead with the dragons, while the rest follows at a more measured pace. Then at least some portion of our strength arrives in time if the Night King attacks." Grey Worm frowned. "Dividing the army is risky. If Euron Greyjoy or any Lannister force intercepts us, we'd be weaker in two separate groups." Robb considered. "Still, it might be the best compromise. Let the Dothraki outriders push on with the dragons, while the Unsullied and Tyrell men come behind at a safe pace. I'll ride with the vanguard to coordinate with Jon. We can begin fortifying for the final stand. The main column can arrive a few days later." Daenerys arched a silver eyebrow. "You've grown bold, offering to ride ahead into the worst winter. Will you guarantee my Dothraki can handle it?" Robb spread his hands. "They're horsemen second to none, but they will need guidance in northern conditions. The roads beyond Moat Cailin can be treacherous. But if we move swiftly, we can outrun the worst storms. Once we reach Winterfell, we can resupply with what we have. Jon has a stockpile, though it's not endless." She glanced at Tyrion, who nodded thoughtfully. Then she sighed. "Very well. I will fly with Drogon and Rhaegal, escorting the Dothraki vanguard. Grey Worm, lead the Unsullied behind with the Tyrell men. Use the knowledge Ser Davos and others can provide about the roads. Tyrion, you and Varys stay with them to ensure everything runs smoothly." Tyrion inclined his head. "As you wish." Yora stepped forward, a note of concern. "I would accompany you, your grace, if I may. You'll need a trusted knight at your side." She nodded. "Yes, Ser Yora. And you, King Robb, will you ride with us or remain to guide the main host?" Robb exchanged a glance with Davos. "I'll join the vanguard. My men can handle the terrain, help your Dothraki navigate. I can also send word ahead to Jon so he knows we're close." A tight-lipped smile flickered across Daenerys' face. "So be it. Prepare to leave at dawn. We ride hard for Winterfell." And so, the next morning, the hosts split. The Unsullied and Tyrell spearmen continued their methodical march along the roads, wagons in tow, while Daenerys led a swifter vanguard of a few thousand Dothraki plus a scattering of Westerosi cavalry. Robb Stark and his handful of Stark guards took point, guiding them north. Jaime Lannister, with no real place among either group, chose to remain with Daenerys, continuing to prove his loyalty. Davos decided to stay with the main column, ensuring his logistical expertise would help them cross the neck smoothly. Drogon and Rhaegal soared overhead, sometimes out of sight in the clouds. Their roars reverberated across the sky, keeping the Dothraki in a near-constant state of excitement. At times, the road degenerated into muddy slush, forcing them to slow. On the second day, a squall of snow and sleet lashed them, thinning the ranks as they slogged forward. Several Dothraki cursed the weather, unfamiliar with the biting cold. But Daenerys pressed them on, driven by an urgency that matched Robb's. After 4 days of grueling pace, they reached the outskirts of Moat Cailin. The ancient stronghold rose from the boggy earth, its ruined towers looming. Crannogmen appeared, guiding them through hidden pathways to avoid sinkholes. Here, too, the mention of Robb Stark's name opened the way. In short order, they were past the neck, onto the King's Road that led into the wide expanse of the north. The temperature dropped more each day. The snow deepened. Frost clung to the horses' manes, the men's beards. Dothraki riders complained loudly, but they continued, if only out of respect or fear for their queen. Daenerys herself donned a heavy fur-lined coat over her usual attire, her braided hair dusted with ice. Rhaegal and Drogon roost in fields at night, terrifying local smallfolk who had never seen dragons. Still, the unstoppable momentum carried them forward. At last, on a stark, overcast afternoon, Winterfell's walls came into view, half-shrouded by falling snow. The presence of so many Dothraki riders caused alarm horns to sound from the ramparts. But Robb rode ahead, raising the Stark banner, shouting for them to hold fire. Daenerys followed, her breath visible in the chill air, Drogon overhead letting out a triumphant roar. The gates opened slowly, revealing the courtyard beyond. Jon Snow stood at the gates, flanked by Arya, Sansa, Lady Mormont, Tormund Giantsbane, and rows of northern soldiers armed with dragonglass-tipped spears. The faces of these men reflected a mixture of shock, awe, and fear at the sight of the dragons and the horde of foreign riders. Snow whirled in eddies between them, settling on steel helms, painting the ground white. Robb dismounted, trudged forward with stiff limbs, and grasped Jon's forearm. "We did it," he panted. "Daenerys has come." Jon's gaze flicked past him to where Daenerys Targaryen also dismounted, handing the reins to a Dothraki. She studied the ancient walls of Winterfell, the swirling snow. The northern men stared at her with open suspicion, but also curiosity. Drogon circled overhead once more, then landed in a nearby field with a thunderous impact, sending up clouds of frozen earth. Rhaegal perched on a ridge behind the castle, letting out a guttural rumble. Jon stepped forward, inclining his head to Daenerys. "Your Grace." She lifted her chin. "Jon Snow, we meet again, this time in your home." He nodded. "Welcome to Winterfell. We'll do our best to accommodate your men and your dragons." His breath plumed in the cold. "But we must hurry, or we'll run out of time. The Night King draws close. He may be at the wall already." She took a steadying breath. "Then let us prepare." A hush lay over the courtyard. The swirling snow thickened, as though the heavens themselves recognized the import of this moment. Dragons and Dothraki within the walls of the ancient Stark stronghold united under a fragile alliance. Robb met Sansa's eyes. She looked overwhelmed but resolute. Arya watched with that cool, deadly calm. Lady Mormont, arms folded, wore a scowl but said nothing. Tormund scratched his red beard, muttering about the Dragon Queen, obviously impressed by Drogon's size. Daenerys, gazing around at the old keep and the hostile stairs, pulled her cloak tight. "I see the north is as cold and unyielding as its legends. Still, I have come to fight. Show me the enemy." Jon gestured for her to follow him inside where they could speak away from the wind and gather with the other leaders. The Dothraki began filtering into the courtyard, many shivering, some stamping their feet, bewildered by the falling snow. Unsullied would arrive later with the main column, but for now, Daenerys had brought the core of her cavalry and the lethal potential of 2 dragons. Robb paused on the threshold, letting the swirl of snow catch in his hair. He glanced at Jaime Lannister, who lingered behind on horseback, uncertain of his welcome. Arya eyed him from a distance, and their gazes met, the memory of 1,000 grudges in her cold stare, tempered only by the overshadowing threat of the White Walkers. Jaime swallowed, dismounted, and followed the others inside. In that moment, Robb felt the heavy march of destiny. This was the last stand of the living. King's Landing might remain half-sieged, Cersei might lurk behind her walls, but none of that mattered now. The White Walkers threatened to bring eternal night. Daenerys Targaryen's dragons had come north. Soon enough, the undead would test every oath and break every barrier. House Stark, House Targaryen, the Wildlings, the Dothraki, each battered by war, each stained with old loyalties. Yet for this fleeting chance, they stood on the same side. He stepped through the gates into Winterfell, a swirl of snow around him, and the doors groaned shut behind, sealing the odd fellowship inside. The final battle loomed. Whether they united as one or fell apart in old feuds would decide the fate of men. And Robb Stark, returned from the brink of death, stood ready to place his faith in the fragile alliances they had forged. The winter winds howled, and somewhere a horn sounded on the ramparts, echoing across the white fields as if heralding the last great war Westeros would ever see. Winterfell's courtyard brimmed with a nervous hush as Daenerys Targaryen and her closest advisors trailed behind Jon, Robb, and the other Starks, trudging through fresh-fallen snow toward the Great Hall. Overhead, a winter sky churned, thick with slate-gray clouds that promised more flurries before nightfall. The cold air stung faces unaccustomed to the North's ferocity. Dothraki riders walked their horses in circles, stamping feet and muttering in their own tongue, taken aback by the swirling snow that seemed to crackle beneath every step. In the distance, Drogon's roar echoed across frozen fields, stirring an odd tremor in the onlookers. The watchers on the ramparts, Northmen, Vale Knights, wildlings, craned forward to glimpse the Dragon Queen in the flesh, uncertain whether to cheer or keep an arrow nocked. Many had never seen a Targaryen, let alone the mother of dragons, crossing their threshold. The tension in their eyes bespoke caution more than welcome. In their memories lay scars of too many betrayals. Too many times a southern army had violated the Stark stronghold. Now, at least, these newcomers had come with the promise of alliance, not conquest. Yet promises could break like frail ice. Jon led the party into the hall's entryway, where the warmth of hearthfires mingled with the scent of roasted onions and meager winter rations. At his shoulder, Sansa lingered, her fur-lined cloak drawn tightly. Arya hovered at the periphery, silent as a blade in the gloom. Robb followed, exchanging a quick glance with his siblings as though to reassure himself they were all still there. Still alive, still together. Years ago, he would never have imagined that Daenerys Targaryen and her Dothraki horde might seek refuge within these walls, nor that he would stand side by side with Jon, each of them calling themselves king in the north once upon a time, forging alliances with dragons. Daenerys stepped inside, eyeing the looming timber rafters overhead. Her expression stayed guarded, and it was plain that the north's chill gnawed at her. Her breath formed clouds in the air. Behind her trailed Jorah Mormont, stern-faced and protective, one hand resting lightly on the hilt of his sword. His gaze flicked to the banners that hung from the hall's supports, freshly woven direwolf sigils for House Stark. He gave them a faint nod of recognition, though his face remained troubled. These were his own people, in a sense, the Mormonts of Bear Island. Yet so much lay between them now. Jon led the queen and her retinue deeper into the hall, where a long table had been cleared. Benches stood pushed aside, furs spread across them to keep the chill away. Closer to the dais, a blazing hearth crackled, sending waves of heat through the chamber. Torches bracketed on the walls added flickers of light, revealing Northmen and women pressed along the sides, eyeing the arrivals. Among them, Lady Lyanna Mormont's dark eyes burned with stony appraisal, her hands folded before her. She was flanked by a pair of Bear Island warriors. Near her stood Tormund Giantsbane in thick pelts, ginger beard dusted with frost, his arms folded skeptically at the sight of a dragon queen. No one spoke until Jon gestured for Daenerys to stand near the dais and turned to the assembled watchers. "We are here under one banner," he said, voice level but forceful. "We face a threat greater than any in living memory. The Night King and his army of the dead will soon be upon us. Daenerys Targaryen has come north, at great risk and cost, to stand with us. She brings dragons to our cause and loyal soldiers. Let us put aside our fears and give her our thanks." Murmurs rippled, subdued but not openly hostile. Some of the older lords exchanged skeptical glances. Lyanna Mormont's glower did not soften in the least, but she bobbed her head at Jon, acknowledging his words. Sansa stepped forward, lips parted in a polite smile. "Your Grace," she said, addressing Daenerys, "I am Sansa Stark, Lady of Winterfell. On behalf of House Stark, welcome to our home. I trust the journey was not easy. The North rarely makes anything easy." Daenerys inclined her head in return. "It was cold," she admitted, a wry note in her voice, "and difficult for many of my people who've never seen snow. but the severity of this land only reaffirms the urgency of our shared cause. I thank you for allowing us inside your walls. Sansa offered the slightest curtsy. We stand together or we die alone. At that, Tormund snorted. We've heard that before. He cast a calculating gaze at Jorah Mormont, then turned his attention back to Daenerys. Long as your dragons don't burn us by mistake, we'll share the fight. Arya, standing behind Sansa, cleared her throat. No doubt we'll have plenty of foes to burn soon enough. The whites can't be reasoned with. Jon moved between them, raising a placating hand. Let's get everyone warm and fed, then meet in council. We have much to discuss, and the White Walkers may be closer than we think. He gestured to a side door leading to a smaller antechamber. The watchers in the hall parted, letting Daenerys and her entourage pass. Robb walked on her other side, conscious of the many stares. Behind them, Jaime Lannister trailed quietly, his posture subdued. His presence drew hard glares from some of the Northmen who remembered the War of the Five Kings, but none spoke up in that moment. There were bigger threats now. Before Robb exited the Great Hall, Lady Mormont caught his eye. The girl's sharp expression flicked from him to Daenerys and back. She did not speak, but the unspoken question shone in her eyes. Are you sure about this, Robb Stark? He gave her a faint dip of his head as if to say, we must trust or perish. Then he stepped through the door. The antechamber was not large, bare stone walls, a sturdy oak table, and a hearth giving precious heat. Wooden chairs were arrayed around the table and a few more stood along the walls. Jon, Daenerys, Sansa, Arya, Robb, Jorah Mormont, Tyrion Lannister, who had arrived on horseback earlier that day with the vanguard, and Jaime Lannister filed in. Ser Davos was still on the road, guiding the slower column of Unsullied and Tyrell men, so his presence would be missed for now. Tormund followed, along with Lyanna Mormont and a handful of other northern notables, Lord Glover's surviving cousin, a Karstark retainer, and a tall, weathered man from House Serwyn. The room felt crowded, the hush heavy. Torchlight threw shadows across their faces. Tyrion broke the tension by clearing his throat, moving to the table's edge. We should waste no time, he said. The White Walkers approach, and we're still uncertain how soon they may strike. We know they can travel even in terrible weather. Might they have already crossed the wall? Jon answered, voice grim. We've had no raven from Castle Black, Eastwatch, or the Shadow Tower in over a week. The last word we received said that the dead were massed in the far north, near the Fist of the First Men, but we can't be sure. It's possible the watchers at the wall are still in place, or it's possible they've been overrun. Tyrion's face tightened. So we prepare for the worst. Daenerys sank into a chair at the table, folding her hands together. I brought 2 dragons, Drogon and Regal. Vizaerion was lost in a battle beyond the wall. She glanced at Jon. He was killed or turned. I can't be certain, but if the Night King turned Vizaerion into some sort of undead dragon, we face a horror beyond imagining. Sansa and Arya exchanged stunned looks. Tormund cursed under his breath. Robb felt his stomach turn. An undead dragon in the Night King's service? The notion was too terrible to dwell on. But Daenerys' eyes said it was real. Jon nodded, confirming it. It's possible he rides that dragon now. If so, the wall might be vulnerable in ways we never imagined. Silence fell, each occupant of the room wrestling with this new dread. Tyrion raked his hand through his hair. Then we must assume the undead horde is unimpeded. Winterfell may be our best defensive position, but is it truly enough to stand against a dragon if it's under the Night King's command? Jorah frowned, a deep line carving across his brow. We have dragonglass in abundance here at Winterfell. We also have some Valyrian steel, but not much. The walls of Winterfell are formidable, especially with new repairs. But if an undead dragon breaches the sky, Dean. Ares looked at Jon. We might need to face him in the air. Drogon and Regal can fight their fallen brother, but it's complicated. If the Night King is as powerful as we fear, we'll need more than raw strength. Lyanna Mormont, perched near the back, spoke up, voice sharp as a blade. We stand no chance if we spread ourselves too thin. If you want to hold Winterfell, we have to gather every able fighter here. The Karstarks, the Umbers, the Glovers, the Mormonts, none can hold back anything. Yet even that might not be enough. We've seen the size of your host, Queen Daenerys. Thousands of Dothraki, thousands of Unsullied. Combined with the North, we might still be outnumbered. Tormund grunted. We're not just outnumbered. We're fighting an enemy that never tires, never sleeps, and swells with every death on our side. You kill one, the rest keep coming. You kill 100, 1,000 more follow. Only fire, dragonglass, or Valyrian steel can put them down. Jaime stood near the wall, arms folded. Which means we must use every resource effectively. If we fail to kill the White Walkers themselves, the Whites will never stop. Perhaps you've heard, if you slay the Night King or those who turned your fallen, large numbers of Whites collapse. Arya's lips curled faintly as though pondering where her dagger might land. So the main target is the Night King. We kill him, we stand a chance. Robb glanced at Jon. And if we can't? Then we fight as long as we can, hold them off, hope for a chance to strike. But that means we have to gather everyone. Is the Vale sending more men? Sansa stepped in. We've called on Lord Royce, but the snows in the mountains of the moon are severe. If more knights come from the area, it will be slow. We can't count on them arriving in time. Daenerys shifted her gaze to Robb. What of your Tully kin in the Riverlands? You said they would send men if possible. Robb nodded. They should be on the way. Once Edmure and the Blackfish secure the Trident, they'll march. But it's a long journey and winter is upon us. Even if they leave immediately, we might see them in weeks or not at all if storms hamper them. Tyrion grimaced. So it's Winterfell with the forces currently assembled plus the main body of Unsullied and Tyrell men when they arrive. That might be enough to hold off the first wave if we're fortunate. If we hold, and if the River Lords or Vale Knights appear, we might turn the tide. Daenerys inhaled deeply, steeling herself. Then we plan our defense around Winterfell. The dragons will remain near the castle, ready to meet any aerial threat. We set up perimeter fortifications outside the walls using dragonglass pikes and trenches to slow the Whites. If the lines fail, we retreat to the courtyard, then to the keep. If all else fails, she paused, her voice trailing away, but the meaning hung heavy. If all else fails, the living might perish here. Tormund shrugged. At least we have some high ground, and the castle's built to withstand northern winters. If we must make a stand, this is as good a place as any. His gaze shifted to Arya. I'd rather fight in open ground, but these are not normal enemies. Arya's expression betrayed a flicker of shared worry. In open ground, the Whites could surround us easily. We must use the walls, the towers. Our best chance to funnel them into kill zones. We can't let them swarm us. Jorah folded his arms. We'll position Dothraki outriders at intervals along the King's Road and surrounding plains, so we have warning of the Dead's approach if there's time. I'll speak with the Blood Riders to ensure they understand the terrain. We also need watchers on the skies. If the Night King appears with an undead dragon, we need to know before it's upon us. Daenerys nodded. Then let it be so. We have precious little time to prepare. Tyrion, help the Starks organize the castle defenses so we can incorporate your vantage. Jaime, work with the Northern Lords to train them in Lannister siege-breaking tactics. The Whites aren't men, but some basic principles apply. Tormund, coordinate with the wildlings. I want them patrolling the outlying areas. Jorah, remain by my side. We'll direct the Dothraki. Her gaze swept the room, lingering last on Jon. And you, Jon Snow, you know the threat better than anyone. Guide us where we're lacking. Show the men how to fight Whites. We must do this quickly. Jon dipped his head. We begin immediately. A subdued murmur of assent passed around the chamber. With that, Daenerys dismissed them to their tasks. The group dispersed, slipping back into the broader halls of Winterfell, though tension and dread clung to them like the chill in the air. It felt as if the very stones underfoot understood the weight of what was coming. The last stand for the living, all or nothing. Robb lingered near the hearth a moment longer, rolling stiffness from his shoulders. Arya watched him, eyebrows drawn. You haven't truly slept in days, she said softly. He forced a faint grin. Nor have you, I imagine. Her mouth quirked. I sleep lightly. You look like you haven't closed your eyes since you arrived. I'll rest when I can, he promised. For now, too much to do. She nodded, stepping closer, lowering her voice. What do you think of her? Daenerys Targaryen, a queen on dragons. Robb sighed, rubbing the scar on his side. She's formidable, that much is certain. Driven. And I sense that she's lost as much as any of us, maybe more. But she's also proud and unyielding. We'll see if that leads to victory or downfall. Arya tilted her head. She might be exactly what we need to burn this undead army to cinders. Gods, let's hope so, he murmured. They parted ways, each to separate duties. Robb found himself drawn to the castle ramparts, wanting to see how the Dothraki and Northmen merged. Outside, the snow had thickened, swirling in gusts that stung the eyes. Wooden platforms had been hastily erected at intervals along the parapets, manned by archers training with dragonglass-tipped arrows. The courtyard below was a chaotic bustle of newcomers, the Dothraki leading their horses to the stables, stable boys wide-eyed at the creatures used to warm Essosi plains. Northern blacksmiths hammered fresh arrowheads from lumps of raw dragonglass. The clang of metal on stone rang into the frozen air. Jaime Lannister stood by one of the forges, speaking with a blacksmith and 2 Karstark soldiers. At times, he gestured with his golden hand, likely explaining how to reinforce certain gates or barricades. If any recognized him or bore him ill will, they hid it for now. War made strange bedfellows. Robb continued his circuit, greeting men who remembered him from before the Red Wedding, offering them a nod of encouragement. Some wore expressions of awe that he still lived and breathed. Others simply looked determined. They had lost so many lords, Ned, Catelyn, Rickon, and carried deep scars from Bolton rule. Yet the North endured. Every conversation circled back to the same question, will the dragons be enough? Robb had no certain answer. Late that day, Jon convened a training session in the yard to teach the new arrivals how to handle dragonglass weapons. He roped off a section of packed snow and invited any soldier who had never faced a white to come watch. Dozens of Northmen, Dothraki, and even a few Vale Knights had gathered. Jon demonstrated the correct angle to strike a white, emphasizing that a slash to the torso might not be enough, destroy the head, hack off limbs, set them ablaze. Tormund offered tips from first-hand experience, sprinkling in wry asides that earned uneasy laughter. Daenerys herself observed from a short distance, flanked by Yora and Grey Worm. The Dothraki had always prided themselves on fearless charges, but here they looked uncertain, faced with an enemy that could not be intimidated. Jon handed a dragonglass spear to one Dothraki rider, corrected his stance, then pivoted to show how to brace against a wave of attacking whites. Robb could see the man's eyes, full of worry but also curiosity. By the end of the lesson, the Dothraki were at least somewhat prepared for an enemy beyond their experience. That evening, the council reconvened in the Great Hall. Braziers glowed and meager winter fare was served, bowls of cabbage stew, crusts of hard bread, salted fish. Not a feast by any measure, but it sustained. Daenerys and her chief advisors sat at the high table alongside Jon, Sansa, and Arya, while the North's leading figures, Lady Mormont, Lord Glover's kin, a smattering of smaller lordlings occupied benches below. Robb joined them, placing himself between Arya and Jaime Lannister. The arrangement was tense, but courtesy demanded a show of unity. Once the meal concluded, a hush fell. Jon stood, lifting his cup of ale. We are battered from marches and war. Many of you have fought in battles from the Twins to the Skirling Pass. You have lost friends, family, homes. But tomorrow we continue fortifying Winterfell. The day after that, the next day, every hour counts. We must be ready for the dead. So rest if you can, because once they come, there's no rest until victory or death. A grim murmur of agreement rippled through the hall. Daenerys rose next, her presence commanding. I pledged my forces to help defend this land. I will keep that pledge. Drogon and Rhaegal will patrol the skies. My knights and Dothraki stand with you, arm in arm. Let us show these creatures that the living do not bow to terror. Let us show them our combined might. A more subdued cheer rose this time, some men thumping fists to the tables, others calling out half-hearted hurrahs. Fear tempered their enthusiasm. Still, a spark of determination gleamed in a few eyes. The hall emptied gradually, men drifting out to take their posts or snatch some hours of rest. Robb joined the exodus, exchanging a few words with Tormund about how to position watchers along the ramparts. As they passed the gatehouse, the wind cut like knives. In the open yard, torches burned in the gloom, illuminating piles of dragonglass weaponry. The swirl of snow made the night feel endless. Jon caught up to Robb, pressing a fur cloak around his shoulders. You look half-frozen, Jon said gently. Robb let out a steaming breath. It's a bitter night, but I'm all right. Jon nodded, quiet for a moment. I never thanked you properly for bringing Daenerys here. You took a risk. If she had chosen to assault King's Landing first, we might have lost all hope. Robb's lips twisted in a wry smile. You've done the heavy lifting, forging the truce. I merely nudged it along. I only pray it's enough. A cold gust whipped Jon's hair across his forehead. We'll see. If the wall is breached or if the Night King has a dragon, we'll need every advantage. Robb clasped Jon's shoulder, feeling the chill even through the furs. At least we're together in this. That's something. Jon's eyes shone, reflecting torchlight. It is. A horn blast rang out from the walls, signaling the change of watch. The swirling flakes caught the sound, seeming to carry it in echoes around the courtyard. Robb turned, gazing at the gate, remembering a simpler time when the biggest worry was whether the last harvest would see them through winter. Now, the entire realm's fate rested in precarious balance. He bid Jon good night and ascended the stone steps to the inner ward. On his way, he glimpsed Jaime Lannister slipping into a side corridor, accompanied by Brienne of Tarth. She had arrived earlier, traveling with Sansa from the Vale. The two had served different masters once, but tonight they spoke in hushed tones, years of history pressing between them. Robb left them to it, not wishing to interrupt. Some rifts needed private words to mend, or at least to mitigate. Eventually, Robb collapsed into an old bedchamber near the library tower. The bed was serviceable, stuffed with straw and topped by moth-eaten blankets. He welcomed the scratchiness of it, so different from the battlefield's muddy ground. As he dozed off, fleeting images plagued him, the undead horde, eyes gleaming blue, unstoppable. He saw a dragon of ice and pale flame diving over the walls of Winterfell. He saw Cersei Lannister cackling in some hidden fortress, or Euron Greyjoy launching a surprise assault. Then the images shifted to Daenerys in draconic silhouette, flames bursting from her mount's throat. He woke with a gasp, heart hammering. Outside, the night was silent except for the hiss of wind through arrow slits. He forced his eyes shut again and found uneasy rest. Days blurred into a grueling routine. Under Daenerys' oversight, the Dothraki erected wooden palisades and lined them with dragonglass pikes. The Northmen dug trenches beyond the walls, filling them with sharpened stakes. Jaime worked with local smiths to reinforce gates with iron plating. Tyrion and Sansa coordinated rationing. The daily allotment of bread and salted fish shrank as they struggled to feed the influx of new arrivals. The nights grew colder. More snow fell, drifting into waist-high drifts in the outer courtyard. Horses had to be stabled in shifts, leaving some animals out in the biting cold under hastily built shelters. On the fourth day, a small party arrived from the Neck, Crannogmen led by a Reed cousin, bearing news that the main column of Unsullied and Tyrell forces was only a few days behind. That was good tidings, though overshadowed by the knowledge that the White Walkers might appear any day. The watchers along the King's Road reported no sign of whites, but the hush felt ominous. Ghostly quiet out in the frozen fields. Late that same afternoon, as Robb circled the ramparts to check on archers, a cry of alarm echoed from the southeast tower. He rushed there, heart pounding. Dothraki outriders were galloping in, shouting in broken common tongue. The watchers craned to see. Riding double behind one of the Dothraki was a ranger from the Night's Watch, half-frozen and barely conscious. Men rushed to help him down from the horse, carrying him into the courtyard. Jon and Daenerys arrived at a run, with Tormund and Arya trailing. Robb leapt from the ramparts, bounding down steps. A cluster formed around the ranger, who coughed, spitting flecks of blood onto the snow. He wore black tatters, his lips blue with cold. Despite the frantic attempts of the men around him to wrap him in blankets, his shivering did not abate. Jon knelt beside him. "Brother," he urged quietly. "What news? What happened?" The ranger's eyes fluttered. "Eastwatch fallen," he rasped. "They came, the dead, so many. An undead dragon, breathing ice, or cold flame. The wall, it collapsed. We had to flee. Some made for the Shadow Tower. Others, me, tried for Winterfell. They're coming." A hush like a thunderclap settled around them. Daenerys' face paled, realization snapping through her eyes. Jon swore softly under his breath while Tormund let out a guttural noise of anger. "They have Vizaerion," Daenerys whispered, voice trembling with fury and grief. "He broke the wall." Arya exchanged a horrified look with Sansa, who had rushed in behind them. Robb felt his stomach bottom out. The worst fear confirmed, the Night King had shattered centuries of defense with unholy power, unleashing his army into the southern lands. Jon gripped the ranger's hand, voice low. "Thank you. Rest now, you did your duty." The ranger's eyes closed. Whether he slipped into unconsciousness or death was unclear, but maesters hustled to carry him away. Tormund kicked at the snow, cursing in the old tongue of the free folk. Sansa pressed a hand to her mouth as if to steady herself. "What do we do?" Arya asked, tight-lipped. "They could be upon us in days. Hours even," Jon replied, pushing to his feet. "The army of the dead moves tirelessly. Eastwatch is not so far from here, all things considered. They might cut across the plains north of the Gift." Daenerys drew herself up. Then we must ready every man, woman, and child who can hold a blade. Drogon and Regal will take to the skies and scout. If the Night King is truly leading an undead dragon, I'll face him." Jon looked pained. "It's dangerous. If you face him alone and fall, we lose everything." She turned fiercely. "What else can I do? The living must stand and fight. I will not cower. My dragons are the only chance to match his mount in the air." Robb grabbed Jon's arm. "We can't be caught unprepared. We must man the walls at once, position the archers, arm the siege weapons with dragaglass. The trenches must be ready to ignite if we have wildfire or pitch. Do we have any?" Sansa, still shaking, swallowed. "A small store of pitch. Not much. We can line the outer trenches with it." Yora, who had appeared behind Daenerys, nodded. "We'll do so, but the men will be tired. The time for rest is over." Jon set his jaw. "Ring the horns. Raise every soul who can fight. Double the watch. We stand through the night." They all scattered, each taking command of a different piece of the desperate defense. The yard burst into frantic motion. Horn blasts resounded from the ramparts, summoning the garrison. Men and women alike scrambled to don armor, gather weapons. The Dothraki formed ragged lines, checking their newly fashioned dragaglass arrocs. Northern archers tested bowstrings, distributing arrow bundles. It was chaos, a looming midnight panic. Snow hammered the fortress, reducing visibility and chilling everyone to the bone. Robb found himself running to the stables, checking on the horses. If the walls fell, they might need a swift retreat or at least a means to flank. But in his heart, he knew there would be no retreat. This would be a last stand. He paused among the uneasy animals, hearing them snort and paw in alarm. The smell of hay mingled with the tang of fear in the air. A memory flashed. Gray wind howling at the moon, Catelyn Stark cautioning him to keep the dire wolf close, to never trust too easily. He closed his eyes, letting the wave of grief pass. Then he made himself move, ensuring the men assigned to the stables had dragaglass spears. Every corner of Winterfell might be a breach point. The dead knew no limitations. By the time darkness fully claimed the sky, the fortress was a hive of watchfires and armed figures. Daenerys and Jon walked the walls together, giving final instructions. 2 large scorpions, originally installed to fend off flying foes, had been refitted with dragonglass-tipped bolts and improvised measure in hopes of wounding the undead dragon if it came. Regal roosted near the eastern tower, Drogon perched in the courtyard, growling low, hot breath steaming in the cold. The Dothraki eyed the dragons warily but drew comfort from their presence. Hours crawled on. Men shivered at their posts, peering into the swirling snow beyond the trenches. The watchfires crackled, spewing sparks into the night. Robb took station on a walkway above the main gate, accompanied by a dozen archers. Arya was not far off. He saw her silhouette at another vantage point, scanning the darkness. Sansa remained in the Great Hall, coordinating the wounded, the non-combatants, the store of provisions. Tormund stomped back and forth, muttering that this reminded him of Harhome when the free folk first saw the whites in endless numbers. Jaime Lannister lurked near a corner tower, conferring with a group of Karstark defenders. The flickers of torchlight reflected off his golden hand. Despite the distrust from many, he stood stoically, prepared to fight. Bells tolled midnight. The hush beyond the walls was absolute, no hoots of owls, no rustle of wind through trees. Only snow and the howling swirl of an empty plain. The tension was unbearable, a drawn bowstring that refused to loose. Robb imagined the White Walkers creeping ever closer, silent as death. But no shape stirred in the gloom. He wondered if they might not come until dawn or the next night, or if they circled wide to attack from another angle. He forced himself to remain vigilant, stamping his feet to keep circulation. Time bled away. The moon arced behind clouds. Now and then, a figure hurried along the rampart, delivering news or checking supplies. Each minute that passed without attack felt like borrowed time. Then, sometime past the deepest hour of the night, a horn rang out from the northern watchtower. 3 blasts in quick succession. The signal for the dead. Robb snapped upright. He saw a flicker of movement far out in the blackness, a line of shapes that parted the snowfall like a slow wave. Archers at his side sucked in their breath. Another horn answered, this one from the western tower. The monstrous tide was encircling them. A shift in the wind carried a chilling sound, a chorus of inhuman wails, thin and sharp, echoing across the fields. All archers to the walls, a voice shouted. Light the pitch in the trenches on my mark. Robb rushed along the walkway, shouting orders, stumbling in the half-light. The silhouette of Jon emerged on a higher platform, brandishing Longclaw. Daenerys and Yora appeared near Drogon, ready to mount. The dragon let out a thunderous roar, rearing up, wings beating in agitation. Fires flared to life around the courtyard, revealing the lines of Dothraki and Northmen below, hearts pounding. Suddenly, the night was pierced by shrieks as thousands of wights surged from the darkness. They came in a ragged wave, once human corpses with blue, hungry eyes, some still wearing tatters of clothing, others half-skeletal. Behind them, taller forms glided, White Walkers themselves, pale and dreadful, each carrying an icy blade. The living let out a collective cry of horror and defiance. Now shouted Grey Worm's voice from somewhere near the gate. Archers released flaming arrows into the trenches. A moment later, a wall of flame erupted in the darkness, a barrier of pitch-fueled fire encircling much of the castle's perimeter, forcing the wights to stop or attempt to go around. The undead shrieked and hissed at the flames, some lurching into the fire and igniting, flailing until they collapsed. Yet the wave did not halt entirely. Gaps existed where the flames had not caught or had fizzled in the swirling snow. Oppressive corpses piled against the flaming trench, smothering sections of it. Slowly, the horde advanced, bridging the flames with their own burning bodies. Arrows rained down from the walls, many tipped with dragaglass. Where they struck, wights fell. But the numbers kept coming. Robb caught sight of a White Walker in the distance, raising an ice spear and flinging it at the ramparts. A piercing whistle cut the air, followed by a crash of stone and splinters near a group of archers. Screams erupted. Loose, the cry went up from multiple vantage points. Rows of archers unleashed volley after volley. The Dothraki roared, brandishing their araks. A small group of them, braver or more reckless, charged out from a side gate, horses galloping to cut through the wights that had bypassed the flames. They clashed in a swirl of steel, but the advantage was short-lived. The wights overwhelmed them, dragging both men and horses down in a flailing mass. Flames licked at the edges. Above, Daenerys mounted Drogon, Yora clambering up behind her. The dragon spread colossal wings, launched skyward with a buffeting roar. Snow churned in spirals as Drogon ascended, unleashing a jet of dragon fire upon the largest cluster of wights. Flesh and bone vaporized in an instant, the light of the flames searing the night. A ragged cheer went up from the walls. Then Rhaegal soared into view with Jon astride him, Longclaw strapped across his back. He angled the greenish-brown dragon in a wide arc, blasting another pocket of undead with searing flame. Still, the undead advanced uncaring. Robb peered into the gloom, searching for some sign of the Night King or the rumored undead dragon. The swirling darkness revealed nothing but wave upon wave of wights, some already climbing onto the corpses of the first wave to scale the trench. He yelled at the archers, "Focus on the White Walkers. Cut them down if you can." He snatched about himself, knocked a dragaglass arrow, and scanned for the tall, pale figures. At last he spotted one stepping through the flames near the southwestern corner. Gritting his teeth, he took aim and loosed. The arrow whistled, but the White Walker deflected it with preternatural grace, its blade of ice glimmering with a faint blue sheen. Robb cursed, reaching for another arrow. Suddenly, a thunderous roar split the night from above. The air crackled with unnatural cold. Robb's blood ran chill as a shape emerged from the black sky, a dragon, but pallid and decaying, tattered wings beating. Its eyes glowed a baleful blue. Mounted on its back was a figure wreathed in shadows, crowned with horns of ice, the Night King, riding the undead Vizaerion. An unholy shriek tore through the clouds as the monstrous dragon spewed a torrent of bluish flame that slammed into Rhaegal mid-flight. Jon's dragon reeled, shrieking in pain. Rhaegal twisted away, wings battered by the icy flame. Snow and shards of ice exploded in a violent shockwave. Jon clung to the saddle, fighting to regain control. From below, Daenerys and Drogon angled upward, roaring challenge. Drogon unleashed a blast of living flame at Vizaerion, but the undead dragon twisted with eerie agility. The two streams of flame and icy breath collided in a burst of swirling sparks. The sky thundered with the clash. Down on the walls, men shouted in horror and wonder. Robb found his hands trembling on his bow. He forced himself to focus back on the immediate threat, countless wights now pressing the trenches, using charred bodies to douse the flames. More were clambering up the castle walls, hacking at the gates. The outer palisades shattered under the crush. The defenders on the ramparts braced with spears, stabbing downward. Screams rose from all sides, a cacophony of terror. Winterfell's courtyard began to fill with smoke and swirling snow lit by the hellish glow of fires. Somewhere to the east, a furious explosion shook the ground, likely a cart of pitch ignited by a stray flame. The concussion toppled defenders, wights, and palisade timbers alike. Robb glimpsed Tormund swinging an axe near the main gate, cutting down wights that scrambled over the parapet. Lady Mormont's fierce banner soared near the gatehouse. Her warriors fought with savage bravery, but the dead pressed in relentlessly. Robb notched another arrow, aimed at a cluster of wights climbing near a battered crenellation, and released. The arrow struck one in the chest, sending it tumbling. 2 more replaced it. His next arrow took out a kneecap, toppling another. The archers at his side poured volley after volley into the swarm, yet for every wight that fell, a dozen more advanced. The wave threatened to wash over the ramparts. Robb bellowed at the archers to fall back to the interior walkway if the outer edge was lost. Above, Drogon and Rhaegal engaged Vizaerion in a savage aerial dance. Blue flame clashed with orange-red fire. The swirling snow parted in shock waves each time they collided, revealing glimpses of the Night King's gaunt form on Vizerion's back. Daenerys circled wide, trying to catch the undead dragon unawares, but Vizaerion twisted impossibly, slashing Drogon's flank with ragged talons. Drogon roared in pain, black scales raked open, blood spattering across the sky. Rhaegal, wounded, struggled to gain altitude. Jon leaned low, urging his dragon to keep fighting. For a heart-stopping moment, it seemed Rhaegal might spiral to the ground, but the dragon leveled out, battered but still aloft. Daenerys unleashed a torrent of flame that engulfed half of Vizerion's wing. The undead membrane burned with a sickly color, but the dragon did not fall. The Night King gestured with his icy spear, hurling it at Drogon. Daenerys jerked her mount aside, narrowly dodging the deadly missile. It skimmed Drogon's side, sending a spatter of black blood raining down. The watchers on the walls cried out in horror. In the courtyard below, the wights finally crashed through portions of the outer defenses, swarming into the space between the gatehouse and the keep. Northern and Dothraki defenders met them in frenzied melee, hacking away with dragaglass weapons. Torchlight revealed the carnage, reanimated corpses of men, women, even animals, all with pale blue eyes set in decaying sockets, unstoppable except by dragaglass or fire. The clang of steel mixed with their ghastly shrieks. Robb left the archers to hold their section and sprinted for the courtyard steps. If the wights took the courtyard in force, the keep could be overrun. He drew his sword, Valyrian steel, gifted once by his father, and hurled himself into the melee. He clove through a wight's ribcage, the dark magic dissipating in a burst of cold mist. Another lunged at him with clawed hands. He brought the blade up, severing its skull from its shoulders. A Dothraki warrior joined him, a rack glinting with dragonglass edges. Together, they cut down a half-dozen wights in a flurry of movement, though the moans and screams continued unabated. Tormund's roar split the night. Robb caught sight of the wildling slamming a hammer into a White Walker's chest. The being disintegrated into shards of ice, causing several wights in the immediate vicinity to collapse. Encouraged, the men around Tormund shouted and pressed forward, slaying more wights. But a new wave replaced them, surging from the darkness. Sansa's voice echoed from somewhere above, rallying survivors to the inner yard. Arrows rained from the ramparts, but the wights were far too many. An eerie hush fell for an instant, broken by a screech from overhead. Robb whirled, chest heaving. Above the courtyard soared the undead dragon, battered but still fighting. The Night King craned his gaunt face downward, scanning the fortress below. A swirl of icy breath gathered in Vizerion's maw. Robb's eyes went wide. He shouted for the men to scatter. A torrent of pale blue flame raked the courtyard, exploding in a cascade of ice shards and cold fire. Stone walls cracked under the impact, defenders screaming as the unnatural chill sliced flesh and boiled blood. Robb threw himself behind a collapsed wagon, only barely avoiding the brunt of the blast. Even so, the cold seared his exposed skin, pain lancing up his side. When the wave passed, the courtyard lay half encased in rime. Patches of frost glimmered on corpses, living and dead. Groaning, Robb pushed himself upright. He saw men twisted in contorted shapes of ice, their faces frozen in terror. Others moaned, limbs blackened by frostbite. The undead pressed through the breach. From a distance, flames poured down, Drogon or Rhaegal counterattacking, but the area near the main gate was a scene of devastation. A figure stumbled across the churned ground. Jaime Lannister, golden hand streaked with ice. He waved his sword, yelling, "Fall back to the keep! Go!" Though wounded, he seized a dragonglass pike from a fallen soldier and thrust it at a wight clambering over the rampart. He shrieked and dissolved. Another hammered into him from behind, sending him staggering. Jaime tumbled, narrowly avoiding the white's snapping jaws. He rolled over, driving the pike upward. The creature fell to ash and bone fragments. Robb staggered over to Jaime, helping him to his feet. Jaime's breath fogged. He looked Robb in the eye with a kind of grim camaraderie. Together, they advanced a few steps, cutting down another pair of whites that lunged from the swirling snow. Then the call went up again, retreat to the keep. The outer courtyard was lost. On the ramparts above, Arya danced between whites with lethal precision, her Valyrian steel dagger a blur. Each slash dropped another undead foe, but more poured in, forcing her to yield ground. She vaulted off a battered parapet onto the narrower walkway, leading them away from the fleeing archers. Fear flitted across her face, not for herself, but for those pinned on the walls. She grit her teeth, pressing on. In the sky, Daenerys and Drogon regrouped with Rhaegal and Jon circling overhead. Each soared to opposite sides, bathing the white-ridden outskirts in flame, stalling the army's advance momentarily. The White Walkers below raised their arms, unleashing an unearthly wind that threatened to blow the flames aside. A few whites ignited and fell, but the unstoppable horde pressed forward still. Robb and Jaime joined Tormund, who was limping from a deep cut to his thigh but still bellowing defiance. Lady Mormont's voice echoed from behind a line of Bear Island fighters. They'd formed a shield wall near the steps to the Great Hall. Sansa was at the top of the steps, frantically directing people into the keep proper. Gendry, the blacksmith from King's Landing who had arrived with the Baratheon boat once, was among them, hammer in hand, bashing at whites that threatened to break the line. A sudden shriek overhead. The undead Vizaerion dove again, eyes fixed on the cluster of defenders near the keep's entrance. Robb's heart lurched. If that monster unleashed its frost flame here, they would be annihilated. But before it could exhale, Drogon slammed into Vizerion's flank from above, jaws ripping into the rotted flesh. The undead dragon screeched, thrashing. The two dragons tumbled across the courtyard in a frenzy of wings and teeth, crashing through the far rampart in a shower of stone. Daenerys clung to Drogon's saddle, Yora trying to protect her from the shaking. They disappeared in a swirl of debris, continuing their savage fight on the ground, half obscured by smoke and drifting snow. Jon and Rhaegal seized the opportunity, swooping low to rake a column of whites with fire. The living roared, rallying for a moment. Yet the courtyard was littered with the dead and dying. Robb coughed, tasting blood on his lip from where he'd slammed into the wagon. He felt a desperate surge of adrenaline, forcing himself back into motion. "We have to get them inside," he shouted, gesturing to the wounded who lay scattered. "Form a line." He and Jaime, with Tormund limping behind, led a final push that cleared a short path to the keep's doors. A throng of whites converged, but Bear Island warriors and northern footmen battered them back, albeit at great cost. Robb seized a fallen dragonglass spear, hurling it at a charging white. The creature collapsed into shards. Then he swung his Valyrian steel sword to cleave another's head. For an instant, it seemed the path was clear. "Inside!" roared Jaime, beckoning the wounded. Sansa and a handful of guards hustled them in, each step a struggle through the slick of blood and ice. Others crowded the doors, trying to hold them open. The shrieks of whites closed in again, a chittering wave of death. Robb glimpsed Lady Mormont fighting near the base of the steps. A towering white, a giant from the frozen north, half its flesh rotted, thundered into the courtyard, swinging a massive, bony arm. It hurled men aside like rag dolls. Lyanna let out a battle cry, dashing forward. The giant's foot stomped down, sending her flying. Robb tried to move toward her, but whites blocked his path. She struggled to her feet, battered, face pale. The giant roared, lifting a stump of an arm for a final blow. With a savage snarl, she lunged, dragonglass blade in hand, driving it into the giant's chest. A flash of brilliance erupted, the giant let out a final, ear-splitting groan, then collapsed in a cascade of dust and ash. Lyanna crumpled under its weight, lost to sight. A roar of outrage came from her Bear Island fighters. They waded in, hacking aside lesser whites, dragging her crushed form out, tears freezing on their cheeks. No time to mourn. The keep's doors shuddered, men shouting for them to close. "Fall back!" Tormund hollered, staggering toward the threshold. "We can't hold the yard." Robb and Jaime retreated step by step, fighting whites that lunged at them from the gloom. Another spout of dragon fire blossomed overhead as Rhaegal scorched a cluster near the courtyard's perimeter. The stench of burnt flesh and melted snow filled the air. Robb coughed, eyes streaming from the smoke. The line of defenders shrank, funneling through the keep's entrance. A thunder of footsteps echoed inside as survivors scrambled deeper into the fortress. Sansa stood by, urging them to hurry, eyes wild with terror. Just as Robb neared the doorway, a white walker sprang from behind a toppled cart, blade of ice raised to strike. Robb spun, parrying with his Valyrian steel. The clash rang out, sending jolts up his arm. The creature hissed, pressing forward with unnatural strength. Jaime lunged in from the side, attempting a thrust with a dragoglass dagger. The walker twisted gracefully, knocking him aside. It swung the ice blade at Robb's head. Robb ducked, adrenaline spiking. He slashed across the walker's torso. The Valyrian steel bit deep, and for an instant, the walker froze mid-hiss. Then it shattered into 1,000 crystalline shards. The whites around it collapsed, marionettes with cut strings. Robb staggered, panting. Jaime gave him a grim, appreciative nod. But more whites were coming. Tormund bellowed from the doorway, "Get in here. Now." They rushed inside. Guards slammed the doors, dropping heavy beams across them. Screams and howls echoed in the courtyard. The thick oak and iron buckled under repeated blows from the other side. For now, at least, they had a barrier. Men slumped on the floor, exhausted, wounded, many missing limbs or half-frozen. Sansa moved among them, eyes wet with tears, whispering encouragement. Arya appeared from a side corridor, bloodied but unbroken. She clutched her dagger, scanning the new arrivals for a sign of her siblings. She exhaled shakily when she spotted Robb. "You're alive," she breathed. He nodded, voice hoarse. "Are you hurt?" She shook her head. "Just a few scrapes. We lost the outer wall. They're inside the courtyard now. This is it." Tormund barked out, a laugh devoid of humor. "We can barricade ourselves in the Great Hall or the crypts. But if they break through the keep's walls, there's nowhere else to run." "What about Daenerys?" Jaime asked, leaning against the door. "She went down with Drogon." Before Robb could answer, a thunderous roar resounded from the courtyard. Drogon's shape loomed through the cracks in the door, continuing to wrestle with Vizaerion. Flames and frost clashed in a cacophony. Stone shattered under their combined weight. The entire keep shook as the dragons slammed into a corner tower. Screams erupted from above as men fell from the ramparts. Then, with a final, agonized shriek, one dragon collapsed. Robb's heart seized. Through the smoky gloom, he couldn't tell which. Another, battered shape hissed, biting down on its rival's neck. A gout of flame burst from the victor's maw, and then everything vanished in a swirl of black smoke. "Gods!" Sansa whispered from behind them. "Which dragon?" "Open the door a sliver," Tormund hissed. "We need to see." Robb moved to the door, helping Tormund shift the beam just enough to create a narrow gap. Peering out, he saw a nightmarish scene. Half the courtyard was rubble, devoured by flame or encased in ice. Charred whites still crawled. The walls were awash in blood, and near the collapsed tower lay a dragon's body, wings ripped. In the gloom, a black shape pinned it, hooking talons into the still form. It was Drogon that remained upright, dark scales reflecting the flicker of distant fires. Vizaerion, undead, battered, was the one pinned. For an instant, it seemed Drogon had triumphed. Then a flicker of movement. The Night King rose from the wreckage, stepping forward with an ice spear in hand. Drogon's giant head whipped around, unleashing a roar of flame. The Night King raised his free hand, forming a barrier of swirling frost that resisted the fire for a moment, though it cracked under the intensity. He hurled the spear at Drogon's exposed chest. Drogon tried to jerk aside, but the blade tore into his shoulder, lodging deep. The dragon howled in agony, collapsing partially atop Vizerion's corpse. Robb's throat tightened. Where was Daenerys? Amid the chaos, a smaller shape tumbled from Drogon's flank, someone falling. Yora? Daenerys? They vanished behind a collapsed section of the wall. The Night King advanced, stalking toward Drogon, who thrashed helplessly, pinned by pain and the tangle of the undead dragon's remains. Robb's stomach twisted. He had to do something. But how to face the Night King in that courtyard teeming with whites? Then, from the sky, Regal and John Dove, a final gambit. The wounded green dragon roared, letting loose a fierce column of flame. The Night King spun, conjuring another swirl of ice. The flame clashed in midair, scattering embers. Regal banked hard, limbs trembling from earlier wounds. John leapt from the saddle at the last moment, landing on a broken ledge near the tower, rolling to absorb the impact. Regal soared away, struggling to remain airborne. The Night King stared up at the departing dragon with cold disdain, then turned to John's lone figure. Robb, heart in his throat, gripped the door's edge. He's trying to kill the Night King by himself. The fool. But a flicker of desperate hope rose. Maybe Jon had a plan. Maybe? Jon raced down the shattered ledge, glancing at the pinned Drogon. Whites scurried around the perimeter, but many had collapsed near the undead Vizerion's remains, presumably undone by some chain reaction. Others were still massing near the keep. The Night King raised an icy blade, preparing for Jon's charge. Jon brandished long claw, face set in grim resolve. They met in a flurry of sparks, Valyrian steel against cursed ice. The impact sent shockwaves across the courtyard. Drogon groaned, tail thrashing, further demolishing the tower's rubble. For a moment, the world seemed to hold its breath. Jon lunged again and again, but the Night King moved with inhuman grace, parrying each strike. Their blades screeched, sending arcs of light across the battlefield. Beneath them, the courtyard burned and froze in equal measure, a patchwork of ruin. Then the Night King feinted, his frosty blade lashing across Jon's chest. Jon stumbled, blood staining the snow. He recovered with a desperate slash, but the Night King sidestepped, conjuring a swirl of dark energy that knocked Jon off his feet. Jon crashed to the ground, losing grip on Longclaw. The blade skittered away into the shadows. A hush fell as though time itself paused. The Night King stepped forward, gazing down at Jon with icy contempt. He raised his sword, prepared to finish the job. Suddenly, a streak of movement emerged from behind a broken wall. Daenerys, cloak torn, hair matted with blood. She held a dragonglass spear. Her eyes blazed with fury and desperation. She hurled the spear at the Night King's back. He sensed it, turning with supernatural speed, batting the spear aside. But the distraction was enough. Jon lunged, tackling the Night King's legs, toppling him forward. The ice sword clattered away momentarily. Daenerys seized another piece of dragonglass from Yora's unmoving hand. He lay nearby, mortally wounded, but still clutched a handful of shards. She dove, driving the fragment at the Night King's chest. He twisted, grappling her wrist with a vice-like grip. They struggled, locked in a deadly wrestle. Jon tried to pry the Night King's arm away, but was knocked back by a burst of icy magic. Daenerys cried out as cold burned her flesh. The Night King wrenched the dragonglass from her grasp, tossing it aside. Then he raised his free hand, summoned a shard of ice. Before the fatal blow fell, another figure sprinted from the gloom. Arya Stark, face streaked with blood and soot. She leapt onto the Night King's back in one fluid move, hooking an arm around his neck. He released Daenerys to seize Arya's arm. She shifted swiftly, the movement reminiscent of the water dancer training from Bravos. A Valyrian steel dagger gleamed in her hand. She had retrieved it after losing it earlier. With a twist, she plunged the dagger into the Night King's side. For a heartbeat, nothing happened. The Night King's dead eyes turned to Arya, as if in disbelief. Then cracks of pale light branched across his icy form. He tried to raise a hand, but it disintegrated into shards. His face contorted in silent rage, then shattered completely, exploding in a spray of crystalline dust that glimmered in the firelight. Arya tumbled onto the ground. Daenerys staggered back, clutching her burned arm. Jon, kneeling, stared in shock. All around the courtyard, the whites froze in mid-motion, then collapsed. One by one, the White Walkers far beyond fell to shards. A monstrous hush followed. The entire undead army, from the battered remnants in the yard to the throngs scaling the walls, disintegrated. Weapons clanged on stone. Corpses dissolved into inert flesh or dust. The swirl of pale magic that had animated them vanished like a dying wind. Robb, peering through the gap in the keep's doors, felt tears of disbelief well in his eyes. On the courtyard's far side, Drogon let out a wounded rumble, but the dragon lived. Vizerion's remains lay inert. Daenerys was alive, kneeling by Yora's side, tears streaking her cheeks. Arya coughed, dropping the dagger, her entire body trembling. Jon crawled to her, hugging her fiercely, ignoring the searing pain of his wounds. A hush of shock blanketed Winterfell as the living realized the impossible had happened. The Night King was gone. Men on the walls began to cheer weakly. Some collapsed in relief. The battered gates to the keep were opened from inside, and Robb stepped out among the carnage, cold air biting his face. Tormund limped after him, followed by Jaime, Sansa, and others. The night sky, still thick with snow, seemed suddenly less oppressive, as though the darkest presence had lifted. In the flickering orange glow, Daenerys cradled Yora's head as he drew a final breath, eyes turned to her with a final shred of devotion. She wept silently. Drogon shuffled nearer, wounded, pressing his massive snout close. A hush of grief and triumph coexisted. Nearby, Arya sat on the ground, breathing hard, black hair matted to her forehead. Jon murmured thanks in her ear, holding her as if afraid to let go. Robb pushed forward, wading through the broken remnants of whites. Many living fighters lay dead as well, Bear Island men, Dothraki, northern archers, thousands lost. But they had saved the realm from a nightmare far worse. He offered Arya a hand, helping her stand. She looked at him, exhaustion and shock carved into her features. He embraced her, burying his face in her hair, feeling the tears come. "We did it," she whispered. "You did it," he managed, voice cracking. An exhausted hush gripped them all. Snow drifted gently, settling on the countless bodies, living and dead. The great hall's doors swung wide, revealing more survivors. Sansa stumbled out, tears streaming. She saw Arya and Robb and ran to them, wrapping them in a shaking embrace. Jon joined, leaning in, ignoring the pain of his wounds. A hush enveloped the Starks, the last of them standing together in the courtyard that had nearly become their grave. Elsewhere, Jaime knelt amid the carnage, staring in numb wonder at the broken shards of ice. Tormund propped himself against a fallen column, letting out a ragged laugh. "We're alive," he muttered, half disbelieving. Daenerys knelt over Yora's body, tears falling to the frozen ground. Drogon lowered his head, crooning softly. The Watchers gave them space, uncertain how to offer comfort. On the ramparts, Grey Worm and the remaining Unsullied slowly realized the whites had all crumbled, a cautious joy mingled with horror at the cost. The sky overhead began to lighten with a hint of false dawn, revealing the extent of destruction. Winterfell's outer walls were scorched or collapsed in parts. The yard was thick with rubble. And yet, the living had prevailed. Robb guided Arya and Sansa away from the center of the wreckage, letting them lean against a half-crumbled wall. Men staggered about, retrieving wounded or calling for maesters. Snow fell, covering the blood and ruin. The stench of death was overwhelming. But in that bleakness, a fragile spark of hope glowed. The Night King's threat was ended. An hour later, or perhaps longer, time was a blur. Jon and Daenerys emerged from the debris, battered but upright. Jon's face was streaked with grime and dried blood, but in his eyes flickered the realization that their vow was fulfilled. Daenerys's gaze lingered on the spot where Vizaerion's remains lay, then on Drogon's injuries and the silent shape of Yora's body. Grief and relief warred in her expression. She looked to Jon, who took her hand gently. They said nothing, but the moment spoke of a bond forged in the most harrowing crucible. In the days that followed, the living began to bury their dead and salvage what they could from Winterfell's wrecked walls. The surviving Dothraki, Unsullied, and northern soldiers worked side by side, carrying bodies, clearing rubble, tending fires. The heartbreak was immeasurable. House Mormont had lost Lyanna and many of its warriors. Daenerys mourned Yora, placing his sword in a place of honor among the fallen. Dozens of funeral pyres ringed the courtyard, columns of smoke rising into a pale sky. The stench lingered for days, and yet a sense of deliverance saturated the survivors. The greatest threat, one that transcended mortal feuds, had been defeated. Slowly, rumors spread. It was Arya Stark who dealt the killing blow. She responded with curt shrugs or silence, unnerved by the attention. Some of the Dothraki began calling her the Pale Ghost, respecting her lethal speed. Northmen spoke in hushed tones of the small girl who slew the Night King. Sansa quietly arranged for her to rest in a warm chamber, free from the crowd's stares. Robb nursed his wounds, though none were too severe. He helped the wounded move into the Great Hall, where Sansa and the maesters coordinated. Jon recovered from his gashes. Daenerys stayed close to Drogon, whose injuries were severe but not fatal, thanks to Targaryen resilience. Rhaegal, battered, roosted on a partially collapsed tower. The rotted husk of Vizaerion was burned outside the walls, along with the remains of countless whites. Amid this grim aftermath, conversations turned toward the future. The White Walkers were gone, but the Iron Throne remained unclaimed, with Cersei Lannister still holed up in King's Landing. Daenerys had once vowed to break the wheel and claim the throne. Jon still wore the burden of being Aegon Targaryen, rightful heir, though he had never desired the crown. The Northern Lords, scarred by the war, now had to decide if they would remain an independent kingdom or join a new Targaryen reign. Robb had reasserted the North's freedom once, but in the face of a realm that might need unifying, that question was complicated. A week after the battle's end, when the pyres had cooled and the wounded were convalescing, a solemn gathering took place in the great hall. Tables were arranged in a horseshoe. Daenerys, Jon, Sansa, Arya, Robb, Tyrion, Jaime, and the northern lords who still drew breath assembled. Tormund, Grey Worm, the remains of House Mormont, and a few Vale Knights as well. Outside, winter's silence pressed close. Daenerys stood, addressing them in a subdued voice. "We have done what many deemed impossible. We destroyed the Night King. Countless souls gave their lives. Let us honor them. Now, we face the question of what comes next. My war with Cersei Lannister remains. She sits the Iron Throne by cruelty and deceit. The people of King's Landing suffer under her rule. I vow to break her tyranny. I intend to keep that vow." She glanced at Jon, who stood beside her. "But I will not force the North to bend the knee if they wish to remain free after all they have suffered. I see what we have become together. If we stand divided, we risk more bloodshed. If we stand united, perhaps we can shape a better realm." The hall was silent. Sansa's gaze flicked to Arya, who shrugged faintly. Then she looked to Robb. He remembered how the northern banners once rallied around him as king in the north, how he had marched south to avenge Ned Stark. So much had changed. They had Daenerys Targaryen alive in front of them, having just risked everything to save not just the north but all the living. The old lines blurred. Jon spoke next, subdued but resolute. "Cersei remains a threat, but she's not unstoppable. With our combined forces and the might of the dragons, we can take King's Landing. Yet we must do so in a way that does not destroy the city or slaughter innocents. If we become tyrants ourselves, what was the point of fighting the dead?" Daenerys nodded, expression weary but firm. "I have learned painful lessons about the cost of war. If Cersei forces us into battle, so be it. But I will spare those who yield. I will show the realm a different kind of queen. One who fights for the living." Tormund let out a bark of laughter. "Queen in the south, maybe? The free folk still want to roam. But we'll help if you need to topple this queen in her nest. We owe you for your help against the dead." Lyanna Mormont's seat was empty, a pang of sadness. One of her surviving cousins stood in her place. He spoke, voice uncertain. "We Mormonts lost so many. But if you vow not to force the North into kneeling, perhaps we can march with you to dethrone Cersei. After all, we can't leave a viper in the south plotting revenge." Sansa exhaled, turning to Robb. "You are the king in the north as well, or so many still see you?" "Jon is," she glanced at Jon. "He's more Targaryen than we knew. What do you say, brother?" All eyes fell on Robb. He felt the weight of it, every oath, every life lost. He looked around, seeing the battered faces, remembering the horrors they had just endured. Daenerys's dragons had sealed their victory over the dead. If not for her, they might all be whites now. And he recalled how once he had sworn to protect the people of the North from Lannister aggression. That threat was not gone, merely overshadowed until this moment. He stood, meeting Daenerys's gaze. "I once declared the North free of the Iron Throne's rule, after the Lannisters betrayed and murdered my father. Many good Northerners died for that cause. But the realm has changed. The Great War is done. Thanks to all of us, including you and your dragons. Now there is one last war to settle, removing Cersei. If we stand idle while she musters new armies or fosters new plots, blood will flow again, possibly in the north. We can't isolate ourselves from that reality." He paused, chest tight. "So I will lead the north in this final campaign. We will march with you, Daenerys Targaryen. Afterward, we will see how best to secure our people. Maybe that means an independent north, or maybe it means forging a new union if we can trust a Targaryen queen who bled alongside us." Daenerys inclined her head, respect in her eyes. "You have my word that I will not force the North under my heel if they choose otherwise. But let us first free the realm from Cersei's tyranny. Then we can shape our future together." A subdued rumble of agreement rippled through the hall. The battered lords nodded. Jaime Lannister stood at the edge, eyes lowered, aware that the war against Cersei might pit him against his own blood. Tyrion stepped forward, voice careful. "Very well. We gather our surviving forces, we ensure the dragons can still fly, and we travel south. The Lannisters in King's Landing may resist, but with the majority of the realm turned against Cersei, and with 2 dragons still living, we stand a chance. Jorah Mormont would not live to see that fight, nor would the countless others lost in the Great War. But their sacrifice had bought this fragile sunrise." Jon looked from Daenerys to Robb, from Arya to Sansa, and a quiet resolve settled in. We march when the snows lighten enough for the roads to pass. In the meantime, we bury our dead, tend our wounds, and begin healing this land." With that, the meeting concluded. Men and women left to resume the solemn tasks of cleaning up after the apocalypse. Winterfell's ramparts loomed overhead, battered but standing, a testament to the house words of stark resilience. Snow still fell, drifting over the fresh graves and the blackened remnants of whites. Arya caught Robb's arm as they exited the hall. "You realize we face another war," she said quietly. "Cersei won't surrender easily. More death. Aren't you tired of it?" He met her gaze, seeing the same weariness reflected there. "I am," he admitted. "But if we leave her on the throne, the cycle continues. She'll strike back eventually. We fight now so that future generations might live free." Arya nodded, mouth twisting. "I'll fight too if needed, but I hope this is the last war." Robb pulled her into a brief embrace, mindful of the bruises across their bodies. "If I can help it, it will be." They separated, each drifting back into the labyrinth of Winterfell's scorched corridors. At dawn the next day, funeral rites began in earnest. Pyres lined the fields. Daenerys set flame to Yora's pyre herself, tears glinting. The losses were keenly felt. Lyanna Mormont, countless Northerners, Dothraki bloodriders, unsullied, nameless small folk, and brave knights. Even Ghost, Jon's direwolf, bore scars from the fighting, though he survived. Over it all, the knowledge that the realm had survived the long night lent a bittersweet weight. As the fires consumed the dead, Robb remembered his father's words about duty, about keeping vigilant watch over the realm. Eddard Stark had taught him to execute justice himself, to never take a life lightly. Now, an entire legion of undead had threatened them, and they had fought to the brink. A new horizon beckoned. Perhaps after deposing Cersei, the realm might know peace. Or perhaps new troubles would arise. Aegon Targaryen's claim, Daenerys's vow to break the wheel, the uncertain loyalties of the southern houses. But they would face those mortal intrigues with hearts unafraid, having already stared down the face of death itself. For now, Winterfell stood, battered but unbowed. The snow fell, gently veiling the scars of battle. Survivors rested or prepared for the next journey. Dragons healed, nursing their wounds. Night gave way to dawn, the sky lightening toward a tentative gold. And in that first, quiet sunrise after the darkest hour Westeros had ever known, Robb Stark stood on the parapet, gazing out across the white fields, remembering those lost and honoring those saved. The king in the north, maybe just a man who had fought for his home, breathed in the cold air. A new day beckoned, carrying both promise and danger. But for the moment, they had life and each other, and the precious gift of another morning. And that, he thought, was worth all the world. The smell of ash lingered in the cold morning air. As Robb Stark stood atop the battered walls of Winterfell watching the sunrise stretch tentative warmth across fields still pockmarked by the remnants of the great battle, the sky had cleared overnight, leaving a strange hush in place of the storms that once howled across these ramparts. When he closed his eyes, he could still hear the clash of steel against brittle bone, the shrieks of the dead, the thunder of dragons overhead. But now there was only a wind that stirred the broken timbers and carried the faint voices of survivors picking their way through the carnage. Fires had burned for days, consuming the corpses of whites and friends alike. The snowdrifts remained stained with blackish streaks, half melted by dragonfire and then frozen again by the northern chill. Wooden stakes, uprooted by the massive onslaught, jutted at awkward angles from the trampled yard. Chunks of collapsed masonry lay in jagged heaps. Some sections of Winterfell's curtain wall were so badly damaged that the walkways had become impassable. Still, the keep stood. And for the first time in many generations, the land would not tremble under the footfall of the dead. A rustle of boots behind him interrupted his thoughts. He turned to see Jon approaching, cloak drawn against the cold. Ghost padded at Jon's side, tail low, red eyes sweeping across the rubble as though still expecting an enemy to emerge. Robb offered a tired smile. "You've been up all night?" Jon looked equally haggard, with dark circles under his eyes and a fresh bandage visible beneath his collar. "Checking on the wounded. Telling them we won. Part of me can't believe it. Feels like the whites might come crawling back any moment. They were both silent, letting that lingering fear settle. Then Robb nodded at the courtyard below where a long line of pyres was reduced now to smoldering embers. Hard to look at this ruin and think we still have another war waiting for us. But we do. Jon followed his gaze. Daenerys wants to march as soon as possible. The wounded can remain here to recover or join us later if they can. But she's determined to strike at Cersei while we have momentum. Robb grimaced. I don't relish sending battered men into another fight. Yet if Cersei is left to plot, we might see more blood spilled. I'd rather face her on our terms than wait for the next ambush. Jon nodded, though his expression remained grim. Many of our people want no part in more war. They've given so much already. But they also understand what Cersei might do to the north if we leave her alone. We can't undo the Lannisters' betrayals at the Red Wedding, nor the fact that Cersei used that time to solidify her power. She'll never let the north remain truly free while she sits the Iron Throne. Robb rubbed at the stubble on his jaw, feeling older than his years. We face a delicate question. Daenerys has said she won't force the North's submission if we help her against Cersei, but talk is cheap if her victory is total. I don't think she'll betray us, given all we've just done together, but... Jon finished for him quietly. But you remember how Aegon the Conqueror united the Seven Kingdoms? By fire and blood. They fell silent again. Then Robb sighed. We'll cross that bridge when we come to it. For now, I'll do what I can to gather men. Let's speak with the lords who survived, see how many are fit to march. Then we'll talk to Daenerys. Jon agreed, and together they made their way down from the wall, passing the courtyard where the ruins from the dragon duel still scarred the stones. Drogon had claimed a corner near the collapsed tower, nursing wounds inflicted by Vizaerion's spear-like talons. Regal roost on what had once been the eastern rampart, half-sunken by the partial collapse. Both dragons bore slashes and punctures that seeped sluggish, blackish blood, but the maesters could offer only limited help. Even so, Daenerys's bond with them seemed to have eased the dragon's suffering. Tyrion joked that only Targaryen magic or monstrous luck had kept them alive at all. In the Great Hall, people moved with a somber purpose, stepping carefully around improvised cots where the wounded rested. The hall's long tables were stacked with bandages, casks of wine, and clay pots of hot soup. Frigid air leaked through cracks in the walls, and every fireplace burned bright to stave off the chill. Sansa stood at a side table, conferring with Gilly, Samwell Tarly's companion, who had arrived at some point with the southern refugees. They were organizing stores of barley and salted fish for the convalescing men. Despite the victory, the mood was far from celebratory. Arya was near the dais, seated on a bench. She still wore a bandage on her arm, though she refused to rest for long. A group of Dothraki lingered nearby, casting her glances filled with wary respect. Word had spread that she struck the final blow against the Night King. Many called her the phantom wolf behind her back. She ignored the attention, but it clung to her nonetheless. She rose when she spotted Jon and Robb approaching, managing a small smile. "How's your side, Robb?" He touched the stitched wound beneath his tunic where a white's blade had nearly opened him from hip to sternum. "Hurts less than before. The maester says I should be thankful it didn't fester. You look about as pale as a wraith yourself. Sitting still driving you mad?" Arya shrugged. "I'm fine. Lady Mormont's cousin is asking about war council. The survivors from Bear Island want to avenge Lyanna by joining Daenerys's campaign. Others from the Karstarks and Glovers are more wary, but they'll follow you if you lead them." Jon rested a hand on Arya's shoulder. "We need them all if we're to break Cersei's hold. Even with the dragons, the city's defenses can be treacherous. If she's not suicidal, she'll have the gates and walls ringed with scorpions. Euron Greyjoy might still prowl the seas with whatever remains of his fleet." Arya's mouth twisted. "Another siege? We just survived an undead horde. Storming King's Landing could kill thousands of innocents." Jon nodded heavily. "Which is why we must be clever about it. Force a surrender if we can, or break Cersei's strength in a decisive blow. We can't have Daenerys raining fire over the entire city." A new voice joined them, Tyrion Lannister, standing by one of the wounded man's cots. "I agree. Much as my queen wants to punish Cersei, she's learned the cost of unleashing her dragons on a city. Besides, if we bombard the capital with dragon fire, we risk becoming no better than the Mad King or Cersei herself. But to avoid that, we need a strategy that splits Cersei's supporters and shows the small folk we're liberators, not conquerors." Jon and Robb exchanged glances. Tyrion's cunning had always been a valuable asset, though House Stark had reason to mistrust Lannisters. Still, he had proven his loyalty to Daenerys during the Undead Siege, placing himself and his cunning at her disposal. After a moment, Robb said, "We can talk strategy, but first we need an army. The North is decimated. We might have half the men we started with, maybe fewer. And the Dothraki are battered, Arya added. They lost half their riders, if not more. Tyrion tapped his chin. Once the main column arrives with the Unsullied and Tyrell remnants, we may have a respectable force. Enough to challenge the remnants of the Lannister armies. If the Riverlords muster behind your Uncle Edmure, we could march with a pincer, one host traveling the King's Road, another approaching from the Rose Road. If we coordinate properly, Cersei might break before the final blow. Jon exhaled. We'll see. For now, we gather what we can. At that, Tyrion motioned for them to follow. He led them through the bustling hall and into one of the side corridors, which ended at a thick wooden door. Within lay the old library tower's lower chamber. By the glow of several candles, Daenerys was waiting, bent over a large map table with Yora's old maps spread out in front of her. Grey Worm and Missandei stood at her side, along with Ser Davos, who had finally arrived with the remnants of the southern armies, a trickle of Unsullied and Tyrell men. Jaime Lannister hovered near the back, arms folded, golden hand glinting in candlelight. As they entered, Daenerys looked up, her expression subdued but determined. There were bruises on her cheek and a freshly scabbed cut along her temple. She nodded, greeting to Robb and Jon. I won't pretend to be in good spirits, she said quietly. We lost so many. But the living must press on. The longer Cersei has, the more she can fortify or sow discord. Tyrion, any word on Euron Greyjoy? Tyrion shook his head. No direct news. My informants in the Crownlands are few. Varys might have heard something. He's resting in a corner of the hall, half dead from exhaustion. But we can guess Euron still roams the waters near Blackwater Bay, or else retreated to the Iron Islands to regroup. I'd not underestimate him, especially if Cersei still funds his ambitions. Daenerys frowned. If we attempt a direct naval assault, we risk facing Euron's fleet. My dragons are wounded, so I can't rely on them to burn down an entire navy without risking their lives again. Not while Drogon's shoulder remains in that condition, or Rhaegal's wing bleeds from every flight. Ser Davos cleared his throat. If the plan is to march overland, we can handle the Rose Road or the King's Road. But keep in mind, feeding an army as large as ours is no small feat. The fields of the Reach were scorched last year, and winter is upon us. We might starve before reaching the city if we're not careful. Grey Worm's face remained unreadable. We can forage, but that means taking from small folk along the way. It won't win hearts if we strip them bare after they endured so much war. Robb folded his arms. We could ask the Riverlords and the Vale for provisions. The Vale might still have surpluses in their mountain strongholds. Edmure can likely spare some grain. If we coordinate convoys, we might keep the army fed. Jaime Lannister spoke up, voice subdued. If you manage to get those supplies in time, you can surround King's Landing from multiple roads, Rose Road, Gold Road, maybe even the Windwater region. But be warned. Cersei mined the city's main approach with scorpions. The walls are bristling with them. And if she still has caches of wildfire. Daenerys stiffened. I know. She could turn King's Landing into a firestorm, as she did with the September. I won't let her incinerate thousands of innocents just to keep her throne. Tyrion nodded. Then we must besiege her carefully, show the city that her cause is lost, encourage them to open the gates. Perhaps the Golden Company arrived for her, perhaps not. They might lose their appetite if they learn about the dragons still alive, and an entire realm uniting. These Sells words want coin, not certain death. Jon rubbed the back of his neck. So we gather the battered remains of our armies, link up with the main column of Unsullied, muster any Riverlords and Vale Knights we can, and march south. We siege the city or force a surrender. If Cersei chooses to fight to the end, we break her. Daenerys finished, her voice cold, without turning King's Landing into a slaughter, if it can be helped. An uneasy hush followed. The talk of war so soon after the devastation in Winterfell weighed on them all. Arya, standing near Jon's shoulder, glanced at the map. When do we leave? Daenerys let her gaze roam the faces of those gathered. Within a fortnight, if possible. Time enough to bury the dead properly, treat our wounded so they can march if they wish, and resupply what we can from the nearby lands. We'll travel in separate hosts to spread out the burden on local foraging. By the time we reach Moat Cailin, the worst of the wounded can be left behind or sent back to Winterfell. Nobody objected, though Robb saw the flicker of pain in Ser Davos's eyes. None of them truly wanted another war, but they had lived through too many betrayals to believe Cersei would remain docile. They parted from that war council in glum acceptance. Plans would be refined day by day, but the thrust of it was set. They would march on King's Landing, bent on toppling Cersei's regime. In the corridor outside, Jaime lingered as though weighing whether to speak with Daenerys or Tyrion. Eventually, he drifted away, shoulders slumped. The prospect of facing his sister in open conflict must have been a bitter truth. Tyrion watched him go, concern etched across his face, but said nothing. That night, the battered remains of Winterfell's populace gathered for a quiet feast of remembrance. It was no exuberant celebration, more a farewell to the dead. Torches illuminated the great hall's patched walls. The high table was half empty. Mormont chairs sat vacant, for Lyanna and many of her kin had perished. Tables of Dothraki writers traded stories in their own language, subdued by the northern climate and the losses they suffered. At one table, Grey Worm and a few unsullied ate in silence, unaccustomed to large gatherings. Arya, Sansa, Jon, and Robb sat near each other at one of the dais tables, joined by Tormund and Ser Davos. Tyrion and Missandei took seats near Daenerys. They partook of roasted vegetables, onion stew, and small portions of venison newly hunted from the forests east of Winterfell. Hardly enough to feed an entire army well, but enough to keep them from starving. While they ate, the silence weighed heavily, broken only by Tormund's occasional blunt observations or Tyrion's half-hearted attempts at jest. To one side, Gendry passed among the tables, refilling cups of ale. At times, he paused to speak with Arya, though she seemed distracted, eyes flicking to the crowd. She was quick to slip away if too many eyes turned on her. Robb sensed her discomfort at being singled out as the slayer of the Night King. Even so, many people's gazes lingered on her, a mixture of awe and gratitude. She accepted it stoically, but it was clear she preferred to remain unnoticed. Near the end of the meal, a hush fell. Jon stood, raising his cup. A toast, he said, voice carrying. To the men and women who gave their lives here, fighting for the living. We owe them everything. May the old gods and the new shelter them now. The hall murmured agreement, cups lifted in unison. Arya closed her eyes, perhaps thinking of those lost. Sansa's lips trembled as she drank, remembering those who had fallen to the undead or long before. Daenerys bowed her head, glancing at Yora's empty seat. A pang of sorrow flickered in her expression as she sipped from her cup. Tormund cleared his throat. We also honor those who stand with us still. The battle might be done, but the scars remain. We'll not forget the Wolf Queen who gave us fire on the battlefield. He gestured clumsily at Daenerys, who flushed at the sudden attention. Then he raised his cup to Arya. Nor the little wolf who slew the devil of the north. Arya's cheeks turned pink. She dropped her gaze, taking only a sip. The entire hall rumbled with hushed admiration. Someone tapped a cup on the table in applause. Even though it was subdued, the sentiment was genuine. Arya pretended not to hear. Robb and Sansa exchanged small smiles. The hall quieted again, and the meal concluded. Groups began drifting out to make final visits to pyres or gather supplies. A sense of finality hung in the air, as though the next dawn would mark the true end of a chapter. That night, unable to sleep, Robb roamed the broken courtyard where scaffolds had been erected to clear debris. Lumps of ice still crusted the spaces where the undead dragon's breath had struck. Workers with shovels chipped at it, hauling away shards of frozen gore. Clouds obscured the moon, letting only faint silver through. Mournful wind whipped around him. Occasionally, a guard passed, stomping feet for warmth, or a half-lame horse whickered from the stables. Near the partially collapsed tower stood Drogon, lying curled with his wounded side facing outward. A group of stable hands had tried to bandage the gaping wound from the Night King's spear, but it looked too large for any simple remedy. The dragon's eyes tracked Robb as he came closer, exhaling a low rumble of warning. Robb halted, hands raised in a peaceable gesture. Daenerys was there too, perched on a chunk of fallen masonry. She wore a heavy cloak, but her hair was loose and stirred by the wind. Upon seeing Robb, she rose with fluid grace, though weariness lined her face. He bowed slightly. Your Grace. She inclined her head. Couldn't sleep? He gestured at the courtyard. Memories are everywhere. I thought a walk might clear my head, but... Daenerys managed a faint smile that didn't reach her eyes. She turned to Drogon, stroking the dragon's flank with gloved fingers. Neither can I. Drogon is in pain, and I feel it somehow. A bond that resonates through my blood. He'll heal in time, but not before we face the next threat. Robb studied the beast's labored breathing, the rise and fall of that massive chest. He fought bravely. Saved us all from Vizaerion. Her eyes shadowed. I wish it hadn't come to that. My poor child turned into a monster. I used to dream of bringing dragons back into the world so they could save it, free it from tyrants. Now one of them was twisted into an instrument of death. Robb's gaze slipped over the tower's broken outline, remembering how the entire keep shook when the dragons clashed. We can only do our best to avoid more tragedy. Perhaps we can bring Cersei down without burning a city. Daenerys pursed her lips, turning to face him. There was a time I thought I had to burn everything to break the wheel. Maybe I still do, but I've seen enough death to last 1,000 lifetimes. Yora would have wanted me to show restraint. Tyrion keeps urging a merciful approach as well. Robb nodded. There's a difference between letting your enemies fear you and torching innocents. The difference your father never understood. She tensed, but he meant no insult. She let out a shaky breath. The Mad King's legacy weighs on me, but I promise you, I will not become him. Not if I can help it. Silence lingered. A swirl of wind scattered bits of ash and snow. Drogon snorted, curling his tail around his flank, half an eye on Robb. After a moment, Daenerys spoke again, softer. I wanted to thank you for traveling south to persuade me to come here. If you hadn't, I might have wasted time burning King's Landing while the dead overran the north. The realm would be lost. You took a risk trusting me. I won't forget it. Robb dipped his head. Thank you. My father always said a king must do what's necessary for his people, but never do it lightly. I failed at times, but I try to uphold that. She gazed at him, something like empathy flickering. We've all failed, yet here we stand. He had no answer to that. They stood in companionable silence for a while, the faint glow of a waning moon illuminating the battered courtyard. At last, Daenerys turned, resting a gentle hand on Drogon's wounded shoulder. The dragon flinched, but let her touch him. Get some rest, she said to Robb, though her own expression suggested she would not. We have a great deal to do before we march. He nodded and left her there, moonlight dancing on the scattered shards of broken ice. Even after everything, the quiet hush of the night felt uneasy, as though ghosts of the recent war still lurked behind every shadow. The next days blurred with frantic activity. Crews worked to rebuild part of Winterfell's internal structures so the non-combatants could shelter safely after Teach-E Army's departure. The main gates were reinforced enough to ward off bandits or stray whites if any pockets of undead survived somewhere. The northern lords held assemblies with Robb, Sansa, and Jon, pledging enough men to form a single consolidated host that would march behind Daenerys's vanguard. Arya departed on short scouting trips, sometimes with the remaining wolves of House Stark's retinue, sometimes alone, returning with updates about the roads south. The rest of Daenerys's column eventually arrived from the neck, unsullied in disciplined ranks, Tyrell banners with a fraction of what once had been a mighty host, and scattered sellswords who had chosen to throw in with the Dragon Queen after seeing which way the wind blew. Their arrival bolstered numbers but also strained Winterfell's supplies. Many men slept in hastily erected tents outside the walls. The nights were cruel, leading to frostbitten fingers and toes. But no one complained too loudly, not after surviving the apocalypse. If the doom beyond the wall was truly gone, they told themselves they could endure a bit more winter in the name of finishing Cersei's tyranny. Amid these preparations, ravens flew out across the land. Edmure Tully from Riverrun pledged to raise as many as he could. Lord Royce in the Vale, after hearing of the undead's defeat, promised to march if the passes allowed. Some letters might never arrive if storms caught the birds. Still, the realm stirred like a wounded animal rousing from slumber, uncertain but resolved to remove the last threat in King's Landing. On the 13th day after the long night, the time came to depart. Massive caravans of men, horses, wagons, and dragons assembled in a bleak sunrise that painted the snows a pale gold. The gates of Winterfell opened, letting the vanguard pass. Daenerys rode with the Dothraki leaders near the front, flanked by Grey Worm and a wedge of Unsullied. Drogon still bore bandages across his scaled chest, but he flew overhead, alternating between short flights and gliding landings, unable to sustain the distances he once managed. Rhaegal followed, also convalescing. The dragon's presence offered more intimidation than practical strike power, though they could still unleash fire if pressed. Jon rode slightly behind Daenerys, wearing a black cloak lined with wolf fur, long claw sheathed at his hip. Arya joined him for parts of the journey, though she often flitted ahead to scout. Sansa and Tyrion rode in one of the wagons for the first leg, discussing supply logistics. Ser Davos oversaw distribution of rations. Tormund trotted near the flank with his wildling companions, cursing the soft southern roads but determined to see Cersei toppled. Jaime remained aloof, traveling near the rear with a small contingent that included Brienne of Tarth. She had arrived from the Vale with a modest cavalry. The tension between him and the rest was palpable, but no one doubted his resolve against Cersei now. Robb organized the Northmen into two columns, one under his direct command, another under the Glovers and the Karstarks. The Bear Island warriors marched with them too, brandishing Lyanna's memory like a war cry. Each day they covered 10 or 12 miles if the snows permitted. They encountered few travelers, the land seemed deserted, the inhabitants bunkered down to survive winter. Occasionally they found a burnt-out village or a cluster of refugees from the last war, uncertain which queen now marched among them. Jon and Robb took pains to reassure them that no harm would befall them, offering some provisions when they could spare it. The people looked on with wide eyes, seeing dragons overhead but no torches set to their homes. As they drew closer to Moat Cailin, the roads turned swampy, forcing the column to spread out further. The crannogmen guided them through hidden paths. A few times Daenerys and Jon soared overhead on Regal, scouting the route for Euron's raiders or any sign of new threats. Nothing emerged except biting insects. Once they cleared the neck, the army separated as planned, the Dothraki and Unsullied forging a swifter route along the main causeway while the Northmen and Tyrell contingent took a parallel path with the wagons of supplies, hoping to avoid bogging down. Daenerys intended to regroup at the Trident near Harrenhal. Many felt uneasy about that cursed fortress, but it was a central point from which to pivot toward Riverrun or King's Landing. By the time they emerged on the southern side of the neck, the weather had shifted from snow to a slushy mix of freezing rain, turning every step of the road into slippery mud. Horses whinnied in protest. The Dothraki, used to galloping across dry plains, cursed the mire in their tongue. Morale sagged under the relentless dampness. Still, the prospect of a final confrontation with Cersei spurred them onward. Some nights, small groups of outriders reported seeing campfires in the distance, perhaps stragglers or bandits, but no sign of an organized Lannister presence yet. Eventually, near the crossing of the Trident, the host reunited. Harrenhal rose on the horizon, its blackened towers like the fingers of a massive corpse. Smoke from distant chimneys indicated a small garrison, though the castle's reputation for ill fortune kept most folk away. Daenerys decided to make camp in the surrounding fields rather than inside the haunted walls. Despite the cold and drizzle, huge swathes of tents sprang up. Scouts fanned out for miles, looking for signs of the river lords. By dusk, word came. Edmure Tully's host was only 2 days' march west, near the old site of the twins. But he had met scattered resistance from leftover Frey loyalists. The Blackfish was leading the vanguard to quell them. Robb, meeting with Tyrion and Missandei, had to hide a grim smile at the mention of Frey loyalists. They would find no quarter. House Frey was broken after the Red Wedding's vengeance, but a few pockets might still cause trouble. Better the Tullys handle that. With luck, they would arrive soon. The night in Harrenhal's shadow brought uneasy dreams. Some men reported hearing ghostly wails from the shattered towers. The next morning, they awoke to stinging rain and a pallid sky. Daenerys, robed and damp, called a war council in a large tent set up beside the charred remains of an ancient orchard. The tent flapped in the gusts, letting in bursts of cold air that rattled the braziers. Within, a table displayed a rough map of the Crownlands. Sansa, Robb, Jon, Tyrion, Jaime, Ser Davos, Brienne, Arya, and a handful of lords crowded around. Daenerys stood at the head, arms folded. Edmure should arrive tomorrow or the next day, she began. We can't linger here indefinitely or risk losing the advantage. If the Tullys join us, we'll have near 15,000 men total, maybe more if smaller houses come. Meanwhile, the Tyrell Banner Knights number only a few hundred, but they know the Rose Road. The Unsullied are about 4,000 strong after all we've lost. The Dothraki have 3,000 riders, battered but still formidable. The North can muster how many, Robb? He rubbed his temples. Perhaps 5,000, counting the Karstarks, Glovers, Mormonts, and smaller clans. That's assuming none desert. Some are hardly fit for another war. Daenerys nodded, scanning the group. In total, perhaps 15,000 or more. That should match or outnumber what remains of the Lannister forces. But Cersei has walls, scorpions, and possibly the Golden Company if they arrived. They could be 10,000 strong themselves or more. Jaime's face turned bleak. If the Golden Company stands by her. Their selves words, if they sense the tide has turned, they might break. But we can't rely on that. Expect fierce resistance. She may also have some loyal bannermen from the Westerlands. If nothing else, Euron Greyjoy could land raiding parties behind us. Jon glanced at the map. Then we must keep the dragons on alert. They might not be at full strength, but a single pass over Euron's ships could break them if we find them in open waters. Cersei's main advantage is the city. She can starve us out if we can't secure a supply line. We must hold the Rose Road or the King's Road to ensure food from the Riverlands or from Highgarden's remnants. Tyrion tapped the map. We'll approach the city from multiple directions, force Cersei to stretch her defenses. Perhaps the Tullus and northern hosts can come down the King's Road while the Unsullied and Dothraki approach from the Rose Road. If we coordinate, Cersei has to split her forces or remain inside the walls. Meanwhile, we can attempt to negotiate a surrender or at least encourage the populace to rise against her. We let them know we do not intend to sack the city. Arya's voice was quiet but cutting. Cersei won't step down peacefully, no matter how many banners we wave. She'll burn the city before kneeling. Daenerys's jaw tightened. Then we break her power swiftly, minimize the bloodshed. If she chooses to set off wildfire caches, we'll do our best to contain it. Drogon and Rhaegal can snuff out wildfires if we're fast enough, or carve open new breaches to reduce her control. It's risky, but better than letting her drag this out for weeks while the city starves. Sansa interjected, voice serious. We also have to think of the people in King's Landing. Some might be loyal out of fear, others just want to survive. If we become invaders, they might side with her. But if we show we're liberators, they might help us. Daenerys nodded, her gaze slipping to Tyrion. Which is why I need your wits in dealing with them, Lord Tyrion. You know the city's underbelly and politics. We'll have to send messages ahead, perhaps leaflets or ravens, promising clemency if they turn on Cersei. Tyrion bowed his head. I will handle that. It may not persuade many, but some might remember my time as acting hand, or they might fear Cersei's madness more than they fear the Dragon Queen. So the plan solidified. They would wait 2 days for Edmure Tully's arrival, then march en masse. The Northmen, Tully banners, and a portion of the Dothraki would follow the King's Road, while Daenerys led the Unsullied, the majority of the Dothraki, and the Tyrell survivors along the Rose Road. Jaime, Ser Davos, and Sansa would accompany the King's Road force, guiding supply lines from Riverrun. Jon and Tyrion would ride with Daenerys, ensuring they could coordinate. Arya would roam as a scout between the two armies, if she wished. They would meet outside King's Landing, ring the city, and attempt to force a quick surrender. Rain drummed on the tent walls as they finished. Robb looked around at the group, seeing the swirl of determination and dread. Another war, yet this time it was not for mere vengeance or independence. It was to uproot a queen who had proven as deadly to the realm as the undead. Still, he wondered if the realm would ever truly know peace. The day after that, Edmure Tully arrived with the Blackfish and a host of Riverlanders. Some of them newly mustered, some grizzled veterans who had reclaimed the twins. The meeting of the Tully men and the combined army prompted a brief exchange of greetings, subdued relief, and many tearful reunions. Edmure embraced Robb, lamenting all that had happened yet pressing forward with stoic resolve. The Tully banners, silver trout on red and blue, joined the encampment. By nightfall, their columns stretched halfway to Harrenhal's gate, tents lit by torchlight in the drizzle. On the morning of the 16th day after the long night, the horns sounded departure. Ranks formed under the unrelenting rain. Daenerys mounted a pale mare, flanked by unsullied standard-bearers. Jon rode at her side, Rhaegal gliding overhead, tail flicking anxiously. Drogon marched on foot for a while, wings partly furled, snapping at the air in discomfort. The sky was a dull steel color, clouds pressing low. Around them, tens of thousands of boots squelched in mud. Hoofs churned the roads. Harrenhal's black towers disappeared behind them as they split, half the host turning east for the Rose Road, half proceeding south for the King's Road. Robb joined the King's Road column, at the head of a mixture of northern, Tully, and Dothraki riders. Edmure and Jaime rode near him, while Sansa, Davos, Brienne, and Tormund managed the rest of the lines. The column stretched for miles behind them. The Rose Road force parted with them near a crossroads, led by Daenerys, Jon, Tyrion, Grey Worm, and the majority of the dragons. They planned to converge outside King's Landing in roughly 8 or 10 days, barring disasters. Arya, unpredictable as ever, opted to ride with the Kingsroad group at first, but might slip between the armies if needed. They advanced steadily. The Kingsroad once thrived with merchants traveling between Winterfell and King's Landing, but now the route was battered by war and neglect. They passed abandoned inns, burned farmsteads, rotted caravans. Rain turned the dirt into a slippery quagmire. Some men fell ill, forced to ride in wagons. At times, the Tully outriders found small pockets of bandits who tried to pick off stragglers. Robb ordered them chased down or captured. Many of these rogues were desperate small folk, robbed of hope by the ongoing conflict. They surrendered quickly. For days into the march, they approached the ruins of the old stony September. Smoke rose from a settlement just beyond the ruins. Some local lords had retreated there, uncertain of which queen to support. Robb sent riders under Edmure's banner, explaining that the Tullus marched to end Cersei's tyranny. Most of the local peasants wanted only to avoid being trampled. They offered small provisions in exchange for silver. Edmure left a small guard to keep order, then pressed on. The next day, the column encountered a party of battered knights bearing the sigil of House Dondarrion. They claimed to have left Storm's End under siege from Euron's men. According to them, Euron Greyjoy's ships had lurked near the Stormlands, raiding villages and preventing any reinforcements from traveling by sea. The knights begged for help, but Robb could only promise them that once Cersei fell, Euron's power would collapse too. The knights agreed to ride with the Kingsroad army, hoping to avenge their lost lands. At night, encampments sprawled in damp fields or near shallow creeks. Torches lit rows of tents. Sansa worked tirelessly with Davos to ration out the meager supplies. They boiled watery stews from barley, root vegetables, and occasionally salted meat. Even with foraging and the Tully supply wagons, the army ate poorly. Tormund complained that the southern lands were too wet and worthless. Jaime offered quiet suggestions about local caches, once used by Tywin Lannister, where provisions might be found. His knowledge proved helpful, though many looked at him askance. Robb conferred often with Edmure and Sansa, ensuring that morale did not fray. They promised the men that soon they would link with Daenerys's half of the army near the city, and a final confrontation would bring better days. Perhaps it was enough to keep them marching. Soldiers clung to the memory of victory over the dead, determined not to let mortal ambitions break them now. On the 8th day, they caught wind of a small Lannister force in the distance, cavalry, perhaps a few hundred, riding with the red and gold banner. Scouts spied them near a lonely outpost as though testing the size of the advancing army. When the outriders approached, the Lannisters withdrew, but not before exchanging a few arrows. One scout was killed. Robb guessed the Lannisters would ride hard to King's Landing, warning Cersei that a large host was coming. Finally, on the 10th day, the muddy road descended into a wide plain from which the distant walls of King's Landing could be glimpsed through the haze. Smoke rose beyond the horizon, tinted pink by the setting sun. The air smelled of wet grass and the lingering tang of old fires. With hearts pounding, the Kingsroad column found themselves within a few hours' ride of the city. They halted, setting up a cautious camp amidst scattered olive groves and half-flooded farmland. Light cavalry spread out in arcs, ensuring no surprise flanking from the Lannister side. That same evening, word arrived from Daenerys's Rose Road force. They were already in position south of the city, near the ruins of old farmsteads once owned by House Rosby. They had encountered minimal resistance, some skirmishes with what might have been the Golden Company outriders. Tyrion's message indicated they believed the Golden Company was inside the city, allied with Cersei. Another letter from Jon warned that the city's gates bristled with scorpions and catapults. The loyal Lannister troops formed ranks behind the walls, with lion banners visible. Preparations for siege began at once. Robb, Edmure, and the northern lords led their men to ring the city from the north, establishing a line near the Kingsroad gate. They set up palisades, dug ditches, and placed watchfires. Tormund oversaw the western flank, ensuring no secret sortie from the Gold Road. Meanwhile, the Rose Road approach bristled with unsullied and disciplined ranks, Dothraki outriders galloping across farmland. Daenerys established her command near the ruins of an old orchard from which her dragons patrolled the skies. Over the next day, thousands of men joined the encirclement, slowly forming a rough semicircle around the city's northern, western, and southern walls. The eastern side was the Blackwater Bay, presumably guarded by any ships Cersei still commanded. They could not fully seal the city from the sea, but with luck, Euron's depleted fleet would be no match for the dragons if they dared approach. On the second day of the siege, once the lines were in place, Daenerys and Jon rode around the perimeter to meet with Robb, Edmure, and the others. They conferred beneath a broad, battered oak that grew not far from the main gate. The city's ramparts loomed in the distance, occasionally lit by the flash of signal torches. Scouts reported the presence of scorpions peeking over the parapets, each capable of launching deadly bolts at dragons. Daenerys said little, her face set in a mask of careful anger. Jon carried Longclaw, scanning the walls with a worried frown. Tyrion, shivering in a damp cloak, spoke to Davos about how to distribute the last of their bread rations. Robb asked quietly, "Are we sure we can avoid turning this into a bloodbath?" Tyrion answered, voice hushed. "If we can provoke a coup inside the city, or at least panic, the gates might open. I plan to send ravens promising clemency. Daenerys wants to give them a chance to surrender or overthrow Cersei themselves." "How likely is that?" Sansa asked, eyes on the high battlements. "Cersei rules by fear, but fear can break quickly if they think they're doomed anyway." Tyrion shrugged. "We'll see. Cersei may spread rumors that Daenerys will raise the city. If the small folk believe it, they might cling to Cersei in desperation. We must show them otherwise." Jaime, standing apart, stared at the walls, jaw clenched. "She'll never yield. Even if her people starve, she'll hold out. Wildfire caches might line the undercrofts. She could blow half the city if cornered." Daenerys listened grimly. "If we see signs she's preparing to use wildfire, we strike fast and hard. Drogon and Rhaegal can break scorpion lines if we catch them by surprise, but with the injuries they carry, we risk losing them if they face massed fire. We must be cautious." Her gaze flicked among them, lingering on Arya, who stood near the tree. The younger Stark's expression was calm, but every so often her hand drifted to the hilt of her Valyrian steel dagger. "Arya," Daenerys said slowly, "you slipped into the twins once to deal with Walder Frey. Could you do something similar here, in King's Landing?" Arya's eyes narrowed. "Perhaps. But the city is vast, with thousands of Lannister guards. Cersei is no senile old Walder Frey. She has layers of defense, the Red Keep at her back, and the Mountain if he still lives. Also, we want a surrender, not a massacre. Assassinating the Queen might provoke chaos. Half the city might riot." Daenerys nodded, though disappointment flickered. "Very well. Perhaps infiltration alone won't solve this. We proceed with the siege, give them a day or two to respond to our offer of surrender, then press an attack on the gates if needed." That night, ravens bearing Tyrion's letters flew over the city walls. Another round soared to local lords, urging them to reject Cersei. The combined host settled in for a siege. Archers built mantlets near the walls. Catapults lined up beyond Scorpion range, loaded with stones. Tents formed a ring, thousands of campfires illuminating the plain in the gloom. Snow turned to a soft drizzle, soaking everyone's cloaks but leaving the air warmer than it had been further north. By dawn the next day, no response arrived from within the city. The gates remained shut. No Lannister herald emerged. Scouts on the walls reported glimpses of soldiers patrolling, caravans of supplies carted from the city's storehouses. Evidently, Cersei intended to hold out. Daenerys ordered a volley of catapult stones hurled at the outer defenses, a show of force. The city responded with scorpion bolts that fell short or crashed among the siege lines, forcing men to scatter. One bolt struck a wagon of supplies, splintering it into kindling. Another soared over the heads of the Tully archers, burying itself in the mud. Casualties were minimal, but it was a grim reminder of the city's lethal defenses. All day, the standoff continued. Daenerys prowled the lines on horseback, flanked by Unsullied, her expression growing darker as the hours passed. Jon accompanied her at times, urging restraint. Robb did the same at the northern positions, calming restless men who wanted to storm the walls or at least test the defenses. Sansa remained in the command tent, organizing the flow of messages. Tyrion visited sections of the siege, ensuring discipline. Jaime seldom spoke, haunted by the knowledge that his sister was within those walls, refusing to yield. On the second evening of the siege, tension spiked. A squadron of Dothraki outriders, scouting the southwestern approach, spotted a column of horsemen exiting the city at twilight, carrying Lannister banners. The riders seemed to circle around the lines as though seeking a weak point. Daenerys dispatched Grey Worm and 1,000 Unsullied to intercept, while Rhaegal soared overhead with Jon. A brief clash occurred in the fields, half lost in the gathering dark. When the dust settled, the Lannister column retreated into the gates, losing a score of men. The Unsullied lost a handful. The Watchers from the wall launched more scorpion bolts, one of which slammed into Rhaegal's flank but only grazed him. Furious, Jon was forced to circle away. The encounter proved Cersei was willing to test them but not yet commit to a full sally. That night, at the northern siege lines, Robb and Tormund consulted with their captains. The men were restless, lacking good food, water, or shelter in the endless drizzle. Some urged an immediate assault with ladders, rams, and dragons. Others urged a slow starvation approach. But with winter's damp pressing, they themselves might starve. Robb rubbed his forehead, uncertain. He left the command tent around midnight, stepping into the misty gloom. The city walls loomed in the distance, lit by flickering torches. Beyond them, hundreds of thousands of innocents tried to survive behind Cersei's iron rule. The memory of the Red Wedding's betrayal simmered in him. Part of him longed to see House Lannister's last stronghold fall. And yet, another part remembered the pile of bodies from the Undead War, realized how many more would die if the city was taken by storm. If only Cersei would see reason. Footsteps approached. He turned to find Arya behind him, face smudged with dirt, eyes luminous in the torchlight. "Hard to sleep again?" he asked. She nodded. "I was scouting the perimeter. Saw the Lannisters shifting men to the western gate. They might fear an assault from that side. But I also glimpsed barrels stacked on the ramparts. Could be wildfire." Robb's stomach turned. "So they do plan to blow us up if we force the gates?" Arya crossed her arms. "They might. Or it might be a bluff. But I'd not bet my life on that." He sighed. The weight of command pressed heavily. "Perhaps we should coordinate a feint on the western walls while the main thrust tries the southern gate. But if they have wildfire, we risk being incinerated. The dragons could blast a hole in the walls from above, but scorpions would target them. And Drogon is still wounded." Arya nodded, regarding the walls. "Daenerys might do it anyway if Cersei doesn't bend. She's lost so much." "So have we." Robb placed a hand on her shoulder. "I'd prefer not to see a second Red Wedding happen in these fields, only with green flames." She gave a small, bitter smile. "We'll see what tomorrow brings." Then she slipped away into the gloom, leaving Robb to stare at the quiet silhouette of King's Landing, perched behind its fortifications, braced for battle. Morning came with a low fog. 2 hours after dawn, horns blared from Daenerys's lines on the Rose Road side. The rattle of catapults followed. Northmen craned their necks, trying to see. Then came a rolling crash of green-tinged flame beyond the southwestern walls. Even from a distance, they glimpsed a plume of unnatural fire, wildfire, unleashed somewhere near the outer ramparts. Shouts erupted across the siege lines as rumors spread that Daenerys had tested the walls with a barrage, and the city responded with hidden caches or a well-placed shot. The rising smoke glowed in eerie emerald, churning in the sunlight. Robb rushed to mount his horse, accompanied by a handful of outriders. He galloped toward the southwestern lines where Daenerys was camped, heart-pounding. If the city had unleashed wildfire in a major capacity, the entire assault might be compromised. As they neared, they found charred ground, smoldering pits. Unsullied formed ranks, their shields blackened by soot. Dozens of men lay burned or writhing in pain, strewn along the orchard that had served as Daenerys's vantage. Pyromancers on the walls must have triggered a burst of wildfire that spilled over the siege lines. A couple of captured Lannisters were pinned to the ground, moaning in agony. The stench of burnt flesh was overwhelming. In the midst of it all stood Daenerys, face smudged with soot, hair in disarray. Tyrion hovered near her, looking shaken. Jon stood behind them, looking appalled. Grey Worm tended to the wounded, barking orders to sub-commanders. Drogon circled overhead, roaring at the smoke. Robb dismounted, approaching. "What happened?" he demanded, voice tight. Daenerys took a moment to catch her breath. "We tested the walls with catapult fire, trying to gauge their defenses. They replied with wildfire. A hidden cache beneath the orchard. Half of it erupted under our front lines. We lost at least 50 men. Another 100 burned. If we'd advanced further, the entire host might have gone up." Tyrion stared at the scorched earth. "They must have placed caches around potential approach points. They want to lure us into an open assault, then detonate us." Jon's eyes brimmed with anger. "We can't keep pressing from the ground if every approach might be trapped. It's madness. People inside the city must be terrified too, but Cersei doesn't care." Daenerys's lips pressed into a thin line, fury and frustration warring in her expression. "Then so be it. If she wishes to cower behind green fire, I have dragons. I'll rip her walls open." Tyrion put out a cautious hand. "Your Grace, if you do that, the scorpions." She turned, eyes blazing. "Will we stand here forever while she kills us in batches? We'll lose more men to disease and hunger, and the city suffers." I have tried to spare them. I have tried to let them surrender. Enough. Robb saw a flicker of the infamous Targaryen temper in her eyes. Before you do anything rash, he urged, give us time to coordinate. If we can draw out her scorpions with a feint, Drogon and Rhaegal can flank them. But your dragons are wounded. A single well-placed bolt. She cut him off, though not harshly. We'll plan carefully. I'm not the Mad King, but I am done playing her game. They regrouped in Daenerys's nearby command tent. The air inside was suffocating with tension. Outside, the smell of char and the groans of the burned men weighed on them. Jon, Tyrion, Robb, Grey Worm, and Davos studied the battered map. The Sandii hovered near the tent flap, face pale. Word spread that the city's southwestern walls were alive with Lannister archers and pyromancers reloading more wildfire barrels. Meanwhile, the northern gates remained locked down. No sign of capitulation. Jon said quietly, we can attempt a two-pronged assault. Daenerys attacks from the air with Drogon, maybe Rhaegal if he's fit, while a ground force feints at the main gate. If we can force Cersei to concentrate scorpion fire on one side, the dragons might burn a breach on the other. Then the city might see the futility and yield. Or at least we can open a path without losing half our men to wildfire. Davos cringed. And if Cersei ignites caches deeper in the city? Tyrion interjected. She might burn her own people, but then she loses everything. The small folk would turn against her. Or we'd face a city in flames. We'd have to salvage what we can, maybe push to the Red Keep. The best outcome is that, once we breach the walls, the city authorities surrender rather than see more destruction. Daenerys nodded, subdued but resolute. So be it. I will not turn away from a fight I've already started. Every day we wait, more suffer. Let's do it tomorrow at dawn. We'll signal the armies. Grey Worm, gather the Unsullied for a feint at the Rose Road gate. Tyrion, coordinate with the Tully and Northern lines for a demonstration on the western side. I'll take Drogon overhead, attempt to incinerate the Scorpion emplacements from behind. If Rhaegal can fly without too much pain, Jon can ride him. If not, Jon will lead a ground force. Once we open a breach, the city must choose, side with me or burn in Cersei's madness. The meeting ended with grim acceptance. Robb left with Davos to inform the northern lines. They trudged across the orchard, stepping gingerly around pockets of blackened soil still reeking of sulfur. Along the way, Robb saw wounded men receiving water, some moaning in agony as the maesters tried to salve their burns. He felt a flash of anger at Cersei's cruelty and a pang of fear that tomorrow's assault might cost even more lives. But war seldom spared the innocent. At dusk, a hush descended. The combined army huddled in tents or under wagons, bracing for the final push at dawn. Sansa sat with Arya in a small corner, going over details for the aftermath, how to handle refugees, how to treat with local lords if the city fell. Edmure and Tormund made final checks on the Tully lines. Jaime moved among them, solemn, aware that by this time tomorrow he might face his sister in the Red Keep. He told no one his plan, but a shadow lay across his features. Night seemed endless. Robb found no sleep. He paced near the forward lines where men whispered prayers or wrote final letters. Rain pattered on the canvas overhead. At intervals, horns sounded from the city walls, some eerie signal of readiness. Ghosts stalked near Jon, occasionally letting out a soft whine. The dragon's roars drifted across the fields, uneasy and pained. Before dawn, the horns of the besiegers rang out. Troops roused themselves in the dim gray light, forming ranks. The ground was slippery with mud, turning every step into a slug. Officers barked orders, distributing final dragonglass-laced spears for those who had none, though dragonglass wouldn't matter here. This was a mortal war now. Still, old habits lingered. Men kept it out of superstition or because they lacked steel. Tormund cracked jokes to calm them, though few found humor now. Daenerys mounted Drogon near the orchard, ignoring the scaly bandages that spanned his side. Grey Worm led thousands of Unsullied in neat columns, ready to advance once the sun rose. Tyrion stood on a small rise, flanked by a handful of Dothraki, scanning the walls for movement. Jon tested Rhaegal's flight briefly. The wounded dragon roared and lifted off, though one wing shuddered. They soared in a short circle above the lines, then settled again. If Rhaegal tried sustained flight, he might reopen his wounds. Even so, Jon decided it was worth the risk if it might end the siege quickly. Robb, leading the northern men with Edmure, Sansa, and Davos close by, took position on the western flank. The plan was to beat drums, approach the gate, and draw out defenders while Daenerys and Jon flew behind the city to burn scorpions. Once the scorpions turned to face the dragons, the ground forces would search. If the city didn't surrender quickly, they'd push for a breach. The first rays of dawn tinted the sky with pale gold. An unnatural stillness enveloped the plain. Then Daenerys's trumpet sounded, signaling the final push. Shouts erupted among the lines. The ground trembled as Unsullied marched, spears leveled, footfalls synchronized. Northmen advanced from the west, Tully banners streaming overhead. Drums pounded in a steady rhythm. The city's walls erupted with movement. Archers took positions, scorpions swiveled. Through the gloom, Robb glimpsed the lion sigils, the crenellations bristling with Lannister helms. A heartbeat later, Drogon roared to life, wings laboring as he ascended. Daenerys clung to his saddle, face set. They rose above the orchard. Rhaegal followed, though at a slower pace, Jon in the harness. The watchers on the walls cried alarm. Bolts from scorpions hissed upward, glinting in dawn light. Drogon banked, flames erupting from his maw. One scorpion was engulfed, wooden frame igniting. Another bolt whizzed past Drogon's flank, missing by inches. Rhaegal tried to circle the southwestern tower, but a volley of bolts forced him to roll away, wings straining. He let out a pained screech. Below, the Unsullied charged the Rose Road gate. Flaming arrows rained down. Some men fell, but the disciplined ranks pressed on, raising shields. Grey Worm led them, cold determination in his eyes. They reached the gate, ramming it with a heavy timber. Another wave of scorpion bolts soared overhead, some splintering in the walls. Daenerys saw an opening, diving Drogon behind the scorpion line, bathing it in dragonfire. The structure collapsed, sending Lannister archers scattering. But then a new scorpion turned from a tower bastion, launching a massive bolt that caught Drogon's wing. He roared in agony, spiraling away. Daenerys clung fiercely, calling to him, trying to maintain control. In that moment, a green flash erupted near the southwestern corner. Wildfire. Again. The ground heaved as a hidden cache exploded under the Unsullied who battered the gates. Bodies were hurled through the air. The wooden ram shattered. Grey Worm was thrown aside. Shield cracked. A wave of green flame licked the gate, causing the defenders on the walls to reel back in terror. Smoke billowed upward, mixing with the dragonfire. Screams tore through the morning light. Robb and the northern men advanced from the west. Hearing the thunderous booms and seeing the pillars of flame, they hammered at the west gate with archers and catapults, hoping to split the defenders' focus. The Lannisters rained arrows, scorpion bolts, even hurling stones from the ramparts. Tully crossbowmen returned fire. Edmure advanced with a battered siege tower, trying to approach the walls, but more wildfire erupted from a hidden drain. Another surge of emerald flame devoured the tower. The men on it shrieked as they fell to the ground, consumed. Robb's heart twisted. He recognized a Glover bannerman in that inferno. The city was a death trap. High above, Drogon recovered from the scorpion wound, albeit losing altitude. Daenerys guided him around the southern walls, incinerating smaller pockets of defenders. Rhaegal tried to circle the north side, but a barrage of bolts from 3 scorpions pinned him down. Jon realized they risked losing the dragon if he pressed on. Reluctantly, he wheeled Rhaegal away, searching for a safer angle. The city's scorpions had multiplied, arrayed along every rampart. Cersei had prepared thoroughly. On the southwestern approach, Grey Worm rallied the surviving Unsullied, pushing forward over the broken gate. Some portion of the gatehouse had collapsed from the wildfire blast. A gaping hole yawned in the lower wall, half blocked by rubble. The defenders inside the gate tried to hold them off with crossbows and spears, but the Unsullied pressed relentlessly, stepping over the charred remains of their comrades. Grey Worm cut down 3 Lannister spearmen and forced his way into the courtyard beyond. A wedge of Unsullied followed, fighting yard by yard. Hearing that the southwestern gate was partially breached, Daenerys signaled Drogon to land near the rubble. The dragon limped, but spewed flames to scatter Lannister defenders. Soldiers ran in terror, some throwing down arms, others pinned by the swirling flames. Daenerys leapt from the saddle, brandishing a spear of Dragobone, leading a surge of Dothraki who had dismounted. They clashed with the Lannisters in savage melee. Robb's host battered the west gate to less success. Another wave of wildfire threatened to ignite near the walls, forcing them to pull back. Sansa and Davos coordinated archers from behind cover, trying to pick off scorpion crews. Edmure's men inched forward with shield walls. Still, the city refused to yield. Smoke choked the battleground. The wails of the dying rose. Then a horn sounded from inside the southwestern breach. Grey Worm's voice echoed, "Forward." The Unsullied overcame the last line of Lannister defenders in the gate yard. Scores of them pressed into the city streets. The local population, terrified, scattered, or hid. Daenerys advanced at their head, stepping over rubble and corpses. Tyrion arrived on foot, urging them to avoid harming civilians. Some Dothraki obeyed grudgingly, others surged ahead in search of Lannister holdouts. In the confusion, a portion of the city was effectively in Daenerys's control, but the Red Keep remained distant, perched on Aegon's high hill. Cersei's banners still flew from the keep's towers. Eerie silence clung to many streets. Houses stood shuttered, fearful. Smoke from the gate fires drifted overhead. Tyrion led a group forward, calling for the city to rise up, to ring bells in surrender, but the bells did not ring. Instead, pockets of Lannister soldiers engaged in vicious street-by-street fighting. Some laid traps, luring Daenerys's men into narrow alleys. Others tried to protect the innocent from roving Dothraki. The entire southwestern quarter descended into chaos. Back at the western gate, Robb's men finally forced the battered gate open after a catapult stone collapsed part of the battlements. Tullyfoot soldiers poured through, cutting down Lannisters who tried to hold the inner gate. Robb personally led a charge, sword raised. They spill into a broad courtyard just inside the walls. There, another squad of Lannisters fought desperately, led by a grim-faced officer. Arrows flew. Northern men overcame them by sheer numbers, though casualties piled up. The officer, bareheaded, hair streaked with gray, lowered his sword in surrender at the last moment. Panting, Robb accepted, ordering his men not to slaughter those who yielded. A savage cheer rose as the gate was secured. Sansa and Davos followed with more men, establishing control of the courtyard. Archers guarded the walls. The city's outer defenses were starting to crumble under the combined assault, but wildfire pockets and scorpion emplacements still threatened deeper inside. The path to the Red Keep remained formidable. Jaime slipped away from the Tully lines in the confusion, determined to reach the keep. Brienne noticed and tried to follow, but lost him in the chaos. Rumors spread that he intended to confront Cersei personally, perhaps to prevent further bloodshed. Others whispered he might rejoin her. No one knew for certain. As the morning advanced, Daenerys and her allies pushed deeper. The southwestern quarter saw brutal fighting. The streets echoed with screams and the clash of steel. Families cowered in doorways, some houses ablaze from stray dragon fire. The Dothraki, inflamed by the chaos, rampaged in pockets. Daenerys and Grey Worm tried to keep them under control, but discipline frayed. Scenes of horror multiplied. Tyrion and Sansa, arriving from different directions, urged the men to show mercy, to gather prisoners, not corpses. Their pleas were only partly heeded in the bedlam. A scorpion bolt whistled overhead, slamming into a tower. Rhaegal soared by, unleashing a stream of flame on a line of Lannisters firing from rooftops. More scorpion crews pivoted to track him, launching bolts. One struck his wounded wing, ripping membrane. Rhaegal crashed onto a wide street, flattening a row of stalls. Jon tumbled off, stunned. The dragon howled in pain. Lannister spearmen rushed forward, but Jon regained his senses, slashing them aside. Nearby Unsullied came to his aid. Rhaegal, bloodied, still snapped and roared, scaring away more foes. Yet the dragon was clearly unable to take flight again. Fear not at Jon's heart. If scorpions took aim, Rhaegal could die here. Daenerys, further along the southwestern approach, realized Rhaegal was in peril. She called Drogon from his vantage above the Red Keep, where he had been scorching scorpion positions. Drogon soared overhead, ignoring the bolt lodged in his wing. He slammed down onto the street near Rhaegal, flattening an entire scorpion carriage. Archers scattered. The two dragons bellowed, half comforting each other, half raging at the city. Jon used the reprieve to lead Rhaegal, limping out of scorpion range, down a side alley. Daenerys, battered and wide-eyed, slid from Drogon's saddle to help. A cluster of Unsullied formed a defensive circle while Tyrion and Davos arrived, shouting for them to push forward. Robb's force, converging from the west, approached the Great September area, a massive ruin since Cersei destroyed it. Mounds of rubble blocked some streets. They skirted them, pressing toward the Red Keep. The stench of ash and charred flesh was overwhelming. Men scurried in every direction. Some Lannister units hurled down their swords, seeing no hope. Others fought to the bitter end. Robb stumbled over piles of bodies, ignoring the horror, forging onward. He yearned to hear bells signifying surrender, but none rang out. Then, From the direction of the keep, there came a distant clang, heavy gates slamming open. A wave of knights in gold-plated armor surged forth, the royal guard under Ser Gregor Clegane, the Mountain. They thundered onto the city streets, hacking through outnumbered Dothraki and Northmen. A roar of savage glee erupted from the monstrous knight at their head, features hidden by a helm. Fear rippled among Daenerys's lines. This was the final push from Cersei's personal guard, or so it seemed. Yet the allies closed ranks. Dothraki outriders hammered into the Golden Knights from the flank, while Unsullied advanced from behind barricades. Tormund led a chunk of wildlings in a ferocious charge. The knights pushed them back at first, but the combined weight of freedmen, northerners, and Dothraki encircled them. The streets choked with blood. One by one, the Golden Knights fell. Gregor Clegane towered above the throng, unstoppable, until suddenly another figure appeared in his path. Sandor Clegane, the Hound, who had reportedly survived the undead battles and lingered near the host. He confronted his undead brother in a final savage duel that ended with both disappearing into a collapsing stairwell that crashed into a wildfire pocket. Green flames engulfed them. The unstoppable mountain was undone at last. With the last wave of defenders broken or scattered, the allied forces rushed the Red Keep. Daenerys, limping Drogon at her side, found the main gate half-breached. Archers fled in terror, seeing dragons at close range. The once impenetrable fortress now stood vulnerable. Men hammered at the keep's gates. Cersei's final loyalists fell back. Tyrion tried calling for any who wished to yield to come forth. Some did. Others fought to the death. Amid the swirl, Jaime Lannister slipped into a side entrance. Brienne, trailing him, called out, but he vanished through a postern gate. No one could stop him in the chaos. Inside the keep, he found Cersei near the throne room, trembling with frustration. She wore a regal gown, face streaked with tears, yet clinging to her crown. Euron was nowhere to be seen, rumored to have been killed in a skirmish near the bay. The Golden Company's commander lay dead on the steps, having realized the futility. Jaime begged Cersei to surrender, to save herself and the city from total ruin. But her eyes blazed with mania, refusing to relinquish power. She tried to flee deeper into the keep, searching for rumored caches of wildfire that might annihilate them all. Jaime wrestled with her, tears in his eyes, pleading. They fought in a swirl of madness. At last, he overpowered her, forced the hidden matchstick from her hand. She clawed at him, screaming. He held her tight, whispering an apology, then snapped her neck in a single, brutal twist. So ended Cersei Lannister. As the Red Keep burned around them from stray dragon fire, Jaime slumped over her body, blood from a wound in his side spreading across the stones. The halls collapsed, burying them in rubble. Later, Dothraki scouts found the area caved in, a crater of stone and flame. Jaime's corpse was never recovered, though rumors persisted that Brienne witnessed the final moment from a distance, tears on her cheeks. Outside, as pockets of resistance gave way, the city's bells at last began to ring. Someone, perhaps an official or a terrified sexton, realized the futility. The peals echoed across the battered streets, sending waves of relief through the armies. Daenerys, hearing them, called a halt to the destruction. She commanded the Dothraki to pull back, the Unsullied to secure the keep's perimeter without further slaughter. Drogon roared, but did not immolate any more foes who cast down their arms. The bells tolled incessantly, a jarring, mournful dirge. Civilians emerged from hiding, trembling, realizing the city had fallen. A hush descended over King's Landing as the day wore on, broken only by the crackle of scattered fires and the groans of the wounded. Thousands lay dead, Lannisters, Northmen, Dothraki, Unsullied, small folk caught in the crossfire. Yet the city still stood. The Red Keep was partially burned, but not leveled. Wildfire pockets smoldered, but had not consumed the entire capital. For the moment, at least, the worst outcome, complete devastation, was averted. Daenerys established control from the courtyard outside the Red Keep, flanked by Grey Worm, Tyrion, Jon, and the battered dragons. Robb arrived with Sansa, Edmure, Tormund, and Davos, their forces occupying the rest of the city gates. Tyrion organized impromptu patrols to restore order, prevent further looting or vengeance killings. Bodies were cleared from the streets. Survivors crept out kneeling or simply standing dazed. The Lannister banners were torn down by freedmen, replaced by the Targaryen dragon. Deafening bells rang until evening when Tyrion personally ordered them silenced. In the hush of twilight, Daenerys, still smeared with ash and blood, stood upon the steps of the half-ruined Red Keep courtyard. Her eyes shone with triumph and sorrow as she addressed the battered throngs of her followers. "It is done," she said, voice echoing. "Cersei Lannister is dead. The war is over. Let all who live in the city know I come not as a tyrant but as one who would free you from cruelty. Kneel and you shall have mercy. Resist and face judgment for your crimes. For too long this city has been a place of fear and cunning. No more." Some onlookers knelt. Others simply stared, uncertain. Daenerys turned to Jon, to Tyrion, to Robb. "We will restore peace. We'll feed the hungry, bury the dead. We've lost too many to war, let this be the last. The kingdom must unite or else we unravel into chaos again." Robb, standing with Sansa, bowed his head. "You have my thanks for sparing the city from complete ruin. Though the cost was high, we ended it swiftly. The North stands by you in forging a new peace." Jon's gaze flickered at Daenerys, an unspoken tension. She had done what she set out to do, but at a terrible price. Still, he nodded, stepping forward to show his support. The allied armies, exhausted, began settling into an uneasy occupation of the city. War was done, at least for the moment. That night, fires burned across King's Landing as the living struggled to reclaim order. Prisoners were rounded up in improvised stockades. The wounded were carried to the Great September ruins or to local septs still intact where healers did what they could. The small folk emerged in droves, hungry, terrified, seeking any scrap of food or promise of safety. Daenerys commanded that the granaries be opened, distributing rations. Tyrion, Sansa, and Davos supervised, trying to keep it organized. In corners of the city, Dothraki or Northmen vented frustration, leading to sporadic violence or looting. Jon and Robb rode through the streets with armed escorts, stamping out such incidents. The smell of char and death hung thick. By dawn, the city's bells remained silent. A funeral hush pressed over the blackened battlements. Daenerys Targaryen emerged from a short rest, cloak streaked with soot. She ascended a half-toppled dais in the courtyard, flanked by Grey Worm, Tyrion, and Missandei. A crowd gathered, unsullied, Dothraki, Northmen, freedmen, city dwellers. Jon, Robb, Sansa, Arya, Tormund, Brienne, Edmure, and Davos stood at the forefront, battered but alive. Drogon perched on a shattered tower, Regal lying wounded in a stable yard. The Targaryen's sigil fluttered in the smoky breeze. Daenerys surveyed them, a solemn glint in her eyes. She spoke, "Cersei's tyranny ends. The Iron Throne is mine by right of blood and conquest, yet I take it not as a butcher but as a breaker of chains. Some will call me conqueror, some will call me liberator. Let them. My vow is that no more shall rulers butcher the realm for their pride. We stand on the ashes of a monstrous war. Let us build anew." She paused, glancing at Jon, then Robb, and the others. "The North has bled more than most. They fought with me against the dead, and now they helped end Cersei's reign. I promised them the freedom to choose their path as I promised before. If they desire independence, we will talk. If they remain with the realm, it shall be as equals, not as a conquered province. This is my vow before gods and men." A ripple of reaction passed through the crowd. Sansa exchanged a stunned glance with Robb. That Daenerys would proclaim it so openly here in King's Landing was no small concession. Jon gazed at Daenerys with renewed respect. Tyrion allowed himself a faint, relieved smile. Daenerys continued, voice carrying, "I name Tyrion Lannister Hand of the Queen, if he will accept. I name Grey Worm Master of War. I ask the lords and ladies of Westeros to help me rebuild what was lost, to feed the starving, to restore peace. We have all seen the cost of division. Let us not repeat it. Let the city, once drenched in blood, learn anew the taste of mercy." An uneasy hush followed. Then Tyrion stepped forward, kneeling. "I accept," he said, voice trembling with emotion. "I swear to do my utmost to guide you with honesty, to shape a realm free of fear." Daenerys inclined her head, guiding him to rise. Applause and murmurs spread among the exhausted watchers. Robb caught the eye of Arya, who gave a small nod. Sansa looked uncertain but not opposed. A wave of possibility opened in that moment, a sense that maybe, after all the heartbreak, the realm could find a measure of stability. The war was done, the dead defeated, Cersei dethroned. The cost in lives had been staggering, but at least the wheel was broken enough to allow something new to take root. Daenerys turned to Robb and Sansa. "House Stark has my gratitude. Without you, none of this would be possible. Shall we speak of the North's future soon?" Robb, heart-pounding, glanced at Sansa. She gave a faint nod. Turning back to Daenerys, he said softly, "Yes. We'll decide together. For now, let us bind the realm's wounds." She extended her hand. Robb took it and a hush descended, broken by a few scattered cheers. It felt like a fragile truce between two powers who had once been on opposite sides. Jon let out a quiet breath, stepping beside them, placing a hand on both Daenerys's and Robb's shoulders. A triumvirate of battered victors, each having sacrificed. That afternoon, the city's bells rang again, this time in a funereal note for the dead of both armies. Pyres rose in the squares. Civilians emerged to collect the remains of loved ones. Survivors rummaged for salvageable goods. Daenerys's men posted banners at major intersections, proclaiming the new regime would punish no one who laid down arms. The Dothraki, restless, found stables to house their horses or roamed the city markets looking for something to quench their thirst. The Unsullied stood guard, stoic as ever. Northern men formed patrols with Tully and Tyrell soldiers to keep the peace. Scattered outbursts occurred, but overall, the will to fight had evaporated. A day turned into 2, then 3. Bodies were burned or buried, scorpions dismantled, wildfire caches found and neutralized by cautious pyromancers forced to serve the new queen. The Red Keep's interior smoldered from the partial fires, though the throne room remained mostly intact. The Iron Throne sat crooked, edges scorched. Daenerys visited it briefly, but spent most of her time organizing relief for the wounded city. She told Tyrion she had no desire to sit in a throne surrounded by smoking ruin. Rather, she wanted to walk the streets, see the damage. Jon sometimes accompanied her. They encountered pockets of orphans and starving families. Daenerys's face tightened each time, her determination to rule with mercy renewed. Robb and Sansa oversaw a distribution point near the dragon pit, using what supplies remained from the siege. Lines of hungry small folk stretched for blocks, anxious for bread or stew. Arya drifted through the city, helping where she could, occasionally vanishing for hours on unknown errands. Tormund declared city life too cramped, and prepared to ride north once he'd ensured none of his wildlings needed further assistance. Some planned to remain in the Gift, others joined him. Davos busied himself coordinating ships in the harbor, discovering that Euron's fleet had scattered, and some Ironborn surrendered or fled. In a solemn gathering 4 days after Cersei's fall, those who had a claim to leadership assembled in the Red Keep's courtyard, battered but partly cleared. Daenerys stood with her new court, Tyrion at her right hand, Grey Worm behind. Jon, Robb, and Sansa represented the north. Edmure Tully represented the Riverlands. A small cluster of Stormlords had trickled in, ceding to the Targaryen rule. A Tyrell cousin nominally spoke for the Reach. Gendry, recognized as Robert Baratheon's bastard, quietly observed, uncertain of his place. House Arryn had not arrived, the Vale's roads blocked by snow. But a messenger carried word that Lord Royce would recognize Daenerys as queen if her rule proved fair. Daenerys addressed them, acknowledging each region's losses. She reiterated her vow to let the North decide its own fate. Robb and Sansa exchanged a charged look, aware that many of their bannermen still wanted independence. Daenerys promised to punish none for old conflicts, so long as they accepted her new order and refrained from raising arms. She expressed sorrow for the scorched farmlands, the charred gates, the dead. The lords, weary of war, agreed to parley on the finer points in the coming weeks. When it was all done, Daenerys looked at Robb. "We can speak of the North once your people have had time to heal. You helped me break the final chain of tyranny. If you wish to stand apart, I will not force you. Should you choose to remain part of the realm, I would welcome you as friends. The same courtesy extends to the Vale, Dorne, and others. This realm has bled enough." Robb bowed low, heart unsteady. "On behalf of House Stark, I thank you. We'll consult with our lords, see if we can shape a future together, or if we must stand alone. Either way, let us remain allies." She met his eyes. "Agreed." Outside, in the city squares, battered people took uncertain steps toward a new dawn. The dread that once gripped King's Landing began to ease. Freed from the immediate threat of wildfire or massacre, small folk resumed trade, gathered rubble, doused lingering fires. A hush of relief intermingled with the sorrow of mourning. Soldiers from all corners of Westeros drifted about, forging friendships or sullen standoffs. Many asked themselves if this truly was the final war, if perhaps the living could find unity after so many cataclysms. At sunset on the seventh day, a hush fell over the city as the new queen and her allies led a funeral procession for the fallen. Great pyres were built outside the battered gates where the allied dead were laid out with honors. Northmen, Dothraki, Unsullied, Riverlanders, all side by side. The Lannister dead were granted separate rites with no vindictive defilement. Cersei's body was never recovered, nor was Jaime's. Some said the siblings were entombed beneath the rubble, entwined in death as they had been in life. Others whispered it was a fitting end for them. Torches touched the pyres, flames roared to life, shadows dancing across the assembled throng. Daenerys stood with Jon, Grey Worm, and Tyrion at the forefront. Robb, Sansa, Arya, and Tormund joined them, heads bowed. The heat of the conflagration washed over them, swirling sparks into the twilight sky. Everyone remembered the horrors they had endured, the undead in the north, the final battle here. So many ghosts filled the air. When the last embers died, the hush remained. The watchers drifted away, footsteps echoing in the night. Daenerys lingered, letting her tears fall for the Dothraki, Yora, Missandei's lost friends, the countless innocents. Jon placed a comforting hand on her shoulder. She leaned against him, eyes on the star-flecked sky. Robb and Arya retreated to a corner, exchanging a silent nod of understanding. They had outlived horrors beyond measure, yet still they drew breath. Weeks passed in a blur of reconstruction. Tents gave way to more permanent lodging. Street by street, the city began to breathe again. Daenerys convened councils, forging a new small council with Tyrion as hand, Davos as master of ships, Brienne as lord commander of the Queen's Guard if she would accept, Grey Worm as master of war, and Gendry as master of arms. A surprising appointment that recognized his skill and the Baratheon name, if not a claim to Storm's End. Sansa and Robb remained for negotiations, then prepared to return north to see if their people wished to remain under the Targaryen crown or stand as an independent kingdom. Jon hovered between them, uncertain of his place. He was a Targaryen by blood, but a Stark by heart. In a final, quiet meeting before the Starks departed, Daenerys summoned them to the half-rebuilt throne room. Scaffolding lined the walls, workers attempting repairs on the scorched columns. The Iron Throne, bent by heat, sat overshadowed by gloom. Daenerys stood near it, looking smaller than before, but no less determined. She extended a slender box to Robb. Within lay a delicately forged chain of Valyrian steel links. A gift, she said simply. Made from the scraps of captured Lannister swords. Let it remind you that we forged a new path together, from enemies to allies. Robb accepted it with solemn gratitude. We will remember, he said, voice thick. If our lords decide to stand as a free north, I hope we remain friends. If they choose union, let it be a bond of equals. Either way, we owe you thanks for helping to defeat the Night King and end Cersei's tyranny. Sansa stood beside him, dipping her head. We have lost so much. Perhaps now, with wise leadership, the realm can heal. That is my hope, your grace. Daenerys nodded. And mine. Return home safely. Should you have need of me or my dragons, send word. The realm must remain vigilant against future threats, though I pray none are as dire as the dead. Jon said his farewells more privately with Daenerys. She offered him a small silver ring shaped like a dragon's wing. Whatever name you bear, you'll always have a place here, she murmured. He embraced her gently, parted with whispered words that only they heard. Rumors abounded that their bond was deeper than duty, but they parted for now, each respecting the responsibilities that weighed on them. When the Starks and their retinues rode from the city gates, the sky was a cloudless blue, a rare gift. Northmen trailed behind, carrying the battered banners of House Stark. Arya rode near the vanguard, scanning the roads with keen eyes. Sansa traveled in a carriage, along with Gilly and a few stewards. Tormund parted ways, heading for the far north, saying the city reeked of too many people. Edmure Tully and the Blackfish remained behind for a time to finalize Riverlands treaties. The columns wound northward, passing through fields where the detritus of war still lay. But hope stirred in the air. Villagers emerged to greet them, relieved that the Queen's War ended swiftly, spared from the monstrous devastation that might have happened if the siege dragged on. The travelers carried with them scars of memory, yet also the knowledge that the realm stood at last free of Lannister tyranny and the undead. Whether or not Daenerys's reign would usher a permanent peace, no one could say. But for now, it felt like the dawn after a long, endless night. Weeks later, as Robb stood once more at the outskirts of Winterfell, he gazed upon the walls with a tenderness that nearly overwhelmed him. The keep had been partially rebuilt since the undead invasion. Smoke rose from the chimneys. A scatter of watchmen in Stark livery cheered their return. Sansa and Arya dismounted, eyes shining at the sight of home. The North might never be the same after so much devastation, but it was still theirs. Robb inhaled the cold, crisp air. He thought of the chain Daenerys gave him, stored safely among his possessions. A symbol of new alliances in a realm once torn by madness. House Stark, House Targaryen, once sundered by Robert's rebellion, now bound by the blood spilled to save the living. In the months to come, the Northern Lords would debate their fate. Independence or a new union. Robb resolved to let them choose freely, neither coerced nor misled. As for him, he would guide them as best he could, mindful of the illusions and failings that once shattered his cause. Arya stepped up beside him, face half smiling, half sad. "We're truly free of the dead," she whispered. "It seems impossible, and the Lannisters no longer rule the South. All this, it feels like waking from a nightmare into another dream." He squeezed her shoulder gently. "One day at a time, we'll find our way." Sansa joined them, a soft breath escaping her lips as she surveyed the battered gates. "So much left to rebuild," she said. "But at least we have a chance. Daenerys kept her word about letting us decide. That's more than I dared hope." They passed under Winterfell's archway, welcomed by a flurry of old faces and new. The courtyard rang with greetings. White streaks of snow drifted in the corners, though it was warmer than the bitter cold of the long night. A new season approached. Within the great hall, survivors told stories of the realm's final battles, of the new queen in King's Landing, of smaller clan disputes. Life pressed on, complicated but free. That evening, Robb stood alone in the Godswood, gazing at the ancient heart tree. Its white bark and red leaves seemed to shimmer in the twilight. Memories flooded him. His father's stern lessons, his mother's loving counsel, Grey Wind's proud presence, the war he once waged for northern independence, the betrayal at the Twins, the miracle of his survival, the horrifying conflict against the Night King, and the final war with Cersei. Through it all, House Stark had endured, changed, yet remained. If the North decided to join Daenerys' realm or stand apart, Robb would abide by their will, trusting that some measure of unity was possible now that the greatest threats were gone. A breeze whispered through the leaves. He closed his eyes, feeling tears slip down his cheeks. For all they had lost, for all they had gained. The ghosts of father, mother, siblings gone hovered in his thoughts. But he was not alone. Sansa, Arya, Jon, and the North itself lived on. A faint sense of solace crept into his heart. No single war would ever be the last, but for the moment, the wheel of endless bloodshed had been cracked. The living had prevailed. He opened his eyes, touched the carved face of the weirwood. "Father," he murmured, "I hope I've done right by you." The wind in the branches might have been an answer, or just the rustling of leaves. Either way, he felt its gentle hush soothe him. Turning, he walked back toward the keep where lamplight glowed in the windows. Tomorrow, he and Sansa would gather the Northern Lords to weigh their choices. However that ended, House Stark would continue, forging a new chapter. Far to the south, Daenerys Targaryen would begin her reign, guided by Tyrion's counsel, watched by the suspicious eyes of a realm tired of war. Jon Snow, shaped by duty and love, would find his own path in that new order. And across the seas, other stories might unfold. For now, in the hush of dusk, Robb Stark allowed himself a moment of peace. The shadows of the Red Wedding and the long night still lingered, but dawn had come, and with it, the promise that tomorrow might be brighter than yesterday's horrors. He walked into Winterfell's embrace, heart steady, determined to honor the memory of all who fell by leading the living with wisdom, compassion, and the quiet fierceness that marked the wolves of the North. And thus the final wars ended, leaving the realm to find what peace it could under a banner no longer drenched in blood, but in the hope born of survival. Robb Stark passed under the gate of Winterfell, letting the worn stones and smoky air wash over him, a wave of memory too powerful for words. The battered towers bore new scaffolds, half rebuilt in places still charred from the great battle against the undead. Snow covered the upper ramparts, the courtyard churned to mud by countless boots. Yet for the first time in what felt like years, Winterfell seemed alive with cautious promise. The clash against the Long Night was over. The final war against Cersei was done. Now, in the hush of northern winter, people breathed again. Robb felt every step resonate in his bones, aware of the thousands who would never again tread these halls. He found himself pausing near the well in the courtyard, where stable hands guided a pair of weary horses. Motes of ice clung to the creature's manes. A swirl of wind stirred, biting at Robb's cheeks. He tugged his cloak closer. Soldiers from a half-dozen northern houses milled about, some cleaning tack, others sharing quiet conversation. A few recognized him, nodding respectfully. He offered a small smile, still unaccustomed to the hush that followed his footsteps, a hush that once greeted the king in the north. So much had changed. On the far side of the courtyard, Sansa leaned against a broken column, conversing with the steward who oversaw Winterfell's food stores. Though snow dusted her hair, her posture was poised, mouth set in a firm line. She had grown into a figure of subtle authority, the Lady of Winterfell in all but formal title. When she noticed Robb, she finished her talk and walked over, her boots crunching on the frosty ground. "I spoke with Maester Wolkan," she said softly. "He estimates we can keep everyone fed for the remainder of the winter if we receive no large influx of new refugees. Our fields remain untended since the battles and the barns along the King's Road were burned. But some shipments from White Harbor should arrive soon." Robb's shoulders sagged in relief. "That's something. Maybe we can stretch the stores if we hunt and fish." The new queen in King's Landing, Daenerys, offered to send supplies if we needed them, but the roads are perilous in winter. "We might manage better on our own for now." Sansa studied his face, eyes concerned. "You look exhausted." He let out a breath. "Traveling from King's Landing to here was grueling. And I haven't truly slept since we arrived. The clans will be coming soon, Karstarks, Glovers, Mormont's surviving kin. They want to hear what we decided about our status under Daenerys. If the North will remain part of the realm or stand apart." Sansa nodded. "Some houses are determined to be free. Others see the advantage of having a Targaryen queen who respects the North's sacrifices. But we need unity or the old rivalries might flare." Robb offered his sister a wry smile. "Yes, we must walk that line carefully. I plan to hold a gathering in the Great Hall tomorrow eve. Then we'll let them speak, hear their arguments, see if a consensus emerges. No matter the outcome, we must keep the North strong. We can't survive fresh divisions." A flicker of pride moved across Sansa's expression. "I'll help however I can. We're in this together, brother." He set a hand gently on her arm. "Thank you." Nearby, a muffled bark echoed. Turning, they spied a white dire wolf ghost padding across the courtyard, flanked by Jon Snow. Jon wore a thick black cloak that blended into his hair, his face set in a pensive frown. Ghost's ears twitched at the sight of Robb, but the wolf drifted to Jon's side, loyal as ever. When Jon reached them, Sansa gave him a fond, if worried, glance. "How do you find Winterfell, Jon?" she asked. "Different, I suppose." Jon nodded. "It always feels different each time I return. I remember when we first parted, so long ago, you all left for King's Landing with Father. Then the War of the Five Kings started. And everything that followed, a shadow flickered in his eyes. But I'm grateful to see it standing, battered as it is." Robb gestured at the swirling snow. "Any regrets not staying in King's Landing with Daenerys?" Jon's mouth tensed. "She has plenty to manage without me lingering. I told her I'd see to the north, that I might help you decide if we remain or part ways. And well, I don't know what place I have there. My name's Targaryen by blood, but the realm may not accept me. She's the queen. I have no taste for the throne, and I doubt the South wants another claimant. Best I serve the realm here for the moment." Sansa and Robb exchanged a glance. They understood the heaviness in Jon's voice. He had returned to them so changed from his time with the Night's Watch, his death and resurrection, the war against the dead, his complicated ties to Daenerys. Even so, he was home in the north at least for a time. Sansa touched his arm gently. "You always have a place here. Our people trust you, especially after you helped reclaim Winterfell from the Boltons." He managed a small smile. "I appreciate that." They spoke a while longer about supply lines and the houses expected to arrive. Then they parted, each to separate tasks. Robb and Jon made their way toward the Godwood where Arya had been seen that morning. Ever since returning from King's Landing, Arya had spent hours in the quiet grove, sometimes practicing with her dagger, sometimes simply kneeling at the heart tree. The old weirwood's red leaves fluttered in the chill breeze. When they found her, she was perched on a low branch, gazing at the carved face in the trunk. Jon stopped at the edge of the clearing. "We wondered if you'd join us for the assembly tomorrow." Arya hopped down, landing lightly on the snow. She brushed leaves from her tunic, her breath forming a frosty cloud. "I'll be there. I want to hear how the lords try to wriggle out of their promises. I expect some of them will say the North must never kneel to another Southern queen. Others might say we can't survive alone. I'm curious to see who stands where." Robb's lips twitched. "You always see the cracks in people's facades." Arya shrugged, absently tapping the hilt of her Valyrian steel dagger. She had used that blade to slay the Night King. It glimmered with faint runes etched into its dark metal. I've learned that men wear masks more often than not. I prefer to watch them closely. Jon exhaled, surveying the quiet pool in the godwood. I only hope we can keep the North united. The last thing we need is a civil war over who kneels or who stands free. We've lost so many. Arya tilted her head. We have. But I don't think it'll come to war. People are too weary. And if we can find the right words, they'll accept whichever path we choose. Robb touched the heart tree's trunk. We'll do our best. Whatever happens, we must remain loyal to one another. House Stark will endure. They stood a moment in silence, letting the hush of the godwood enfold them. Then Arya excused herself, saying she needed to check on a matter near the courtyard. Robb turned to Jon, the two half-brothers alone amid the snowy grove. A memory seized him of simpler days, younger versions of themselves racing through these same trees, brandishing wooden swords. It felt like an entire lifetime ago. He placed a hand on Jon's shoulder. Everything we've been through, some days it overwhelms me. But I'm glad you're here, brother. Jon's eyes met his, a flicker of gratitude shining. Me too. They parted ways soon after. Robb had a meeting with the maester about the repairs to the castle's walls. Jon intended to speak with the Mormonts who'd arrived that morning, paying respects to those who survived Lady Lyanna's line. As Robb walked back across the yard, a swirl of faint sunlight broke through the clouds, casting pale beams on the battered stones. He took it as a hopeful sign. That afternoon, Robb's visitors began filtering into the keep, the Glover men, led by a grim-faced captain, 2 Karstarks, both young and uncertain, and a handful of Mormont warriors who bore fresh scars from the final battles. Some had come to Winterfell earlier, yet more arrived now that the roads were marginally passable. Each group was greeted by Winterfell's guards, then shown to quarters or to the great hearth to warm themselves. The old hall filled with the hum of low conversation, clank of arms. Servants brought mulled wine and bread. Uncertainty etched every face. They had questions. What was the North's future? At dusk, Sansa and the stewards cleared a wide space before the dais where House Stark's dire wolf banner hung. Robb roamed among the tables, greeting acquaintances, ensuring each house had a seat. Jon and Arya lingered near the dais, prepared to quell any tension. Ghosts prowled the edges, earning wary glances from some who remembered the direwolf's fierce loyalty. Candles lit the hall, reflecting off the ancient timbers overhead. When all had assembled, Robb moved to the dais. A hush settled. He cast his gaze across the gathered lords and ladies. Many seats were empty, silent testimony to those lost in the wars. Lady Mormont's place in particular brought a pang of sorrow, her death at the hands of an undead giant still fresh in memory. Softly, Robb cleared his throat. Friends, he began. We have come through the darkest times in memory. We lost brave men and women against the Night King. Then we marched south to depose Cersei Lannister, who threatened all we hold dear. Our battles are done for now. Yet a question remains, shall the North stay with the new queen, Daenerys Targaryen, or stand as an independent kingdom once more? A ripple of shifting bodies moved across the benches. Some studied him intently. Others stared at their cups, weighed down by exhaustion. Robb pressed on. Daenerys Targaryen has proven her willingness to respect the North. She told me in King's Landing that we may choose our own path. She does not wish to force us under her banner. Yet there may be advantages if we maintain ties. She has dragons, armies, and a vow to protect the realm. On the other hand, we declared independence before, and many died for that cause. The North has always yearned to rule itself. I want your counsel. Speak openly. We must decide together for the sake of our people. He stepped back slightly. Sansa gave him a nod, then gestured toward the lords. The first to stand was Duncan Glover, a tall, gaunt man with streaks of gray in his beard. He set a hand on the table. My family lost much in the War of the Five Kings, then more again in the battle against the dead, he said gravely. We once hailed you, Robb Stark, as king in the North. We fought and bled for independence from the Iron Throne. But now times have changed. The Targaryen queen seems different from the Lannisters. I see no sign she means to tax us into ruin or meddle with our faith. She might bring stability to the south, which means we can rebuild in peace. If we stand alone, we risk isolation. I say we remain under her so long as she truly grants the North full respect. Murky murmurs followed. Next rose Harris Karstark, younger brother to Alice Karstark, who was away dealing with their own lands. He seemed nervous, but his voice steadied. House Karstark once turned away from the Starks, and we paid dearly for it. We've sworn loyalty anew. But we also remember how the crown neglected us when the Boltons rose. Could a Targaryen queen truly protect the North if trouble comes? Or would we be left alone again? A murmur of uncertainty rippled. A Mormont warrior, Bran Mormont, a cousin to Lyanna, stood next, expression fierce. The Mormonts bled for House Stark. We watched Our Lady fall. We also saw Daenerys Targaryen's dragons save the realm from the dead. Without her fire, we might all be whites now. The Boltons would still hold Winterfell or the Night King would. She's earned our trust. I'd not break faith lightly. Arguments sprouted throughout the hall. Some insisted that the North had always been separate in spirit, that no foreign queen should rule them. Others pointed out the pragmatic benefits of Targaryen alliance, mutual defense, trade, shared knowledge. A few worried about dragons ravaging them someday. Another demanded that the North name Robb as king once more, ignoring the potential alliances. The voices rose and fell, half lost in the swirl of torchlight. Eventually, Sansa held up a hand, silencing them. Her voice carried with calm poise. We cannot forget the horrors we've faced. Standing alone nearly doomed us before. But kneeling to the Iron Throne also brought pain. Our father was executed, our house torn apart. We have an offer from Daenerys for a respectful union. We must weigh that carefully. This is no ordinary monarchy. She says we can choose, so let us decide with clear heads. The question is whether Daenerys's vow is truly binding. Would she or her heirs ever break it? The hall quieted. Robb stepped forward again. I propose we speak plainly. How many of you favor independence at all costs? How many favor union under Daenerys, trusting her word that we remain free to govern ourselves in the North so long as we stand united in times of danger? One by one, lords rose to declare their leanings. The Mormonts, half the Glovers, and a scattering of smaller houses favored union. The Karstarks were split. A few old knights insisted the North had won the right to stand alone, that no Targaryen should rule them no matter how benign. Others wavered. The debate stretched late into the night, with Sansa guiding the conversation, ensuring no single voice dominated. Finally, as torches guttered low, they agreed to rest on it. Robb invited the lords to remain at Winterfell or in the nearby holdings for a few days. They would reconvene with clearer minds, hopefully forging a final consensus. For now, he urged calm and cooperation. The crowd disbanded in weary murmurs. Some went to the great hall's benches to doze. Others trudged to assigned chambers. Outside, the winter sky loomed, swirling with pale moonlight. Robb lingered by the dais, letting out a long exhale. Jon clapped him on the back. You've done well. They'll be calmer tomorrow, after reflecting on each other's words. Arya, perched near a pillar, gave a small nod. They're too tired to fight each other now, at least. Sansa smoothed a hand over her dress. Let's hope these next few days bring a real consensus. I don't relish having to force a decision one way or another. They parted for the night. Robb found a restless sleep in his old chamber, dreaming of the Red Keep's blackened throne and the swirling snow outside. In the morning, the sun rose cold and bright. He rose to greet the new day, hoping it would bring clarity. After a breakfast of oat porridge, he stepped outside to supervise the clearing of rubble along the outer walls. Carpenters hammered new supports, men lugged stone. Beneath the crisp air lay a sense of urgency. The North needed stability after so many cataclysms. By midday, small gatherings formed around the yard. Lords exchanged quiet arguments about union or independence. Some approached Robb directly with lists of demands. More autonomy over taxes. A promise that no Targaryen soldier would ever station in the North uninvited. An oath that no southern faith would override the old gods. Robb found himself repeating that Daenerys had sworn to respect their ways. Yet he knew such words meant little unless trust was real. 2 nights later, the second assembly convened. This time, the tension felt keener, but also more purposeful. The Mormont cousin proposed a formal oath of mutual defense. The North would be part of the realm but maintain the right to self-govern day-to-day matters. In exchange, the North would come to the realm's aid if foreign invasion threatened or if some new terror, like the dead, arose. The old vow, the king in the North, would become more ceremonial, overshadowed by the Targaryen monarchy in King's Landing. Yet the monarchy would not impose harsh laws, taxes, or garrisons. Essentially, a confederation of near equals. A grizzled knight of House Flint objected, wanting the North to fully separate. Another from House Serwyn urged unity, citing the risk of future threats. Then, in a quiet voice, Sansa spelled out a plan. We can accept Daenerys as queen, but hold a special treaty ensuring the North's customs remain paramount, that no southern lords can override our judgments, that our wards and roads remain under Stark oversight. We'd station an envoy in King's Landing to represent us. In turn, we'd honor calls for the realm's defense. It might not be perfect, but it spares us future wars with the Iron Throne. By the time arguments settled, a vote was called. House by house, they voiced assent or refusal. Most chose to follow the plan of a partial union, acknowledging Daenerys as monarch of the Seven Kingdoms, while the North maintained distinct rights. Only a small handful demanded absolute independence. But they were outnumbered. Tensions flared for a moment, but Robb intervened. "No one is forced to kneel if their conscience forbids it," he said gently. "Yet the majority sees more sense in peace. We can come to a compromise. If any house truly refuses this arrangement, they may remain isolated. But I urge you not to leave the fold. We are stronger together." After some grumbling, the dissenters relented, albeit reluctantly. Thus, the great hall resounded with a collective sigh. The North, it seemed, would remain part of Daenerys's realm under a special treaty. Robb promised to travel again to King's Landing or exchange ravens with Tyrion, so the exact terms could be written into law. A sense of finality settled over the hall, though some looked uneasy. The same vow that once cost them so dearly, subservience to the throne, was renewed in a gentler form. But these men had faced the Night King, had survived the unimaginable. Perhaps compromise felt better than more bloodshed. When the assembly ended, Sansa embraced Robb, relief softening her features. "We did it. Let's hope Daenerys keeps her word." Jon, standing nearby, nodded. "She will. She's seen too much horror to become another tyrant." Arya crossed her arms. "She might not, but if she ever does, we'll be ready. The North remembers. We always do." Word soon spread throughout Winterfell. The North would remain in the Targaryen realm, but on its own terms. Messengers began drafting letters to King's Landing, explaining the settlement. The houses dispersed, returning to their lands with instructions to rebuild, to prepare for a better future. The sense of relief was palpable, though sorrow for the lost lingered like a bruise. Over the next days, the castle settled into a calmer routine. The repairs continued. Sansa met frequently with stewards about distributing grain. Jon oversaw final musters, ensuring watchers along the King's Road in case bandits took advantage of the post-war chaos. Arya came and went, sometimes practicing swordplay with a handful of younger knights, sometimes vanishing into the woodlands to roam. Robb found himself relishing the simpler tasks of governance. Hearing disputes over farmland, ensuring the stables had adequate feed, speaking with blacksmiths about forging new tools for the farmers. The storms of war receded behind him. Yet letters arrived daily from King's Landing, some from Tyrion, others from Davos or even Daenerys herself. They reported on the capital's slow healing. Broken walls mended, the Red Keep partially restored, a new small council formed. Daenerys had begun reorganizing the realms, promising clemency to lords who surrendered. Some houses that once supported Cersei were forced to swear new vows. Others rose to prominence for aiding the Targaryen cause. The crown's coffers were strained, but the free cities expressed interest in trade. The Golden Company had scattered after losing its contract. Euron's death left the Iron Islands in partial disarray, though Yara Greyjoy was rumored to be re-establishing her hold. One letter from Tyrion indicated that Daenerys hoped to visit the North eventually, to sign a formal treaty in the presence of the lords. But she was too busy stabilizing the rest of the realm. So for now, ravens would suffice. Reading these letters in his solar, Robb felt a peculiar sense of gratitude. It could have been so much worse. A city burned, the realm fractured, countless more dead. By the narrowest margins, they had avoided total cataclysm. Jon occasionally joined Robb in the solar to help draft replies. The two spoke little about Daenerys beyond practical details. Robb sensed Jon's heart remained conflicted. Perhaps he missed her, or feared he had no place in the new regime. But Jon seldom voiced such thoughts. Instead, he spent time with Ghost, walked the walls, and assisted with watch rotations. Once, Robb found him in the courtyard, gazing at the sky as if expecting a dragon to appear. But when Robb approached, Jon only shrugged and said, checking the weather. On a crisp morning, Sansa and Arya coaxed Robb to join them for a ride beyond Winterfell's walls. They hadn't done something so ordinary in ages. With half a dozen guards in tow, they rode out the old gate, passing farmland slowly returning to life under patches of snow. Huts that once lay abandoned had new smoke curling from chimneys. Children peered from doorways, curiosity in their eyes. Now and then, the Starks paused to greet small folk who bowed or murmured blessings. The memory of the undead incursions still haunted them all, but the presence of living lords on horseback offered reassurance that life went on. They reached a hill overlooking the distant forest, the horizon a blur of frosted pines. The sky was pale and clear, the wind brisk. Sansa dismounted, letting her horse graze, while Arya perched on a low boulder. Robb joined them, taking a moment to appreciate the view, the north in all its austere beauty. It felt good to breathe open air, free of the stench of war. Arya stretched her legs. Remember when we used to chase each other out here, back before everything happened? Sansa's eyes softened. I do. We'd argue about the best route around the hill. Bran would climb the trees. Rickon tried to keep up. And Father would lecture us for wandering too far. A pang struck Robb's chest. Yes. Sometimes I still hear Father's voice, telling us to stay together, to watch out for each other. If only he could see us now. Arya picked at a loose thread on her sleeve. He'd be proud, I think. We fought for the living, we ended the Lannisters' rule. We didn't break even if we bent. Sansa nodded. He always taught us that honor means little if you don't protect those who rely on you. I believe we did that, even if it cost us. They lingered in hushed remembrance. Then Robb inhaled the crisp air, letting it fill him. Perhaps the hardest part now is living after the wars. Rebuilding, forging alliances, moving on without losing what made us who we are. Arya's lips twitched. I'm not sure I'll ever move on, but I can keep living. I owe it to those we lost. Besides, if something else threatens us, I want to be ready. Sansa's gaze turned pensive. And I want to restore more than walls. I want families to feel safe again. Children should laugh in these fields, not cower. That's what keeps me going. Robb placed a hand on each of their shoulders. Then that will be our mission, to make sure the North thrives as it once did, or better. We have a fresh start. Let's not waste it. They mounted up and rode back to Winterfell, hearts a little lighter, though the weight of memory never truly left. Over the following weeks, the castle bustled with renewed vigor. Harvesters returned to farmland. Planters tested the soil for late crops. Stonemasons shaped stone blocks for the ramparts. Messenger ravens flitted in and out. The mood was not joyous. Exactly. Too many ghosts lingered, but it was hopeful. A month passed, and the snow lessened, giving way to a crisp thaw. One day, a column of riders approached from the south. At their head rode a Tully banner. Robb, alerted by the gate guards, strode out to meet them. He found his uncle Edmure Tully dismounting, face weary from travel, flanked by a handful of Riverland knights. The two men embraced. Edmure had parted from King's Landing a few weeks after Robb, apparently concluding his duties there. He brought news. They settled in the great hall over a meal of fish stew and hearty bread. Edmure recounted developments. Daenerys had consolidated her control across the Crownlands and Stormlands, reaffirmed Dorne's nominal independence in internal matters, and was now turning her gaze to rebuilding the realm's infrastructure. Tyrion served tirelessly as hand, implementing new trade policies. Davos guided the royal fleet, ensuring safer seas. The lords of the Westerlands, left headless by Cersei's fall, were in flux. Some recognized Daenerys, others clung to illusions of Lannister restoration. The Vale was quiet, the Eyrie locked in winter snows. Daenerys awaits your final word on the North's arrangement, Edmure said, sipping from a wooden cup. She sent warm regards, hoping you found a solution that satisfies your lords. Robb nodded. We have. The majority support a treaty that keeps us in the realm, but with broad autonomy. I'll draft formal documents soon. Edmure smiled faintly. Good. The realm has bled enough. If we can live with each other's differences, maybe we'll see an age of peace. The Riverlands are calmer than they've been in years, though we still chase remnants of old Frey loyalists. Sansa, seated beside Robb, placed a hand on Edmure's. Thank you for traveling here, uncle. How is your family? Edmure offered a wan smile. Rosslyn and my children are safe at Riverrun. They send their love. The scars of the Red Wedding weigh heavily, but we press on. The name Frey is cursed in many corners, yet some innocents among them remain. We do what we can to avoid further bloodshed. Jon, listening quietly, cleared his throat. So the realm stirs, but with a measure of stability. Good. That means we can focus on the North's own healing. Edmure stayed a fortnight, sharing news and checking on Tully banners who had resettled in the north. He promised to carry Robb's official letter back to King's Landing, detailing the North's chosen arrangement. During that fortnight, a few more caravans arrived. Tradesmen from White Harbor, a pair of traveling septons, even a handful of merchants from across the narrow sea, each seeking to profit from a realm no longer at war. Felt surreal. Peace, an uneasy, fragile peace, hovered over Westeros. Then one day, a horn blared from the outer gate, signaling a new arrival. Robb, finishing a discussion with the stonemason, hurried to see who had come. He reached the courtyard to find a small retinue wearing mismatched garb. One with the sigil of House Arryn, another wearing the Titan of Bravo's crest, and a third unmarked. At their head was a tall, cloaked figure on a chestnut mare. She pulled back her hood, revealing pale gold hair and a face lined with quiet authority. Robb recognized her instantly. He had glimpsed her in King's Landing, Brienne of Tarth. She dismounted, scanning the courtyard. When she spotted Robb, she bowed. "My lord, I come from the Queen's court, with news and a request." Robb's brow furrowed. "Lady Brienne, you're welcome here. We thought you were stationed in King's Landing, as part of Daenerys's Queensguard." Brienne glanced at the watchers around them, nodded respectfully to Sansa, who approached with a curious look. "I was for a time, but certain matters arose. Tyrion, Davos, and Daenerys need trusted messengers. I volunteered. Also, I sought a chance to see the North again, and to pay respects to those we lost." Sansa greeted Brienne warmly, recalling how the tall knight had once protected her. "You've been on the road long?" Brienne removed a gauntlet, flexing stiff fingers. 2 weeks from the capital. The roads are passable, though bandits remain. I had an escort from the Vale for part of the journey. Now that I'm here, I carry tidings from the Queen. Shall we speak somewhere less exposed? They retired to the solar, where the warmth of the fire banished some of the chill. Arya soon joined, intrigued to see Brienne again. Jon arrived too, along with Edmure. Once they were settled, Brienne produced a sealed parchment from her belt. She offered it to Robb. The seal bore the three-headed dragon of House Targaryen. Robb broke the seal, scanning the letter. Daenerys wrote that she had welcomed envoys from the free cities, forging new trade pacts. She asked if the North might join these trade routes, exporting furs, timber, even dragonglass fragments left over from the war. She expressed hope that the treaty with the North would be formalized soon, and invited Robb, or whomever the North might send, to King's Landing for a grand spring council that would gather lords from across Westeros. The letter's tone was cordial, with a hint of cautious warmth. She said she missed the presence of the Starks, who had fought so valiantly. In a separate paragraph, she asked after Jon, trusting he was well and hoping for word from him. Robb passed the letter around. Jon read it with a solemn expression. Arya skimmed it and shrugged. Sansa read it carefully, then nodded. A spring council that might unify the realm. She truly aims to bring everyone together. Whether they trust her is another matter. Brienne cleared her throat. Her Grace wants a gathering that includes the North, the Reach, the Stormlands, Dorne, the Vale, the Riverlands, the Westerlands. Everyone, if possible. She sees it as a chance to settle open questions, form new laws, and ensure no fresh rebellions spark. She hopes to hold it in about 3 months' time. Jon glanced at Robb. "Will you go? Or should I?" Robb considered. "We should both attend if we can. The North's lords might want me there, but Daenerys also asks after you. Perhaps we can present a united front, show that House Stark supports the realm's future. The roads might be more navigable by then." Sansa mused, "A formal signing, perhaps, for that treaty we hammered out. Daenerys might want it witnessed by other lords. We can bring a retinue of our best minds to discuss trade, taxes, boundaries." Brienne nodded. "That is indeed the Queen's wish. She wants a permanent seat for the North in her council, should you desire it." Robb let out a slight sigh, heart heavy with the memory of southern intrigues. "We'll see. For now, let us confirm we'll attend. Then we can plan the details." With that settled, Brienne asked after personal matters. She spoke softly of Jaime Lannister's death beneath the Red Keep's rubble, a flicker of sorrow crossing her face. She said she had tried to reach him in time, but the chaos was too great. Robb and the others offered quiet sympathies. For all Jaime's sins, he had fought to end Cersei's tyranny, redeeming himself in the last hours. The next days, Brienne remained in Winterfell, resting from the road. She spent time training some of the younger knights in sword technique, her skill unmatched. Arya joined those sessions occasionally, giving the watchers a sight of two women with blades that moved like living shadows. Sansa observed from a distance, remembering when she once believed women couldn't bear swords. The realm had taught her otherwise. As winter's hold slowly loosened, news spread across the north that House Stark had accepted a special treaty with Queen Daenerys Targaryen. Though a handful of diehards grumbled, the majority carried on. With relief, fields needed sowing, flocks needed tending, roads needed patrolling. Farmers cared little who wore the crown in far-off King's Landing, so long as the north had peace. Another month slipped by. Then, as the snows thinned and the air warmed, it was time for Robb and a delegation to depart for the Southern Council. Sansa would remain to govern Winterfell, accompanied by advisors and most of the guard. Arya decided she would join Robb, citing curiosity about how the new regime handled matters. Jon, too, agreed to come, though he looked pensive at the thought of facing Daenerys after months apart. Edmure Tully parted earlier, returning to Riverrun and planning to journey from there to King's Landing. Brienne accompanied Robb's party as a guide and sworn shield. They left Winterfell on a bright morning, the sun glinting on wet roads. The escort was modest. 24 men in Stark livery, a few supply wagons, and Ghost loping alongside Jon's horse. Sansa bid them farewell at the gate, hugging each sibling in turn. "Take care," she murmured. "Make sure they don't cheat the North out of what we agreed to." Robb grinned wryly. "I'll keep my wits about me." Arya gave Sansa a playful elbow. "I'll keep them honest. If they try something clever, we have a long list of ways to discourage that." Jon and Sansa exchanged a quiet look, each understanding the weight of their roles. "You'll do well," Jon told her. "Winterfell's in good hands with you." Sansa gave him a tender smile. "Travel safely. Write when you can." And so they rode, forging south at a measured pace, still mindful of lingering cold. Passing through the lightly frosted fields near Moat Cailin, they found the fortress manned by loyal crannogmen who saluted them. Brienne traveled with stoic patience, occasionally remarking on how the roads had improved since her previous trip. Arya scouted ahead, sometimes riding alone for hours, returning with news of bandit-free paths. Jon and Robb discussed how to handle potential friction in King's Landing, especially if certain lords resisted the North's special privileges. As they crossed the neck, a sense of déjà vu hit Robb. He had marched this route with armies more than once, first in the War of the Five Kings, then in the final campaign against Cersei. This time, the column was small, not a conquering host. The swamps gave way to the Riverlands, where the snows had mostly melted, replaced by boggy fields and budding greenery. Local villages eyed them warily at first, but relaxed upon seeing the Stark banners and no sign of aggression. They pressed on, eventually stopping at an inn near the Blue Fork. The innkeeper recognized Robb, going pale with awe. Rumors had spread that the young wolf was unkillable, stabbed at the twins but resurrected, or so some claimed. Robb politely denied any mystical rumors, paying for the lodgings with coin. A few more days of travel brought them to Harrenhal's looming silhouette, a place that forever seemed to brood under its own shadow. Smoke leaked from the cracked walls. Small folk had begun reoccupying parts of the ruin to farm the surrounding lands. No major lords claimed it. Robb and the group skirted around the perimeter rather than spend a night in those cursed halls. Brienne, remembering her prior visits, looked at the black towers with thinly veiled distaste. Arya, too, wore a grim expression, recalling her captivity here during the War of the Five Kings. They rode on, making camp by a quiet grove. They continued along the King's Road. The weather turned mild, the days lengthening, a hint of spring in the breeze. A scattering of other travelers passed them, merchants with donkey carts, a handful of wandering minstrels, even a small retinue carrying errand banners. The mood along the road was guarded but calmer than it had been in years. War's End had opened a door for commerce and reconstruction. Finally, on the 12th day since leaving Winterfell, they reached the outskirts of King's Landing. The city walls rose in the distance, partially rebuilt from the siege. New watchtowers replaced the scorpion mounts. Smoke from countless chimneys hung in the warm air. The fields outside the walls showed signs of fresh farming, despite blackened patches where wildfire had scorched the earth. Tents of traveling lords dotted the horizon. Clearly, others had arrived for Daenerys' spring council. Arya surveyed the changes as they drew closer. At least the approach isn't ringed with siege lines anymore. Jon nodded, tension in his jaw. Better to enter by day. I hope they're prepared for us. They approached the gate, flanked by Brienne. The guards recognized them, bowing at the sight of Stark banners. A hush of awe spread among onlookers as they rode through. Some small folk pointed and whispered, remembering these were the northern lords who helped unseat Cersei. A pair of city watchmen greeted them politely, directing them to the Red Keep, now partially restored under Daenerys' reign. Ghost's presence drew gasps, but the direwolf padded calmly at Jon's side, ignoring the stares. Robb took in the capital, crowded streets, scaffolding on half-collapsed buildings, new tarps covering broken roofs. People bustled about with tools and supplies, dust clinging to their clothes. Though the city smelled of refuse and sweaty bodies, there was an undercurrent of rebuilding, not the oppressive gloom Robb remembered. They passed a group of unsullied patrolling, their spears at rest. Another handful of Dothraki lounged near a reopened tavern. The tension of occupation remained, but the mood felt less dire than at the height of war. Reaching the Red Keep's gates, they found them repainted with black and red motifs. A Targaryen banner draped overhead. Guards in unsullied gear parted to let them in. A steward approached, bowing. Lord Stark, Lord Snow, Lady Arya, Ser Brienne, her grace awaits you in the courtyard. This way, please. They dismounted, letting stable hands lead the horses away. Ghost followed Jon on foot, hackles raised slightly in this unfamiliar environment. Robb adjusted his cloak, nerves flaring. He had not stood in these halls since the day the city fell, stained with battle. Now the yard showed fresh mortar, new wooden scaffolds reinforcing walls that once crumbled under dragon fire. Soldiers and courtiers bustled about. The presence of people from all corners of Westeros was plain. Dornish clothing in bright colors, Vale Knights in polished plate, Stormlanders with banners of the stag, perhaps Gendry's men, a smattering of Westerland lords wearing subdued gold. All had come for the council. Near the fountain at the courtyard's center, a figure in a dark red and black coat turned, silver gold hair catching the sunlight. Daenerys Targaryen. She was deep in conversation with Tyrion and a tall, bearded man Robb recognized as Lord Royce of the Vale. At the sight of the Stark arrivals, Daenerys' face lit with a reserved smile. She excused herself from Lord Royce, stepping forward with Tyrion trailing. The small man's face brightened, showing genuine relief at their appearance. Jon bowed his head. Your Grace. Daenerys glanced at him, emotion flickering in her eyes. Then she turned to Robb, who inclined his head respectfully, and to Arya, who gave a curt nod. Welcome back to King's Landing, Daenerys said. I'm grateful you made the journey safely. It's good to see you all. Robb offered a slight smile. Thank you for inviting us. The roads are calmer, but we didn't want to risk haste. We bring the North's regards and a formal answer to your invitation. She inclined her chin. We can discuss details soon. For now, let me provide chambers for you in the keep. You must be weary. Tyrion stepped forward, arms spread. It gladdens me that the North arrived without incident. The Queen's Spring Council has drawn many lords, so the Red Keep is rather full, but we've prepared suitable quarters for House Stark. And for you as well, Jon Snow. We can speak business once you've refreshed yourselves. Arya watched the exchange in silence, taking note of the lines on Daenerys' face, the ring of watchers around the yard. Ghost sniffed at the air, then sat at Jon's feet. Daenerys took a small step closer to Jon, seeming uncertain whether to address him as friend or subordinate. The tension hung for a breath. Then Jon gave her a faint, warm look and she returned it, a fragile connection reestablished. Robb felt some relief. If they could remain cordial, the realm's future might hold fewer storms. They followed Daenerys and Tyrion through the partially restored corridors. Broken columns had been removed, rubble cleared. New stone replaced old in places. The corridors smelled of fresh plaster and lingering ash. Passing the throne room, Robb glimpsed scaffolding around the Iron Throne, which looked newly polished but still bore scars from the siege. Memories of the last time he saw it, overshadowed by the final battle, stirred in him. They reached the royal wing where a steward showed the Starks to a suite of rooms overlooking the courtyard. The accommodations were modest but comfortable, with a few new tapestries bearing Targaryen sigils, perhaps a gentle reminder of who now ruled. Tyrion excused himself, saying the council would convene the next afternoon. Daenerys lingered a moment, eyes shifting between Jon and Robb. Take time to rest. We'll host a small welcoming feast tonight for the major delegations. Tomorrow, the formal sessions begin. I hope we can finalize the North's place in the realm without difficulty, she said softly. Robb nodded. We're ready to confirm the treaty. We appreciate your willingness to consider the North's special rights. She gave a small, sincere smile. It's the least I can do, given all the North has done for me and for the realm. With that, she departed, leaving them to unpack. Arya claimed a small chamber for herself, relieved to be away from the swirl of courtiers. Jon paced the main room, half lost in thought, while Robb surveyed the city through the open window. In the distance, he saw columns of smoke from blacksmiths' forges, the domed roof of the Great September's ruins, the shimmering waters of Blackwater Bay. Ships with Targaryen sails drifted in the harbor, but the chaos of war was gone. Now came the politics of forging peace. That night, the welcoming feast took place in the Red Keep's Great Hall, partially refurbished with new tapestries. Tables were arranged in a wide U-shape, lords and ladies assigned seats according to rank. Braziers glowed, casting dancing shadows on the repaired walls. Servants circulated with trays of roasted game, fresh bread, and spiced wine. The atmosphere was subdued but not somber, more a watchful courtesy than wild revelry. Many had lost too much for open celebration. Robb, wearing a dark gray doublet embroidered with the dire wolf, sat beside Arya. Jon sat further down, near Tyrion and Gendry Baratheon. Daenerys presided at the high table, flanked by Grey Worm and Missandei. Lords from Dorne, the Reach, the Stormlands, the Vale, the Westerlands, and even a few Ironborn clans attended. Murmured conversation filled the hall. Occasionally laughter rippled, cautious alliances forming around cups of wine. Rebuilding trust would be a slow process. Midway through the feast, Daenerys rose to speak, welcoming everyone and thanking them for traveling so far. She acknowledged the tragedies that had befallen the realm, reaffirmed her vow to be a just queen. Polite applause followed. Tyrion announced that the formal council sessions would begin at midday tomorrow in the throne room, inviting each region's representatives to attend. After that, music resumed. A small group of minstrels played soft tunes, a diversion from the heavy matters that loomed. Robb observed the swirl of faces, Dorne's prince conferring with a Tyrell cousin, Yara Greyjoy exchanging a tense nod with a Westerland's lord who had lost ships to Euron. Occasional glances fell upon the Starks as though measuring how the North would shape events. Arya seemed unperturbed by the scrutiny, nibbling a piece of honeyed bread. Jon, at the far side, occasionally looked at Daenerys with an unreadable expression. Daenerys herself mingled, speaking to each delegation with calm poise, though Robb sensed the weight of the crown on her shoulders. Near the feast's end, Tyrion approached Robb's seat, refilling his own goblet. "Good to see you again, Lord Stark," he said quietly. "You look as though you belong anywhere but in a castle hall." Robb smiled ruefully. "I'm more comfortable in Winterfell's courtyard, building new walls. But duty calls." Tyrion chuckled. "Isn't that always the way? I recall being more at ease with wine and wit than matters of state, yet here I am. We do what we must. The Queen appreciates your presence and your willingness to confirm the treaty. Let's hope tomorrow's session cements it." Robb nodded. "I have no desire to drag out the negotiations. We want clarity. The North will honor its oath so long as Daenerys keeps her promises. Simple as that." Tyrion raised his cup. "To simplicity, then, in a realm that rarely sees it. Good night, Lord Stark." After the feast ended, courtiers drifted away, some lingering for private chats, others returning to quarters. Robb found Jon near the courtyard colonnade, gazing at the stars. They exchanged a few words about the tension in the hall, then parted for the night. Tomorrow would be crucial. Robb retired to his chamber, thinking of how far they'd come from the haunted wastes of the North to this precarious peace. He prayed it would hold. Morning dawned mild, sunlight filtering through the Red Keep's windows. Servants bustled about, readying the throne room for the Grand Council. Robb and Arya dressed in subdued finery, the direwolf sigil prominent. Jon wore a simpler black ensemble, though a small Targaryen pin glinted on his collar, a gift from Daenerys long ago, never worn until now. They headed to the throne room, where delegations arrived from each region. Dorne in bright silks, the Vale in steel and blue cloaks, the Stormlands under Gendry's new banner, the Reach with Tyrell roses. Brienne escorted the Starks, scanning for threats. The throne room itself had changed since the siege. The floor was partly relayed, the columns repaired. Daenerys' seat on the Iron Throne looked newly polished but still bore scorch marks. Guards in Targaryen livery stood at intervals, unsmiling. Tyrion presided at a large table set before the throne, where scribes laid out parchments. Daenerys herself stood near the throne, greeting each lord as they arrived. The atmosphere was solemn, a hush of anticipation. When all were gathered, Tyrion signaled for quiet. Daenerys stepped forward, regal in a dark crimson gown trimmed with black scales. She thanked everyone for attending, reaffirmed her vow to unify Westeros under fair governance, and asked each region's representative to speak on pressing concerns. The next hours were a swirl of topics: distribution of resources, rebuilding roads, the possibility of forming a standing navy to combat pirates, the question of the Westerlands' leadership now that House Lannister was effectively defunct. Yara Greyjoy argued for partial independence of the Iron Islands, which Daenerys granted, recalling her promise. Dorne's prince demanded more recognition of their separate traditions. Tyrell Scions sought assistance in replanting the scoured fields. Daenerys listened, forging compromises. At length, Tyrion called on Robb Stark to present the North's formal agreement. Robb stepped forward, flanked by Arya and Jon. A hush fell, eyes upon them. He took a breath, meeting Daenerys's calm gaze. The North acknowledges Daenerys Targaryen as Queen of the Seven Kingdoms, he said clearly. We pledge to stand with her against external threats, to trade openly, and to abide by the realm's broader laws. In return, we maintain the right to govern our own lords, laws, and faith without interference unless we break the peace. No garrison shall be posted in the North without our consent. No heavy taxes shall be levied on our harvests beyond a fair portion for the crown. And so forth. These terms have been set down in writing, should her grace accept. He handed a parchment to Tyrion, who read it quickly, then passed it to Daenerys. She perused the lines, lips pursed. Silence stretched. Then she lowered the parchment and inclined her head. I accept these terms, she said. In good faith, I promise the crown shall not infringe upon the North's autonomy. In exchange, the North remains part of the realm, and if ever a threat like the White Walkers or an invading force arises, you stand with the Iron Throne to defend Westeros. Robb's tension eased. That is our oath, your grace. Daenerys smiled, turning to the gathered lords. Let all witness this. The North stands with the realm, free in its daily governance but united in times of need. So let it be sworn. She looked to Jon, a flicker of warmth. And I trust you, Jon Snow, to help uphold this vow. Jon bowed his head. I will, your grace. Tyrion beckoned the scribes, who finalized the parchment. Daenerys affixed her royal seal. Robb penned his signature, representing House Stark. A wave of relieved murmurs rippled across the throne room. Some lords nodded in approval, others shrugged, but none openly objected. The arrangement was sealed. House Stark was part of the Targaryen-led realm, albeit under special protections. The rest of the day's council addressed other matters, from minted coin designs to how to handle the remains of the Golden Company. Daenerys navigated each debate with a measured approach, aided by Tyrion's cunning and Davos's steady counsel. Robb observed from his seat, occasionally weighing in on shipping routes or northern trades. Arya mostly watched with quiet fascination, leaning back in her chair, lips pursed. Jon contributed sparingly, focusing on maritime security. By evening, the session adjourned with a sense of accomplishment. They had hammered out a workable structure for Westeros, a realm that might just endure. That night, Daenerys invited the major lords to a smaller gathering in the newly rebuilt garden behind the Red Keep, a place once burned in the final siege. Now fresh blossoms lined the paths, a testament to how swiftly some things could regrow under skilled gardeners. Lanterns hung from slender poles, casting soft glows on the flowers. A mild breeze drifted from the bay. Servants carried trays of wine and light fare. The ambience was peaceful, far removed from the tumult of war. Robb found himself wandering among the flower beds, letting the sweet scents calm him. He paused near a fountain shaped like a coiling dragon, water trickling musically. Arya was off somewhere, possibly conversing with Gendry, the newly recognized Lord of Storm's End, or simply exploring. Jon had disappeared into a different corner, perhaps to speak with Daenerys. Robb took a moment to savor the quiet. Then he heard footsteps behind him. Turning, he saw Tyrion approach, a half-smile on his lips. Admiring the garden, Lord Stark? A good choice. Sometimes these gatherings can be so dull that I prefer flowers to courtiers. Robb chuckled softly. It's a pleasant change from the throne room. Thank you for overseeing the negotiations. They went smoother than I feared. Tyrion spread his hands. It helps that everyone is tired of bloodshed. With your formal treaty signed, I suspect the realm will see a stretch of stability. Or so we can hope. By the gods. We deserve a bit of peace after the undead and multiple wars. Robb nodded. We do indeed. I imagine Daenerys's rule won't be simple. Some houses still resent Targaryens or fear dragons. But if she remains fair and strong, maybe Westeros can heal. Tyrion swirled the wine in his cup. I believe so. She's learned from the mistakes of the past, her father's madness, her own near bout with rage. She tries to temper her fire with compassion. And with the North as allies, a big piece of the realm's puzzle fits into place. A pang of memory struck Robb as he thought of all who had died for or against the crown. If only his father, Ned Stark, had seen a day like this. Perhaps it was a fool's wish. Still, the sense of closure lightened his heart. He sipped from a cup a servant offered. Thanks, Tyrion. And good luck with your continuing efforts as Hand. I don't envy you. Tyrion gave a rueful grin. One day I may rest when the realm no longer needs me. Until then, I do what must be done. They parted amicably. Robb continued strolling, feeling a wave of contentment. He recognized the sudden freedom his vow to the realm was fulfilled, the North's arrangement secured. There was no immediate war on the horizon, no monstrous threat. He could at last breathe. The memory of the Red Wedding, the nightmares of Grey Wind, the slaughter by the Freys, those wounds might never fully vanish, but they no longer drove him. He had built something new with Daenerys's regime. The living had triumphed. He found himself almost smiling at that thought. Near a vine-covered arch, he found Arya leaning against the stone, arms folded. She had an odd half-grin on her face, as though she'd overheard something entertaining. When Robb approached, she gave a faint nod. Got tired of these fancy lords talking about debts and marriage pacts, she said. No one's tried to kill me yet, though, so it's an improvement over my last visit to King's Landing. Robb smirked. That's certainly a better standard. Maybe we can get through a whole trip without any stabbings. Arya shrugged. We'll see. I'm not letting my guard down. But at least the city doesn't smell quite as foul as it did after the siege. They've cleaned some of the rubble. They strolled a few steps in companionable silence. Arya cast him a sideways look. So, you're truly at peace with bending the knee to Daenerys? He exhaled. It's not the same as it was with the Lannisters. We're not exactly bending the knee in the old sense. We stand as part of the realm, but free to manage our own. She respects our ways, and we respect her claim. After all we've endured, it's a fair compromise. Arya nodded slowly. If you're content, then so am I. Robb placed a hand on her shoulder. Thank you. You've saved us more times than I can count. If Father saw you now, he'd... She cut him off, eyes shining. He'd be proud of all of us, I hope. Their moment of honesty ended as a swirl of movement drew their attention. Near the central fountain, Daenerys stood with Jon, the two engaged in quiet discussion. Daenerys's posture was tense, though not hostile. Jon's face seemed conflicted. Over the soft murmur of the garden, Robb couldn't hear their words, but he guessed it concerned their personal history, Jon's Targaryen blood, their parted ways. Eventually, Daenerys reached out, touching Jon's hand. He hesitated, then clasped it. A fleeting, understanding look passed between them. Robb and Arya discreetly turned away, offering them privacy. By night's end, many lords had retired to their guest rooms or departed for inns in the city. The Stark siblings found their way back to their assigned suite, minds abuzz with the day's events. Jon joined them late, quiet but not unhappy. They spoke briefly about the next steps, helping Daenerys craft laws, finalizing the North's trade routes, greeting allied lords who might want to speak to House Stark. Then sleep took them, each drifting into dreams of bright fields and old ghosts. Over the following weeks, the Spring Council hammered out more details. Robb participated in committees about roads connecting the North and the Crownlands, ensuring safe passage for merchants. Arya quietly gleaned city rumors, confirming that the small folk mostly approved of Daenerys's merciful approach. Jon aided Davos in reorganizing the Royal Navy to patrol the coasts. The realm's structure solidified under Daenerys's watchful eye. No major rebellions stirred. The mood in King's Landing was far from jubilant, but it leaned toward a cautious optimism. One afternoon, a final ceremony took place in the Red Keep's throne room. Daenerys publicly signed a stack of decrees, including the treaty for the North's semi-autonomous status. Tyrion officiated, naming it the Stark Targaryen Accord. In a short speech, Daenerys affirmed her vow never to meddle in the North's ways so long as peace endured, praising House Stark's pivotal role in saving the realm. Robb accepted a copy of the sealed treaty, bowed deeply, then placed it in a protective case. This, he thought, was the official close of a centuries-long feud between the North's independence and the Iron Throne. After that, the city's focus shifted to festivities, a modest spring festival to honor new growth. Though the realm lacked the wealth for grand tournaments, a small joust was arranged. Lords and knights from across Westeros competed, hoping to show off or gain favor. Robb chose not to partake, content to watch from the stands with Arya. Jon participated in one of the sword melees, losing eventually to a fierce Dornish champion but earning cheers for his skill. Daenerys sat in the royal box, smiling, though occasionally worry lines marred her features. The weight of queenship was never lifted. During the final day of the festival, a swirl of performers danced in the courtyard, acrobats, fire-breathers, jesters. The crowd of commoners cheered, children laughing. It felt strangely normal. Robb walked among them, half in disbelief that King's Landing could host such merriment after all its nightmares. He overheard talk. The Queen was forging a new era, the Starks were allies, the realm was recovering. Some were still skeptical, but at least they spoke of hope instead of fear. But at last, the time came for Robb, Arya, and Jon to depart. They had spent over a month in the capital, finalizing treaties, attending councils, witnessing the realm's steps toward unity. The North needed them back. Sansa's letters mentioned farmland improvement, new births, trade caravans awaiting guidance. The three siblings prepared their horses and wagons, said farewells to Tyrion, Davos, Gendry, the Dornish prince, and others. Daenerys personally came to see them off at the Red Keep Gate, wearing a warm cloak despite the milder southern air. Jon lingered with Daenerys a moment, speaking softly. Robb and Arya gave them space. Daenerys nodded, her eyes glistening with unspoken emotion. She placed a hand on Jon's cheek briefly, then withdrew, composure returning. Jon bowed, then moved to his horse. Arya offered Daenerys a small nod of respect, and Daenerys inclined her head in return. Finally, Robb approached. Daenerys regarded him with a measured kindness. Lord Stark, Robb, thank you for helping shape this new era. The North's friendship matters greatly to me. Robb offered a half-smile. We stand by your side so long as you honor our people. If you ever need us again, well, send word. May we see fewer wars in the days to come. She exhaled. Agreed. Travel safely. And if any trouble arises in the North, do not hesitate to let me know. He nodded, then turned to mount his horse. With the clank of harnesses, the small column moved through the gate. City folk lined the streets, observing the departing Starks. Some cheered, others simply watched. Ghost trotted at Jon's side, ignoring the crowd. Once they exited the walls, the open road stretched north under a bright sky. The past felt like a distant thunder, though the scars remained. They traveled with lighter hearts than on previous journeys. The lords who joined them parted at various crossroads, some returning to the Vale or the Riverlands. Robb, Arya, and Jon pressed on, accompanied by a compact group of Stark men. Warm breezes carried the scent of budding flowers. Life stirred across the fields. Their pace was leisurely, with fewer dangers lurking. Occasionally, they paused in a village for the night. The locals welcomed them kindly, offering salted meats and ale. Arya teased them about becoming soft after so many nights in castle rooms. Jon quipped that he was born to freeze on the wall, so the southern air felt downright tropical. When at last they recrossed the neck, the transition to the north was tangible. The air grew sharper, the soil rockier. Yet spring had touched even these lands. Snowdrifts receded, revealing patches of green. Once they passed Moat Cailin, the final stretch to Winterfell felt like coming home from a dream. Familiar hills, the winding road, the silhouette of the old fortress rising on the horizon. At the gates, watchmen saluted. Within the courtyard, Sansa and a crowd of retainers stood ready to greet them. The siblings dismounted, embraced. Sansa's grin radiated genuine joy. She asked about the council, the trip, Daenerys' final words. Robb proudly showed the sealed copy of their treaty. A wave of relief passed through the assembled watchers. No more wars, no forced kneeling, no dreaded threat from the south. The North was free to breathe under its own sky. That evening, as the returning travelers settled, Sansa insisted on a modest feast in the Great Hall. Tables laden with hot stew, bread, and spiced ale. House banners fluttered. Torches lit the old walls, newly mended. A hush of gratitude pervaded the meal, no more waiting for the next catastrophe, at least for now. The realm's nightmares had receded, replaced by the warmth of fellowship. After the feast, Robb stole away to the battlements, needing a moment of solitude. He gazed at the star-flecked sky, a gentle breeze ruffling his hair. The last time he'd stood here with any sense of calm was, he couldn't remember. The wars and undead had stolen so much. Now the fortress was nearly whole, the north secure. He heard footsteps. Turning, he saw Jon approach, Ghost trailing behind. I needed air, Jon said quietly, stepping to the wall's edge. He looked out over the moonlit expanse. Feels different, being here with no war pressing on us. Robb leaned on the stone. Yes, it does. Feels almost alien. But I'll take it. Jon gave a rare, faint smile. Daenerys asked me to return if I wish. She offered me a place in her council, but I told her my place was here. For now at least. Robb studied him. And you're at peace with that? Jon exhaled. I believe so. I'll always value her, my time with her. But she has her path, I have mine. I think we both respect that. Maybe one day I'll ride south again if the realm needs it. Robb nodded. The realm knows not how lucky it is you were there to face the dead. Jon said nothing to that, but a soft acceptance gleamed in his eyes. They lapsed into companionable silence, watching the moon drift across the northern sky. Far below, the courtyard murmured with the nighttime routines of stable hands and guards. In the library tower, a lantern glowed, Sansa or Arya perhaps reading or finishing some small chore. The closeness of home wrapped around them. Days turned into weeks and weeks into the lazy drift of spring. The north awakened. Fields sprouted hardy green shoots, rivers ran swift with melted snow. Winterfell's walls stood solid, patrolled by a smaller guard than in times of war. People resumed old rhythms, forges clanging, washing lines flapping, children giggling in corners. Robb convened a short council each morning, discussing farmland yields, trader arrivals from White Harbor, the occasional dispute among lesser lords. Sansa excelled at administrative details, calming tensions with a measured touch. Arya flitted in and out, sometimes absent for days on short adventures, returning with updates on outlying villages or small wonders she found. Jon, a steady presence, helped train new recruits for Winterfell's guard, imparting knowledge gleaned from the wall and from the wars. Ravens still arrived from King's Landing, Tyrion or Daenerys, sharing news of further reforms, or inviting the Starks to remain in contact. Robb occasionally wrote back, expressing polite gratitude, but showing no immediate desire to return. Each letter reminded him of how precarious peace could be. Yet for the moment all was calm. One late afternoon, Robb walked the walls alone, reflecting on the improbable journey that brought him here. The War of the Five Kings, the Red Wedding's betrayal, his near-death, rescue and escape, the long night's terror, the final crusade south. Now he stood, battered but unbowed, with House Stark whole in spirit, if not in numbers. He rested a palm on a merlin, gaze drifting across the open fields. Farmers in the distance tended new crops. A plow cut neat furrows, the horses sure-footed. Life persisted. A memory of Catelyn Stark's voice fluttered through his mind, urging him to protect the North, to show wisdom. He hoped he'd made her proud. Then he thought of Ned Stark's unwavering sense of honor, of how Ned would have approached a Targaryen queen. Likely with caution, but also fairness. Perhaps that was what guided Robb all along. The desire to preserve Ned's legacy, to fight for the living. A faint tear pricked his eye, though he smiled. Presence stirred behind him. He turned to see Sansa, auburn hair catching the sunset's glow. She placed a careful hand on his arm. "You seem far away," she said softly. He returned his gaze to the horizon, just thinking how it all came to this. The wars, the treaties, the alliances. Hard to believe. She followed his line of sight. "I know. Sometimes I wake expecting new horrors. But each day is just life. We fix roofs, feed families, settle disputes. I never thought I'd cherish such simple tasks so much." He breathed a chuckle. "We've had our fill of horrors. Let the next generation know peace." They stood in silence for a time, watching the fields turn golden under the sinking sun. Sansa eventually squeezed his arm and said, "Supper soon. Arya's promised to join us. She has a new story from some distant glen she visited. You know how she collects them." Robb nodded, a smile touching his lips. "I'll come. I need to hear about her latest escapade." Sansa left, footsteps echoing down the stone steps. Robb lingered a moment more, letting the hush of early evening envelop him. The world felt full of promise again. If war returned someday, House Stark would face it. If more perils arose, they'd stand united. But for now, the North breathed free under a broad sky, anchored in an alliance with a queen who had, against all odds, become something other than a conqueror. Perhaps at last, a new age of relative peace might dawn. When he finally descended, the courtyard was quiet, the sun just a sliver on the horizon. He paused by the old well, memories stirring of the boy he'd been. Then he shook them off gently and made his way inside, drawn by the warmth of hearth fires and the sound of distant laughter. House Stark had survived. The realm was forging a future. With no subtitles to break the story, it continued onward like life itself, day into night, war into peace, grief into hope. And so Robb Stark stepped through Winterfell's doors, stepping toward the glow of family, carrying with him the knowledge that though the nights had been dark, the dawn indeed had come. And in that light, they would endure. In the weeks that followed his homecoming, Robb Stark often wondered whether it was permissible to let his guard down. The vast tapestry of Westeros had been woven over with heartbreak and stitched back together only by the most tenuous threads of cooperation. The Red Wedding, the battle against the dead, the fall of Cersei in King's Landing. Each calamity still haunted the corners of his thoughts. And yet here he stood in Winterfell's yard with the spring sun on his face and the distant echo of axes splitting timber for the new ramparts. Was it truly possible to live without the shadow of imminent war? He had walked these stones as a boy, forging wooden swords with Jon in the old blacksmith's corner, brandishing them against imaginary foes. He had felt the weight of real steel in battles that claimed his men, his family's peace, nearly his own life. Now, the yard bustled with workers who hammered planks, shaped stone, repaired the last scars left by the Night King's assault and the subsequent conflicts. Further out, battered farmland began to green, touched by a spring that felt improbably warm after so many vicious winters. Even the ravens' caws seemed gentler. By mid-morning, Jon joined him, as was their custom these days. Together they oversaw small tasks that felt a world apart from the tensions of the past. A crate of new arrowheads to be stored in the armory. A ledger of grain shipments newly arrived from White Harbor. Jon, who once commanded a patchwork army to retake Winterfell and faced the horrors of the dead beyond the wall, now quietly inventoried the castle's stores as though it were the most natural calling in the world. Robb felt a kinship in that silent acceptance of simpler burdens. They ambled across the yard, greeting the men who stacked freshly cut lumber. Gray cloaks rustled in the mild breeze. Jon carried Ghost's battered harness folded over one arm. The direwolf no longer tolerated wearing it outside the castle gates, preferring to run free, but occasionally Jon insisted if they traveled south. For now, Ghost dozed near the stables, half-lidded eyes alert for any intruder. A handful of new recruits in Stark livery practiced spear thrusts at straw dummies beneath the watchful eye of a one-armed veteran. The clang of steel on straw was reassuring, a humdrum that spoke of vigilance without the taste of desperation. They approached the open gate, each step measured. A half-dozen riders appeared, cresting the distant curve of the King's Road. Men from House Glover, judging by the banner. 2 satchels bulged at their saddlebags. Likely they brought messages or final details about the spring harvest. If conflict had loomed, they would have galloped in full tilt, horns blaring. Here, they trotted calmly, exchanging greetings with Winterfell's guards. No sign of old rifts or frantic demands. The watchers overhead only gave them a brief look. The realm, at least for the moment, was at peace. Sansa appeared from the inner ward, a ledger tucked under her arm, cheeks rosy from the mild sun. She wore a practical blue gown with a cloak pinned in place by a silver wolf brooch. Robb marveled at how seamlessly she commanded Winterfell's day-to-day. She greeted the Glover men, accepted their letters with a measured smile, then directed them to the great hall for refreshment. They bowed deeply, evidently relieved to find such an orderly welcome. Jon touched Robb's shoulder. You see? Maybe normal life is possible after all. Robb gave a faint half-smile. Hard to believe. Some part of me keeps bracing for the next calamity. An Iron Island raid, a rogue Lannister, an Eastern war. But so far, all quiet. Jon nodded. We'll stay vigilant, but we can breathe. Let's not forget that much. They parted to tend their tasks. Robb decided to see if Arya had returned from her morning ride. She'd made a habit of ranging beyond Winterfell's fields, sometimes with a couple of guards, sometimes alone. She claimed she needed the open horizon to clear her mind. She never lingered more than a day or two away. The last time that happened, she brought back a cart of wild herbs for the kitchens and a handful of stories about stray bandits who fled the moment there. Cognized the Stark crest. If such ruffians existed, Arya had likely frightened them into leaving northern roads for safer haunts. He found her horse in the stables, dusty, splotched with dried mud. Arya was inside, brushing the mare's flank, humming an old song off-key. At her waist, the Valyrian steel dagger gleamed, the same one that had ended the Night King. She seldom let it out of reach, though these days it might more often slice through tangled brambles than undead bones. She glanced up, offering a lopsided grin. "You're up early, big brother." He snorted. "Says the one who rides out at dawn. Find anything interesting?" "Mostly farmland in good shape. A few families were settling near the broken tower. Some old burn marks from the battles, but they're clearing that rubble. Nothing suspicious." Arya smoothed the horse's mane. "I keep thinking I'll find a Bolton leftover or a fry stray, but it's been quiet." Robb studied her face, relieved by the calm in her eyes. "You should rest. There's a meeting with the Mormonts this afternoon. They've come to finalize the new port expansions near Bear Island. Sansa wants our input, in case we have, unanticipated maritime troubles." Arya chuckled. "Yes, the realm's big crisis, building piers. But I'll come. I'd like to see the Mormonts anyway. They carry Lyanna's memory on their shoulders." She set aside the brush, giving the mare a pat. Robb walked with her out into the yard, each aware of how normal it felt, how day-to-day tasks had replaced frantic war councils. The contrast made the memory of old tragedies loom like ghosts, but also reminded them how far they'd come. Sometime after midday, in the keep's refurbished council chamber, the Mormonts arrived as expected: Bran Mormont, the late Lyanna's cousin, and 2 older retainers. They presented a sketch of the new port at Bear Island's southwestern tip, explaining how deeper piers would allow trade vessels from King's Landing or Essos to dock safely. Sansa, Jon, Robb, and a handful of Winterfell's senior stewards listened, occasionally passing remarks about supply lines, the risk of storms. Arya perched near the back, silent but watchful. Bran Mormont's voice quivered with reverence when he mentioned Lyanna. "We want to honor her legacy," he said, "by making Bear Island a stronger part of the North's trade routes. She always said we mustn't hide behind isolation. She believed in forging alliances even if they were uneasy. After her sacrifice against the undead, we owe it to her memory." Sansa's eyes shone and she nodded. "We'll help however we can. White Harbor is open to shipping deals. We might coordinate with them to direct some ships to Bear Island first if the new piers are ready. That would bring coin and supplies to your people." Robb leaned forward. "We can draft a letter to Lady Manderley, propose a joint arrangement. That is, if your builders confirm the piers can handle deeper-hulled ships." One of the Mormont retainers, an older man with a neat beard, spoke up. "I will anchor pilings deep. Use that ironwood we've stockpiled. It'll take months, maybe a year, but once done, we can host decent-sized cogs. Not sure about war galleys. We'll see." Jon arched a brow. "War galleys, hopefully, are not needed anytime soon. Still," Robb added, "best be prepared. The seas remain unpredictable. The Ironborn are quiet for now, with Yara controlling the Iron Islands under the Queen's arrangement. But if any upstart tries a raid, your peers should have a means to defend themselves." Bran Mormont agreed, and the group hammered out preliminary lines in a ledger. Arya listened, occasionally asking pointed questions about watchtowers near the shoreline. By dusk, they concluded with a handshake. Robb walked them out, thanking them for their dedication to forging a stable future for the North. The last trace of the meeting was the sense that each house contributed to a puzzle that might lead to genuine prosperity, a notion unthinkable during the wars. In the twilight, Robb found Sansa reviewing a sheaf of letters in the Great Hall. The large chamber bore faint scars from the undead siege, visible if one knew where to look, but new torches and tapestries gave it a warmth reminiscent of their childhood. Over the dais, the stark sigil hung from fresh banners. Sansa pointed to one letter in her stack. "News from King's Landing. Seems that Daenerys and Tyrion are continuing to reshape the crown's bureaucracy. She's installed Davos as master of ships, Grey Worm as master of war, Missandei as some sort of diplomatic envoy to the free cities. The realm's forging alliances far and wide." Robb took the letter, scanning the lines. "They're moving quickly. Good. The more stable the realm is, the less chance of fresh rebellions." Sansa pursed her lips. "She also mentions Gendry. He's apparently settling into Storm's End, recognized as the rightful heir to House Baratheon. He's got some arrangement with the local lords. They're rebuilding the storm-damaged walls. Word is Arya might have an interest in spending time there." Robb's mouth curved. "Has she said anything to you?" Sansa shrugged, a small glint in her eye. "Only that Gendry's a friend. but I see how she looks whenever his name comes up. She might return south eventually. She's always been restless. She loves the north, but the world calls to her. I suppose we can't chain her to Winterfell. No, Robb agreed softly. And I wouldn't want to. She's done more than enough for us. If she finds happiness out there, that's a blessing. They lapsed into quiet. From the open doorway drifted the smell of cooking onions. The castle's evening meal taking shape. Voices echoed in the corridor. Stewards guiding men to their lodging. Cooks calling for more flour. A gentle hum of everyday life. Robb gathered the rest of the letters, scanning them. One from House Serwyn about farmland repairs, another from House Flint about a petty border dispute, a short note from Tyrion praising the North's new trade prospects. Each letter lacked the urgency that once dogged every message. He took solace in that. No mention of undead or monstrous armies, no calls for immediate war councils. Just the normal negotiations of a realm forging forward. After dinner, Robb strolled alone through the keep's corridors, a lamp in hand. He checked the library tower, making sure the new shelves of records were properly arranged. He paused to greet Maester Wolken, who was cataloging genealogies, some going back centuries. The sense of continuity struck Robb forcibly. So many ancestors of House Stark stared out from the annals. Each faced crises in their time. Now he was but another link in that chain. If he handled it well, future generations might know peace for a while. He ascended to the top of the library tower. A crisp night wind buffeted him, stars bright overhead. The view across Winterfell was stirring. The courtyard lit by torches, the new scaffolds on the southwestern wall, beyond them the farmland silvered by moonlight. He wondered if, far to the south, Daenerys was perhaps looking at the same sky, imagining a realm that had no taste for more war. Let that hope endure. A handful of days slipped by. The Mormonts departed with the new agreement about Bear Island's port. The Glovers returned with wagons of salted fish for Winterfell. House Reed sent word that Moat Cailin was secure. No sign of threat. The realm's edges all reported quiet. Pockets of orphans or newly returned families needed help. But no single crisis demanded an army's muster. For the first time in Robb's adult life, he felt almost superfluous, a caretaker rather than a warlord. He would accept that gladly. One morning, a flurry of excitement stirred as a raven arrived from White Harbor, announcing a small fleet from King's Landing was sailing north, carrying esteemed visitors. Sansa read the note with raised brows. She and Robb speculated who might be on board. Tyrion? Daenerys herself? Or perhaps a delegation of merchants? The arrival would dock at White Harbor in about a week, then presumably travel to Winterfell. Another step in forging ties, they guessed. Jon perked up at the possibility of seeing old friends, or maybe even Daenerys. But the note was vague, so they made minimal arrangements. They readied the castle for visitors, ensuring enough rooms, fresh linens, a decent stock of wine. In days of old, the Starks might have bristled at the idea of a southern entourage. Now they simply prepared politely. A handful of lords from the outlying lands visited Winterfell for routine audiences. Among them was old Lord Glover himself, accompanied by his daughter, a bright-eyed girl of about 10. The child peered wide-eyed at the great keep, marveling at the rebuilt towers. Robb found himself kneeling to greet her properly, recalling how Ned Stark once taught him to show courtesy to all, especially children who might be frightened by the spectacle. She stammered about how big the place was, how she heard Arya Stark slew the Night King. Robb smiled, confirming the rumor was mostly true. The girl's face lit in awe. Moments like that reminded him how the legends would twist reality. Arya had indeed killed the Night King, but the gossip often inflated the story into outlandish feats. Still, if it gave the North's people pride, so be it. House Stark had lost much. They deserved a bit of legend to carry them forward. Time marched on. Arya vanished for a 3-day ride, returning with news that the roads near the old Barrow Hills showed signs of new farmland. Another day, a small group of travelers from Essos arrived, seeking to trade spices for northern furs. Sansa negotiated, gleaning that Daenerys' outreach to the free cities was indeed bearing fruit. The freedmen of Meereen and Astapor, or so the travelers said, spoke highly of the new Westerosi queen who once liberated them. The thought of such a far-reaching realm no longer shocked Robb. Dragons soared above both continents once, after all. At last, word came from White Harbor that the visiting party had landed. They numbered perhaps 24, escorted by a pair of Targaryen-embossed knights. The local Mandoli Reeve welcomed them, then dispatched a swift rider to confirm their approach. Within a few days, they would appear at Winterfell's gates. The castle readied, fresh straw on the floors, new rushes in the great hall, the main approach cleared of debris. Sansa insisted on a modest but warm reception. She told the kitchen to prepare hot spiced cider, the best bread. She commissioned local huntsmen to bring fresh venison if possible. The sense of anticipation grew. Some whispered rumors that Daenerys might be coming in person. Others guessed it was Tyrion or Grey Worm. Jon said little, but a coil of tension in his posture betrayed his hopes. 3 days later, horns sounded from the ramparts. A column of riders appeared on the King's Road. Stark guards peered over the walls, identifying Targaryen banners among them, red and black on a field. Within an hour, the travelers reached Winterfell's gates. The watchers opened the doors, letting them enter the courtyard. Robb, Sansa, Jon, and Arya stood ready to greet them. The yard was quiet, save for the soft stamping of horses. The visitors were indeed an official delegation under a Targaryen banner. But the figure at the front was not Daenerys or Tyrion. Instead, a tall woman dismounted, cloak drawn around her slender form. She removed her hood, revealing the polished braids and sharp, graceful features of Missandei, Daenerys's longtime advisor. Behind her stood a pair of unsullied in traveling leathers, their spears upright. Another half-dozen men and women wore simple attire, possibly scribes or attendants. Missandei's face lit with a kindly smile at the sight of the Starks. "My lords," she said, voice resonant, "the Queen sends her greetings. She regrets she cannot come herself just now, but she entrusted me with an important mission." Robb extended a hand. "Lady Missandei, you're most welcome. Please come in from the cold. We'll have a fire and refreshment prepared." They escorted the guests across the courtyard and into the great hall, which glowed with torchlight. Servants offered mulled cider. Missandei and her companions removed their cloaks, clearly weary from the journey. Sansa joined them at a large table near the dais, ensuring they were comfortable. Arya hovered behind, studying the visitors with quiet curiosity. Jon greeted Missandei warmly, having known her from the time he spent in Dragonstone and King's Landing. She looked relieved to see him well, though she offered no immediate details about the Queen. After a short respite, Missandei explained her purpose. Daenerys had charged her with 2 tasks. First, to inspect the North's readiness for expanded trade and cooperation with Essos. Second, to deliver a message to House Stark, specifically an invitation for a formal set of future summits, plus a personal letter from Daenerys to Robb and Sansa. The letter thanked them for finalizing the treaty, requested ongoing collaboration on matters like the freed cities, shipping routes, and possible alliances to curb pirates. If the North agreed, Missandei would remain some weeks to gather data, traveling to White Harbor and other ports. She also carried new proposals for how the Crown might invest in certain northern industries. Robb and Sansa exchanged glances. They read the letter carefully, noting Daenerys's polite tone. She apologized for not coming in person, citing pressing issues in King's Landing, the reorganization of the Royal Guard, an embassy from Braavos, unrest in parts of the Westerlands. She closed the letter by expressing hope to visit in the following year, once her throne was more secure. The Starks welcomed Missandei to stay as long as she needed. They offered her a suite of chambers near the Keep Solar, arranged for her scribes to have space in the library tower. The unsullied traveling with her could bunk near the guard barracks, a courtesy that might reassure them. Missandei, smiling gently, accepted their hospitality with gratitude. Her manner bore the grace of a seasoned diplomat, yet there was also a sincerity that reminded Robb of the best kind of rulers, those who cared more about people than pomp. So, in the weeks that followed, Missandei toured the north. She ventured to White Harbor accompanied by a small escort. Sansa gave her letters of introduction to Lady Manderly, ensuring the city opened its gates. Meanwhile, the scribes traveled the countryside, documenting local resources, timber, iron, or farmland potential. Jon escorted Missandei for part of the journey, partly out of courtesy, partly out of curiosity about how trade might reshape the region. They returned a few weeks later, laden with notes and impressed by White Harbor's willingness to adapt. During this time, life in Winterfell continued calmly. Arya helped train new scouts, occasionally sparred with Missandei's unsullied guards, forging a mutual respect. Sansa managed the day-to-day tasks. Robb found himself in a half-familiar role, a host to an ambassador, reminiscent of how Ned Stark once hosted Southern lords. But no friction marred these visits. Missandei never demanded tributes or threatened, she simply conferred, smiling at the North's progress, remarking on Daenerys' hopes for unity. The North's people, once so wary of foreign rule, found Missandei approachable and kind. Little by little, trust built. At length, Missandei returned from a second trip to the Bar Rolands, satisfied with the data she'd gathered. She convened a final meeting in the Great Hall, presenting a draft of new trade agreements. In measured tones, she explained how shipments of eastern spices and cloth could pass through King's Landing or direct to White Harbor, then distribute across the North. In exchange, the North might export furs, lumber, or metals. The potential was enormous for both sides. Sansa and Robb studied the draft, suggested a few minor revisions about taxation rates, shipping fees, and the vow that no Essosi slavers could land on northern shores. Missandei readily agreed. Daenerys abhorred slavery, after all. When the final iteration was set, each party signed. A hush of relief and satisfaction settled among them. The freed cities were now effectively aligned with Daenerys, who sought peaceful trade. The North, integrated but standing firm on its principles, would reap fresh benefits. A quiet revolution of commerce, free of swords. Robb could hardly believe how swiftly peace opened doors that war had always closed. That night, a modest feast was held in Missandei's honor, marking the success of her mission. Musicians played gentle tunes, men and women of Winterfell's staff mingled with the visitors. The smell of roast boar and honeyed carrots perfumed the air. Missandei was unaccustomed to the strong northern Alesh but tried them anyway, politely sipping, then smiling wide. Jon circulated, exchanging a few words with her about their shared experiences. Sansa presided over the table, gracious but not ostentatious. Even Arya lingered, though crowds never suited her, sipping a light wine at the edge of the dais and occasionally offering a sarcastic aside. As the meal neared its end, Missandei stood, tapping her cup lightly. The hall quieted. She acknowledged the warmth of the North's hospitality, thanked Robb and Sansa for their cooperation, and offered a final sentiment. You have shown me how the North draws strength from unity, not isolation. The Queen will be overjoyed to learn how thoroughly we have woven these bonds. I hope the future sees us as comrades, building a realm that does not fear shadows, for we have all faced the darkest night. May we never forget that we stand stronger when we stand together. Applause rose, subdued but genuine. Robb felt a swell of pride in how far they had come. House Stark might remain battered by memories, but they shaped tomorrow in a way that honored those who fell. He raised his cup in a silent toast. The next day, Missandei's delegation prepared to depart. The courtyard was abustle with stable hands hooking horses to wagons, loading crates of notes and northern tokens to show the Queen. Jon presented Missandei with a small chest of northern seeds, winter wheat, hardy barley, and herbs that thrived in cold soil. She accepted them with delight, saying they would be a fitting gift for Daenerys, who had once dreamt of making the deserts of Essos bloom. Before she mounted her horse, Missandei turned to Robb. I leave with gratitude for your friendship. If the Queen's duties permit, she may come herself next year, or perhaps send Tyrion again. Meanwhile, you know you have allies in the south. May this peace endure. Robb inclined his head. You'll always be welcome here. Our thanks truly. May your journey back be swift. She set off, unsullied at her flanks, scribes in tow. The gates groaned open, letting them pass under the watchful eyes of Winterfell's guards. As they vanished down the King's Road, Robb heard an older guard remark that the last time Targaryen banners stood in Winterfell's yard, it was under an entirely different mood. Now there was no fear, only polite farewells. Robb exhaled, relieved. Another sign that the realm had truly changed. Summer's approach brought warming days. Jon sometimes joked that the weather was as unpredictable as a free folk's mood. But the snows had receded enough for thorough plowing. Tilled fields near Winterfell sprouted, orchard groves budding. The North bustled with an energy Robb had never witnessed before, as though the defeat of the Night King had awakened a determination to live fully. Even the older lords, once grim from war, seemed focused on building legacies instead of forging swords. Arya, too, seemed restless. One morning, Robb found her in the yard, saddling her horse with extra supplies. She wore a traveling cloak, that Valyrian dagger on her belt, and a short sword slung across her back. Ghost sniffed at her boots curiously. Robb leaned on a post. Off so soon? Another ride to the Bar Rolands or the Wolfswood? She shook her head. Farther. I want to see more of what the realms become. Gendry invited me to Storm's End, said I should see how he's restoring it. The storms battered the keep's towers, they're building new ones, forging a fresh future for House Baratheon. She shrugged. I might as well. Robb felt a pang. He'd known this day was coming. You have every right. Are you going alone? Mostly. She nodded at a pair of guards lingering with their horses. I'll bring them for courtesy to avoid being pestered by bandits. But it won't be a large party. And once I reach Storm's End, Gendry has his men. He nodded. When do you plan to return? She offered a half-smile. Hard to say. I'm not quitting the North forever. But I need to roam, Robb. There's more out there than these walls. We used to have no choice but to fight for survival. Now we do. Let me see what else the world holds. He placed a hand on her shoulder. I understand. Father always said you had the wolf's restlessness. Just be safe. The roads might be calmer, but keep your wits about you. She laughed. I never leave them behind. Then her laughter faded. Thank you for everything. You didn't have to welcome me back after I wandered half the world, learned all sorts of dark arts. But House Stark never gave up on me. That means more than I can say. Robb couldn't find the right words, so he just pulled her into a fierce hug. The scrawny girl who once battered at wooden dummies had become a lethal presence, but in that moment she was still his sister. Go find what peace you can, he said, voice catching. And if you ever need us. She pulled away, eyes shining with tears she refused to shed. I know. The North remembers. Then she swung up onto her saddle, nodded to the guards, and trotted to the gate. She paused once, glancing over her shoulder as though to commit Winterfell to memory. Then, with a light kick, she rode out into the broad road. Robb watched until she vanished, the pit in his chest both proud and melancholy. The dire wolf pack no longer needed to huddle in fear. They could roam, free, forging their destinies. Sansa joined him at the gate. She slid her arm through his. I saw her go. She'll be fine, you know. He nodded. I know. She's unstoppable. They walked the perimeter, quiet. In the weeks that followed, letters arrived from Arya, short and to the point, describing passing hamlets, friendly caravans, glimpses of farmland near the Trident. Another arrived from Storm's End, stating Gendry welcomed her warmly. They were fortifying the castle's sea walls, planning a small fleet. She wrote about the salt-lashed courtyards, the wild storms that hammered the parapets, how Gendry refused to cower. The letter ended with a casual mention that she might remain a while, no need to worry. Robb tucked that letter away with a smile. Through the summer, harvests ripened. The rumor among small folk was that the old gods favored them after the undead's defeat. Grain yields looked promising. White Harbor reported brisk trade with the south. A few dwarfish disputes arose, like a minor boundary spat between houses Tall Heart and Locke, but the local lords resolved them with no bloodshed. Jon took occasional scouting rides, the memory of being Lord Commander of the Night's Watch never far from his mind, but found no threats. Tormund, who had visited months prior, had retreated to the far north with other free folk, content to roam the open lands beyond the Gift. All was well. In early autumn, a raven arrived from King's Landing, penned by Tyrion. It announced that Daenerys planned to progress through the realm next year, perhaps venturing north at last if all remained stable. She wished to see the land she had helped save, to meet the people on whose behalf she had so often fought. Tyrion hoped they could arrange a grand welcome in White Harbor, from which the Queen might journey to Winterfell by road. He teased that if Robb refused, Daenerys might brand him a recalcitrant subject, though he followed it with a quip about everyone being exhausted by war. The tone was optimistic, as though the Queen's arrival would be a triumphant step toward unbreakable unity. Robb read the letter aloud to Sansa and Jon in the solar, leaning by the open window. Sansa considered the idea, tapping her quill on the table. We can prepare something respectful but not overly lavish. We're not flush with gold for parades. But we can show her the courtesy we'd show any ally. Jon, arms crossed, stared out the window. Would be strange seeing her ride these roads with no threat pushing us. Just a symbolic journey. But maybe that's precisely what the realm needs. Robb set the letter aside. We have time to plan. A year, maybe more. We'll see if events hold steady. For now, we confirm we welcome her. Let her see that the North stands strong by its own ways, yet not in defiance. We're forging a partnership. Sansa nodded. Yes. That's the best approach. They drafted a short reply. The North gratefully invites the Queen whenever she's able, promising a warm reception. They sealed it with the dire wolf sigil and gave it to a raven. So the realm's tapestry wove further, each thread linking corners once sundered by war. Night fell outside, stars emerging. Robb parted from Sansa and Jon, wandering to the courtyard. Lamps glowed softly among the stable row, casting warm circles on the cobblestones. He paused near the old well, letting memories swirl. The ghost of Grey Wind flickered in his mind, the direwolf's proud silhouette pacing these stones. Then the recollection of the Red Wedding, the horror, the sense of doom. How improbable it felt that he now stood at peace, no mortal enemy lurking. The heartbreak remained an ache, but it no longer caged him. How Stark had endured. Voices drifted from a corner, some new recruits telling tall tales around a small campfire. One insisted that Arya Stark could vanish into thin air and reappear behind a foe's back. Another recounted that Jon Snow had once ridden a dragon, that the Queen in the South was a breaker of chains. They made the stories grander than reality, but Robb couldn't fault them. People needed legends. They needed to believe the world could mend. He turned, heading inside. Up the steps, the hush of the corridors enveloped him. In his solar, a single candle burned on the desk. The partial gloom suited his mood. He sat in the chair, letting the day's tensions slip away, and glanced at a small chest of cherished items. Slowly, he lifted the lid. Within lay a few keepsakes. The chain Daenerys had once gifted him, fashioned from scraps of melted Lannister steel. A battered piece of cloth from Grey Wind's harness. A letter from his mother, penned before the War of the Five Kings truly consumed them. Ghosts of another life. He set them aside, thinking how those memories shaped each choice he made. If the wars taught him anything, it was that mercy and strength must coexist. Ned Stark had embodied that principle, and though Ned was gone, Robb felt his father's guiding hand in every moment of governance. He lingered over his mother's letter. She wrote lovingly about the future she hoped for him. Honor, love, a stable north. She'd never lived to see this peace, but perhaps she watched from beyond, content that he had not given in to vengeance or despair. He closed his eyes, letting the candle's flicker lull him, offering a silent vow to keep building a realm that might never again taste horrors like the Red Wedding or the Long Night. Time passed, the candle burned low. A mild wind rattled the shutters. Robb drifted in a half-doze, rousing only when he heard footsteps outside. Jon peeked in, noticing Robb's pensive posture. Couldn't sleep. Robb rubbed his face. Just reflecting. This quiet life is an odd gift. Hard to accept it's real. Jon entered, sinking into the adjacent chair. I know, but we can't let guilt overshadow the peace we've earned. Too many died for us not to embrace it. Robb nodded. You're right. They spoke softly about the next season's plans, erecting better watchtowers across the White Knife, improving roads to link smaller villages. Mundane tasks that once seemed impossible amid war's frenzy. Jon mentioned perhaps leading a small expedition north of the Wall in the summer, to see if the free folk needed aid, or if Tormund still lingered. Robb encouraged it. The entire realm had a chance to break centuries of fear. Eventually, Jon said goodnight, leaving Robb alone again with the guttering candle. He realized how seldom they had truly paused to breathe all these years. Now, forced by peace to slow, they were learning to live anew. He banked the candle, preparing for rest. Tomorrow was another day of small councils, farmland reports, maybe planning Daenerys' future visit. But he felt no dread. He only felt the weight of quiet gratitude. In the morning, another letter arrived from Storm's End, bearing Arya's scrawled signature. She wrote that Gendry's fortifications were nearly complete. The storms battered the new towers, but they stood. She teased that Southern Knights were not sure how to handle the Wolf of the North, but she found them decent enough. Then, in more personal lines, she said she might remain through the autumn, or perhaps the entire year, if I don't get bored or Gendry does something idiotic. Robb laughed at the dryness of her tone. She ended by urging him not to worry, adding that the North stories of war should fade now. He folded the letter, a warmth in his chest. Sansa read it next, rolling her eyes with fond amusement. Another piece of House Stark's puzzle placed itself in the broader realm. If Arya wanted to build a life with Gendry or roam further, so be it. That day, Robb oversaw more carpenters repairing minor damage to the east wall. He tested the new walkway, feeling its sturdy beams. The watchman on duty saluted, remarking how the vantage let one see for miles. Robb peered out, glimpsing flocks of birds crossing farmland. Another day of normalcy. He hoped it would last a lifetime. A slight commotion drew his attention to the yard below. A horse had stumbled on a loose cobblestone, throwing its rider. Men rushed to help. No injuries, just a bruised ego, and the stablemaster barked that someone must fix that loose stone. Robb exhaled, relieved it wasn't something dire. This was the kind of problem that once would have seemed trivial compared to battling Lannisters or Whites. Now it was the main excitement of the afternoon. He welcomed it. As evening fell, he retreated to the godswood, seeking a moment of stillness. The ancient weirwood trees' red leaves rustled in a faint breeze, the carved face seeming eternally watchful. Sunlight slanted through the branches, reflecting off the still pool. Robb sank to his knees on the moss, letting the hush settle him. So many times he had prayed here for guidance, for the strength to avenge his father, to protect the North, to survive betrayal. He had lost so much, yet the gods had granted him the chance to rebuild, to stand beside Jon and Sansa, forging a gentler path. He closed his eyes, inhaling the earthy scent of damp leaves. A swirl of memory danced behind his eyelids. Ned Stark's quiet dignity, Catelyn's fierce devotion, Grey Wind's unwavering loyalty. He thought of Arya's dagger shining in the darkness, striking the Night King. Of Daenerys's dragons scorching the Red Keep's walls. Of the unstoppable wave of whites and the hush when they all fell. Of Sansa's calm leadership, Jon's resurrected resolve. All culminating in the North's partial independence and the realm's fragile peace. A tapestry woven by blood and hope. He murmured a soft prayer of thanks to the old gods, not sure if they listened but certain that the act grounded him. The leaves whispered overhead. He felt the rough bark under his palm. The life of the weirwood thrummed, ancient and enduring. House Stark might rise and fall, but the North would remain as it always had. For now, the line of the Starks stood strong. Someone stepped behind him, footsteps light. He turned to see Sansa at the godswood's edge. She offered a faint smile, her cloak trailing on the mossy ground. "I guessed I'd find you here." He stood, brushing off his knees. Just needed a quiet moment. She joined him near the pool, gazing at the reflection of red leaves. "It's peaceful, isn't it? Hard to believe the same land once saw an army of the dead. We could have lost everything." He followed her stare. "Yes, we owe so many. Our men, the wildlings, Daenerys's dragons, all who fought. But also we owe ourselves the chance to live. That's how we honor the dead." Sansa laced her hands. "I think of Mother often, how she worried about uniting the North, protecting us from the South's intrigues. Maybe she never imagined we'd ally with a Targaryen queen. But I think she'd be relieved we found a way that doesn't involve more slaughter." Robb rested a hand on her shoulder. "I believe she'd be proud. Father too. We kept House Stark intact. We stand for something better than vengeance." They stood a while, letting the hush of the godswood wrap around them. Eventually, the sky above turned a deep violet, dusk creeping in. Sansa squeezed his hand, then turned to leave. "Come inside soon," she said softly. "We'll break bread together as a family should." He nodded and she left. Robb lingered a few heartbeats more, absorbing the silence, storing it like a promise against future storms. Whatever came next, Daenerys's eventual visit, new trade expansions, unexpected troubles from the Westerlands or across the sea, he felt ready. The realm had survived the worst nightmares known to man. The North had proven its fortitude. House Stark was no longer a battered wolf howling in the dark, but a steady presence in a realm forging forward. At last, he stepped away from the heart tree. The courtyard beckoned with golden torchlight. Men's laughter drifted from the great hall. He walked that path without fear, heart lighter than it had been in years. Tomorrow, he'd rise to more tasks. Checking farmland, scanning letters from King's Landing, drafting plans for new roads. None of it was glorious, but it was life, real, unremarkable, precious life. And in that gentle litany of tasks, in each breath he drew in the stable hush of Winterfell, he found purpose enough to carry on. He recalled a line from Ned's old teachings that a ruler's first duty is to protect his people no matter how humble the day's burdens. Robb Stark had once led armies south, crowned king in the north, lost half his world in betrayal. Yet here he stood, caretaker of a realm brimming with potential. It was enough. Perhaps that was all any of them could ask after so much suffering, the chance to shape tomorrow without the chill of dread. He closed his eyes briefly, then opened them to the warm glow of torches along Winterfell's walls. He headed inside. A new day waited on the horizon. House Stark stood. The north remembered, and the realm, for once, breath-free under the wide skies of peace. In that stillness, Robb Stark allowed himself to believe that the old cycle of blood and vengeance might finally yield to a gentler age, and that for every lost soul, for every sorrow, he and his kin would hold fast, forging the story of a realm that learned how to live again. Robb Stark rose well before dawn, drawn from restless dreams by a sense of vague anticipation. The hush of the castle in those gray moments always reminded him of winter's past, when only the distant echo of wind brushing the ramparts roused the mind. Yet now, as he dressed in warm woolens, he heard faint murmurs of new life stirring behind these stones, an early morning shuffle of cooks kindling hearth fires, stable hands preparing horses for the day's tasks, and the gentle scrape of leather and steel from the small keep guard, changing shifts at the gates. He fastened his cloak at the shoulder with a simple silver wolf pin, ignoring the more ornate sigil buckles that had once symbolized a king's status. Those belonged to the days of desperate war. The North was building something quieter now, a future built on strong farmland and trade pacts, not on banners raised for rebellion. The yard beyond his window glimmered with the faint light of torches. He inhaled a steadying breath and left his chamber, stepping into the corridor with a careful hush that felt ingrained in him after years of conflict, some part of him still prepared for the old threats, though they no longer lurked. Down the spiral steps he went, out into the great hall, which was mostly dark save for a few flickers from the wall sconces. A kitchen boy startled at his appearance, then bowed hastily. Robb offered a gentle smile. He'd never outgrow that pang of guilt at how his presence could unsettle the staff, for they remembered the battles, the rumors of the young wolf, the bloodshed that once loomed over House Stark. Now he wanted them at ease, but trust was a slow thing to build after so many tragedies. He passed on breakfast, content with a swig of watered ale before making his way to the courtyard. The crispness of morning air stung his cheeks. The sky overhead showed the barest glimmer of light, a band of pewter dawn. He found 3 men standing near the stables, Jon among them, plus 2 guards dressed for travel. Winterfell's new stable-master, a shy youth who'd replaced old Hullen, nodded in greeting. Jon tightened a strap on his horse's saddle. Ghost prowled around his legs, albino fur bright even in the half-light. The direwolf sniffed the hooves of the other horses, then flicked his ears as though satisfied that all was well. Jon glanced over, brow raised. "You're awake early." "I couldn't sleep," Robb said. Something about the day felt expectant. Jon patted Ghost's flank, then straightened. "We'll be riding out to check the outer watchtowers. Some of the men claim the timbers are rotting faster than expected. If so, we might direct carpenters there next. Then we'll circle toward the small fishing hamlet that formed near the lakes. They keep sending half-finished letters about wanting official recognition." Robb nodded, a flicker of pride in how dutifully Jon handled these tasks. "Good. Let me know if they need more resources. Or if they're just fishing for special treatment." He paused. "I might ride with you to the gates, at least." Jon gave a half-smile. "No need to fuss." "It's not fuss," Robb replied. "I'd just rather walk a bit, keep my legs limber." The stable-master approached, leading Jon's horse, an older chestnut mare with a calm temper. The 2 other guards mounted up. Ghost, apparently content with the inspection, padded closer to Jon. Robb and Jon exchanged a final nod, then moved together across the courtyard, side by side, as the sky shifted from iron gray to the pale wash of sunrise. The gates swung open with a groan, revealing the stretch of the King's Road beyond, lined with patches of new grass. At the threshold, Robb halted. Jon mounted carefully, cloak draping behind him. One guard carried a short spear, the other wore a sword of decent steel. They all had bows lashed to the saddles. Ghost stood with a regal stance, as if fully aware that he was the last of the dire wolves at Winterfell. "We'll be back in 3, maybe 4 days." Jon said. "We'll circle wide, see if everything's truly as calm as the reports say." Robb stepped forward, resting a hand on Jon's stirrup. "Safe travels, brother." A wry smirk touched Jon's lips, but that seriousness in his eyes never quite left. "We live in calmer times, but I'll stay wary." Keep your coal ready if any new ravens come from Storm's End. Robb nodded. Arya's last letter had been penned with brief scrawls, all but promising she might remain in the Stormlands until she felt the call of the North again. She was gleaning the ways of southern politics, or so it seemed. It was an image that made him laugh, Arya Stark, famed killer of the Night King, navigating feasts and petty banter. But if it contented her, so be it. Jon clicked his tongue, urging the mare into a walk. The two guards followed, cloaks fluttering. Ghost broke into a silent trot. Robb watched them vanish down the road, dust rising faintly. The sun lifted a fraction above the horizon, gilding the sky in pastels. For an instant he recalled how once the same gate had been a place of dread, the thought that a southern army might crash upon them, or that the dead might swarm from the north. Now it was merely a door to the wide world. He exhaled, letting that old tension slip away, and turned back inside. The morning bustle had properly begun. Men hauling crates of produce, a messenger from House Serwyn awaiting directions, a few stable hands rummaging for fresh straw. Robb greeted them with a nod. Step by step, routine overshadowed the realm's old nightmares. He passed a corner of the yard that once bore scorch marks from the undead dragon's breath, the final siege that nearly ended them all. Now the stones were scrubbed and a new wooden scaffold rose along the wall for watchmen. He took a moment to check the boards, found them sturdy. The watchman up top gave a casual wave. No sign of any threat on the horizon. Making his way inside the keep, he found Sansa in the small dining room, a modest plate of bread and cheese before her. Two stewards hovered with a stack of ledgers. She greeted Robb with a faint smile. Did Jon leave? Robb nodded, settling into a chair opposite her. Off to check on the watchtowers. She sipped tea, her new favorite brew from Essos, courtesy of Missandei's trade expansions, and pushed the bread plate toward him. Have some before you starve. Yesterday you forgot midday meal until I practically dragged you to the hall. He accepted a slice, though he had little appetite. I'll manage. Thanks. The stewards laid out 3 ledgers on the table. One was from House Glover, detailing how many bushels of grain they intended to store at Winterfell before distributing. Another from a stone mill hamlet wanting an official seal of recognition. The third from the Manderleys, discussing a possible joint fishing venture with Bear Island. Sansa opened them in order, scanning quickly, then flicked her gaze to Robb. I can handle these if you'd rather focus on the yard. But your advice is needed on the Bear Island arrangement. Robb rolled a shoulder. We drafted the basics with Mormont's men last month. The Manderleys just want reassurance that Bear Island can handle salted fish storage for trade. I'd say we confirm. The Queen's envoys praised our cooperation with outlying islands. No sense refusing. She made a neat note. Done. Glover's bushels might require more space in the outer granaries, but we can shuffle that as well. Stone Mill, do you recall the gist of their petition? Robb frowned, sifting memory. They want status as a recognized hamlet so they can host a small market. Something about travelers from the Bar Rolands passing through. My guess is they want tax benefits or less oversight. Possibly we compromise. Let them exist as a recognized village under House Stark's protection, but they must adhere to standard levies. Sansa nodded, writing swiftly. Precisely. I'll have the steward deliver that decision. They gain recognized status if they agree to provide a portion of their harvest to Winterfell's storehouses each year. Fair trade for protection. They worked through the next hour, drafting short answers, finalizing details. Now and then Sansa paused to rub her eyes. Robb saw how the daily burdens wore on her. The memory of her younger self, once a bright-eyed girl dreaming of southern courts, clashed with the quiet authority she now wielded. He offered to lighten her load, but she only smirked. And watch you commit all our grain to the first farmer who asks. No, I'll keep an eye on the numbers, she teased. By late morning, they parted ways, each with tasks. Robb stepped outside, letting the sun wash over him. The yard bustled in earnest. A merchant cart rumbled through the gate, loaded with tools, thin-bladed axes, new awls, hammered nails. The driver halted near a cluster of masons who'd requested such supplies for reinforcing a western tower's top floor. Robb recognized the merchant from White Harbor, a thick-set man named Arstan, who had once haggled fiercely over the price of nails. This time, a single guard strolled beside him, far from the days when an entire squad might escort a simple merchant to avoid bandits. Robb stepped forward, greeting Arstan. The merchant doffed his cap, a little flustered that the Lord of Winterfell addressed him directly. My lord, I brought these tools from Master Ratley's forge, as promised. Also a few crates of smaller nails and some new chisels. Figured you'd be needing them with all the building. Robb inspected a crate, nodding at the sturdy nails. Good quality. We'll put them to use. You've come a long way. Did you see any trouble on the roads? Arston shook his head. No, all quiet. I passed a handful of travelers near Barrowton. They were just small folk moving east. No sign of bandits. The Queen's enforcement in the south must be scaring off trouble. No offense, my lord. Robb smiled. None taken. It's good that the roads are safer. We'll pay you fair coin for the goods. The steward in the Great Hall can handle the transaction. Arston beamed. Thank you, my lord. Robb directed a few workers to help unload. The masons fussed over the chisels, delighted to see fresh steel. Another sign that trade was thriving. Robb oversaw for a moment, ensuring no confusion, then left them to it. He ambled toward the archery range at the southwestern yard, wanting to check on the newest recruits. He found 7 youths practicing. 3 wore the gray and white of Stark livery, the others in simpler clothes. An older guard, missing 2 fingers on his left hand, an injury from the undead siege, drilled them in knocking arrows with calm precision. A line of straw targets showed a scattering of embedded shafts. Robb paused, crossing his arms, watching the form of each archer. They were raw, but they might become decent marksmen if the realm required it. One youth noticed him, nearly dropping his arrow in surprise. Robb gave a reassuring nod, stepping forward. Steady. Keep your elbow up. The boy swallowed, adjusting his elbow. He loosed the arrow. It struck near the lower edge of the target. Better than missing entirely. The older guard grunted approval, telling him to keep practicing. Robb felt that flicker of pride. Once, these yards resounded with 1,000 men training for war. Now a handful practiced basic archery for watch duty or hunting. A less urgent cause, but still important. He moved on, drifting toward the well-trodden path behind the stables, which led to a small orchard just inside the outer walls. A cluster of apple and pear trees grew there, leaves stirring in the breeze. Over the last year, thanks to gentler weather and decent rainfall, the orchard had revived. Once, the orchard had been burned in places by either the Ironborn or the subsequent battles. Now fresh growth soared. He recalled how Missandei's scribes had marveled at the orchard's resilience, proclaiming it a testament to the North's hidden bounty. As he approached, he realized someone else was there, a tall figure leaning against the trunk of a blossoming apple tree, arms folded. The shape turned, revealing Brienne of Tarth, who had arrived in the north a month prior on some brief errand from King's Landing, stayed a few days, then left again. Yet here she was once more. Robb blinked, mildly surprised, though her presence in the orchard was no threat. She wore a plain cloak, though a sword belt was visible at her hip. Sir Brienne, he greeted, stepping closer. I hadn't heard you'd returned. She inclined her head, a faintly awkward bow. I arrived this morning, discreet. I told the gatemen to let me in without fanfare. I'm not here on official business, exactly. He tilted his head. Are you well? Do you need anything from House Stark? Brienne looked uncomfortable, a flicker of conflict in her gaze. I have letters to deliver from the Queen and from King's Landing. But I also came to pay respects at the crypts. Jaime Lannister's memory, well, I wanted some quiet. I know how your father was once close to King's Landing's turmoil. I thought perhaps the crypts might remind me of those who tried to keep honor alive in a dark time. Robb softened, recalling her bond with Jaime in those final months. I see. You're welcome to stay as long as you need. The crypts might not be the friendliest place for reflection, but they do harbor memories. She nodded, posture rigid. Thank you, Lord Stark. They stood a moment under the apple blossoms. The breeze ruffled petals from the branches, sending them drifting like pale confetti. Brienne cast her gaze over the orchard as if searching for words. Robb cleared his throat. Shall we walk? You can tell me what the Queen's letters say if you wish. She agreed. They strolled the orchard's perimeter. Brienne explained that Daenerys was finalizing the broad strokes of a new Lord Commander of the Queen's Guard structure. Brienne had technically served in that capacity since the defeat of Cersei, but the official title was in flux. She had found it overwhelming at times, leading warriors who once might have followed men like the Mountain. Now she had come north to see how House Stark governed at peace, gleaning tips for her own approach. Also, she bore a personal letter for Sansa, probably about smaller matters or old ties to Peter Baelish's undone schemes. Robb listened, offering what small insights he could. He said the North functioned by forging trust among its houses, that a single iron hand rarely worked well. Brienne nodded, her face intense with thought. She had no illusions about the difficulty of forging a loyal Queen's Guard in a realm with so many fractures. Yet she pressed on, determined to honor her vows. After a time, they parted, agreeing to speak more formally with Sansa. Brienne made her way toward the keep's interior, presumably to refresh from her travels. Robb headed back into the open yard, still musing over how the realm knitted itself together in small steps. People like Brienne, once wandering in a swirl of war, now carried letters of peace. By midday, he found Sansa in the Great Hall, concluding a short audience with a few local farmers. She motioned him over, face showing mild curiosity. "I heard Brienne is back. She told me she had letters for us from the Queen." She seemed subdued. Robb sighed. "She's carrying grief for Jaime, I think, plus the burdens of her new responsibilities. Let's see the letters soon." Sansa agreed, excusing the farmers with a gentle dismissal. She asked a steward to fetch Brienne. Within minutes, the tall knight arrived, parchment in hand, stoic as ever. She presented 2 scrolls. One bore the Queen's seal, the other Tyrion's. Sansa broke the first carefully, scanning the contents. Robb read over her shoulder. Daenerys's letter was brief but warm, acknowledging that she awaited news of how the North fared after Missandei's visit. She expressed relief that trade expansions were in place, that the realm remained free of strife. She confirmed that she still planned to progress north next year if stability endured across Westeros. She inquired about the possibility of forging more direct shipping lanes to the freed cities from White Harbor. She ended with a personal note, hoping all in House Stark found rest from the past horrors. The second scroll from Tyrion was more practical, listing updates from the King's Landing Small Council, a new system of crownland taxation that would not burden the North. A proposal for a unified approach to patrolling the Narrow Sea, ensuring no reemergence of pirate fleets. He also mentioned the possibility of constructing better roads between the Neck and King's Landing to unify the realm. Sansa's eyes glinted with interest at that idea, though it sounded costly. They thanked Brienne for delivering the letters. Sansa offered to have a proper midday meal readied. Brienne politely accepted, then repeated her intention to visit the crypts. Sansa nodded with understanding. "Yes, of course. If you need an escort or a guide." Brienne shook her head. "I'd rather go alone if that's permitted." Sansa laid a gentle hand on Brienne's armored forearm. "Go. The crypts are open to those who pay respects." "Thank you, Sir Brienne." With that, the tall knight exited, leaving them to discuss the letters. Sansa sighed, setting them aside for a moment. "It seems we're in for a quiet autumn. The Queen's satisfied with our progress. Tyrion's even calmer. All is normal." Robb managed a small grin. "Strange to have nothing pressing. Let's be glad for it." She murmured agreement. Over the next hour, they drafted short replies to both letters, confirming the North's readiness to proceed with shipping expansions and welcoming Daenerys's future progress. They also offered any minor suggestions for the new roads. By the time they finished, midday hunger gnawed at them. A page hurried in to mention that the day's meal was laid out in a side chamber: fresh bread, salted fish, some vegetables from the modest greenhouse. They left for the meal, each weighed by the quiet sense that this was their life now, writing letters, greeting visitors, ensuring the realm's hum of daily tasks. But neither complained. As they ate, Sansa mused on how Brienne might handle her personal pilgrimage. She said something about Jaime. She might go to the Godwood after, or even speak to the old stones in the crypts. "I know the Lannisters weren't beloved here, but Jaime did try to atone in the end." Robb nodded, swallowing a bite of bread. "He died stopping Cersei from unleashing wildfire on the city. That's not a deed to dismiss lightly. I suppose if Brienne wants to reflect in the crypts, let her. She's an honorable soul." They finished the meal in pensive calm, then parted. Robb lingered in the corridor, mind drifting. A subtle longing for conversation with Jon or Arya overcame him. He missed the days when they'd gather in the solar at dusk, rehashing whatever nonsense. But Jon was on the Watchtower route and Arya was far in the Stormlands. He accepted the hush of his own thoughts. Stepping outside to check the yard again, he noticed something unusual: 2 men near the gates, fussing in quiet debate. They wore old cloaks, battered leathers, each sporting a few scars. Their posture suggested free folk or near to it. One carried a small sack slung over his shoulder. The guards looked uncertain how to handle them. Robb approached, reading the tension in their posture. "What's the matter here?" The first guard saluted. "My lord, these men claim to be travelers from beyond the gift, wanting to speak with Lord Stark about farmland or some such. Not armed beyond small knives, so we let them approach. But they're unclear." Robb stepped forward, meeting the men's eyes. They were older, faces weathered by harsh climates. One had a thick beard, the other a narrow face and skittish glance. Possibly they were once wildlings or small folk from remote corners. The bearded one cleared his throat. "Begging pardon, my lord. We come from a settlement north of the Shivering Sea Inlet. We heard rumors you might help folks who want new farmland. Some said the North's big enough to share." Robb recalled that some free folk had begun drifting south to settle near the gift, working with Jon's tolerance. Aye, the gift near the wall is open for homesteading, within reason. And the queen's men seldom trouble that region if you keep the peace. The man nodded vigorously. We don't want trouble. We fled worse. The snows up there are brutal and the undead used to roam. We survived, but now we want stable land. We heard how Stark was fair. Robb's wariness eased. We can discuss it. If you're willing to follow our laws, pay a minimal share of crops, you might settle near the eastern gift. We do have watchers patrolling in case any threat arises from beyond. But it's calmer now. A flicker of hope lit the man's eyes. Truly, my lord? Robb smiled faintly. Yes, truly. Come inside, speak with the steward about details. We'll see if we can guide you to an unclaimed patch. Relief flooded their faces. They bowed clumsily. The guard, still cautious, led them inside. Robb exhaled. Another small sign that the realm's healing touched corners once overshadowed by terror. If free folk or remote settlers wanted to join the North peacefully, he'd welcome them, as Jon advocated. He resumed his meander, eventually pausing at the smithy. There, the clang of hammers rang. A local blacksmith hammered out new plowshares. Another was finishing a handful of arrowheads. The heat from the forge spilled across the yard. Robb greeted them, praising their craft. They saluted, proud to contribute. The memory of forging swords for an endless war flickered in Robb's mind. Now these hammers shaped a future of agriculture, not arms. That evening, a hush settled over the keep. Robb found himself drifting toward the crypts, half drawn by the knowledge that Brienne had gone there. The sun was near setting, painting the sky in streaks of purple and gold. He walked the winding stairs down, each torch bracket revealing another patch of cold stone. The subterranean air felt older than the rest of Winterfell, steeped in the memory of Stark ancestors. Statues lined the narrow passage, each carved with a direwolf at its feet, each face worn with time. He heard quiet footsteps ahead, boots echoing. Then he saw Brienne standing near Ned Stark's statue, her head bowed. The statue's granite features captured only a vague sense of his father's calm face. Robb paused, uncertain whether to intrude. Brienne turned slightly, noticing him. Her expression was solemn, not tearful. She dipped her head in greeting, then turned back to the statue. I was just remembering how your father once tried to keep the realm from tearing itself apart. And Jaime, he told me near the end, how he realized Ned Stark was more honorable than any in King's Landing gave him credit for. Jaime used to resent that, but eventually he respected it. Robb stepped closer, the crypt's chill gnawing at his bones. My father meant only to protect the people. In the end, that cost him his life. I never truly forgave King's Landing for that. But I suppose it's behind us now. Brienne nodded. I sometimes wonder if Jaime's final choice was, in part, inspired by Ned Stark's example. Doing the right thing for once, even if it cost him. Stopping Cersei from unleashing wildfire on the innocent. He died in the process. She swallowed. I carry that memory with me. A hush stretched. Robb placed a hand on the statue's cold stone base. Then it was a noble end, if any can be called noble in war. I'm sorry for your loss. You two had a bond beyond simple duty. Her jaw tightened, but she didn't deny it. Yes, he made grave mistakes, but he tried to be better in the end. She shifted her stance. I always swore to uphold my vows, to protect the innocent, to fight for the living. That vow led me here to pay respects to your father and, in a way, to my friend. So, thank you. Robb murmured gently, You're welcome. My father's memory belongs to all who value honor. Stay as long as you like. Winterfell will provide you lodging for the night, or more. She nodded, gratitude flickering in her weary gaze. I'll leave tomorrow. I must return to King's Landing eventually, but I appreciate the respite. The North is calmer than anywhere else these days. Robb gave a solemn half-smile. We strive to keep it that way. He left her to her vigil, stepping back into the corridor. After a moment, he heard her murmuring quietly, perhaps a prayer or a farewell. He climbed the steps, the crypt's chill replaced by the living warmth of the keep. Another ghost laid to rest, in a sense. The next morning, he found her in the courtyard, her horse saddled. She thanked him and Sansa for their hospitality, accepted a small parcel of traveling food, and took her leave. Robb watched her ride out, heading south along the King's Road. Another visitor departing Winterfell with no friction or strife, only quiet reflection. The realm's new era felt more solid each day. Around midday, a half-dozen huntsmen returned from an expedition to the deep Wolfswood. They brought 2 slain stags, a crate of forest herbs, and news that the forest teemed with new growth. They saw no sign of bandits or stray wights, just healthy wildlife. Sansa happily declared they'd feast on fresh venison that evening. Robb assisted the huntsmen in stowing the catch in the kitchens, greeting them personally. They beamed at the recognition, likely recalling a time when the young wolf commanded entire armies. But now he was just their lord, helping store meat. Afternoon brought a mild shower of rain. Robb sat in the library tower, flipping through old records with Maester Wolken. They examined genealogies to update after the wars. So many lines had changed. The Boltons were extinct, the Freys nearly so, the Lannisters effectively undone, the Baratheons replaced by Gendry. The entire southern power structure had shifted. They added notes about House Targaryen's renewed monarchy, about Arya's potential tie to House Baratheon if that ever became official. It was half rumor, half possibility. Robb occasionally chuckled at the idea of Arya as a formal lady in Storm's End, but he penned the note anyway. By evening, the rain cleared. The promised venison feast took shape in the Great Hall. Smaller than a true banquet, it was more a communal meal for the staff and a few local lords visiting for trade matters. The hall glowed with torchlight on rough-hewn tables. Servants passed wooden bowls of spiced stew, platters of sizzling venison steaks, baskets of warm bread. Sansa presided at the high table, inviting everyone to eat well. Robb joined her, ignoring any pretensions, just grateful to break bread in peace. A hush fell as the meal began. Men and women murmured thanks to the old gods or the seven, depending on their faith. Then the hall filled with the hum of conversation, clink of cups, children's laughter near the back. Robb sipped ale, scanning the faces, a Glover retainer, a Serwyn cousin, a pair of traveling minstrels strumming gentle tunes. The atmosphere was almost festive. Sansa leaned in, speaking softly. Sometimes I wonder if the old troubles were real. Did we truly face an undead horde? Did the Lannisters once hold us in chains? It feels so distant now. Robb nodded. I know. But it was real and we carry the scars. Maybe that's why this meal means so much. We're still here. They ate contentedly. A steward poured fresh cider into earthen cups. The minstrels played a mellow ballad about the north wind, the refrain echoing softly. Robb let the music lull him, recalling how dire wolves once roamed these halls, how the world's entire fate balanced on a razor's edge, now replaced by the gentle moment of a communal feast. Partway through, a messenger arrived from the gate, delivering a note to Sansa. She read it quickly, mouth corking into a smile. She whispered to Robb, Jon's returned early. He's at the gate with his men. No trouble, apparently. Let's greet him. They excused themselves from the table, weaving through the crowd. Outside in the courtyard, the sky showed a deep purple, stars just beginning to appear. The gate stood wide, letting in Jon and his small party. He dismounted, brushing off road dust. Ghost trotted at his side, muzzle dark with hints of mud. The 2 guards looked similarly traveled, but uninjured. Sansa extended her arms in a gesture of welcome. You're back sooner than expected. All well. Jon nodded, handing his reins to a stable hand. Yes, everything's quiet. The watchtowers had minor rot, so we left a note for the carpenters. The hamlet by the lakes is stable, just lacking a bit of guidance on storing fish. They want an official sign from Winterfell granting them market rights. Robb smirked. That's becoming a trend. Everyone wants recognized status to hold a market, thinking it'll bring them wealth. Might as well. The realm thrives on trade. Jon shrugged. Better markets than war. We can finalize details tomorrow. Right now, I'd kill for a hot meal and a wash. Sansa beckoned toward the hall. You're in luck, we have venison aplenty. Come join us. Baths can be drawn once you've eaten if you like. Jon gave a tired grin. Sounds perfect. They walked inside together, the warmth of the great hall enveloping them. Jon parted to quickly rinse his hands and face, then rejoined at the dais, greeted by nods from the crowd who recognized him. Another plate was fetched, more venison served. The minstrels plucked a livelier tune now, spurring light banter among the guests. Robb took satisfaction in the easy camaraderie. Once, the sight of stark men and outlying houses mingling had always been overshadowed by the gloom of war councils. Now they simply shared food and laughter. Ghost, surprisingly, padded into the hall, sniffing around a corner. The watchers parted to give the dire wolf space, some eyeing him warily. But he only curled near Jon's feet, accepting a scrap of venison. Sansa teased Jon about spoiling the wolf, but Jon just rubbed Ghost's ears. The mood felt almost like old Winterfell days, when dire wolves roamed freely, pups bounding under the tables. A pang for lost siblings flared in Robb's chest. Still, he let it be overshadowed by gratitude for who remained. After the meal, the guests lingered, finishing drinks. Some drifted away to their quarters or huts nearby. Sansa and Jon exchanged details about the watchtower inspection, speaking quietly over the last scraps of dessert. Robb excused himself, stepping out once more to the yard, seeking fresh air. He found the sky fully dark, a moonless canopy brimming with stars. Torchlight gleamed off the stables. A mild breeze carried the scent of pine from the forests beyond. He reached the well at the yard's center, a place so often overshadowed by memories of war. Tonight it stood in tranquil hush. He leaned on the weathered stone rim, gazing up at the constellations. His father once taught him their names, the importance of the cosmic cycles. Back then it all seemed so distant from the day-to-day troubles of lords and ladies. But after facing undead and dragons, the vastness of the sky felt oddly comforting, a reminder that life continued. Footsteps approached. He turned to see Jon, cloak draped over his shoulders, hair still damp from a quick wash. Ghost was nowhere in sight, likely dozing by the dais or wandering the outer yard. Jon joined him by the well, glancing at the starry expanse. For a while, neither spoke. Then Jon said softly, "It's too quiet out there, sometimes. Or at least, I'm not used to it. I keep expecting to find some threat around the next bend." Robb inhaled. "You're not alone in that feeling. I guess we both learned to be watchful. But maybe that's good. We won't be caught unprepared if trouble does arise. At the same time, I'd like to trust peace for a while." Jon nodded. "Me too. I saw no sign of anything malicious. The roads are calm. People talk about their harvest, about the chance to see next year's queen's progress. No fear in their voices." Robb fiddled with a loose stone on the well's rim. "Let's keep it that way." They fell silent again, the hush of the yard broken only by the distant clang of a blacksmith's after-hours forging, someone finishing a late project. The occasional murmur of a guard on the walls drifted down. Jon took a breath. "When you were king in the north, did you ever imagine we'd come to this? A realm at peace, allied with a Targaryen, free of the undead." Robb's lips twitched, half a smile. "Never. I dreamt of winning independence or vengeance, but never living quietly. Seems the gods have a wry sense of humor." Jon stared at the sky. "I used to think the best I could do was hold the wall, fend off nightmares. Now the nightmares are gone. Sometimes I feel adrift." Robb nudged him lightly with an elbow. "Then find a new anchor. Winterfell can always use your help. Or the free folk could. Or build a life, like normal men do, maybe find love, settle down." Jon chuckled, but it was hollow. "Maybe. We'll see." They parted soon after, each retreating to their chambers. Robb's mind buzzed with half-formed hopes, exhaustion soon claiming him. Over the next weeks, the North's routine resumed. Sansa managed harvest tallies, a series of Manderley trade wagons arrived bearing salted fish and barley, more hamlets petitioned for recognition, and the simplest solutions emerged. Letters trickled in from Storm's End, where Arya described assisting Gendry with forging. She joked about shaping a small dagger for him, calling it a memento of the wolf and the stag. No official talk of betrothals, but Sansa teased Robb that it was only a matter of time. In mid-autumn, a raven arrived from Daenerys, brief but enthusiastic about the realm's stable summer. She asked whether the North needed any supplies before winter. Robb and Sansa wrote back, politely declining. The North had enough reserves thanks to a bountiful harvest. Another letter came from Tyrion, praising them for turning the North into a success story of the post-war era. It all seemed too ideal. Only once did Robb sense any flicker of trouble, a rumor that some Ironborn marauders roamed near Bear Island's southwestern islets, ignoring Yara Greyjoy's official stance. But the Mormonts sent a swift patrol, found only a few abandoned boats. Possibly they had moved on or never existed. Another rumor alleged a renegade band of ex-Lannister soldiers might be lurking in the Westerlands, but that was far from the North's domain. One evening, while the first snows dusted the yard, Sansa approached Robb in the library tower, where he was reading an old volume about northern genealogies. She carried a single parchment, eyes gleaming with quiet excitement. "Arya wrote again," she said. "Listen." She read aloud. "I've been at Storm's End these last months, helping Gendry oversee a new forge and set of battlements. The storms truly test the stones, but we're beating them. The men here talk of calling me lady, which still feels absurd. but I suppose I've learned not to bite them for it. Gendry and I, well, we're happy. I might remain indefinitely or I might roam again. Not sure yet, but I wanted you to know I'm not being held captive, nor am I lonely. If you need me in the north, send a raven. Otherwise, keep building that bright future you keep bragging about. Also, there's talk that Daenerys might pass through the Stormlands on her progress next year. If that happens, I might join her traveling north. Or I'll come on my own. Either way, you can't get rid of me forever. With love, not too much. Arya. Sansa lowered the parchment, smiling. She signs it so casually, but I sense she's content. A new home with Gendry, forging a future. Robb felt a surge of warmth. She deserves it. She's done enough. Let her roam or remain as she pleases. Storm's End is probably never dull. Sansa placed the letter in the chest where they kept important family correspondence. I imagine them hammering steel, laughing at storms, scaring lords who question them. It suits her. Later that night, Robb strolled the ramparts, letting the hush of falling snow settle around him. The subdued glimmer of torchlight along the walls cast dancing shadows. The cold bit at his cheeks, but he wore a thick cloak. The watchers on the parapet nodded respectfully. He peered out over the white-blanketed fields. The realm seemed so small from this vantage, the nighttime hush absolute. He shut his eyes briefly, recalling the countless battles waged in his youth. The frantic marches, the heartbreak of betrayal, the final stands against an impossible undead legion. All replaced now by quiet. He pictured Arya at Storm's End, forging new weapons or sparring with Gendry. Jon, down in the keep, perhaps dozing near the hearth with Ghost at his feet. Sansa reading letters, forging alliances with a calm authority their mother would admire. He pictured Daenerys somewhere in King's Landing, reigning without tyranny, guided by those who believed in a better realm. He felt their shared presence, as if a tapestry of living threads bound them all. The wind carried a faint whisper, stirring memories of Ned Stark's voice. Or perhaps just the rustle of a shifting season. In that moment, Robb felt sure that if his father could see them now, house united, realm at peace, he'd be proud. The next day, routine continued. Food distribution for the winter, watch rotations, merchant arrivals. Sansa arranged a small audience for minor disputes, a farmer accusing a neighbor of redirecting a stream. Robb attended, listening with mild exasperation as they bickered over water rights. He recalled how in the old days such petty spats might have been overshadowed by the urgent swirl of war. Now they had the luxury to solve them meticulously, ensuring fairness. Snow fell heavier as the weeks passed, layering Winterfell in a pristine hush. The yard's footprints reappeared daily, then vanished overnight under fresh drifts. Guards salted the main walkways, ensuring traction for older servants. The orchard's branches turned skeletal, leaves gone. Still, some apples had been stored, ready for winter stews. The castle's interior remained warm thanks to the hot springs beneath. Sansa joked that no matter the realm's changes, Winterfell's springs would keep them from freezing. Early one morn, a raven from White Harbor arrived bearing a message from the Manderleys. A small fleet of 4 ships from King's Landing had docked, carrying envoys from the freed cities. They would winter in White Harbor, then proceed to Winterfell in spring, if invited, to see northern life. Sansa and Robb exchanged glances, half amused that everyone now wanted to see the north. They penned a polite acceptance. Another sign that the Queen's far-reaching alliances blossomed. Jon occasionally left for short trips, checking hamlets or riding as far as the Gift. He always returned with the same news, no trouble. A group of free folk homesteaders near the old mountain passes, living peacefully. Tormund's name surfaced now and then, but he roamed too far north for regular contact. Ghost, as ever, followed faithfully. Robb found Jon's restlessness understandable. They'd grown used to crisis, now replaced by calm. Near midwinter, Sansa arranged a small festival reminiscent of the old tradition when nights grew longest. She invited local families to gather in Winterfell's yard for hot cider, a modest bonfire, and a short ceremony praising the old gods. People wore thick furs, children laughing as they chased each other with snowballs. Robb walked among them, feeling a warmth deeper than physical. Tapestries of color and life replaced the memories of how these same grounds had run red with blood. At dusk, a bonfire was lit in the yard's center. Sparks rose toward the star-laden sky. The watchers stood around it, telling stories of ancestors, each story ending with a vow never to forget. Robb listened, a mug of mulled wine in hand, Sansa at his side. Jon stood across the flames, half smiling, Ghost leaning against his leg. The swirl of embers in the cold night air felt almost magical. One old man told a tale of House Stark from centuries past, how a Stark king braved the winter storms to rescue a village from starvation. Another recounted an adaptation of the Long Night's final stand, praising Arya's heroism, though the details grew more embellished each telling. Robb didn't correct them. Legends gave people hope. When it ended, the crowd dispersed, returning to huts or castle chambers. Robb remained a moment, gazing into the dying embers. He felt a presence join him, Sansa, her gloved hand resting on his arm. "You look lost in thought," she said quietly. He exhaled a soft laugh. "Was thinking how these stories once revolved around war and vengeance. Now they revolve around survival and unity." She squeezed his arm gently. "We still have legends, but we shape them anew. Let them inspire the next generation." They doused the last of the flames, retreated inside the keep. Snow drifted on the threshold, the night hush returning. As the winter deepened, each day found the north steadier. The supply lines from White Harbor functioned seamlessly. Mormont ships tested new piers at Bear Island. The Gloverlands reported a strong yield of smoked meats. Even the watchers at the wall, what remained of them, wrote that no sign of undead or threat lingered in the far north, only scattered free folk. The Queen in King's Landing continued her reforms, if letters were to be believed, though seldom did they require the North's input. In that lull, Sansa dedicated time to improving local schooling for orphans, establishing a small group of tutors in the library tower. Jon refined the watch schedules. Robb spent hours each day mentoring younger stewards in the art of balancing house accounts. The realm's stability allowed them to strengthen the foundations for future generations. By the time the worst of winter abated, a subtle shift took hold. The days lengthened, the snow softened. The yard turned slushy, draining into channels. Robb found himself longing for open fields, hunts, or a trip to the outlying farms. He decided to take a small party for a week's journey across several villages, verifying their needs, greeting old allies. Sansa agreed, wanting to remain behind and manage Winterfell. Jon chose to accompany him along with 4 guards and a few pack horses. They set out under a clear dawn. The roads, though slushy, were passable. They visited a half-dozen hamlets, discovered no real crises, only minor matters like a collapsed bridge or the need for more seeds. People recognized Robb and Jon, recalling the frantic times they had ridden by with armies. Now it was quiet conversation, shared cups of ale at humble tables, grateful small folk offering them fresh bread. Ghosts prowled the outskirts, occasionally startling sheep. On the 5th day, they reached a settlement near the White Knife's upper tributary. The water rushed with snowmelt, fueling small mills. The villagers greeted them warmly, proud to show off how they'd built a communal storehouse for grain, a row of new huts for families returning from the wars. Robb was genuinely impressed, praising their resilience. The village elder insisted they stay for the evening, offering the largest hut's floor for sleeping. They accepted. That night, a simple feast unfolded: venison stew, some dried fruit, rough bread, all served around a central fire. The villagers told stories of how they'd once feared the Boltons or the undead but had found a second chance after House Stark reclaimed power. Robb listened humbly. Jon quietly sipped his stew. Ghost lay at the door, half-dozing. Eventually, the elder asked Robb if the Queen in King's Landing truly planned to come north next year. "We hear it said she'll ride with dragons to see these very lands. Is it true?" Robb nodded. "That's her plan if the realm remains stable. She'll start in the south, eventually reach White Harbor, then come to Winterfell. Possibly see the farmland. She wants to know the realm beyond the capital." Nervous excitement rippled. The villagers whispered about seeing a living dragon. One man recalled the old stories of Targaryen kings subduing the north by fire. Robb reassured him that Daenerys pledged no conquest, only alliance. The man's eyes shone with awe but also hope. Another sign that times changed. When the stew was finished, they parted for the night. Robb settled into a quiet corner, using a rolled cloak as a pillow. Jon stayed up a while, stoking the dying fire. The hush of crickets outside lulled them. No tension of nighttime raids or ambushes. Just the calm of a spring night in the far north. They returned to Winterfell 2 days later, satisfied that all was well. Sansa welcomed them, newsy about how few new issues had arisen. The freed city's envoys at White Harbor would remain there for the season, not pressing north yet. Everything seemed in perfect balance. Weeks slipped into months, the warmth of spring turning into early summer. The fields around Winterfell turned lush green. Sheep grazed near the outer moats. A gentle hum of agricultural life surrounded the castle, far from the bleakness of the long night. The largest stir was the partial expansions in the library tower, where more records and scrolls arrived from King's Landing, courtesy of Tyrion's desire to unify knowledge. Scribes busied themselves copying treatises on crops, medicine, even histories of Targaryen reigns. Robb found it surprisingly engrossing, scanning old texts about the early Starks in the time of Aegon's conquest, noticing parallels to the new era. Midsummer arrived with bright skies and occasional thunderstorms rolling in from the west. One such storm hammered the ramparts for a day, causing the orchard to droop under heavy rain. But the next morning dawned crisp and clear. That was the day a fresh raven from Storm's End soared in, carrying a longer letter from Arya. Sansa and Robb read it eagerly. Arya described the ongoing repairs to the fortress's sea walls battered by storms. She mentioned Gendry's plan to build a small fleet, not for war but for coastal defense. She stated that Daenerys's progress might reach Storm's End earlier than anticipated. Some rumors placed the Queen's entourage there in a few months. If that happened, Arya would likely join the traveling party north, an official contingent to greet the north after a long separation. She teased that if Gendry decided to come as well, they might present some big announcement. She refused to say more, but Sansa's eyes glittered with suspicion that it might be a betrothal. Robb only chuckled. If that's her choice, we'll welcome them. She always had her own path, but forging ties with House Baratheon, it's a twist father never foresaw. Sansa smirked. Better than many fates. I'll ensure we're ready if they arrive with the Queen. They drafted a warm reply, encouraging Arya to come. Over the next weeks, they made discreet preparations. Some cleaning of guest chambers, a light refurbishment of the Great Hall's dais, ensuring the orchard was well tended. They didn't want a lavish spectacle, but House Stark should show suitable hospitality. The realm's peace might hinge on symbolic gestures. Late that summer, the day arrived. Daenerys Targaryen's progress reached White Harbor. Word arrived by fast rider that the Queen, accompanied by Tyrion, Grey Worm, a handful of Dothraki, a scattering of Westerosi lords, and multiple lesser retinues, had landed. White Harbor gave them a polite welcome. After a few days of rest, the plan was to ride north. Indeed, the next message said they'd set forth within the week, traveling with a moderate escort on the King's Road. Sansa oversaw final touches, fresh banners repaired, the courtyard tidied, new rushes laid in the Great Hall. Jon polished his sword and scouted the roads, ensuring no hazards. Robb found himself oddly calm, remembering how once the arrival of a Targaryen force would have signaled war. Now it was a courtesy call, marking the realm's unity. Let it be so. A day before they were expected, outriders spotted the Queen's vanguard unsullied in formation, plus a swirl of Dothraki outriders. People lined the roads outside Winterfell, curious to glimpse dragons if any. But dragons, rumor said, were left behind. Drogon remained near King's Landing, nursing old wounds, and Regal too weakened to travel far. Daenerys apparently traveled by horse or carriage, preserving the dragons from strenuous journeys. By midday, horns sounded from the ramparts. A column of perhaps 200 approached, Targaryen banners in black and red fluttering. In the lead rode Grey Worm with a small group of Unsullied, scanning the walls with stoic eyes. Behind them came Tyrion on a sturdy grey horse, flanked by a few Dothraki. And at the center, a figure in a hooded cloak, posture erect, Daenerys Targaryen, the silver flash of her hair visible beneath the cloak's edges. More riders followed, along with a handful of wagons. Robb, Sansa, and Jon stood in the courtyard, flanked by Winterfell's men. The gates opened. The visitors entered at a measured pace. Tension flickered across the onlookers' faces. But it was the tension of curiosity, not fear. Daenerys halted her horse in front of the Starks. Tyrion and Grey Worm drew up behind her. Another figure in the retinue parted from the group, Arya, recognizable by the set of her shoulders, a grin tugging at her lips. Next to her rode Gendry, wearing a Baratheon crest. The swirl of new images hammered home how different the realm was now. Daenerys dismounted, handing her reins to a waiting hand. She pulled back her hood, revealing a slight flush in her cheeks from the ride. She wore a traveling cloak of dark red, lined with black. Her expression was warm but a bit fatigued. Tyrion dismounted too, glancing around with keen eyes. The hush broke as Robb stepped forward. "Your Grace, welcome to Winterfell," he said, bowing. Sansa and Jon likewise dipped their heads. "We're honored by your visit." Daenerys inclined her head in return. "Thank you, Lord Stark. Pleases me to see this place flourishing. I have long wished to return under kinder circumstances." Arya hopped off her horse behind them. "No dragons overhead this time," she quipped lightly. "Just wagons and sore backsides." Sansa laughed, stepping to embrace Arya. The men parted to allow that moment. Gendry lingered, giving a respectful nod to the Starks. Jon greeted them with an embrace. A wave of relief washed over Robb at the sight of Arya's grin. She looked healthy, confident, no sign of restlessness. Possibly Storm's End had done her good. Tyrion cleared his throat politely. "Shall we move inside? Her Grace would likely appreciate rest, and then we can greet the rest of your household. We have many days of travel behind us." Robb signaled the stable boys and servants to handle the visitors' horses. "Yes, of course. We have quarters prepared. Food and wine if you wish." They crossed the courtyard. Small folk and guards parted with open curiosity, some bowing, others simply staring at the Targaryen queen who once commanded dragons. Daenerys met their gazes with a gentle nod, not haughty. Her retinue followed. Grey Worm remained near her side, expression unreadable. The Dothraki scanned the stone walls, perhaps uneasy in a place so far from their warm plains. But none voiced complaint. Once inside, they led the Queen's party to the Great Hall. The hall had been cleared, with a row of tables set for refreshments. The watchers inside wore a mixture of reverence and tension. Daenerys turned to Robb and Sansa. "You've done much with this place since last I saw it. It feels alive." Sansa offered a gracious nod. "We rebuilt after the battles, little by little. The people's resilience carried us." Daenerys exhaled, her gaze drifting to the high rafters. "You've set an example for the realm. I see it as I ride north. Villages thriving, no sign of war banners. You've done well, House Stark." Robb gestured to the table where fresh bread, salted fish, and ale waited. "Shall we sit? Then you can share what's new in King's Landing. We can also exchange news about the freed city's trade expansions." Daenerys agreed, handing off her cloak to a waiting attendant. Grey Worm and Tyrion took seats beside her. Arya and Gendry sat across from them. Sansa took the seat nearest Robb, while Jon stood a moment, uncertain, then slid in at Robb's other side. A hush fell as the servants poured drinks. Daenerys thanked them, took a sip of water. "We bring no dire tidings, only the desire to strengthen unity. The realm is calmer than we dared hope. The Westerlands see some pockets of old Lannister loyalists, but they're quiet. The Stormlands flourish under Gendry's renewed house, and Dorne remains content so long as we respect their traditions. Our greatest challenge is ensuring we do not neglect these new freed cities' alliances. Missandei's work has laid the foundation, but that requires continued effort." Tyrion chimed in. "We also want to ensure the North benefits from these expansions. Hence, the possibility of building direct shipping routes from White Harbor to select SOC ports. Since last we wrote, more freed city merchants expressed interest in northern furs, timber, even small quantities of metals. If your ports can handle it, you could see a boost in revenue that stabilizes future winters." Sansa folded her hands. "We appreciate that. White Harbor is prepared to expand, though it'll take time. We do worry about the long voyages, but presumably the risk is small if your Navy patrols are effective." Grey Worm spoke softly. "We keep patrols along the major routes. The Queen's fleet is not large, but it's disciplined. Pirates rarely challenge us now, especially with the Ironborn tamed under Yara." Arya, eyes glittering, smirked. "And if any do, Gendry's forging new war galleys at Storm's End, right?" He shrugged, a hint of a grin. "Maybe. For defense, not invasion. We learned enough from the last wars to avoid stirring trouble." Daenerys turned to Arya with a smile. "I suspect your presence convinced them not to cross House Baratheon. Word of the wolf." Arya rolled her eyes, but Robb noticed how comfortable she looked by Gendry's side. Indeed, a sense of closeness. Perhaps Sansa's guess was accurate. They conversed for an hour, nibbling bread, sipping ale. No tensions emerged. The mood was surprisingly warm. After the initial talk of trade, Daenerys expressed interest in seeing how Winterfell's farmland recouped from the undead attacks. She mentioned wanting to walk the orchard, visit the library tower, greet the smallfolk. A queenly progress, but not a forced display. Robb and Sansa assured her they'd arrange it. When the talk paused, Daenerys turned to Jon. "I hope you found peace here, Jon. The city misses your presence, but I respect your choice." Jon lowered his gaze. "Thank you, Your Grace. The North is my home. I'm grateful for the quiet, but I'm glad you could see it for yourself." Her expression softened. "So am I. Perhaps we can share a ride tomorrow, see the fields beyond the gates. I'd welcome your insight. The land shaped you more than any castle." He nodded, subdued but not unhappy. Eventually, the group disbanded to settle in rooms prepared for them. Sansa escorted Daenerys to a suite near the Old Lord's chambers, richly furnished but not ostentatious. Tyrion, Grey Worm, and the others found spots in the guest wing. Arya grinned at Gendry, teasing that she'd show him the same chamber she once stole from a reluctant noble. Robb left them with a bemused shrug, heading to the yard to ensure the travelers' horses were stabled. The Dothraki guides found suitable lodging. The next days passed in a calm flurry. Daenerys rose each morning, breakfasted with the Starks, then took short excursions beyond the walls. She visited orchard groves, nodded approvingly at the new construction. Farmers greeted her with mild curiosity, some kneeling, others stammering welcomes. She remained polite, offering smiles, never demanding fealty beyond courtesy. Grey Worm accompanied her, watchful but not menacing. Tyrion strolled behind, occasionally scribbling notes. The townsfolk murmured about how different this Targaryen queen was from the old tales. One afternoon, a small crowd gathered near the orchard while Daenerys and Sansa chatted about local seeds and soils. A farmer timidly approached, asking if the queen might bless his newborn child, a simple custom of giving luck. Daenerys hesitated, then gently touched the swaddled babe's brow, offering a soft wish for a prosperous life. The father beamed. Sansa's eyes glinted with satisfaction, reading how these gestures would solidify a sense of trust. Arya spent time showing Gendry the yard where she once trained with swords as a girl, the library tower's nooks, even the crypts if rumors were true, though Gendry found it unsettling. She teased him about southern squeamishness. At supper each night, the great hall thrived with mild festivity. The Dothraki ate heartily, though they found the northern chill perplexing. Tyrion engaged in witty banter with Sansa, remarking how the realm's troubles seemed so far away. On the fourth day of the queen's presence, a mild stir occurred when a ravaged set of travelers arrived at the gates, claiming to have come from the Westerlands. They spoke of some minor skirmishes with rogue sellswords, but that had been weeks ago. They found no major conflict, only a sense that the old Lannister holdings were fracturing without a clear lord. Daenerys listened to their story, frowned, but concluded it was not a new war, merely the dying throes of old chaos. She asked Grey Worm to dispatch a small squad south to investigate. By the end of that week, Daenerys declared her progress nearly done. She planned to continue northward a bit, see the wall's remnants if possible, then circle back to the south. Tyrion was less eager for that final leg, but the queen insisted, citing how she once soared over the wall on Dragonback. Now she wanted to see it in peace. Sansa offered provisions for the journey. Jon volunteered to guide them partway, having intimate knowledge of the wall. Daenerys accepted, welcoming his expertise. Robb found himself torn between relief at the queen's departure, returning Winterfell to its quiet routine, and an odd sense of pride that this Targaryen monarchy truly respected the North's sovereignty. On the eve of departure, they held a final meal. Arya and Gendry also prepared to leave, traveling with the queen's party back to Storm's End after they visited the wall. Over dinner, Sansa teased Arya about returning for a winter wedding, but Arya only smirked, neither denying nor confirming. Gendry looked sheepish, which made Tyrion chuckle. Daenerys politely changed the subject, praising the orchard's sweet apples. When the meal ended, Daenerys stood, raising a simple toast. To House Stark, keepers of the North, who overcame countless trials to find a gentler path. I am grateful for your hospitality. May the realm thrive under such shared efforts. The hall echoed with soft applause. Robb bowed slightly, exchanging a look with Sansa. Jon clasped Daenerys' hand in a quiet expression of respect. No words needed. Arya yawned theatrically, complaining about too much feasting, drawing laughter from the guests. Another night of calm revelry concluded. At dawn, the courtyard filled with the bustle of departure. Daenerys' retinue saddled horses, packed wagons. The Dothraki led their mounts with brisk efficiency. Grey Worm methodically inspected the lines. Tyrion stifled a groan about early mornings, though he wore traveling leathers. Arya joined them, adjusting her cloak, while Gendry joked with a pair of Dothraki about forging better stirrups. Robb and Sansa came forward, flanked by a half-dozen Winterfell guards. Daenerys approached, smiling. "Thank you again, Lord Stark, Lady Sansa. Your home is a testament to resilience." Sansa curtsied lightly. "We hope your further journey is safe. The route to the wall can be harsh, but Jon will guide you well." Daenerys's gaze shifted to Robb. "And you, I trust, will stay in communication via ravens. Should you ever need the Crown's assistance, do not hesitate. The alliance stands." Robb nodded. "We appreciate that. And likewise, if the Crown faces a threat requiring northern grit." She chuckled softly. "I pray it doesn't come to that, but I'm glad to know you remain steadfast allies." A hush as they clasped forearms in a show of respect. Tyrion gave a last bow, teasing that next time he'd come with more wine to share. Arya stepped up to hug Sansa, exchange a playful punch with Robb, then grin. "Don't get too comfortable. I'll drop by whenever I like." Sansa laughed. "We'd expect nothing less." Jon embraced Sansa and Robb both, murmuring that he'd return after accompanying the Queen to the wall. Ghost padded in circles, evidently planning to join them. The gates opened. One by one, the column rode out, Daenerys and Grey Worm at the front, Tyrion behind them, Dothraki and wagons in tow, Arya and Gendry near the center, Jon on the flank. A few watchers from Winterfell waved them off, curiosity still in their eyes, but no fear. The Queen had come in peace, departed likewise. When the last rider vanished beyond the crest of the road, Robb turned to Sansa, releasing a breath he hadn't realized he was holding. "That's that. Another chapter." She nodded, giving him a weary smile. "You think they'll be all right? The road to the wall is no pleasure trip, but I suppose with Jon and the Unsullied, it'll be fine." He shrugged. "I suspect they'll be fine. Daenerys has faced worse roads. Besides, the biggest threat once roamed that route and it's gone." They walked back inside. The courtyard resumed its typical bustle, no grand departure left to watch. Another normal day. Some part of Robb's soul felt lighter. The realm continued forward, each subtle link forging a lasting peace. Days turned into weeks again. A raven arrived from Castle Black, stating that Daenerys's party reached the wall safely, spent a few days marveling at the structure. She apparently left a small plaque commemorating the alliance that repelled the undead. Then they rode back south. Jon parted ways near the gift, returning to Winterfell alone, while the Queen traveled on to Storm's End with Arya and Gendry. That was the last direct news for a time. In Winterfell, life rolled on like a gentle tide. Sansa oversaw the storing of harvest yields for next winter. Robb helped plan expansions to the orchard as the orchard caretaker insisted the land could handle new saplings. Jon grew more comfortable in the role of a northern leader, occasionally stepping in for Robb when issues arose. Freed City's envoys passed through White Harbor, sending friendly notes. The synergy of a realm at peace. Autumn tinted the leaves gold and red. A letter from Storm's End revealed that Arya and Gendry had, indeed, announced a betrothal. They planned a small ceremony within the year, possibly attended by Daenerys if timing allowed. Sansa squealed in delight at the news, while Robb suppressed a grin of utter satisfaction. He recalled their father's old wish that his daughters find worthy matches. This was certainly an unexpected union, but a strong one. They wrote back warm congratulations, promising to send a contingent if they decided on a formal wedding feast. Arya's next letter was short, half-joking. "Don't fuss, I'm not turning into a southern lady. I'll wear my sword to the ceremony." Gendry says that's fine. When the leaves fully turned and the chill in the air signaled another winter's approach, the last threads of tension fell away. The North thrived. Houses that once bitterly contested each other now collaborated on trade routes, shared seed stock. The freed cities asked about forging direct ties with Bear Island, White Harbor, and eventually with any northern ports built near the Shivering Sea. Daenerys's monarchy stabilized in the south. Word spread that she had begun forging an official code of laws with Tyrion's help, ensuring no lord repeated Cersei's tyranny. One crisp morning, Sansa found Robb at the orchard's edge, gazing at the autumn-touched leaves. She joined him, silent for a moment, then quietly took his arm. "All of this. We made it, brother. Through war, through betrayal, through the undead. And we came out to a sunrise, not a sunset." He placed his free hand over hers. "We did. And we'll keep it safe." She leaned her head on his shoulder briefly, a gesture of sisterly trust. "I can't imagine Father's pride if he saw how we turned the realm from vengeance to cooperation." Robb inhaled the orchard's scent, memories swirling, the direwolves bounding through these courtyards, the dire battles that once consumed him. He wanted us to hold true to the North's honor, to protect the people. That's what we'll do. House Stark remains and the realm thrives. It's enough. They stood there, letting the wind brush fallen leaves around their feet. The orchard overshadowed the tragedies that once stained these grounds. Now the blossoming future overshadowed sorrow. In the quiet glow of the morning sun, Robb closed his eyes, offering a silent thanks. For the wars survived, for the family that endured, for a realm forging new legends. He opened them again, meeting Sansa's steady gaze. Arm in arm, they turned back to the keep, the heart of Winterfell, their steps unhurried. The orchard's branches swayed, rustling with a gentle hush. In that moment, Robb felt certain that no matter what minor storms might come, the North and House Stark would endure. The old cycle of blood had broken, replaced by the everyday gifts of peace. Maybe the world would never be perfect, but for once, the living breathed free under a sky no longer darkened by monstrous wings or looming threats. A final testament to all who had fallen for this future. They passed through the gate into the courtyard, where men loaded a cart with produce for the coming winter. Servants bustled with baskets. A guard at the wall nodded in greeting. Sansa parted to speak with the steward about an errand. Robb lingered a moment, exhaling a breath of gratitude. Then he moved on, mind stirring with the day's tasks. The orchard behind him, the keep before him, and a realm around him that welcomed the dawn. House Stark, battered but unbroken, carried the North forward, forging new stories beyond war. In that gentle tapestry, he placed one foot after the other, content that for once, life itself was the grand victory, and that was more than enough for any wolf of Winterfell.